Chapter 1. Activation of the Supreme Recycling System. Ugh, my head aches terribly. Meng Jing felt a throbbing pain in his head as he opened his eyes in confusion. Struggling to rise from the wooden bed, he stared blankly at his surroundings, unable to comprehend his situation for a considerable time. After a moment, he finally blurted out, "Where am I?" He found himself in a dimly lit small room. Although the light was somewhat subdued, it was not difficult to discern the state of his environment. What met his eyes was nothing but a scene of utter dilapidation. The surroundings were not only in disrepair, but also bore a sense of dampness. The room's decor was exceedingly sparse, consisting merely of a broken table and a few hanging ornaments, nothing more. Yet, the table was indeed broken. The ornaments on the walls were tattered, and even the quilt he was covered with was patched together haphazardly. Could it be, in the 21st century, who still lives in such poverty? Suddenly, just as Meng Jing was preparing to climb down from the bed to ascertain the nature of this place, he felt a sharp tightening in his head, followed by a wave of intense pain. Immediately, a multitude of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. After a brief moment, he exclaimed, "What on earth? Have I transmigrated?" As he observed the torrent of strange images flashing through his consciousness, he began to comprehend the situation. Had he truly crossed over? This was the kind of glitch plot one finds in novels, and now it was happening to him. He had merely been gaming at home, and to think he would end up in such a bizarre place. Meng Jing felt far from elated. In fact, he was overwhelmed with a sense of helplessness. His sense of helplessness stemmed from the identity of this boat's original owner. The former owner also bore the name Meng Jing, but his circumstances were far more tragic. This individual had originally been the young master of a pill refining house, yet in a single night, the entire establishment was annihilated. The only reason he had escaped was due to his marriage into the Su family. To think that a sect of over 1,000 members could be wiped out so effortlessly. As for the reason behind this calamity, there were scant details in the memories that flooded his mind, leaving him in the dark. Nevertheless, it was evident that marrying into the Su family was considered an act of disgrace within the Xuanwu Empire. The most critical point was that the original owner of this body was a failure, possessing only the cultivation level of Qi Refining Realm. The cultivation tiers on this continent are as follows: Qi Refining Realm, Spirit Vein Realm, Spirit Heart Realm, Spirit Transformation Realm, Spirit Cultivator, Spirit Scholar, and Spirit Master. Among these, the Spirit Master is further divided into Junior and Senior Spirit Masters, and then into Spirit King Realm, Spirit Emperor Realm, Junior Spirit Sovereign Realm, Half-Step Spirit Sovereign Realm, and Senior Spirit Sovereign Realm. The higher one ascends, the more challenging it becomes to break through. Had it not been for the connections between the Meng and Su families, he would truly have nowhere to turn with his current status. However, during the past 3 years, the original owner had been married into the Su family and had hardly even glimpsed the face of his bride. What a dismal fate. In the Xuanwu continent, people place great emphasis on strength. It is strength that dictates everything. The strong are revered, while the weak are enslaved. Being provided with a dilapidated dwelling is already a considerable favor. But surely, I shouldn't be left to clean up this mess. Meng Jing felt a wave of despair wash over him. Ding, binding host identity in progress. Before he could fully grasp the situation, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Ding, integrating the Supreme Recycling System. Ding, host identity binding complete. Activation successful. Had he just activated a golden finger? Listening to the voice that resonated around him, Meng Jing felt a surge of excitement. It quickly dawned on him what this voice signified. Having read countless novels, he understood exactly what it represented. This was a golden finger, a miraculous artifact that could turn the tides in his favor. In those novels, the protagonists always ascended to greatness thanks to their golden fingers. He never expected to awaken one himself. Ding, may I ask the host if you wish to open the system panel? Open. Meng Jing nodded eagerly. Before him, a shimmering electronic screen materialized, displaying his attributes. Name, Meng Jing. Age, 18. Cultivation level, Qi Refining Realm, first stage, low tier. Cultivation technique, none. Cultivation physique, weak. Cultivation status, poisoned. Only the Qi Refining Realm, first stage, low tier. Gazing at his data, Meng Jing couldn't help but chuckle self-deprecatingly. The original owner of this body was indeed a failure. Stuck at the Qi Refining Realm. It was quite absurd that at 18 years of age, he had yet to surpass the Qi Refining Realm. How could he not be a subject of ridicule? Moreover, entering the Su family with such paltry strength only served to bring shame upon them, resulting in their constant mockery. Meng Jing sighed. Thankfully, he had a system. What would he have done had he not activated it? However, the subsequent words piqued his curiosity. Poisoned? The system panel indicated that he was already poisoned. Could it be that the original owner met his demise, or perhaps his low cultivation level was due to the poison? Meng Jing pondered for a moment before raising his head to inquire, "System, what functions do you possess? Can you assist in alleviating the poison?" Since he had activated the system, it was only natural to inquire about its capabilities. If this system could cure his poison, that would be ideal. He certainly did not wish to perish immediately upon transmigrating. This system is a one-click recycling system. It can only recycle. Other functions are not yet available. The system replied coldly. "Only recycling?" Meng Jing furrowed his brow, glancing at the upper right corner of his attribute panel where the word recycle appeared. He clicked on it. A new page popped up. This page was blank, filled with rows of small squares. However, compared to before, there were now recycle options next to the items he had seen in the room. Seeing these words, Meng Jing felt a flicker of astonishment. Could it be that tangible items could indeed be recycled? With a hypothesis in mind, he clicked on one of the chairs. "Host, do you wish to initiate one-click recycling?" Without a moment's hesitation, Meng Jing chose yes. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have recycled a chair and obtained one ordinary spirit stone." As the system's impassive voice echoed, the chair in his field of vision vanished. In its place, he felt a weighty object in his hand. Looking down, he discovered a spirit stone resting in his palm. According to the memories of the original owner, this spirit stone was a resource for cultivation, albeit generally considered undesirable due to the impurities it contained. However, this particular spirit stone was remarkably pure. He could feel the gentle flow of spiritual energy emanating from it. But how would he absorb it for cultivation? In the next moment, the system chimed in again. "Ding, do you wish to refine the ordinary spirit stone? It could even assist in refining." "How considerate." "Yes." Meng Jing nodded eagerly. Instantly, the spirit stone in his hand vanished. In its stead, he felt a surge of pure, warm spiritual energy flooding into his body, unblocking his previously obstructed meridians. The sensation of having his entire network of meridians opened was indescribable. Before long, the system's voice rang out once more. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to Qi Refining Realm, first stage, low tier." "Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to Qi Refining Realm, second stage, low tier." "Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to Qi Refining Realm, third stage, low tier." As the system's notifications continued to sound, a smile spread across Meng Jing's face. This breakthrough in cultivation feels absolutely exhilarating. In less than a few breaths, he had already advanced to the third stage of the Qi Refining Realm. He had jumped 3 minor realms in one go. Such rapid progress in cultivation would be unimaginable for an ordinary person, who would likely require 10 days to half a month to achieve such speed. Yet, here he was accomplishing it. All it took was recycling a chair to obtain a spirit stone, leading to this astonishing transformation. If a mere chair yielded a spirit stone, then the items scattered throughout this room must also hold similar potential. With renewed determination, Meng Jing surveyed the room's debris with a sly grin. With a wave of his hand, he pulled everything in the room into the system's spatial backpack. As soon as he completed the action, the system's voice chimed in again. "Ding, do you wish to initiate recycling?" Meng Jing nodded. Soon, the system's notifications rang out continuously. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have recycled a table and obtained one ordinary spirit stone." "Ding, congratulations, host. You have recycled an ornament and obtained one ordinary spirit stone." "Ding, congratulations, host. You have recycled a pile of scrap paper and obtained one ordinary spirit stone." Yet another 3 spirit stones. Meng Jing's joy was boundless. Now, aside from the bed, there was nothing left in this room. If it weren't for the fact that he needed to sleep tonight, he would certainly recycle the bed as well. However, Meng Jing cast a glance beneath the bed and chuckled. Then he focused his attention on the spirit stones he had accumulated in his spatial backpack. With the 3 additional ordinary spirit stones, he promptly chose to refine them. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to Qi Refining Realm, 4th stage, low tier." "Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the intermediate 5th stage of Qi Refinement." "Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the upper 6th stage of Qi Refinement." A series of 3 notifications resonated. Gazing at the 3 refined spirit stones in his possession, he found his strength stagnating at the upper 7th stage. As his level ascended, these 3 spirit stones could no longer yield a significant qualitative leap for him. His cultivation progress felt rather sluggish. These 3 spirit stones could only facilitate 3 minor breakthroughs. On average, each spirit stone granted merely 1 minor advancement. This stood in stark contrast to his previous cultivation enhancement. Wouldn't it require even more resources to break through in the future? Or could it be that the ordinary spirit stones provide insufficient enhancement for his cultivation? However, the items recovered were all quite ordinary, and he had obtained only a meager single spirit stone. Yet, if the items recovered were of superior quality, would the results be different? An idea sparked in Meng Jing's mind, compelling him to give it a try. He swiftly approached the bedside and extracted a heavy object from beneath the bed. According to the memories of the original owner of this body, this object was the alchemical furnace from the Alchemist's Guild. It was also the sole relic left by the former owner. Now it was about to be refined. After all, it did not belong to him, so there was no need to feel regret. Without hesitation, he selected yes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully dismantling the black gold glazed cauldron. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 ordinary spirit stones. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the rare material black gold glaze. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the basic alchemical technique. What a bounty of treasures! Meng Jing's gaze ignited with fervor as he beheld the abundance in his spatial backpack. Despite still being ordinary spirit stones, the quantity had significantly increased compared to before, and he had also acquired a multitude of other items. It seemed that this system was not merely about simple recovery. Ding! Does the host wish to refine the ordinary spirit stones? Refine. The moment Meng Jing uttered the word, he felt the spiritual energy within him surge once more. Compared to before, when it merely coalesced in his abdomen, this time the energy coursed through the meridians of his body, filling him with a renewed sense of strength. Bang, bang, bang. His muscles and bones crackled like popping beans. Before long, the system's voice resounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the upper 7th stage of Qi refinement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the upper 8th stage of Qi refinement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the upper 9th stage of Qi refinement. 9th stage. Meng Jing was overwhelmed with excitement, just one stage away from a complete breakthrough in Qi refinement, thus advancing to the spiritual vein realm. As the final surge of pure spiritual energy flowed into his body, a cracking sound echoed. Subsequently, the system's voice emerged softly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the lower 1st stage of the spiritual vein realm. Chapter 2. Effortless Breakthrough, Slaying Beasts. Ha ha! I never expected to break through to the spiritual vein realm. Hearing the system's voice, Meng Jing, while maintaining a steady breath, could hardly contain the joy swelling within him. What others needed months to achieve, he had accomplished with ease. This sensation was simply exhilarating. Moreover, having advanced to the spiritual vein realm, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. This sense of strength was indeed twice that of the Qi refinement realm. For the first time, Meng Jing experienced the might of being in the spiritual vein realm. No wonder so many people clamored to break through to this realm. The disparity was monumental. At this moment, even 2 practitioners of the Qi refinement realm would pose no challenge to him. How much power does this fist truly possess? Observing his clenched fist, veins bulging, Meng Jing felt an immense force within it. With this punch, he could easily exert a force exceeding 100 pounds. However, this was not the time for such musings. Despite the spiritual vein realm being undeniably more powerful than the Qi refinement realm, it was merely a single tier higher, and there was no reason to boast. Yet, he was eager to discover what treasures he had obtained from the dismantled cauldron. The first was the rare material black gold glaze. This obsidian-like substance was a metallic entity. Upon inspecting it, a description appeared before him. Decomposed material, black gold glaze. Rarity level, rare material. Material characteristics, incredibly sturdy. Material uses, most suitable for crafting protective breastplates capable of fusing with all things. Crafting armor. Looking at the dark object, Meng Jing's face brimmed with delight. He had not anticipated that he had dismantled something so valuable. The relic left by the original owner was indeed a treasure he would seek a time to forge a breastplate. However, what did capable of fusing with all things even mean? His gaze shifted downward. As for the second item, it was the basic alchemical technique. According to the memories of the original owner, in this world, techniques were categorized into tiers. They were divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Each level possessed different ranks, further classified into upper, middle, and lower grades. A single grade difference could result in a disparity of power far beyond mere measure. Nonetheless, the alchemical technique he obtained did not specify a level. In essence, it was merely foundational knowledge, detailing the basic steps and precautions for alchemy. However, there is a scarcity of information on how to concoct elixirs and successfully refine a complete pill. With a gentle touch, the cultivation method was activated, and the system's voice resonated. Ding. May I inquire if the host wishes to learn the foundational alchemical technique? Meng Jing chose affirmatively. Ding. Commencing the study of the foundational alchemical technique. As the system's voice faded, a plethora of basic knowledge regarding alchemy began to materialize in his mind. Alas, it is of no use at present. Meng Jing chuckled and shook his head. He merely needed to utilize the system to recycle items. Why bother with the complexities of alchemy? Furthermore, the original owner of this body resided in a rather impoverished location, within the confines of the room. Apart from the bed used for slumber, everything salvageable had been reclaimed, leaving nothing else. How many spirit stones had he managed to recover? No more than 20, perhaps? Such a meager amount of spiritual stones is hardly sufficient for personal use. At present, the most pressing matter is to enhance one's strength. According to the memories of this body's original owner, a 3-year agreement and assessment from the Su family will soon be upon me. This 3-year covenant evokes a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of a certain young man surnamed Xiao from years past. However, unlike that youthful Xiao, the stakes for me are far more perilous. Should I falter, I risk not only the dissolution of my betrothal but also expulsion from the Su family. While being cast out may seem inconsequential, I remain oblivious to the identity of the perpetrator responsible for the annihilation of the original owner's South alchemical estate. If my adversary's prowess surpasses mine by a considerable margin, the moment I am expelled from the Su family may usher in a host of dangers. Thus, I must diligently enhance my strength. Furthermore, having ascended to the spiritual vein realm, the quantity of spirit stones I require far exceeds mere handfuls. An abundance of resources is essential. The only viable option left is to venture beyond the city limits. Presently, I have gathered all recoverable items within this room into my spatial backpack. As for sources of spirit stones, after much contemplation, the only destination that comes to mind is the vast forest beyond the city. Beyond the city's borders lies a vast forest, teeming with numerous magical beasts. Given that the alchemical cauldron of the original owner can be reclaimed, it stands to reason that the same would hold true for the magical creatures, presenting no significant obstacles. Thus, venturing outside the city seems prudent. However, before departing the confines of his chamber, Meng Jing once again accessed his personal interface, opting to conceal his cultivation level. Revealing his current prowess to others would undoubtedly attract the peril of assassination. Conversely, by shrouding his true capabilities, others might perceive him as a mere inept, diverting attention away from him. As Meng Jing stepped beyond the city's limits, dusk had already settled, casting a warm glow over the horizon. At this hour, numerous hunters were preparing to leave the city. Since magical beasts predominantly prowl under the cloak of night, many hunters opted for nocturnal excursions into the forest to maximize their gains. Hunting these creatures could yield valuable resources, such as beast hides and magic cores, which could be exchanged for currency. The question remained, however, which forest would be the most advantageous to explore? The place where one finds oneself is known as Xuanwu Town, and within the confines of this town lies an expanse marked by 4 grand forests. The strength of the magical beasts within these 4 grand forests varies significantly. Among them, the southern and northern forests boast the most formidable creatures, while the eastern and western forests follow in rank. In the eastern forest, the magical beasts therein are merely at the level of the spirit vein realm. Thus, the eastern forest it shall be. After careful contemplation, Meng Jing resolutely decided to venture into this eastern woodland. Just as he was about to take his leave, a discordant voice echoed behind him. Oh, isn't that the one who married into the Su family? If I recall correctly, it seems to be the useless Meng Jing. The emphasis on the word useless was pronounced so loudly that it caught the attention of those preparing to exit the city. Numerous gazes turned towards Meng Jing, followed by incessant murmurs. So, this is the son-in-law of the Su family, indeed as the rumors suggest, merely at the Qi refinement realm. How could a mere Qi refinement waste remain in the Su family with such audacity? Listening to the surrounding chatter, Meng Jing maintained a stoic expression. Upon glancing back, he noticed a group of 6 individuals slowly approaching him. They appeared to be quite youthful, likely around 17 or 18 years of age. The one who had spoken, according to his recollection, was named Zhao Bin. Despite his efforts to remain low-key, the audacity of this individual to provoke him was astonishing. Were it not for the throng of people present, the former version of himself would have certainly dealt this fellow a sound thrashing. Nevertheless, Meng Jing cast a brief glance, sensing a surprising aura emanating from Zhao Bin. This individual appears to possess extraordinary strength, seemingly at the pinnacle of the late stage of the spiritual heart realm. And a breakthrough to the spirit transformation realm seems merely a matter of time. Among those accompanying him, 2 are also in the spiritual heart realm, albeit only at the mid-stage level. The rest of the group seems rather unremarkable. Judging by their attire, they are undoubtedly preparing to venture outside the city. Is there something you need? Meng Jing inquired, raising an eyebrow with a hint of indifference. There was no need to squander time on unfamiliar faces. So he urged them to speak succinctly. Indeed, we are on our way to hunt magical beasts outside the city, and our team is short one member. Before Meng Jing could respond further, a subordinate of Zhao Bin interjected. Of course, you, being a mere waste, need not do much. Just obediently carry our belongings and follow behind us. Upon finishing, the subordinate displayed a mischievous grin. Apologies, but I have no interest. Meng Jing retorted with a roll of his eyes. How could such a proposition be deemed favorable? To suggest he should carry their burdens while trailing them as if he were a mere servant was utterly unacceptable. Despite their casual demeanor, the reality was far more challenging. Traversing the forest while burdened with heavy loads without the aid of spatial backpacks or storage rings is an arduous task. With a dismissive wave, he turned and walked away. As Meng Jing's figure receded, Zhao Bin and the others were momentarily taken aback. The first to break the silence was a woman from the group. Gazing incredulously at Zhao Bin. Brother Bin, did that waste just leave? Indeed, boss, it seems he has shown us no respect. Another subordinate chimed in. Soon. Zhao Bin's expression darkened, a chill settling upon him. He had never anticipated that the once timid individual would now dare to reject him in front of so many witnesses. Isn't this akin to publicly slapping his face? One must recognize that he, being at the spiritual vein realm, is on the brink of ascending to the spirit transformation realm. Countless individuals yearn to join their ranks, yet this imbecile dares to refuse, and to do so in front of so many witnesses. Damn it, once an opportunity arises, I shall make him see what. Zhao Bin gritted his teeth, his expression twisted in fury. Subsequently, he led a few individuals into the depths of the great forest. Is it my mind that is flawed, or is soloing not appealing? As Meng Jing ventured into the forest, he glanced back at Zhao Bin's group, chuckling softly. Indeed, Zhao Bin's prowess is commendable. Yet aligning with them comes with burdens, both in carrying their possessions and, when the spoils are divided, based on their attitudes toward him, his share would undoubtedly be minimal. Joining their ranks would truly indicate a lack of sound judgment. With the time spent, one might as well engage in solo endeavors. Not long after, Meng Jing stumbled upon a cave. This is not merely a simple cave, it is a den belonging to beasts. The so-called beast den is a dwelling place for magical creatures. Meng Jing stood at the entrance of the den, peering inside. It was shrouded in darkness, yet he could still discern some details. Furthermore, the aura emanating from within was not overwhelmingly potent, prompting him to venture inside. As he crossed the threshold, he soon detected a pair of eerie green eyes fixated upon him from a short distance away. A chilling howl erupted, reverberating through the air. Following the howl, a shadow darted past him. Meng Jing narrowed his eyes, focusing on the approaching silhouette. He quickly recognized the creature as a gray spirit wolf, one of the most common magical beast species in the Xuanwu Empire. To his surprise, during his inaugural hunt in the beast den, he encountered none other than the gray spirit wolf. He was eager to test the extent of his newfound power now that he had entered the spirit vein realm. With a smile, Meng Jing swiftly shifted his form, deftly evading the oncoming gray spirit wolf. The gray spirit wolf was left empty-handed. Aha! I never expected such a rapid acceleration and speed. Meng Jing laughed heartily. Before the gray spirit wolf could even react, he swiftly lunged and seized its tail. Then, with a forceful throw, he slammed it to the ground. A crisp crack echoed through the air as the wolf's skull shattered. After a few low howls, it lay lifeless upon the ground. Observing the fallen gray spirit wolf, Meng Jing waved his hand, drawing the carcass into his spatial backpack. Once again, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully slaying the Chi Refinement Realm magical beast, the Gray Spirit Wolf. Ding! Would you like to recover the carcass of the Gray Spirit Wolf? Indeed, it can be reclaimed. Listening to the chimes of the system, Meng Jing felt a surge of exhilaration. Indeed, it was as he had anticipated. The slain magical beasts could indeed be reclaimed. With curiosity piqued, he nodded thoughtfully. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have reclaimed one Gray Spirit Wolf and obtained 2 ordinary spirit stones. Only 2? Meng Jing opened his spatial backpack and gazed at the 2 additional spirit stones, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The 2 spirit stones appear somewhat insufficient. However, it is still a positive outcome, for they surpass the solitary stone one would acquire from scavenging. Nevertheless, the Gray Spirit Wolf, retrieved from the collection process, remains intact within my backpack. I gently tapped on the Gray Wolf, prompting the system's voice to resound once more. Ding! Would the host like to dismantle the Gray Spirit Wolf? The notion that magical beasts could also be dismantled took Meng Jing by surprise. He had initially believed that the system was limited to reclaiming items like cauldrons, yet it seemed that even magical beasts could be disassembled. Isn't this utterly astonishing? After a nod of affirmation, a decisive choice was made. The system's voice echoed repeatedly. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully disassembled the Gray Spirit Wolf. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the complete pelt of the Gray Spirit Wolf. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired 7 bones and fangs of the Gray Spirit Wolf. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 5 pieces of Gray Spirit Wolf meat. Chapter 3. Hunting the Black Wolf and Reaping Rewards Goodness. The system is incredibly efficient. The system remained silent. Yet, Meng Jing was brimming with excitement. To think that a single gray wolf could be dismantled to such an extent. The complete pelt alone could fetch a handsome sum at the market, easily yielding 20 to 30 silver coins, and perhaps even over a gold coin for a finer piece. As for the bones and fangs, they are favored by some collectors, though their value barely exceeds a silver coin. Regarding the meat, it appears that no one on this continent has grown accustomed to consuming wolf meat, for it possesses an unpleasant, rancid taste that renders it unpopular. Fortunately, the system accommodates secondary recycling, whereby accumulating a certain quantity of items allows for the exchange of spirit stones. Time to level up. Upon noticing the 2 additional spirit stones in his backpack, Meng Jing clicked eagerly. As one ventures deeper into the cave, the ferocity of the beast intensifies. Thus, it is imperative to first augment one's strength. A voice from the system resonated. Ding. Would the host like to refine an ordinary spirit stone? Meng Jing nodded in affirmation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 2nd tier of the spirit vein realm. Hearing only the solitary notification from the system, Meng Jing nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in frustration. This is excessive. How could it only lead to such a modest elevation in realm? As one ascends in rank, it is rather disheartening to realize that 2 ordinary spirit stones are required to elevate oneself to a minor realm. Such a demand for resources seems rather excessive. However, should this sentiment reach the ears of outsiders, one might be driven to harbor a murderous intent towards Meng Jing. While others toil for a month or 2 to achieve a breakthrough in their cultivation, here you are, effortlessly advancing a minor realm in a mere few minutes. Such an astonishingly rapid pace, and yet it remains unsatisfactory? Never mind, I shall continue to conquer monsters and ascend in levels. With a sigh of resignation, Meng Jing proceeded deeper, encountering one gray wolf after another along the way, after having broken through to the spirit vein realm. The gray spirit magic wolves posed no challenge to him, as they were easily dispatched with a mere gesture. Meanwhile, the system's notifications continued unabated. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully reclaimed a gray spirit magic wolf and received 2 ordinary spirit stones. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully reclaimed a gray spirit magic wolf and received 2 ordinary spirit stones. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully reclaimed a gray spirit magic wolf and received 2 ordinary spirit stones. Although the acquisition of spirit stones brought joy to Meng Jing, the incessant chime of notifications became rather irksome. Upon defeating the 8th wolf in succession, Meng Jing finally paused. The gray spirit wolf possesses the ability to acquire 2 ordinary spirit stones. These 2 spirit stones can elevate one's realm slightly. After defeating 8 of them, it is anticipated that a breakthrough into the spirit vein realm, advancing to the spirit transformation realm, should be achievable. Noticing the absence of magical beasts in the vicinity, Meng Jing sought a tranquil spot and accessed his system backpack, selecting the spirit stones. Beep. Would the host like to refine the ordinary spirit stones? As Meng Jing nodded, a series of notifications echoed. Beep. Congratulations, host, for successfully breaking through to the 3rd tier of the spirit vein realm. Beep. Congratulations, host, for successfully breaking through to the 4th tier of the spirit vein realm. Beep. Congratulations, host, for successfully breaking through to the 5th tier of the spirit vein realm. As the system's announcements concluded, Meng Jing felt his cultivation level rapidly ascend, his aura intensifying with each moment. Before long, a cracking sound resonated from within him. As a surge of power erupted uncontrollably, the next instant, the system chimed again. Beep. Congratulations, host, for successfully breaking through to the pinnacle of the 9th tier of the spirit vein realm. Beep. Congratulations, host, for successfully breaking through to the 1st tier of the spirit heart realm. At last, a breakthrough had been achieved. Meng Jing exhaled a breath of stale air, reveling in his newfound strength, a flicker of joy igniting within him. Unlike the spirit vein realm, the spirit heart realm allows for the storage of a portion of spiritual energy within the heart. When one's energy is depleted, this reserve can be summoned. Moreover, the spiritual energy encircling the heart can form a protective barrier, gradually enhancing the strength of the physical body over time. In the midst of his elation, a sudden roar pierced the air. A shadow darted past with remarkable speed. Meng Jing was taken aback. Was this the gray spirit wolf? Without hesitation, he raised his fist and aimed a powerful strike at the creature's head. A crack echoed through the air. The force behind that punch was undeniably formidable. In the next instant, a resounding crack echoed, reminiscent of a skull shattering. Has it truly met its demise? Meng Jing was utterly astonished. Perhaps his strike was excessively powerful. Yet, amidst his surprise, curiosity piqued regarding the nature of the creature he had just vanquished. If it were indeed a gray spirit wolf, it would not possess such remarkable agility. With a mere flick of his wrist, he drew the lifeless body into his spatial backpack. No sooner had he done so than the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully reclaimed a shadow wolf and received 3 ordinary spirit stones. A shadow wolf? Upon hearing this, Meng Jing realized that the beast he had slain was entirely cloaked in black fur. Furthermore, in comparison to the gray wolf, this black wolf possesses considerable strength, equivalent to that of a human at the spirit heart realm. Among the gray spirit magic wolves, it can be regarded as a minor leader. However, the fact that a shadow magic wolf can yield as many as 3 ordinary spirit stones is quite remarkable. It appears that the quality of the harvested items correlates positively with their level of rarity. The more spirit stones acquired, the greater the rewards. With a hint of excitement, Meng Jing clicked on the black spirit demon wolf. Soon, a series of system notifications echoed in succession. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully dismantled the black wolf. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the complete pelt of the black wolf. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a total of 7 black wolf bones and fangs. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have secured 5 pieces of black wolf meat. Listening to the notifications, Meng Jing furrowed his brow. The gray wolf and the black wolf bear little distinction. The revelations they yield are quite similar. With a sense of resignation, as I prepared to advance further, the system's voice interrupted my thoughts. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the mid-grade yellow tier skill, Wolf Spirit's Ethereal Howl. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the low-grade yellow tier skill, Taunt. Meng Jing was momentarily taken aback. Had he truly received 2 skills? Swiftly, he opened his spatial backpack to confirm. Indeed, nestled within were 2 skills. System, you are quite remarkable. Meng Jing exclaimed, astonished, especially upon learning that one of the skills was of mid-grade yellow tier, filling him with joy. Regardless of whether the skills were mid-grade or low-grade, they would undoubtedly fetch a considerable sum of gold coins at the auction house. He had not anticipated that the system could not only dismantle magical beasts but also extract their inherent abilities. This recycling system is truly remarkable. Filled with excitement, Meng Jing decided to delve into the 2 techniques to discern their true nature. If suitable, he would practice them himself. If not, he would find a time to sell them. After all, he currently lacked an abundance of techniques. First, he examined the mid-tier yellow-grade technique, Wolf Spirit's Ethereal Howl. Just hearing the name, Meng Jing felt its imposing aura. Upon opening it, a passage appeared before him. Technique name, Wolf Spirit's Ethereal Howl. Technique level, mid-tier yellow-grade cultivation requirements. Sound system, strength must reach the spirit transformation realm. Technique content, upon mastering this technique, one can emit a deafening wolf howl, inducing a state of dizziness in enemies. The dizziness effect can be enhanced with the practitioner's level. The sound system, alas, what a pity, it is of no use to me. Meng Jing clicked his tongue in disappointment. This technique necessitates the fulfillment of 2 conditions. The first is a mastery of sound, while the second pertains to the strength of the spirit transformation realm. Presently, I am uncertain of my own attributes. As for my strength, I have only just entered the spirit heart realm, and there remains a considerable distance to the spirit transformation realm. However, to be candid, I am quite eager to acquire this technique. It possesses the ability to induce a state of dizziness in adversaries, thus granting a significant advantage in battles against opponents of equal rank. Alas, fortunately, I still have access to another technique. Meng Jing then opened another technique, and its detailed information appeared before him. Technique name, Taunt. Technique level, low yellow grade cultivation requirement, Spirit Vein Realm. Technique content, by mastering this skill, one can attract magical beasts. As one's level increases, the aggro value becomes higher, and when paired with the Wolf Spirit's Nether Howl, the effects are greatly enhanced. This is rather mediocre. Meng Jing furrowed his brow but clicked to proceed nonetheless. After all, I currently lack a sufficient array of techniques to utilize. Ding. Would the host like to learn this technique? Learning. Upon clicking, a surge of relevant images flooded his mind, akin to the previous experience. Ding. Commencing the learning of this technique. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully learned the low yellow grade technique, Taunt. Before long, in less than a minute, he had comprehended the entirety of the technique. I will continue to grind, aiming to break through to the spirit heart realm today. Meng Jing clenched his fist, encouraging himself, and ventured deeper into the cave. Boss, do you find it strange that despite our prolonged journey, we have yet to encounter a single gray spirit wolf? One of his companions queried. Indeed, logically speaking, there should be plenty within this beast den, yet we have not seen even one. A group of 5 entered the beast den, chosen by Meng Jing. These 5 were the same individuals who had mocked him outside the city. They had been traversing the cave for quite some time, but not a single gray wolf had appeared. In the past, one would typically encounter a gray spirit wolf every short distance. Yet now, not a soul was in sight. Boss, could it be that someone has already searched this place? Another junior member spoke up. As soon as he finished, Xiaobin shot him a disdainful glance. How could that be? The weakest gray spirit wolves in this cave are at the chi refinement stage. And I've heard there is even a shadow magic wolf of the spirit gathering stage residing here. He was acutely aware of the latent dangers within. If one failed to achieve a decisive kill, it could very well provoke a collective assault from the pack. Facing dozens of chi refinement stage gray wolves would be quite challenging, even for someone at the peak of the late spirit heart realm. Who could possibly clear this den? Boss, what if it were a master above the spirit heart realm? One of the juniors inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Bin slapped the junior on the head. Use your brain, for heaven's sake. If they were at the spirit heart realm, why would they venture here? If I weren't accompanying you lot, do you think it would be possible? In this realm, Only creatures of the chi refinement stage exist. Should an individual ascend to the spirit heart realm, the necessity for such endeavors diminishes significantly. For even if one were to slay these beasts, the experience gained would be minimal. Indeed, the younger companion clutched his head. A look of grievance etched upon his face. At that moment, a chilling cry echoed from ahead, startling Zhao Bin and his group of 5. There is someone. Boss. Should we go take a look? The younger companion inquired, peering forward. Of course we should investigate. If they are of a similar age, we could forge a new friendship, replied the leader. The 5 nodded in agreement and hurried towards the source of the sound. Before long, they arrived at the end of a beast's den. There, they discovered a vast natural cavern, lush with vegetation and adorned with a crystal-clear spring. They had not anticipated such a hidden paradise. Goodness, boss, look quickly. One of the companions exclaimed, prompting the others to follow his gaze. Before them lay a formidable pack of wolves, perhaps 20 to 30 in number, all black as night. The expressions of the group shifted dramatically. Amidst the multitude of black wolves, one can hardly imagine how they would withstand such a formidable force. At this moment, a circle of encirclement had formed, within which stood a solitary figure, unwavering and resolute. As each black wolf lunged forward, the individual responded with a powerful punch aimed squarely at the creature's abdomen. With a pained howl, the wolf would collapse to the ground, leaving 4 or 5 of its brethren lying motionless at the feet of this remarkable person. Truly astonishing. Zhao Bin and his companions were not only taken aback by the sheer number of black wolves, but also by the identity of this formidable individual, whose strength was nothing short of extraordinary. One punch, one wolf. Does anyone else feel that this figure's silhouette seems eerily familiar? Inquired a striking young woman from within the group. Xiao Mei, your observation resonates with me as well, Zhao Bin remarked, resting his chin in contemplation. Boss, you can't possibly be suggesting that it's that useless Meng Jing, can you? One of his underlings chuckled. How could it be that inept fool? That waste cannot possess such prowess. Zhao Bin retorted dismissively, slapping his subordinate's forehead in disdain. While it was true that the silhouette bore a resemblance to the individual his subordinate had mentioned, how could someone of mere chi refinement level possibly arrive at such a place? It was inconceivable, as Zhao Bin continued to observe. A cry of astonishment erupted from his underling. Boss, look at the ground. What is happening on the ground? Zhao Bin inquired, turning his gaze as instructed. Just moments ago, the ground had been strewn with the corpses of several black wolves, yet now it lay utterly bare. Strange, where have those wolves gone? Enough with the speculation. That person must possess a storage ring, a rare and valuable item. One of the underlings exclaimed with excitement. If that were not the case, how else could one explain this? At the mention of the storage ring, the eyes of the group gleamed with avarice as they gazed at the shadowy figure encircled before them. A storage ring, if taken to an auction house, could easily fetch a price of over 100,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins. Although they hailed from various prestigious sects and held respectable statuses, none of them possessed even a single storage ring. It was well known that a storage ring symbolized one's social standing and power. The fact that it adorned the finger of someone whose cultivation level was indiscernible only intensified their desire. Boss, what shall we do? One underling asked, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Such a fortuitous opportunity could not be overlooked. Yet, it was imperative to discern their leader's intentions first. Given that the opponent was alone and in possession of such a treasure, they would not hold back. Zhao Bin's expression darkened as he replied with a cold smirk. The possessor of this power is no ordinary individual. Fortunately, it is but a single person. Even if this adversary were to be eliminated here, none would be the wiser. After all, this place is teeming with magical beasts. It would not be difficult for others to believe that one had simply been devoured. Brother Ben, once we acquire the ring, could we perhaps share a portion of the benefits with her? Remarked the girl affectionately known as Sister Xiao, as she pressed against Zhao Bin's chest. Do not worry, Sister Xiao. You shall not be forgotten. Zhao Bin replied with a smile. Let us proceed at once. Indeed, let us go. The group nodded in agreement, swiftly making their way towards the location of Meng Jing. Meanwhile, Meng Jing was relentlessly striking down the black wolves. Suddenly, he sensed a surge of energy approaching from behind. His brow furrowed slightly. Is there a hint of murderous intent? The aura was not merely singular. In a swift motion, he evaded the several dark wolves. To his astonishment, 5 figures surged forth from behind him. The foremost among them brandished a long sword, lunging directly at him. Meng Jing, without a hint of hesitation, extended 2 fingers. With a single hand, he firmly clamped the blade between them. He then cast his gaze upon the assailant. Zhao Bin? The other man's expression was one of utter disbelief. How could it be you, this useless wretch? Isn't this fellow merely a useless son-in-law of the Su family? Wasn't he it said that he could only reach the chi refining stage? Yet, how is it that he can take down a black wolf with a single punch? If it were him, accomplishing such a feat would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Such strength, could it really belong to a mere chi refinement realm waste? Could it be that the rumors circulating in the outside world are nothing but fabrications? Zhao Bin's thoughts raced swiftly. However, his expression soon turned icy. Even if this individual is not a waste, what difference would it make? This wretch possesses a storage ring, a treasure of considerable worth. Thus, it is imperative to eliminate him. Once he is dead, all the marvelous possessions he bears will rightfully belong to me. Do you intend to kill me? Gazing at the individuals whose eyes glimmered with a crimson hue, Meng Jing smiled faintly. Then, he narrowed his eyes and regarded the 5 men. At this moment, the 5 individuals bore expressions of lethal intent upon their faces, as if something about him drew their murderous gaze. Indeed, we have come to eliminate you, worthless scum. If you know what's good for you, surrender the storage ring you possess. Zhao Bin smirked coldly, exerting a bit more pressure. Meng Jing instinctively took a half-step back. A storage ring? Upon hearing their words, Meng Jing was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly grasped their implication. Their intense hostility stemmed from a suspicion that he held such a valuable item. Yet, since they had chosen to target him, he saw no reason to show them any mercy. Having recently exhausted himself battling the Black Wolf, he decided to use these intruders as practice. To gauge the prowess he had attained upon entering the spirit transformation realm. Is that so? Let us see who meets their end first. Meng Jing let out a chilling smile. At that moment, Zhao Bin felt a tremor of fear within him. How could a mere cultivator at the chi refinement stage exude such an overwhelming aura? Is this true? Is this fellow truly nothing more than a mere waste at the chi refinement stage? As Meng Jing witnessed the astonishment on his opponent's face, his own aura surged forth with unrestrained intensity. Second brother, charge. Zhao Bin bellowed. Yes, elder brother. Subsequently, a man wielding a long spear lunged forward. Is this all you've got? With such meager skill, you dare to engage me? Meng Jing chuckled, finding the speed of his adversary decidedly lacking. Evading the attack was a simple task. Releasing his grip on the sword's body, he deftly maneuvered his feet. In the blink of an eye, he had positioned himself behind the youth whom Zhao Bin referred to as the second brother. Where did he go? The second brother, dashing forward, suddenly found the figure before him had vanished. The spear swished through the air, striking nothing but emptiness, leaving him utterly perplexed. Second brother, quickly dodge. That guy is right behind you, Zhao Bin exclaimed, witnessing the rapidity with which Meng Jing had traversed the distance, leaving him astonished. How could he be so fast? This fellow appears to be endowed with an almost supernatural prowess. Before the man wielding the firearm could react, Meng Jing's fist struck directly against his back. A resounding thud echoed from the impact, followed by the sickening crack of bone fracturing. The young man wielding the gun let out a piercing scream as his body was propelled several meters away. Subsequently, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, motionless. Second brother, the others exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing the scene. You have wounded the young master of the Sun family. You are doomed. Meng Jing cast a glance at the tragic figure of the young man and chuckled softly. Is this truly the young master of the Sun family? The strength of this youth lies within the realm of the spirit heart. How could he fail to even intercept his own punch? This is utterly pathetic. Seeking demise. The death of the second brother left Zhao Bin profoundly shaken, causing his emotions to spiral out of control. His fist clenched tightly, enveloped in a layer of spiritual energy, he struck towards Meng Jing. Heh. As Meng Jing observed the incoming fist, he merely chuckled, remaining entirely unperturbed. Yet, at the very moment the fist was about to make contact with his body, an immense and powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted throughout the beast den. A thunderous roar of a tiger resounded. The roar shook the heavens. Even the ground beneath trembled incessantly. This is the realm of spirit transformation. How could this be possible? Zhao Bin's fist halted just before Meng Jing's chest. Disbelief etched upon his face. He attempted to propel his fist forward, but it felt as though an invisible barrier separated the two of them. In the next instant, another deafening tiger roar echoed, a ferocious growl resonating. To his astonishment, a white tiger materialized from Meng Jing's chest. Generally speaking, the purer the spiritual energy, the more lifelike the white tiger that is summoned. Upon witnessing Meng Jing's white tiger, Zhao Bin felt as though he were gazing upon a true creature. The overwhelming and terrifying aura caused his legs to weaken, and he fell to the ground with a thud. The white tiger, the king of beasts. Brother Bin, this must all be an illusion, right? Tell me, this waste is merely at the chi refinement stage. As he felt the oppressive force of Meng Jing's cultivation level, one of the lackeys experienced a complete collapse of his worldview. This individual was anything but a useless being. He was a veritable monster. No, he was even more fearsome than a monster. Do you truly believe you can escape? Witnessing the lackey descend into madness, yearning to flee, Meng Jing was determined not to grant him that opportunity. Should the lackey manage to escape, the troubles that would follow would be far greater. Naturally, he could not allow the adversary to live. With a sudden flash, he moved at an astonishing speed, appearing directly behind the lackey. As before, he raised his hand and delivered a powerful punch. Boom. Another resounding thud echoed through the air. The fledgling subordinate, unable to utter even a cry of despair, was swiftly vanquished by a single, forceful strike, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The scene was no less gruesome than that of the previous victim. At present, amidst the advancing 5, 2 had already succumbed to Meng Jing's barehanded might. Only 3 remained. The other 3, paralyzed by the sheer terror of Meng Jing's formidable prowess, stood frozen in place. For Meng Jing, this was the most opportune scenario, sparing him the hassle of relentless pursuit. With another swift movement, he appeared before yet another subordinate. Brother Meng, spare me. My family, the Li clan, possesses ample wealth. Grant me my life, and I shall offer you anything you desire. I implore you. Yet another individual fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Such perverse strength leaves one with no choice but to kneel and plead for mercy. Yet I wonder, did you consider this when you sought my demise? Meng Jing approached the man, rolling his eyes in disdain. With a swift kick to his chest, the man gasped and spat blood, collapsing backward. Without a doubt, his life had ceased. Only you two remain. Meng Jing smiled as he turned to face the last pair, a man and a woman. The girl had already succumbed to fear, crumpling to the ground. A glance at her, and Meng Jing moved first toward Zhao Bin. Unlike the girl, who lay like a heap of mud, Zhao Bin was left stunned, mumbling incoherently. What a fool. How could he be so powerful? I refuse to believe it. Hearing Zhao Bin's ramblings, a smirk crept upon Meng Jing's lips. As long as others do not provoke him, he would not seek trouble with them. He could only blame his own greed. Then, he delivered a powerful punch. Only you remain, and to be honest, I do not wish to be ruthless toward the girl. With Zhao Bin's breath extinguished, Meng Jing slowly approached the woman and spoke calmly. Thank you, big brother. I promise I shall not speak of this upon my return. The girl nodded timidly, her face awash with gratitude. Just as she prepared to rise and depart, Meng Jing raised a hand, a smile playing on his lips. You must understand, only the dead cannot speak. You cannot kill me. My father is a third-tier alchemist. If he learns of your actions against me, he will not forgive you. The entire Shao family will not let you off easily. Precisely for that reason, I cannot allow you to leave. Meng Jing paused before continuing. You see, in this cave, should I take your life, no one would know who was responsible. At most, they would suspect the Black Wolves. Never imagining it was me, this worthless being. Before the beautiful girl could even attempt to struggle, he struck with a single punch. The lovely girl fell to the ground. Indeed, the strength of the spirit transformation realm is formidable. Observing the bloodstained ground, Meng Jing could not help but sigh in reflection. Upon entering the realm of spiritual transformation, a solitary individual effortlessly confronts these 5 adversaries without the slightest difficulty. This is truly remarkable. However, how should these corpses be dealt with? If they are simply discarded in the beast's den, what will happen if the hunters who come later discover them? If an investigation occurs, it is easy to suspect me. Is there any possibility of retrieval? With curiosity, Meng Jing opened the system panel. Since the corpses of these magical beasts can be recovered, it stands to reason that the bodies of these individuals can be retrieved as well. In that instant, words indicating recovery appeared above the corpses on the system panel. Indeed, it is possible. Meng Jing felt a surge of excitement. He then clicked the recovery button for the woman. Ding. Would the host like to recover one corpse? Meng Jing nodded. By retrieving the body, he could eliminate the possibility of being implicated. If there are no bodies to be found, how could one link it back to me? Without a second thought, he drew the remaining 4 corpses into his spatial backpack and selected yes. Soon, the system's voice began to chime incessantly. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 15 intermediate spirit stones. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired rare medicinal herb, 2nd grade spirit flame grass. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained rare medicinal herb, 2nd grade falling rainflower. Chapter 5. Abundant harvests and continuous breakthroughs. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 4 inferior weapons of the mortal rank. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the upper scroll of the profound rank technique, Tiger Roar and Dragon Chant. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the superior technique of the yellow rank, Shift and Exchange. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the lower technique of the profound rank, 9 Souls 3000 Alchemy Method. The continuous chimes of the system notifications gave Meng Jing a headache. Fortunately, the abundant rewards made it less bothersome. However, as he gazed at the numerous valuable items in his spatial backpack, he was momentarily taken aback. The retrieval of corpses actually yielded intermediate spirit stones. The spiritual stones acquired from this corpse retrieval surprisingly exceed the quantity obtained from slaying magical beasts. Moreover, there are 5 individuals in total, thus, each human cadaver is valued at an astonishing 3 intermediate spiritual stones. How incredible is that? It is worth noting that in my experience of hunting a gray spirit wolf, I would only acquire 1 or 2 ordinary spiritual stones, and on rare occasions, perhaps 3. Yet, here lies a single human worth 3 intermediate spiritual stones. Meng Jing's heart surged with emotions, and he clicked his tongue before breaking into a smile. Subsequently, he opened his inventory to examine the items he had obtained. First, he laid eyes upon the 4 mundane weapons, and without a moment's hesitation, he chose to refine them. These weapons are undoubtedly unsuitable for use, let alone for display. Should they be seen by others, it would certainly attract attention. If one were to encounter an acquaintance of the weapon's owner, it could potentially lead to grave consequences. Moreover, these 4 weapons are rather subpar. On this continent, weapons that cannot be infused with spiritual energy are referred to as ordinary weapons, while those that can be imbued with such energy are known as spiritual weapons. There exists a considerable distinction between the two. Generally speaking, those lacking sufficient strength are unable to wield spiritual artifacts and thus resort to conventional weapons. Before long, the voice of the system resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 60 ordinary spiritual stones. 60. Meng Jing nodded in acknowledgement. He never anticipated that such inferior weapons could yield such a sum. He had struck a veritable fortune. Observing that the weapons had been completely reclaimed, Meng Jing shifted his focus to the martial techniques. An exhilarating thrill coursed through him. Initially, he believed he had misheard. The mystical grade techniques were exceedingly rare. How could it be so effortless to obtain them? Consequently, upon opening his inventory, he discovered the truth. Not only had he acquired one, but two. A total of 2 mystical grade techniques. He fervently hoped he could master them. Meng Jing murmured to himself and opened the first technique, the Roaring Tiger and Dragon Chant, Volume 1. Upon accessing the technique, detailed content unfolded before his eyes. Technique name, Roaring Tiger and Dragon Chant, Volume 1. Technique grade, mid-tier mystical. Cultivation requirement, spirit transformation realm. Technique content, mastering this skill enables the practitioner to summon a white tiger that emits a thunderous roar, thereby instilling a sense of dread in adversaries. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the intimidation. Remarkable. Meng Jing beamed at the description. He found this technique quite suitable for himself, as it imposed no significant requirements. Furthermore, having already entered the spirit transformation realm, he was now poised to learn it. With that thought, he lightly tapped on the technique skill once more. Soon after, the system's voice echoed again. Ding. Host, do you wish to utilize this skill? Learn. Meng Jing responded. And the entirety of the Roaring Tiger and Dragon Chant materialized in his mind. Before long, he had completely absorbed the technique. Upon completion, Meng Jing furrowed his brow slightly. The Tiger Roar and Dragon Chant technique, as recalled from my studies, consists of 2 parts. One part is the Tiger Roar technique that I am currently learning. The other is known as the Dragon Chant technique. Only by mastering both can one truly claim to possess the Tiger Roar and Dragon Chant technique. However, it seems that the Zhao family possesses only the Tiger Roar technique, while the whereabouts of the Dragon Chant technique remain a mystery. Never mind. Perhaps I shall encounter it in the future. Meng Jing consoled himself and opened the second technique, the shift and position technique. After a brief glance, he wore an expression of disdain. If I am not mistaken, this technique must be the one that emanated from the individual attempting to flee. This technique pales in comparison to that I obtained from defeating the Black Wolf. The so-called grants one the swiftness akin to that of a wolf, rendering it exceedingly difficult for foes to detect one's presence. This also elucidates the reason behind Meng Jing's remarkably swift movements earlier. What a worthless item. Smash it. Oh, no. Recycle it. After setting it aside, he once again opened the third volume of the cultivation technique. The third cultivation method pertains to alchemy, and Meng Jing begins to delve into it. The method is titled 9 Souls, 3000 Alchemy Technique. It is classified as a lower-grade mysterious technique. The prerequisites for cultivation include mastery of fundamental alchemical practices. The content of this technique reveals that by acquiring this skill, one gains access to the core alchemical techniques of the Zhao family, which share a remarkable similarity with the ancient 9 Souls, 9000 Alchemy Technique. Upon mastering it, one can significantly enhance their proficiency in alchemy. To think that this technique could be linked to ancient secret methods is truly astonishing. Meng Jing, upon finishing his reading, is somewhat taken aback. He did not expect that the woman's identity and background were so complex, if memory serves him right. The Zhao family ranks 5th on the list of sects in their Xuanwu town. Fortunately, he did not allow her to leave. Otherwise, she might have sought vengeance. Ding. Would you like to learn this technique, host? Meng Jing chose affirmatively. Subsequently, the 9 Souls, 3000 Alchemy Technique played continuously in his mind like a film. Compared to other methods, this one emphasizes operational skill, and there were many aspects he reviewed dozens of times before comprehending. Yet, even after grasping it, Meng Jing remained unsure of his true level in alchemy. If time permitted, he would indeed like to test himself. For now, he had learned all that was available. The next step was to enhance his cultivation level. Glancing at the 15 medium spirit stones and 60 ordinary spirit stones in his backpack, Meng Jing smiled, feeling quite satisfied with his gains for the day. He then sat cross-legged and began his practice. Ding. Would you like to refine 16 medium spirit stones and 60 ordinary spirit stones? Given his current strength, Meng Jing was uncertain how much these 16 medium spirit stones would enhance his power. Ideally, he hoped they would assist him in breaking through to the spirit transformation realm and advancing to the spirit cultivator level. According to his memory, only by truly entering the spirit cultivator realm does one embark on the genuine path of cultivation. The previous realms merely lay the groundwork for this ultimate stage. Refine, Meng Jing declared, and the spirit stones in his backpack began to diminish one by one. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy within him gradually increased, and his aura grew stronger. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully broken through to the first tier of the spirit transformation realm. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully broken through to the second tier of the spirit transformation realm. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully broken through to the third tier of the spirit transformation realm. As the system's notifications echoed in succession, Meng Jing glanced at the spirit stones in his spatial backpack. At this moment, only 13 medium spirit stones remained. This meant he had utilized 3 medium spirit stones to attain his current cultivation level. On average, it took 1 medium spirit stone to achieve just a minor realm. How arduous this was. Meng Jing felt like crying without tears. In the past, even an ordinary spirit stone could bring about several minor realm advancements. Now, a single medium spirit stone yielded only one minor realm. It must wait until later. What should be done? As Meng Jing forced a smile during this time, the voice of the system did not cease. After consuming 7 spirit stones, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to the first tier of a spiritual cultivator, low grade. Sighing in relief, Meng Jing's expression bore little joy. On the contrary, he remained remarkably calm, continuing to listen to the system's announcements. Refinement continues. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to the second tier of a spiritual cultivator, low grade. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to the third tier of a spiritual cultivator, low grade. Observing the consumption of 2 medium spirit stones in quick succession, the calmness on Meng Jing's face transformed into a visage of despondency. The expenditure required for advancing in the realm of spiritual cultivation is exceedingly excessive. In the realm of spiritual transformation, it typically requires a medium-grade spiritual stone to ascend through each minor level, a concept he is able to comprehend. Upon entering the realm of spiritual practitioners, the requirement to transcend to a minor level is a mere 2 medium spirit stones. Moreover, once these medium spirit stones are exhausted, one must resort to ordinary spirit stones. Naturally, the latter pales in comparison to the former. Meng Jing, observing the rate of consumption, has accurately calculated the ratio between ordinary and medium spirit stones. 10 ordinary stones equate to a single medium stone. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully advancing to the lower tier of the 4th level of spiritual practitioners. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully advancing to the middle tier of the 5th level of spiritual practitioners. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully advancing to the upper tier of the 6th level of spiritual practitioners. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully advancing to the upper tier of the 7th level of spiritual practitioners. As the final notification from the system echoed, Meng Jing could not help but let out a lament. It is all gone. This space backpack is utterly devoid of any contents. With such a plethora of spiritual stones consumed, one has merely ascended to the 7th minor realm. There remain 3 minor realms yet to traverse before a breakthrough in the realm of spiritual practitioners can be achieved. Where shall one seek spirit stones to elevate their level? Even for recycling, a considerable amount of resources is required. After a moment of helplessness, Meng Jing opened his personal information panel. At this juncture, the panel had been updated. Name, Meng Jing. Age, 18 years. Cultivation realm, 7th tier of spirit practitioner. Upper grade cultivation techniques, 9 souls and 3000 alchemy method, shadow flash, tiger roar and dragon chant technique. Cultivation physique, strong cultivation status, poison cultivation chi, refined spirit chi. The transformation of this data has been quite significant compared to before, and this change was accomplished within merely a day. Notably, this pertains to the elevation of one's cultivation level. In less than a day's time, a breakthrough from the chi refinement stage to the realm of a spiritual practitioner was achieved. For anyone else, such an advancement in cultivation would be nearly impossible. Contemplating this, Meng Jing felt a sense of relief. After all, haste can be counterproductive. He resolved to find an opportunity to visit the market and procure some items for review. Upon reflection, Meng Jing deemed it essential to return to the Su residence promptly. If the inhabitants of the Su estate discovered his absence from that dilapidated house, it could lead to unfortunate consequences. With a swift motion, Meng Jing vanished into the darkness. Shortly after his departure, another group approached the beast den. Boss, we've been walking for quite a while. Aren't there supposed to be many black wolves lurking around here? One member inquired. Indeed, I find it perplexing. I distinctly remember there being 4 or 5 black wolves in this den. Why is it that not a single one is in sight? The hunting party found themselves engulfed in deep suspicion, as such a vast cave should have revealed some beastly presence. Previously, any magical beast would have rushed towards the scent of humans. Now, all that remained was an empty cavern and a series of chaotic footprints on the ground. They were bewildered. What could have transpired to leave such an expansive beast den utterly devoid of life? Suddenly, a junior member of the team let out a startled gasp. Boss, come here quickly. Upon hearing this, the others hurried over. Beneath the junior's feet lay a pool of blood, with only a beautiful hairpin half buried in the earth. Upon retrieving the hairpin, they noticed an engraving of the character Xiao upon it. Immediately, the group exchanged glances. Could this be the hairpin of Xiao Lingo from the Xiao family? One speculated. Indeed, it seems plausible. Let us hasten back and report to Lord Xiao. Chapter 6. Vengeful Assault on Zhao 1. Recovery of the magic core in the Su residence. The sky was still shrouded in darkness. Meng Jing scaled the wall and made his way to his secluded little room. Inside, he collected everything that could be salvaged, leaving only the tattered bed behind. Fortunately, he was not particularly fastidious, allowing himself to lie down on the bed and drift into a deep slumber. Time passed, and he was eventually roused by a soft, melodious voice at his ear. Young master, wake up. It's time for breakfast. Breakfast? He opened his eyes to see a spirited young maid standing nearby. Perhaps due to her lack of cultivation, he had failed to sense her presence until her call awakened him. Xiaoqin? Based on his recollection, This lively little maid was indeed named Xiaoqing, a servant sent by the Su family to attend to him. She was quite diligent and earnest in her duties. Upon noticing Meng Jing was awake, Xiaoqing stepped aside. The meal is prepared at the stone table outside, if the young master does not rise soon. The food may grow cold. Very well, I shall get up for breakfast. Meng Jing replied as he climbed out of bed and stretched leisurely. Having been occupied throughout the night, although the time for rest was scant, it sufficed for him. Moreover, he had to rise early today. With a multitude of tasks awaiting him, what about the furniture in the room? He inquired. Those items could hardly be called furniture. I disposed of them. A heap of discarded junk is hardly worth lamenting, Meng Jing replied with a casual smile. With the absence of a table in the room, their meal was laid out upon the stone table outside. Before dining, Meng Jing took a moment to assess whether the trees in the courtyard could be salvaged. If feasible, he could reclaim the entire forest on the back mountain. Regrettably, the system did not indicate any possibility of recovery. This left Meng Jing feeling a wave of disappointment. It seems that the process of reclamation also has its limitations and cannot be conducted endlessly. Cousin, what are you pondering? Xiaoqing inquired with curiosity upon noticing Meng Jing's gaze. I was not contemplating anything. Oh, by the way, Xiaoqing, please refrain from calling me cousin in the future. Meng Jing shook his head and took a sip of rice porridge. Why not? He asked, a look of helplessness adorning his face, directed at the foolish girl. In the Su family, not a single person regards themselves as a son-in-law, yet this little girl foolishly refers to herself as one. In any case, it is imperative that she ceases to call me son-in-law. Meng Jing playfully flicked the smooth forehead of the little girl, continuing to sip his porridge. Does it hurt? What should I call you in the future, son-in-law? She inquired. Just call me Brother Meng, he replied, wiping his mouth with a nonchalant air. Very well. But what does the son-in-law intend to do now? She asked curiously as she observed Meng Jing finish his porridge and rise to tidy his appearance. I'm going out for a while, he stated. You are going out, son-in-law? Little Qing exclaimed in disbelief upon hearing Meng Jing's intention to leave. Since marrying into the Su family, the son-in-law had not ventured outside. Now, the prospect of stepping out felt like a transformation. How could he resist? Meng Jing huffed softly and then made his way out. His decision to explore stemmed from a desire to see if there were any items worth reclaiming on the streets. Furthermore, having recovered several corpses the previous night had rewarded him with over 10,000 gold coins. By any measure, he could be considered a person of modest means. In Chuanwu town, the streets were bustling. As dawn broke, vendors began to set up their stalls. As Meng Jing walked, he activated the system to check for items available for reclamation in the vicinity. Why was there nothing to reclaim? After wandering for a while, he still found no items of interest. Unable to suppress his frustration, he muttered to himself. Could it be that the system was malfunctioning? Or perhaps certain conditions needed to be met for reclamation? With these thoughts in mind, he approached a vendor whose wares were already displayed. Excuse me, how much for these? Meng Jing inquired, pointing at the items on the ground. These? Each cost 3 copper coins, and together they amount to 1 silver coin. Are you planning to purchase all of them? The vendor replied. Yes, I will buy them. Meng Jing nodded and handed over a silver coin to the vendor. He then reopened the system panel to examine the items on the stall. At that moment, he noticed that the items now bore the reclamation label. Indeed, it worked. Elated by this revelation, he understood that reclamation was only possible for items he owned. Otherwise, it was truly impossible to reclaim anything. Seeing the items he had just purchased now equipped with a reclamation button, Meng Jing swiftly collected them. In a moment when the vendor was not paying attention, he stored them in his spatial backpack. As soon as he did, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Host, do you wish to reclaim these accessories? Meng Jing nodded affirmatively. Soon, the system responded again. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 ordinary spirit stone. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 1 ordinary copper wire material. Just 1 spirit stone? Listening to the system's announcements, Meng Jing couldn't help but smile wryly. So many trinkets, in the end, are worth but a single spiritual stone. How pitiable indeed. However, what Meng Jing did not anticipate was that the system could decompose these trinkets into their constituent materials. It can be said that if these materials were sold, he could at least recoup a significant portion of his investment. Naturally, the system fully supports secondary recycling. Yet, a single ordinary spirit stone offers little assistance in his cultivation. Meng Jing glanced around, noting that the nearby vendors primarily sold similar ornaments, seemingly possessing little value. It appeared that the potential returns from recycling would be quite meager. Nevertheless, he found himself in dire need of spirit stones to make a breakthrough. How much for this, good sir? And this one? What about that? In no time, Meng Jing had nearly purchased all the ornaments available from the nearby stalls. Fortunately, these items were not expensive, costing him merely a dozen gold coins. Once more, he opened his backpack and clicked on the trinkets he had acquired. Ding. Host, do you wish to recycle these items? Recycle. Observing the assortment of knickknacks in his backpack, he noted that their quantity exceeded 700. Surely, he could synthesize 5 or 6 ordinary spirit stones from them. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 6 ordinary spirit stones. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired several silver powders. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received some iron wires. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained some copper wires. As the system's notifications concluded, Meng Jing glanced at his backpack. He now possessed 7 ordinary spirit stones, along with the decomposed materials. Yet, it was still insufficient. Meng Jing let out a sigh, feeling rather helpless. It takes nearly 700 trinkets to forge 7 ordinary spirit stones, which is even fewer than what I harvested during last night's hunt. It seems I must venture into a higher-level forest when time permits. With a resolute decision in mind, Meng Jing walked towards the marketplace. The outer market primarily offers trinkets and similar items, which cannot be deemed particularly rare. However, as one ventures deeper, the treasures become increasingly exquisite. Naturally, when it comes to pricing, the items within are considerably more expensive than those outside. Before long, I found myself amidst the inner market, where only a handful of vendors had set up their stalls. Meng Jing approached a relatively quiet stall and cast his gaze over one particular item, pointing at it. Sir, how much for this piece? He inquired. 30 gold coins, replied the vendor nonchalantly. 30 gold coins? Such a steep price. At the mention of the cost, Meng Jing's eyelids flickered with surprise. Indeed, the marketplace within is markedly different from the outside, with prices soaring to several times, if not hundreds of times, higher than those beyond its confines. However, the quality of the goods here far surpasses the offerings outside. Shopkeeper, please wrap it up. Just as Meng Jing was about to make his payment, a sudden rush of footsteps approached. Before he could react, a young man collided into him from behind, snatching the item he had been eyeing. Shopkeeper, how much for this? The young man inquired, clutching the item. Oh, it is young Master Zhao. Have you set your sights on this magic core? Regrettably, it seems that young gentleman behind you has already taken a liking to it. Upon seeing the young man, the vendor immediately rose with a smile, eager to respond. Young Master Zhao? Meng Jing cast a glance at the fellow, speculating whether he might be connected to Zhao Bin. The young man raised an eyebrow, seizing the magic core for himself. Do you still wish to conduct business with our Zhao family? If not, you may as well leave. The vendor's expression turned awkward. Young Master Zhao, perhaps you should discuss this with the gentleman behind you? Discuss what nonsense? I shall take this magic core, and that is final. The young man's unreasonable demeanor elicited a stoic response from Meng Jing. Do you take issue with that? The young man turned to face Meng Jing, his expression one of disdain. Such a sprout dares to claim it is reasonable. Seeking death. Indeed, what of it? Meng Jing let out a cold laugh. Before the youth could utter a word, in the next instant, he lifted his foot and aimed a kick at the opponent's chest. The youth, clearly unprepared for such an assault, had no time to evade. The kick landed squarely on his chest, sending him stumbling back several meters. The power of the strike left the youth breathless. Those surrounding them gasped in astonishment. Who is this young man? Does he not realize this is the territory of the Zhao family? Indeed, how dare he strike the second son of the Zhao family? Is he seeking his own demise? Moreover, it seems that Zhao Bin, the eldest son of the Zhao family, is on the brink of entering the transformation realm. This is indeed the territory of the Zhao family. How incredibly audacious this young man is. He has directly knocked the second young master of the Zhao family to the ground. This offers no semblance of dignity at all. The second young master of the Zhao family? Listening to the surrounding discussions, Meng Jing shifted his gaze, directing it towards the young man he had just knocked down. This fellow indeed has some connection with Zhao Bin. However, I never anticipated that he would turn out to be Zhao Bin's younger brother. Your brother has already been bullied by me. How dare you, a mere younger sibling, attempt to intimidate me? The young man's expression darkened. His fists clenched tightly as he gritted his teeth and said, You scoundrel, do you believe I will summon my brother to punish you? Your brother? What is he worth? Before the other could steady himself, Meng Jing slowly approached him, lifting his foot without a moment's hesitation and delivering a forceful kick. Once again, the young man was sent flying several meters away. Simultaneously, as he soared through the air, the object clutched in his hand fell back into Meng Jing's palm. You think you can snatch this from me? Your brother lacks the fortune to claim it. Meng Jing chuckled lightly, then secured the magic core into his possession. Soon, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for recovering a low-grade magic core of the mysterious tier, earning 5 medium spirit stones. Ding. Congratulations, host, for recovering a low-grade magic core of the mysterious tier, acquiring magic core essence. Ding. Congratulations, host, for recovering a low-grade magic core of the mysterious tier, obtaining a magic core crystal. Chapter 7. High-grade mysterious tier, a new acquaintance excellent. 1 magic core yielded 5 medium spirit stones. Meng Jing secretly reveled in his fortune, maintaining an expression of indifference. He had not anticipated that his keen eye would identify an item of such considerable value, especially for a mere expenditure of a few gold coins. It was hardly a steep price. Suppressing his inner delight, Meng Jing glanced at the young man, who, after being kicked away, bore a bruised visage and was spitting blood profusely. Let us see if you can recover. He opened the system panel, directing it toward the young man. Nothing appeared? Noticing the absence of any recovery indication, Meng Jing felt a twinge of disappointment. However, he had gained a fair understanding of the system's functions. To fulfill the conditions for recovery, one must meet several criteria. First, only items hunted by oneself are eligible for recovery. If living beings could be reclaimed without being personally hunted, it would equate to trafficking in human lives. How is this possible? Secondly, the owner of the items belongs to oneself. Only possessions that belong to oneself can fulfill the conditions of the system. If something does not belong to oneself, it can still be acquired through purchase to become one's own. Seeing that the young man was unable to retrieve his belongings, he closed the system interface. Just wait. I'll go back and have our steward from the Zhao family deal with you, you scoundrel. Taking advantage of Meng Jing's momentary distraction with the system page, the young man scrambled to his feet and fled in a panic, leaving behind a harsh remark. Ha! Meng Jing chuckled, unfazed and unafraid. He had naturally encountered numerous instances of melodramatic bravado, which merely served to enhance the protagonist's experience. At present, he found himself in need of a greater quantity of spirit stones to facilitate his own breakthrough. The method of hunting magical beasts for the purpose of acquiring items yielded spirit stones at a painfully slow rate, and the quality of the stones obtained was woefully inadequate. Conversely, reclaiming the corpses of cultivators could yield at least 3 or 4 medium-grade spirit stones each. Young man, you possess quite the audacity. Do you have any idea whom you have offended? The vendor, upon noticing Meng Jing's approach, maintained a facade of indifference, albeit with a hint of disbelief. Regardless of his identity, what was there to fear? Meng Jing, with a calm demeanor, produced a pouch of gold coins and tossed it to the vendor, signifying the purchase price for the magical core. He then crouched down, directing his gaze toward a bronze-hued object before him. What is this? Meng Jing inquired with curiosity. He extended his palm, channeling his spiritual energy around the circle of treasures. Almost every artifact responded to his touch, save for the bronze-colored object directly in front of him, which remained unyielding. This object is either utterly worthless or possesses great value. It appears to be a piece of bronze, though I've forgotten from where I acquired it. The vendor furrowed his brow as he gazed at the item pointed out by Meng Jing and instructed accordingly. Very well, how much is this, boss? I'll take it. You want this? The vendor was taken aback and inquired. Meng Jing nodded in affirmation. Young man, considering you just helped me chase off that fellow, I'm unsure of the true worth of this item. Since you seem to appreciate it, I shall give it to you. Let this be the beginning of a friendship. As he spoke, the vendor picked up the bronze piece from the ground and, without hesitation, presented it to Meng Jing. Thank you, boss. Meng Jing accepted it without refusal. Simultaneously, he became intrigued by the mention of the Zhao family. Boss, is the Zhao family truly formidable? Young man, you're not from around here, are you? The vendor, realizing that the young man was unaware of the significant figure he had inadvertently offended, looked astonished. No. Meng Jing nodded. According to his memory, he had been adopted into the Su family 3 years prior and had remained within the confines of the Su household, seldom venturing outside. This is precisely why Xiaoqing was so astonished to hear that she was to leave. As such, she is not particularly familiar with the people and affairs of this place, let alone any mentions of the Zhao family. Ever since the eldest son of the Zhao clan, Zhao Bin, achieved a breakthrough to the spirit vein realm, the Zhao family has become exceedingly arrogant. To put it plainly, the vendor paused momentarily before continuing. Had it not been for your defeat of him, I would have had to either discount that magic core or give it to him for free. I see now. Meng Jing nodded in response to the vendor's introduction, a smile gracing his lips. What are you laughing about, young man? The vendor inquired, intrigued by Meng Jing's sudden mirth. If Xiaobin learns that you have beaten his brother, he will undoubtedly come to settle the score with you. I advise you to find a place to hide quickly. With that, the vendor began to pack up his goods, preparing to flee. There's no need to worry, the Xiaobin will not come, Meng Jing said, gently pressing down on the vendor's shoulder. The vendor halted his actions, perplexed. Why would he not come? That is not for you to inquire about. How much for all of this? I will cover it all, Meng Jing declared with a grand gesture. You must be joking, young man. This lot must be worth at least 300 gold coins, the vendor exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Subsequently, he watched as Meng Jing tossed a pouch of gold coins towards him. There are 400 coins in here. While the vendor grappled with his astonishment, Meng Jing waved his hand, swiftly collecting the items from the stall into his spatial bag. The system's notifications echoed repeatedly. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 30 medium spirit stones. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained rare metal material, refined steel. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received rare first-grade medicinal herb, snow lotus. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have procured rare first-grade medicinal herb, turkey feather. 30 medium spirit stones. What a windfall. Listening to the incessant notifications from the system, Meng Jing felt a surge of exhilaration. Remarkably, the items he purchased for 400 gold coins not only yielded materials upon collection, but also granted him an additional 30 spirit stones. This transaction is an extraordinary windfall. As excitement coursed through him, Meng Jing shifted his gaze to the bronze tablet, nearly forgetting that this object had yet to be retrieved. Contemplating this, he drew the item into his spatial backpack. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the profound grade superior technique, Qianji treading the clouds. Profound grade superior? Is this for real? Meng Jing was overwhelmed with exhilaration, nearly shouting in delight. Previously, he had also obtained a profound grade technique, which was commendable. However, this profound-grade superior one is unprecedented. In the Xuanwu Empire, profound-grade superior techniques are exceedingly rare. Just a single technique of this caliber could fetch a staggering price of several tens of millions of gold coins at auction. It is evident now that this is not merely a profit, it is an astronomical gain. The profits are far beyond mere doubling. They have soared to dozens, even hundreds, or thousands of times. Meng Jing patted his chest, striving to maintain his composure. Once his emotions settled, he opened to read a relevant introduction about this technique. Technique name, Skyward Tread of 1,000 Skills. Technique level, superior grade of the profound tier. Cultivation requirement, realm of the spiritual practitioner. Technique content, this skill is part of the lower scroll. Those who master it move as gracefully as a dragonfly skimming the water, silent and unobtrusive. And only by integrating the upper scroll can one tread the clouds. Another solitary scroll technique? Meng Jing covered his face. The technique known as the Roar of the Tiger and the Whisper of the Dragon, acquired from Zhao Bin, is merely a single volume of a comprehensive martial art. Alone, it cannot fully unleash the power inherent within the complete system. However, the present volume is merely the lower section of the technique, and Meng Jing already senses its formidable strength. If he were to obtain the upper volume and integrate it, could it truly be as the introduction suggests, enabling him to soar through the clouds? Should that be the case, it would be an invaluable art of flight, beyond monetary measure. Ding. Would the host like to learn this technique? Learn. Meng Jing's excitement grew with each passing moment. Without a second thought, he clicked to learn. With a technique of such extraordinary caliber, what reason would he have to hesitate? Soon, in the recesses of his mind, the principles of the 1,000 techniques of cloud ascension began to unfold. The essence of this celestial technique lies in its meticulousness. Every step is of great significance. This is not akin to the techniques of the yellow rank, which can be instantly comprehended upon clicking to learn. This is precisely the unique aspect of the profound level techniques. Only through meticulous observation of each step and every operational detail can one grasp the secrets within. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have completed your learning. As the system's voice faded, Meng Jing decided to test the power of this technique. After a brief moment, he closed the system page and resolved to discover the true nature of the skill. Upon attempting to execute it, he felt as if his body was weightless, moving with the grace of a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, his feet barely touching the ground, and his speed astonishingly swift. Most significantly, utilizing this technique consumed very little of his spiritual energy, far surpassing the effectiveness of the shadow flash he had acquired through hunting black wolves. It is worth noting that the shadow flash directly consumed a portion of spiritual energy to traverse a specific distance. Meng Jing had experienced that the longer the distance moved with the shadow flash, the greater the energy expenditure. Moreover, extending beyond 3 meters was its absolute limit. Currently, as a spiritual practitioner, the energy consumption was quite substantial, making frequent use unsustainable. In contrast, the newly acquired cloud walking technique consumed minimal energy and allowed for rapid movement. Comparatively, this technique was indeed remarkably superior. However, the present moment was not one for contemplation of this. The focus lay on the upper scroll of the cloud walking technique. Since the vendor possessed the lower scroll, it was plausible that he might also have the upper one. If only he could gather both. With this thought, Meng Jing's gaze shifted back to the vendor, who was now packing up and preparing to leave. Wait a moment, shopkeeper. Is there something you need, young man? The vendor inquired with curiosity. Do you still have that bronze plate? The vendor shook his head. Young master, I acquired that long ago. How could I possibly remember? Then, do you know where that bronze plate came from? The vendor's eyes flickered with a hint of eagerness as he gulped, asking, is it truly a treasure? Indeed. But only I can perceive its true value. Meng Jing replied nonchalantly, retrieving a spiritual stone from his spatial bag and tossing it to the vendor. As long as you disclose the whereabouts of the other bronze plate, this is yours. The vendor caught the spiritual stone with great effort, as if it were a hot potato. Is this really a spiritual stone? It must be of a high grade. His expression was one of astonishment as he stared at the flawless, transparent stone in his hand, feeling its cool touch and the rich aura of spiritual energy emanating from it. I see you have not broken through to the spirit transformation realm in quite some time. This spiritual stone can assist you in achieving that. Is it not sufficient? If the vendor remained ungrateful, Meng Jing would not hesitate to take him aside and impart a lesson. Young master, oh no. Esteemed sir, you are far too generous. Without a moment's hesitation, the vendor knelt before Meng Jing, his demeanor wholly reverent. Such a high-grade spiritual stone must be worth a fortune. The ability to present such a stone indicated that Meng Jing's status and cultivation level were undoubtedly formidable. Now, are you willing to disclose the information? Meng Jing said with an air of calm authority. Though his tone was mild, it carried a commanding presence. As for the vendor's claim of the high-grade spiritual stone, Meng Jing was not taken aback. After all, it was a product provided by the system. What the system produces is assuredly of the highest caliber. Following Meng Jing's words, the vendor's face revealed a bitter smile. Esteemed sir, I acquired that bronze plate a long time ago, and I truly cannot recall the details. I only remember a fragment. The vendor spoke tremulously, cautiously raising his gaze to meet Meng Jing's. I can only recall a fragment. This left Meng Jing somewhat bemused. Before he could utter another word, the voice of the system echoed in his ears. Ding. Would the host like to choose to subdue the 8th tier peak servant, Li Qing? As the system's words faded, Meng Jing gazed in astonishment at the middle-aged man before him. Has this fellow surrendered to himself? Nevertheless, if he is willing to submit, it is not entirely unfavorable. After all, rather than standing alone in this town of Xuanwu without any influence, it would be far more advantageous to gather a few subordinates. With this development, it could be said that a companion has indeed emerged. As Meng Jing nodded inwardly, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully subdued the 8th tier pinnacle servant, Li Qing. Chapter 8. Acquiring a servant, enhancing strength. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully subdued the 8th tier pinnacle servant, Li Qing. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully subdued the 8th tier pinnacle servant, Li Qing, achieving a loyalty rate of 100%. This loyalty is astonishingly 100%. Hiss. This is rather high. Filled with curiosity, Meng Jing turned to the vendor and coldly inquired, Are you willing to follow me? I am but a humble man, Li Qing. And I vow to follow you to the ends of the earth. In the next moment, Li Qing abruptly prostrated himself on the ground. With a resounding thud, the blue stone tiles beneath him cracked open. Good gracious. This old fellow is quite ruthless. Did he not merely offer you a medium spirit stone? Yet, you have directly submitted to him, becoming his own servant. Isn't this pursuit somewhat beneath expectations? Moreover, where did your spirit stones originate? Aren't they merely acquired by recycling the items purchased from you? Truly, as the saying goes, the wool comes from the sheep. Look at this fellow. Contemplating. Meng Jing opened the system panel to observe Li Qing. This chap can be recycled? He was momentarily taken aback by the recycling label hovering above Li Qing's head. However, he soon comprehended. As long as it belongs to oneself, be it living or inanimate, it can be recycled. As for items not owned, they can only be recycled if hunted by oneself. To recycle or not. Gazing at the recycling button above Li Qing's head, Meng Jing found himself both amused and exasperated. After all, Li Qing is a master of the spirit heart realm. Recycling would at least yield 2 or 3 medium spirit stones. What could be better than acquiring 2 or 3 medium spirit stones? Isn't it delightful to enhance one's cultivation level? At this moment, if Li Qing were aware of Meng Jing's current thoughts, he would be filled with despair. I regard you as my master. Yet you contemplate treating me as refuse for recycling. Is there such a master as you? All right, enough of that. Quickly rise and tell me where you obtained that bronze piece. Share everything you know. Meng Jing waved his hand and spoke nonchalantly. The vendor nodded and stood up, scratching his head. My lord, the tale of this bronze piece is lengthy. If my memory serves me correctly, I pilfered it from a tomb, nearly losing my life in the process. Pilfered? So Li Qing is engaged in the act of desecrating ancestral graves. Very well, continue your tale, Meng Jing sighed. You must understand that tomb raiding is a disreputable endeavor. Encountering a formidable tomb owner, one could easily lose their life. Moreover, this bronze piece is associated with a profound level technique. How could a tomb lack traps? It appears that Li Qing possesses some skill. Otherwise, how could he have extracted a profound level technique from a tomb? Alas, it is unfortunate that only I have realized this is a profound technique. It was during a tomb raid organized by a group of over 10 individuals, but regrettably, the tomb owner was too powerful, and amidst numerous traps, only I survived. Li Qing paused before continuing. If I am not mistaken, this bronze piece was what I deemed significant, thus I brought it out. When you extracted it, shouldn't there have been another piece? Think carefully. Another piece? Li Qing scratched his head, looking bewildered. This happened over half a year ago, my lord. I can hardly recall. The main issue is that upon bringing out this bronze piece, I discovered that no matter how I used my spiritual energy to catalyze it, there was no reaction whatsoever. Over time, it slipped from my memory, and I ended up selling it today. Li Qing recounted all his experiences to Meng Jing. Is that all? Meng Jing sighed and inquired. Li Qing nodded. Do you still remember the location of that tomb? The art of soaring through the clouds hinges upon the harmonious union of 2 volumes, for only then can it unleash its utmost potency. Should one be absent, the power would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Thus, I inquired whether Li Qing possessed knowledge of their whereabouts. If so, Meng Jing would not hesitate to descend into the tomb alongside Li Qing in pursuit of the other ancient scroll. I still retain a vague recollection of its general location, which lies near Mingjia Town. However, I cannot recall the specifics of a precise site. Mingjia Town? As Li Qing mentioned it, Meng Jing was suddenly inundated with a surge of memories within his mind. These memories, without further elaboration, belong to the original owner of this body. Is this mere coincidence? Meng Jing murmured to herself, then gently rubbed her brow. The original owner of this body was raised in Mingjia Town, a place reputed to be the ancestral home of the Ming clan. It is likely that this locale has evoked numerous memories from the original owner. 3 years prior, the patriarch of the Meng family, who is also the original owner's father, seemingly sensed something amiss. Without a moment's hesitation, he arranged for his own son to be adopted into the Su family. Within less than half a month of this union, the Ming residents suffered a catastrophic annihilation, claiming over 1,000 lives without exception. Following Meng Jing's integration into the Su household, his status plummeted drastically. The reasons behind this remain unknown to him, however. The capability of obliterating a grand alchemical estate in a single night indicates formidable strength and influence. Furthermore, Meng Jing harbors deep suspicions that the Ming family might be concealing some invaluable treasure. For what other reason would they attract such dire attention? The ruthlessness of the act, resulting in over 1,000 fatalities, is particularly chilling. Contemplating these matters, Meng Jing gazed at Li Qing before producing 2 spirit stones in his palm. Yet, this time, the stones lacked the purity of the previous one, being merely ordinary spirit stones. Without a second thought, he tossed them into Li Qing's embrace. Nevertheless, even these unremarkable spirit stones filled Li Qing with exhilaration. You are now preparing to elevate your cultivation. Tonight, I shall take you to hunt magical beasts. Meng Jing remarked nonchalantly. Accompanied by Li Qing, I plan to venture into the high-level forest at night to hunt magical beasts, thus enhancing our efficiency. Li Qing stood in stunned silence, his eyes wide with astonishment as he discovered 2 additional high-grade spirit stones in his possession. After a lengthy pause, he managed to utter a single word, 1. It is worth noting that the spirit stone he already held was valued at several tens of thousands of gold coins. Now, with 2 more in his grasp, he realized he was now holding assets worth over 100,000 gold coins. With such a fortune weighing upon him, how could he not be left speechless? Moreover, this esteemed individual so casually tossed spirit stones in his direction. Was such extravagance truly necessary? While he was taken aback, a sense of elation surged within him. Clearly, he had made the right decision in aligning himself with the right person. Very well, my lord. I shall find a place to absorb and make a breakthrough, Li Qing declared, eager to seek a secluded spot. However, Meng Jing restrained him with a hand, gesturing toward the ground and calmly stating, right here. Here, Li Qing surveyed the bustling surroundings and felt perplexed. Was it not risky to attempt cultivation and breakthrough in such a distracting environment? It is well understood that cultivation is an exceedingly protracted endeavor, requiring tranquility above all else. Any interruptions during this process could potentially lead to setbacks in one's cultivation or even severe bodily harm. In extreme cases, one might even succumb to the perils of madness. Furthermore, absorbing the energy from such a high-quality spirit stone would require a significant amount of time. Why did the master insist he cultivate here? Was it a test of fortitude? All right, my lord, I shall begin. Li Qing shook his head, hastily retrieving one of the spirit stones and placing it before him. He then seated himself on the ground, legs crossed in meditation. As he opened all his pores to draw in the ethereal energy contained within the spirit stone, the parched earth that had long been dormant began to crack, as if quenched by a refreshing rain. Was he really on the verge of a breakthrough? Feeling the unusual sensations within his body, Li Qing closed his eyes in meditation, a flicker of joy appearing on his face. Yet, even before he could fully refine that initial essence, he felt the energy from the entire spirit stone surge toward him like a tidal wave. It seemed he was about to break through to the spirit heart realm. Meng Jing observed Li Qing's status, murmuring softly. Achieving a breakthrough to the spirit heart realm necessitates an exceptionally high level of mental acuity. Should one lack the requisite fortitude, it is all too easy to lose oneself at this critical juncture and descend into madness. Before Meng Jing could further contemplate the nuances of the spirit heart realm, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host servant Li Qing has successfully advanced to the first tier of the spirit transformation realm. Ding. Congratulations. Host servant Li Qing has successfully advanced to the second tier of the spirit transformation realm. Ding. Congratulations. Host servant Li Qing has successfully advanced to the third tier of the spirit transformation realm. The notifications rang out in quick succession. Subsequently, Meng Jing observed that the medium spirit stone before Li Qing shattered with a crack, turning to dust. At this point, Li Qing had already taken the second spirit stone and resumed his cultivation. Such a smooth progression through the spirit heart realm? Meng Jing was mildly astonished by Li Qing's uninterrupted ascent, but he soon comprehended the reason behind it. Individuals of Li Qing's age have often encountered a multitude of experiences, and their mental faculties are well honed. For him, a breakthrough was merely a matter of time. Ding. Congratulations. Host servant Li Qing has successfully advanced to the fifth tier of the spirit transformation realm. Ding. Congratulations. Host servant Li Qing has successfully advanced to the sixth tier of the spirit transformation realm. Ding. Congratulations. Host servant Li Qing has successfully advanced to the eighth tier of the spirit transformation realm. It appeared that he was on the brink of breaking through to the spirit transformation realm. Meng Jing remarked once more, extracting a spirit stone from his spatial backpack and placing it in the palm of his hand. At this moment, 2 spirit stones are nearly depleted. It remains uncertain whether a breakthrough to the realm of spiritual practitioners can be achieved. If not, one will be reserved for him as a means to assist in transcending to the spirit transformation stage. However, he is perplexed, given the same quantity of spirit stones. Why does that old fellow ascend through the cultivation ranks with such remarkable speed, while he himself requires an abundance of resources merely to advance? Soon, within a brief span, a sharp crack echoed as the last spirit stone shattered, and in that instant, the system's voice resonated. Ding. Congratulations. Host Servant Li Qing has successfully advanced to the 9th tier of the spirit transformation stage. Ding. Congratulations. Host Servant Li Qing has successfully ascended to the 1st tier of spiritual practitioners. At this moment, following the descent of the system's voice, Li Qing transcended into the realm of spiritual practitioners, exhibiting none of the previous indifference. Instead, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from his being, soaring majestically toward the heavens. Such prowess. As Meng Jing sensed the formidable aura emanating from Li Qing, he felt a tinge of astonishment. Indeed, those embroiled in the matter are often oblivious, while the observers possess clarity. Soon after Li Qing's remarkable breakthrough, a commotion erupted among the onlookers. Who is this? How did they achieve such a breakthrough here? It appears they have ascended to the rank of spiritual practitioner. Indeed, doesn't that figure seem oddly familiar? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Meanwhile, Meng Jing stood silently by, discreetly stowing away his spiritual stones, vigilantly guarding Li Qing as he observed the surroundings. Oh, he has finally attained the status of a spiritual practitioner. What a delightful moment. After a brief interlude, Li Qing exhaled a plume of ethereal mist, wearing an expression of ease. Upon opening his eyes, he was taken aback to find himself encircled by a throng, the space around him densely packed. Oh, it's that old rascal Li Qing. How have you cultivated so swiftly? The last time I saw you, you were merely at the spirit heart stage, and now you're a spiritual practitioner. Indeed. Have you stumbled upon some extraordinary treasure? The crowd gazed at Li Qing with eyes brimming with envy and admiration. This indeed marks a remarkable breakthrough of 2 significant realms. For an ordinary person, achieving a complete transcendence of such magnitude within a mere day appears to be rather implausible. Li Qing sighed wryly. He owed his current cultivation level to the guidance of his esteemed master. Ah, speaking of which, where is my master? Just as Li Qing was about to search the surroundings, an invisible force propelled him through the crowd. Master, what kind of technique is this? Your speed is astonishing. Upon recognizing the figure as his master, Li Qing inquired enviously. Her movements were graceful, and her speed was remarkable. Let us not dwell on that for now. We shall discuss it once we leave the market. Meng Jing smiled lightly, casting a few glances back. What is it, my lord? Li Qing inquired. Curiosity piqued as he followed his master's gaze. There, trailing closely behind them, were 7 or 8 men, each possessing strength around the spirit transformation realm. At that moment, the pursuers maintained a steady pace behind them. My lord, we are being followed. I am aware. A few insignificant individuals have come to deliver equipment. Chapter 9. Striking against the crowd, the tiger roars in the mountains and forests. A few insignificant individuals delivering equipment? Upon hearing Meng Jing's disdainful remark, Li Qing swallowed hard, feeling a surge of anxiety. My lord, those individuals behind us are all at the spirit transformation realm. The individuals behind him possessed abilities that hovered around the realm of spiritual transformation, although he had already ascended to the realm of the spiritual practitioner, surpassing them in strength. It was evidently impractical to confront them all at once. What was there to fear? Let us venture into the woods ahead and deal with them one by one. Meng Jing, with an expression devoid of fear, casually instructed while gesturing towards a forest beyond the city. He then set Li Qing down, allowing him to proceed on his own. As for dealing with them, Li Qing turned back with a wry smile, his gaze lingering on the figures behind him. Now barely discernible. Yet, he could still sense their presence pursuing him. My lord, can we not take a different path? Li Qing lamented, feeling a wave of despair. He was reluctant to find himself ensnared by those individuals so soon after just stepping into the realm of spiritual practitioners, especially since he did not yet fully comprehend the extent of his lord's powers. The individual who has just become my mentor is remarkably youthful and extravagantly generous. If I am not mistaken, his cultivation level should be quite comparable to my own. It is noteworthy that the most illustrious practitioner in Xuanwu Town, ranked first among geniuses, has only recently attained the realm of transformation. I have encountered Zhang Xiaokai once, which heightens my curiosity about my superior's identity and prowess. Thus, with one leader whose strength remains uncertain and another who has merely stepped into the realm of transformation, the notion of confronting one another seems rather ambitious. Merely avoiding defeat would be deemed fortunate. Have my words fallen on deaf ears? Observing the hesitation in the other, Meng Jing cast a cold glance at this fellow. Li Qing. The loyalty of this individual was evidently at a remarkable 100%. Yet, despite such unwavering fidelity, Meng Jing could not help but harbor doubts about the possibility of betrayal. Consequently, he resolved to seize the opportunity to test the other's allegiance. A petty person, for the sake of the master's safety, harbors no ulterior motives. Upon sensing the cold demeanor emanating from Meng Jing, Li Qing immediately clasped his fists in a respectful gesture. Compared to the others behind him, his own leader was indeed a formidable figure. However, rather than offend those individuals, it was paramount to avoid incurring the wrath of his own leader. After all, his current level of cultivation was entirely attributed to the benevolence of Meng Jing. Forget it. I shall confront those individuals. Li Qing silently resolved within himself. Before long, the two arrived deep within the woods outside the city. Brother, If even young Master Zhao cannot contend with that person, are we not somewhat outmatched? One among the shadowy figures furrowed his brow, expressing his concern. What is there to fear? What cultivation level does the young master possess, and what is ours? We, who are at the spirit transformation realm, need not be apprehensive. The other party is likely at most at the same level, otherwise they would not have fled upon seeing us. The leader of the group suddenly slapped the head of the anxious subordinate. However, I am intrigued by how rapidly Li Qing's cultivation has advanced in such a short time. He must possess some secret technique or treasure. As he spoke, the leader's eyes glimmered with fervor, exhibiting a greedy expression. Indeed, just this morning, when I saw him setting up his stall, he was merely at the spirit heart realm, and now, within less than half a day, he has broken through to the spirit transformation realm. The leader remarked. It is essential to recognize that transcending from the spirit heart to the spirit transformation realm is no trivial feat for an ordinary person. Achieving such a significant breakthrough would typically require a year or two of diligent effort. Even those from esteemed sects leveraging their resources would take at least a couple of months. Moreover, Li Qing was merely a stall owner. With no profound backing from any grand sect, it stands to reason that this fellow possesses quite a number of treasures. Before long, a group of 7 pursued Li Qing and Meng Jing, arriving at a clearing in the woods outside the city. Observing the desolate surroundings, the 7 scanned the area. Why can we not find anyone? One queried. Indeed, boss, there are clearly 2 auras here. Another echoed. Yes, why can we not locate them? Just as the leader was about to respond, a youthful voice resonated. Oh, are you searching for us? Startled by the sudden voice, the 7 immediately looked up in its direction. There, amidst the source of the voice, stood 2 figures. Upon recognizing one of them, the 7 could not suppress their laughter. Haha, boss, I was worried for nothing. I thought we were facing a formidable expert, but it turns out to be a mere youth. Yes, boss, I can likely fell this young man with just one hand. The laughter continued, fueled by Meng Jing's youth. What could the prowess of a young individual truly be? Their town's most celebrated prodigy had only recently achieved the spirit transformation realm at a similar age. It was inconceivable that this youth could surpass them in cultivation. My lord, perhaps we should retreat. Li Qing felt his legs weaken upon witnessing their derision. Had it not been for the fear of embarrassing his master, he would have knelt before them, begging for mercy. Meng Jing cast a sidelong glance at the cringing Li Qing, but refrained from speaking. Instead, he coldly regarded the subordinate who had just mocked him, claiming he could easily defeat him with one hand. You say one hand. Indeed, are you so unconvinced? Then why do you not step down and allow me to teach you a lesson? The subordinate taunted, prompting another wave of laughter. Let us see about that. Meng Jing replied with a narrowed gaze and a smile. Seizing the moment while the subordinate was still laughing, he swiftly vanished from sight. Indeed, when it came to traversing distances, Meng preferred the shadow flicker technique over the 1,000 techniques of cloud ascension, as it caught enemies off guard, allowing for a surprise attack. Upon witnessing Meng Jing's figure disappear atop a branch, the previously boisterous subordinate's laughter abruptly halted. A chilling aura emanated from behind him. Before he could react, he felt a powerful grip on his shoulder. The force wrenched him sharply, resulting in a resounding crack of bones, followed by an excruciating pain that coursed through his entire body. The subordinate emitted a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, as one of his arms was brutally wrenched off. Afterward, Meng Jing disdainfully cast it aside, looking at the subordinate with a cold smile. Now, you may use one hand. Let us see if you can bring me down. Such audacity. Upon encountering the youth who had suddenly intruded into their ranks, the leader of the group gritted his teeth and uttered a remark. The other party brazenly tore off the arm of their subordinate right before their eyes. This is utterly unforgiving. My lord. Li Qing was profoundly shocked by Meng Jing's actions, feeling utterly at a loss. After all, there were 7 formidable experts of the spirit transformation realm below. How could they possibly prevail against such adversaries? Why must the lord be so reckless? Capture that little creature and give him a good thrashing. Yes, boss. Meanwhile, at the command of the leading man, the others sprang into action, swiftly encircling Meng Jing. Despite finding himself surrounded, Meng Jing felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, he cast a glance at the hesitant Li Qing perched upon a tree. The opportunity is yours. Let us see if you can seize it. His actions were merely a test of Li Qing's loyalty, a measure of just how far his allegiance would extend. Meng Jing was unsure of the specifics of 100% loyalty. Only by stepping into the circle could he ascertain whether Li Qing would risk his life to save him. Should he choose not to intervene, Meng Jing would not be able to blame himself for being ruthless in reclaiming him. Conversely, if Li Qing were to come to his aid, it would afford him some protection in the future. What will I do? At this moment, Li Qing's heart was equally fraught with anxiety. Beneath this tree, there are 7 formidable masters of the spirit transformation realm. Having only just embarked on my journey as a cultivator, I can barely contend with even one of them. However, facing 7 adversaries, could one truly take on 6? Perhaps fleeing would be the wisest course of action. A peculiar thought crossed my mind. I glanced back at the forest behind me. The focus of those individuals is on my master. Even if I were to escape, they would likely remain indifferent to my departure. Yet, to abandon my resolve, No, I must not dwell on such thoughts. I, Li Qing, have vowed to follow my master unto death. What does it matter if I perish? With gritted teeth, I took a leap, entering the circle and circling my companions. My master, your humble servant Li Qing has arrived late. Upon my arrival, Meng Jing revealed a faint smile. This fellow has made a most astute decision. Huh, Li Qing, do you truly believe that you too can contend with the 7 of us? Indeed, given your current prowess, Li Qing, it seems you have yet to awaken fully. The crowd erupted in derision. You take care of the one with the severed arm. I shall handle the rest. In the face of their mockery, Meng Jing cast a glance at Li Qing and issued his instructions. My lord, you jest, do you not? Li Qing's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. Surely, did the lord intend to challenge 6 adversaries single-handedly? As Meng Jing's words fell, the others erupted into laughter once more. Huh, you think you can take on all 6 of us? Do you take us for mere soft persimmons? Boss, cease this idle chatter and swiftly eliminate him. Let me take his arm as well. Indeed, let him witness the might of our 6 brothers. As the 6 prepared to strike, they were bewildered to find the youth had vanished from their encirclement. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed. Rather than squeezing soft persimmons, I prefer the challenge of hard ones. That is where the true excitement lies. Meng Jing smirked. With that, he raised a clenched fist enveloped in a pure layer of spiritual energy. With a resounding crash, he delivered a punch to the back of one of the men. The astonishment was evident on the man's face, which quickly turned crimson. With a spluttering gasp, he expelled a mouthful of blood. What kind of martial art is this? How can it? Before he could finish, the man collapsed. It's merely a common punch, Meng Jing lamented, observing the blood that had stained his fist and wiping it off with a hint of disdain. He had not anticipated that his opponent could remain standing after such a blow, let alone utter a line. That night in the cave, a single punch had sent the opponent flying several meters away. It appeared that a punch devoid of any martial technique was still too feeble. Meng Jing shook his head, contemplating that it was high time to seek out a martial art to study. Otherwise, such a punch would scarcely prove lethal. Just as he pondered the inadequacy of his strike, the faces of the crowd were etched with disbelief. The 6th member, a mid-stage spirit transformation realm practitioner, possessed strength exceeding 100 pounds. With some martial training under his belt, he ought to have been able to withstand the young man's assault. Yet, as it stood, he had collapsed without even managing to block the punch. This punch, how heavy is it? What magnitude of power does it possess? Has it reached 1,000 pounds of force? The crowd remained in profound astonishment. Boss, avenge 6th brother, one exclaimed. Leave Li Qing to me. I will hold him off. Indeed, although this punch is formidable, he is but one man. We refuse to believe that we cannot overpower him. The leader cast a glance at the lifeless body of 6th brother on the ground, his face contorted with fury. Very well, 2nd brother, exercise caution. It has always been our Black Dragon gang that bullies others. We have never been the ones to be oppressed. Neither Li Qing nor this fellow shall leave this forest alive today. The others, shedding their earlier nonchalance, now bore expressions of gravity and indignation. The youth was utterly audacious. How dare he lay hands on them? Just based on your capabilities? Meng Jing smiled lightly. Suddenly, one among them opened his mouth, unleashing a sound wave akin to a wolf's howl that surged toward Meng Jing. The howling wave stirred the gravel beneath, while nearby trees bore shallow scars. Is this all the might you possess? Listening to the sound waves that resembled bleeding sheep, Meng Jing displayed a look of disdain. With that, he released the spiritual energy within him. In the next moment, a torrent of energy surged forth, gradually coalescing into a majestic white tiger that hovered above Meng Jing. Gazing down upon the crowd, a mere transformation into the spiritual realm, summoning a white tiger? We can do that too. Upon witnessing the white tiger above Meng Jing, the 5 individuals roared in unison, unleashing their own spiritual energy. In an instant, 5 white tigers materialized in the air. Just what power does the Tiger Roar Dragon champ possess? Meng Jing chuckled softly, shifting his stance. He stood tall, akin to a sturdy horse. Subsequently, the white tiger floating above him moved slightly, arching its body and opening its massive jaws. With a thunderous roar, a deafening wave erupted from the tiger's mouth. Chapter 10, Defeating the Crowd. Overpowering the man. Upon hearing the waves of sound erupting from the tiger's mouth, a tremor coursed through the hearts of the 5. The white tiger protects its master. Sensing the precarious situation, their expressions turned grave. In the next moment, they shouted in unison. As their voices echoed, the white tigers above them leaped down in succession, positioning themselves before their respective masters. With a resounding crash, the powerful sound wave struck the 5 white tigers. Instantly, the 6 white tigers were torn apart by an overwhelming force, dissipating into nothingness. Then, with a splatter, the 5 individuals simultaneously spat out mouthfuls of blood, their bodies sent flying several meters away by the sheer might of the attack. Once they regained their composure, the 5 stared in shock at the youth not far away. How could this little fellow possess such strength? As they collected their thoughts, they all shared the same realization. Indeed, boss, if we do not deal with that little one, I fear we cannot defeat him. The leader of the group nodded slightly, scrutinizing Meng Jing with a contemplative gaze. It appears you are still insufficient. Let me grant you another opportunity. Meng Jing smiled, adopting the same stance as before. Once more, Hearing Meng Jing's words, the group instantly lost their composure. After all, just one strike had left them trembling in fear. This fellow still harbors thoughts of another attempt. Is he not being utterly deranged? Observing the majestic white tiger atop Meng Jing's head once again raised its gaze, its body leaning forward slightly. In the next moment, it unleashed a thunderous roar towards the heavens. The furious bellowing reverberated once more. Quickly, cover your ears. Sensing something amiss with the sonic waves, the leading man immediately shouted at his subordinates. Yet, before his voice could reach its intended audience, it was drowned out by the overwhelming sound emanating from the white tiger. The sound resonated once more, and two individuals had not yet managed to cover their ears. They felt their souls beginning to tremble, a sensation of detachment from their bodies. Soon after, the two began to froth at the mouth, collapsing to the ground in violent convulsions. Third and fourth. The leader, witnessing the fall of his subordinates, nudged the two unconscious brothers. They exhibited no signs of life, their breaths barely a whisper. You little wretch, are you courting death? You dare to offend someone from the Black Dragon list? His eyes turned crimson as he glared at Meng Jing, coldly demanding, Are you one of Zhao's people? Our Yao family? Meng Jing chuckled softly, shifting his gaze to the two fallen figures. I must say, the might of your Zhao family's tiger roar and dragon chant is quite formidable. I never imagined that the profound level technique acquired from Zhao Bin would prove so effective. Utilizing less than a third of my pure spiritual energy, it can wield such devastating power. It is truly remarkable that it could lead to the demise of two individuals. Furthermore, with the assistance of the system, I have only reached the second level. The subsequent 3 levels require not only the latter part of the technique, but also the fulfillment of certain conditions for further mastery. Of course, such an extraordinarily potent technique has its stringent limitations. Given my current level of power, I can only employ the tiger roar and dragon chant twice a day. Overuse would lead to a sore throat, not to mention the toll it would take on my mental state. However, merely my reference to you had already caused the leader to clench his fist in fury. You little imp, if you are not one of Zhao's people. How is it that you possess the tiger roar and dragon chant of our Zhao family? The tiger's roar and dragon's chant technique is the ultimate secret of the Zhao family, accessible solely to its core members. How could this mere young lad have acquired knowledge of such a profound skill? Moreover, this youth has not only mastered the technique, but has ascended to its second level. It is worth noting that merely reaching the first level demands a considerable investment of time and effort, let alone the challenges posed by the second level. The time and effort required for this second layer is far more extensive. He has served as the steward of the Zhao family for over a decade before he could even begin to grasp it. After more than a year of study, he has only managed to touch upon the first layer. This young man, how did he manage that? Curious to know? Very well, I shall enlighten you. I killed your esteemed young master and acquired this from him. As Meng Jing spoke, he deftly pivoted on his toes, his figure resembling a specter as he moved once more. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the leading man, a cold smile gracing his lips. You actually killed my family's young master. The leader exclaimed, his teeth clenched, his eyes now completely crimson. He could hardly believe that a youth of such modest stature had dared to slay his family's heir. Furthermore, even if he had indeed been slain, it was inconceivable that any knowledge of their family's techniques could have been extracted from him, let alone mastered in such a brief span of time and attained to the second level of cultivation. Yet, faced with such brazen provocation from the young man, how could he possibly endure? Do you think you can defeat me? Meng Jing retorted with a chilling laugh, dripping with disdain. Ha, young man, do not be overly arrogant. I concede that your current prowess is formidable. And then what? When the skies clear and the rains cease, do you believe you have triumphed? If I were a spiritual cultivator, what would you be to me? The leader glared at Meng Jing, his voice icy. Suddenly, he brushed his fingers across the ring adorning his finger. In an instant, the ring emitted a dazzling crimson light. Following this, he retrieved a pill from within and swallowed it whole. A storage ring? Meng Jing's eyes flared with intensity as he beheld the pill extracted from the ring. The opposing man possessed such a valuable artifact. It reminded him of when Zhao Bin and his companions had mistakenly believed they could take him on, only to find themselves outmatched. Now, he stood before a man adorned with a ring worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Before Meng Jing could fully process his excitement, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from the leader's body. After consuming the pill, the man's aura intensified rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his strength had doubled. What had once been the pinnacle of the transformation realm now seemed on the verge of breaking through to the spiritual cultivator level. You little wretch, daring to offend the Zhao family. You clearly do not comprehend the meaning of death. The leader boasted, laughing maniacally. He unleashed all the spiritual energy within him, allowing it to surge forth uncontrollably, enveloping the arena with immense power. How intriguing. Have you forgotten what I just uttered? Meng Jing's lips curled into a ghostly smile. What words? The leader paused, taken aback. Meng Jing then activated his attribute panel. I asked, with your strength, do you truly believe you can defeat me? Ha, young man. Do not be so presumptuous. I am a spiritual cultivator. The leader shouted furiously. It was common knowledge that in Xuanwu town, those who reached the spiritual cultivator realm were few and far between. The young man before him showed blatant disdain, leading the leader to question his sanity for making such audacious claims. Is it indeed so impressive? So very high? Before the leader could voice his thoughts, a more vigorous and profound power surged forth from Meng Jing. How is this possible? You, so young, cannot possibly be at the spiritual cultivator level. The leader, feeling the overwhelming spiritual energy emanating from Meng Jing, began to feel a deep unease. He was nearing 40, having barely managed to reach the spiritual cultivator level through the use of pills and external assistance. He had never intended to rely on such methods, considering the significant side effects. Yet here stood this young man, barely past his teenage years, who was his equal in cultivation. He too had attained the spiritual cultivator realm. How is this possible? When has Xuanwu Town ever produced such a prodigy? It is worth noting that Zhang Shaokai, the foremost genius cultivator of Xuanwu Town, has only recently achieved a breakthrough into the transformation spirit realm, to transcend into the realm of spiritual practitioners without the aid of external resources. It would undoubtedly take no less than 3 to 5 years. The opponent's prowess has not only ascended to the realm of the spiritual cultivator, but the aura emanating from him suggests a power that transcends mere spiritual cultivation. You, a mere insignificant being, could never possibly be at the level of a spiritual cultivator. Absolutely impossible. You must have employed some secret technique. It cannot be genuine. The leader of the group, in disbelief, repeatedly exclaimed in anger. He had taken elixirs, convinced he could overpower this young man, only to discover that the young man's strength far surpassed his own. This sensation transcends mere embarrassment. It is predominantly one of disbelief. Meng Jing chuckled softly, recognizing that he had not employed any secret techniques. With a system as extraordinary as his, akin to a cheat, what need had he for any hidden methods? It was truly amusing. Whether it is genuine or not shall be revealed through experimentation, Meng Jing remarked nonchalantly. After all, he had only recently ascended to the realm of spiritual practitioners and remained uncertain of his true capabilities. He might as well seize this opportunity to test himself. With a flicker of energy, the leader of the group, incited by Meng Jing's provocation, erupted in fury. His form darted forth like a streak of blue lightning. You little pest, prepare to meet your end. He bellowed, his clenched fist hurtling towards Meng Jing. Too slow. Meng Jing smiled as he observed the oncoming figure, effortlessly shifting his own form to glide past the man. In the blink of an eye, he found himself behind the leader. He raised his fist and struck. A resounding thud echoed from the leader's back. However, unlike the unfortunate fate of the others, this man did not go flying. Instead, he managed to maintain his footing. Could he truly withstand such force? Meng Jing regarded the leader's silhouette with surprise. Ah, young man, your strength is lacking. The leader forced a smile, suppressing the metallic taste rising in his throat, swallowing hard. Take another punch, Meng Jing said coolly. This time, he approached the man, targeting his abdomen, and delivered a powerful punch. Ah. This time, the leading man emitted a piercing scream, his body curling into a shrimp-like shape. He was then propelled several meters away, tracing a graceful arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. You little rascal. Before the leading man could complete his sentence, a fresh surge of blood erupted from his mouth. What is this? Just a moment ago, you complained about the force being too weak, did you not? Meng Jing smiled, poised to unleash his strength. In the next instant, he vanished into thin air, only to reappear with a foot planted firmly on the man's chest. You. The man attempted to struggle, only to realize that Meng Jing's foot bore down on him like an insurmountable weight, rendering him immobile. Seizing the opportunity to glance back, Meng Jing noted that his summoned white tiger had dispatched the remaining foes. Come back, little brain axe, he called out. For he couldn't afford to let the white tiger devour the corpses. He needed to reclaim them. Upon hearing his command, the white tiger scampered back, leaping and merging seamlessly into Meng Jing's form. With his attention redirected to the man beneath his foot, Meng Jing coldly inquired, now tell me, what is your relation to the Zhao family? Are you the steward? Ah, indeed, I am sent by the second young master. The man retorted, let me tell you, no matter how formidable you think you are merely a brash youth. I know not how you became a spiritual cultivator, but I assure you, the Zhao family is not to be trifled with. The man's expression darkened as he spoke, his tone laced with malice. The Zhao family is not to be trifled with. Before he could finish, Meng Jing lifted his foot and stomped down forcefully. With a sickening squelch, the man spat blood, his body sinking slightly into the ground. Allow me to demonstrate just how pathetic your so-called Zhao family truly is. Chapter 11. Consecutive breakthroughs and the acquisition of followers. With that, Meng Jing accessed his spatial backpack. Upon seeing the 30 or so spirit stones contained within, a smile crept across his face. I hope these will aid me in breaking through to the realm of spiritual cultivators, Meng Jing murmured. He then gently tapped the spirit stones, prompting the system's voice to resonate. Ding. Would the host like to refine the ordinary and intermediate spirit stones? Meng Jing nodded in affirmation. Ding. Refinement in progress. He then slowly closed his eyes. Before long, he felt an increasing accumulation of spiritual energy within his body. Moments later, a warm flow surged into his lower abdomen. This surge of energy coursed through every part of his body, imparting a profound sense of comfort. Soon, the voice of the system echoed repeatedly. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully transcended to the 8th tier of the spiritual cultivator realm. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully transcended to the 9th tier of the spiritual cultivator realm. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully reached the spiritual cultivator realm. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to the 1st tier of the spiritual master realm. After a series of notifications, Meng Jing finally opened his eyes. What on earth? Why has so much been consumed? He was taken aback by the rapid decline of spiritual stones in his backpack. Having just broken through to the spiritual cultivator realm and successfully progressed to the spiritual master realm, he noticed that the spiritual stones in his spatial backpack were dwindling rapidly. Averaging it out, it seemed that each minor breakthrough required 3 medium-grade spiritual stones. Equally astonished was the man beneath Meng Jing's feet, who initially sensed that the other possessed only peak-level spiritual cultivator strength, only slightly surpassing his own. However, the moment the young man closed his eyes, he felt the spiritual energy within him surge uncontrollably. Countless energies were propelling his realm to ascend at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through from peak spiritual cultivator to the strength of a spiritual master. When did the breakthrough in cultivation become so effortless? It seems as though, in the eyes of the other party, achieving such a breakthrough is as simple as eating or drinking. Is this true? The man found it difficult to believe, yet his gaze remained fixed on Meng Jing without wavering. The other party's cultivation process showed no signs of ceasing. On the contrary, it was ascending rapidly, level by level. Typically, breaking through to a minor realm requires a foundation of at least 10 days to half a month, making such a breakthrough challenging. It is even possible to face failure. However, this young man was different. He merely closed his eyes, and his cultivation soared effortlessly. It seemed as if he treated his practice as a mere game. The man swallowed, not from thirst, but out of envy for the young man's remarkable speed of advancement. Suddenly, an idea struck him as he glanced over at the stalemate between the second elder and Li Qing. Li Qing, he is also acquainted with. His strength clearly hovers around the spirit heart realm, having not advanced beyond the spirit transformation realm for many years. Yet, in just the span of a single morning, he has remarkably transcended from the mere spirit heart realm to achieve the initial stage of the spiritual practitioner realm. This transcends 2 significant realms. Such rapid advancement in cultivation, could it be solely attributed to this young man? In the next moment, the man widened his eyes, observing the aura enveloping Meng Jing. In just a few fleeting seconds of contemplation, his opponent had achieved a breakthrough to a minor realm, although the pace was no longer as swift as before. Compared to ordinary individuals like themselves, this leap to a minor realm seemed rather astonishingly swift. This progress is astonishingly swifter than that of the most gifted cultivators in Xuanwu Town. It is crucial to understand that after breaking through to the realm of the Spirit Master, the resources required for cultivation are beyond the imagination of the ordinary person. Moreover, merely possessing these resources is insufficient. One must also invest immense time and effort to achieve a breakthrough to the next minor realm. In simpler terms, the Spirit Master realm represents a formidable divide, separating the realms of spiritual cultivators and spirit masters. Consequently, an individual at the Spirit Master level can effortlessly contend against 3 or 4 spiritual cultivators. Furthermore, it is worth noting the esteemed status of spirit masters within the Xuanwu Empire. Upon becoming a spirit master, one is entitled to certain privileges and benefits bestowed by the empire. This is precisely the reason why individuals fervently strive for cultivation. Who does not yearn for greater glory and status? Who does not desire the admiration and veneration of others? The thought of being over 40 and still merely a practitioner at the initial stages of spiritual cultivation weighs heavily. Just moments ago, he took pride in his journey. Yet when compared to this youthful prodigy, the disparity is overwhelmingly stark. One resides in the heavens, while the other languishes in the depths. There exists no true basis for comparison. Contemplating this, the leading man's gaze flickered with a hint of despondency. Subsequently, he looked upon the young man with a sense of despair. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the lower 3rd tier of the spiritual practitioner realm. Meng Jing exhaled a breath of resignation, shaking his head in futility. Having exhausted all his spiritual stones, he had managed to ascend merely a few tiers. Merely a few tiers. If the man beneath his feet were to overhear such words, he would undoubtedly feel a surge of frustration, perhaps to the point of wishing to spit blood. While others toil for 1 or 2 years to attain their cultivation realms, this fellow had the audacity to achieve them all in less than 10 minutes. Remarkably, he even expressed dissatisfaction at the seemingly insufficient breakthroughs. Well, perhaps upon returning, he might still have the opportunity to advance further. Meng Jing cast a glance at his surroundings, which were in disarray, and he could not help but smile faintly. So many corpses, if collected, should yield a considerable amount of spirit stones. However, upon advancing to the rank of spirit scholar, Meng Jing felt the demand for spirit stones increasing exponentially, causing a pang of distress. Contemplating this, he once again lowered his gaze to the man beneath his feet. What are your thoughts on the Zhao family now? The leader of the group remained silent, merely shaking his head in denial. The opponent's cultivation level has already reached the Spirit Master realm in their Xuanwu town. This is considered a formidable presence. The crucial aspect is that the opponent was able to achieve such a swift and effortless breakthrough, indicating the necessity of certain underlying methods. Why the silence? Observing the other's lack of response, Meng Jing gave a couple of light kicks. At that moment, feigning silence seemed rather pointless. Why had it not been done earlier? The leading man displayed a wry smile, as if resigned to his fate. It was evident that he was prepared for violence, yearning only for a swift resolution. With that thought, he closed his eyes. Meng Jing chuckled. So eager to meet your demise? I intended to spare your life. Though I wonder if you possess the wisdom to seize the opportunity. Spare my life? The leader's eyes flew open in astonishment. Let us see how resolute you truly are. What resolution? The man gazed at Meng Jing in confusion. Submit to me and infiltrate the Zhao family. Reporting any developments back to me, Meng Jing stated coldly. Is it truly that simple? The man's disbelief was evident as he scrutinized Meng Jing, questioning his own hearing. It is indeed that simple, Meng Jing reiterated firmly. He was acutely aware of his current limitations and strength. While he could easily overpower one or two individuals, confronting an entire family would prove formidable. Thus, enlisting a subordinate seemed a more prudent course of action. Not only could this ally assist in gathering resources, but he could also provide intelligence on rival families. Very well. I, Zhao Kai, willingly pledge my allegiance. Zhao Kai declared without a moment's hesitation. Goodness, your submission is rather swift, isn't it? Just as Meng Jing was about to voice his thoughts, a notification from the system interrupted him. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the first-tier low-level spiritual practitioner servant. Zhao Kai. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the first-tier low-level spiritual practitioner servant. Zhao Kai, with a loyalty rating of 85. 85%? As the system's voice echoed in his ears, Meng Jing glanced down at the man at his feet, momentarily taken aback. The loyalty of this fellow is unexpectedly far inferior to that of Li Qing. Contemplating this, he released his foot from the individual beneath him. The man named Zhao Kai expressed his gratitude and rose from the ground. What is the strength of the Zhao family? Meng Jing inquired. Eager to comprehend the formidable capabilities of the Zhao family, Zhao Bin, with utmost respect, ceased his actions and replied, Your Excellency, the strongest among the Zhao family is the family head. What is their power level? Approximately at the Spirit Emperor realm. Meng Jing gasped. It was fortunate that he had refrained from attacking the Zhao family. Otherwise, he would have faced inevitable peril. What about the others in the Zhao family? Your Excellency, there are 3 powerful individuals at the Spirit King realm, 8 at the Great Spirit Master realm, and over a dozen at the Lesser Spirit Master realm. Just as Zhao Kai was about to elaborate further, Meng Jing interrupted him. All right, enough of that. A sense of dread welled within Meng Jing. It appeared that resolving matters with the Zhao family would not be a trivial endeavor. Nevertheless, he endeavored to maintain a composed demeanor, lest Zhao Kai perceive any hint of his trepidation. Very well, in that case, focus on enhancing your strength. Subsequently, he opened his spatial backpack and dragged an item into the recycling bin, acquiring a spirit stone. Then, he retrieved the recently obtained spirit stone from his spatial ring and handed it to the individual before him. Zhao Bin, having sustained considerable injuries from his own actions, found that a single spirit stone was just what he needed to restore his strength. My lord, are you truly being this courteous? Upon seeing the spirit stone being handed to him, Zhao Bin was momentarily rendered speechless, his eyes wide with astonishment. Although this spiritual stone was not acquired, merely standing a short distance away allows one to feel the pure spiritual energy emanating from it. Such pure spiritual energy is certainly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary spirit stone. This spirit stone, utterly pure and devoid of any impurities, lay before him. Proceed. And as long as you remain loyal to me, your reward shall be plentiful in the future, Meng Jing remarked nonchalantly, waving his hand with an expression of indifference. To him, a single spirit stone was hardly a precious commodity. Presently, according to Zhao Kai's account, the Zhao family was replete with formidable individuals. Merely focusing on one's own advancement was evidently insufficient. After all, a lone hero cannot contend against many adversaries. I, Zhao Kai, vow to follow you faithfully from this moment forth. Should I betray this promise, may I meet a most untimely end. With that, Zhao Kai fell to his knees before Meng Jing with a thud. Meng Jing was left speechless. In this realm, do the inhabitants submit to others by kneeling and bowing their heads? Should I present a red envelope or something similar? The system's voice resonates. Ding, congratulations to the host. Your servant's loyalty has been enhanced. Ding, congratulations to the host. Servant's loyalty increased by 100. Has this truly improved? Listening to the sound emanating from the system, I cast a glance at Zhao Kai. To my astonishment, within less than a day, he has managed to attain full loyalty. Reflecting on this, I turned to glance at Li Qing, who was still entangled with that individual who had lost an arm, with no clear victor yet determined. This is unacceptable, Li Qing, Meng Jing muttered under his breath. Li Qing has already attained the realm of a spiritual practitioner, while his opponent is merely at the level of a transformation spirit. Moreover, he has even rendered one of the opponent's arms useless. Resolving the matter concerning Li Qing should not pose a significant challenge. How could it take so long without any resolution? Could it be that Li Qing's rapid advancement has left his cultivation unstable? Never mind, I shall lend a hand. Meng Jing shook his head and, in an instant, vanished from sight. Employing the technique of traversing the mundane, he moved with the swiftness of a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, swiftly arriving behind the man with the severed arm. With a swift motion, he raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the man's back. The man, clearly unaware of the presence behind him and defenseless, was sent sprawling through the air. A muffled thud echoed as he expelled a mouthful of blood. After tracing a parabolic arc, he landed heavily on the ground, face first. Meng Jing did not afford his adversary the opportunity to rise. He vanished once more. This time, he utilized Shadow Flash. Such a distance was perfectly suited for it. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the man. He then lifted his foot and delivered a swift kick to the back of the one-armed man. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the man's lips, reverberating throughout the forest. Observing the man beneath him gradually slump to the ground, Meng Jing did not even furrow his brow. He then slowly raised one of his feet. "Thank you, my lord." Li Qing, covered in dust and looking utterly disheveled, approached and clasped his fist in gratitude. A glance at the one-armed man below made him unable to bear looking further. This kick delivered by an adult caused the eyes to bulge out, presenting an extremely terrifying expression. The prowess of this adult is truly formidable. Suddenly, as Li Qing contemplated uttering a few words, a surge of overwhelming energy surged from a distance. Chapter 12. Acquiring benefits and continuous breakthroughs. Li Qing followed the source of that energy and cast a glance. There, not far away, sat an individual, cross-legged on the ground, with eyes tightly shut in meditation. Upon closer inspection, he too was slightly taken aback. Is this Zhao Kai? As Li Qing recognized the figure, he was utterly astounded. He couldn't help but glance at his own master. Why had his master not dealt with this person? Could it be that he was like himself? Do you know him? Meng Jing inquired, intrigued by Li Qing's expression. Indeed, my lord. This Zhao Kai is a member of the Black Dragon Gang. Are you not aware? Meng Jing shook his head. He had always resided within the Su family and had little acquaintance with anyone named Zhao Kai. His circle of familiarity was quite limited. However, he felt a sense of curiosity regarding the Black Dragon Gang that Li Qing had mentioned. The Black Dragon Gang is a force in Xuanwu town that surpasses even the sects in power. Every sect must show a measure of respect towards the Black Dragon Gang. As Li Qing spoke, he cast another glance at Zhao Kai. At this moment, the energy emanating from Zhao Kai was steadily escalating. This scene bears a striking resemblance to the moment he first transcended his cultivation. For it is solely through the spiritual stones bestowed by his master that such an extraordinary pace of advancement is achievable. It is likely that this individual has also sworn unwavering allegiance to his master. Pray tell, has Zhao Kai submitted to your will, my lord? Li Qing inquired once more. Filled with unease. This Zhao Kai possesses a rather formidable background. Not only is he a core member of the Black Dragon Gang, but he also serves as the steward of the Zhao family. The Zhao family occupies a prestigious position within the top 10 of the power rankings among the sects in Xuanwu town. Those capable of serving as the steward of the Zhao residence are exceptionally formidable individuals. To think that the master has managed to corrupt Zhao Kai, transforming him into his subordinate, this is truly remarkable. Indeed, let us not dwell on it any longer. While he is still striving to enhance his cultivation, you should also solidify your own. It is unacceptable to struggle so much against someone who is already at a disadvantage. Meng Jing smiled and patted Li Qing on the shoulder, offering him some encouragement. The individual had only recently yielded to his own capabilities in the morning, and now he was tasked with confronting an adept within the spirit transformation realm, which indeed posed a considerable challenge for him. Upon hearing this, Li Qing's face flushed crimson, revealing a look of embarrassment. It was true that he had ascended to the rank of a spiritual practitioner. Yet his rapid advancement had left him without the opportunity to solidify his strength, making him a target for those who sought to exploit him. Thus, today marked his inaugural foray into the practical application of his skills at the level of spirit transformation, and it was particularly arduous. Fortunately, in the critical moments, his benefactor intervened to assist him. Otherwise, the outcome would have been uncertain. Thank you, my lord. I, Li Qing, am prepared to brave the flames and face any peril without hesitation. As soon as he uttered these words, Meng Jing heard the system's voice resonate in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, host. The loyalty of your two servants has reached 100%. New function activated. A new function? Meng Jing's face lit up with joy. He accessed the system panel, and a new feature materialized before him. Activated gains. Upon delving into it, a swirling vortex appeared on the screen. Loyalty accumulation has reached 200%. Hourly output, 1 ordinary spirit stone. As he glanced at the information displayed, Meng Jing comprehended the implications. This is a call for the recruitment of subordinates, resulting in an exceptionally high level of loyalty. In other words, every hour, one would generate spirit stones for oneself. If this is the case, one could recruit even more subordinates. Wouldn't that mean an abundance of cultivation resources? Meng Jing was filled with excitement. After shutting down the system, he cast another glance at Zhao Kai's location. The aura of that fellow had stabilized, so there was no need for him to worry excessively. Previously, Due to forcibly consuming medicinal pills to break through his cultivation level, he had breached the realm of spiritual practitioners, leaving his body with certain aftereffects that resulted in a deficiency of spiritual energy. If the situation were severe, he might only be able to remain at the level of a spiritual practitioner without the possibility of further advancement. Fortunately, he had given Zhao Kai a spirit stone, and after absorbing one, he had begun to recover. The ethereal energy within this individual once again surged to fullness. Moreover, in addition to the replenishment of the void within him, the wounds adorning his body began to mend at a pace discernible to the naked eye. These effects are solely attributed to the pure essence of spiritual energy. Were it to be common spiritual energy, such efficacy would be unattainable. Furthermore, the benefits of pure spiritual energy extend far beyond this. It is even capable of expelling the accumulated toxins within the bloodstream. This is precisely the allure of pure spiritual energy. Observing as Li Qing and Zhao Kai successively break through their cultivation levels, Meng Jing naturally cannot afford to be idle. The corpses around have yet to be dealt with. Initially, there were 7 of them, but now only Zhao Kai remains. This means there are 6 bodies available for reclamation. One wonders what treasures might be acquired. Meng Jing secretly rejoices, waving his hand to draw all 6 corpses into his spatial bag. As soon as they were drawn in, the system's voice resonated. Ding! Does the host wish to select one-click reclamation? Meng Jing nodded in affirmation. Soon, the system's notifications rang out incessantly. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 30 intermediate spirit stones. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a common storage ring. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 4 superior ordinary weapons. A storage ring, indeed. Hearing the system's announcements, Meng Jing cast a glance at his spatial bag. At that moment, the items mentioned by the system lay within the bag. Among them was the very ring. With a flick of his hand, he retrieved the ring and donned it without a second thought. As for the 4 superior ordinary weapons, Meng Jing regarded them with disdain, regardless of their quality. Anything labeled as ordinary was mere refuse. It would be more advantageous to fuse them into spirit stones to enhance his cultivation. Promptly, he tapped the system lightly. The system's voice emerged again. Ding! Does the host wish to refine the 4 superior ordinary weapons? Meng Jing nodded and chose to refine them. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 80 ordinary spirit stones. 80 ordinary spirit stones, quite satisfactory. In comparison to previous gains, this harvest was indeed rather bountiful. Then, he continued to listen to the system's announcements regarding his acquisitions. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the yellow grade superior technique, Iron Shield technique. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the yellow grade superior technique, Fire Walking method. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the yellow grade superior technique, Crane Control and Dragon Capture technique. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the yellow grade inferior technique, Soul Transfer technique. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the yellow grade inferior technique, Xianling Turtle Shield. Once again, Meng Jing's spatial bag was filled, and a smile graced his face. Indeed, fortune favors those who utilize a heap of refuse to procure equipment. Furthermore, all 6 corpses belonged to individuals who had entered the spirit transformation realm. Thus, the system offered a reclamation price of 5 intermediate spirit stones per body. However, it is regrettable that with his recent breakthrough, he is uncertain how many realms he could ascend with only these. It seems he must find time to advance further. For now, he could examine the effects of the techniques he had acquired. If possible, he could allow himself and his subordinates to study them to enhance their combat prowess. Yet, regrettably, among the numerous techniques obtained, only one was of Xian grade level. It appears that Xian grade techniques are indeed difficult to acquire. The first technique he opened was the Iron Shield technique. Technique name, Iron Shield technique. Technique level, yellow grade superior. Cultivation requirement, Spirit Vein realm. Technique content, capable of absorbing and withstanding a certain amount of damage. With the cultivation requirement set at the Spirit Vein realm, Meng Jing furrowed his brow slightly. This technique is rather subpar. Any cultivation method that demands a relatively low level of mastery tends to be unsatisfactory. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this technique can only mitigate damage from those of lesser cultivation than oneself. In other words, it proves utterly ineffective against individuals of superior cultivation. This is utterly futile. If one possesses sufficient strength, what need is there for your feeble technique to withstand damage? Simply strike down the opponent directly. Thus, it can be said that this technique is rather subpar. Meng Jing has also resolved to merge it. Shaking his head, he then shifted his gaze to the second technique. This technique is known as the Fire Walking formula. It appears that only those attuned to the fire element can cultivate this art. Although Meng Jing is still uncertain of his own elemental affinity, curiosity compels him to delve into the Fire Walking formula. Before him, a line of text materializes. The principles of heaven and earth, the 5 elements in conflict. The Fire Walking formula of the 5 elemental arts. Chapter 13. The Fire Walking formula of the 5 elements. What is this? Meng Jing finds himself momentarily taken aback by the content presented. Soon, more elaborate details unfold before his eyes. Name of the technique, Fire Walking formula. Level of the technique, superior yellow rank. Requirements for cultivation, spiritual practitioner realm. Content of the technique, the principles of heaven and earth, the 5 elements in conflict. The scroll of the fire walking formula of the 5 elemental arts. The fire walking formula of the 5 elements? Is this merely one of its components? Perusing the introduction, Meng Jing senses that this is no ordinary matter. Although it merely belongs to the yellow rank, he continues to read further as more information appears. The fire walking formula of the 5 elements can amalgamate the spirit fire, beast fire, and core fire of the earth, thereby enhancing the maximum potency of the fire walking formula. Additionally, this technique can double the cultivation speed for fire attribute practitioners and unleash double the power against opposing attributes. Important note, should this technique incorporate 3 distinct flames, its rank will undoubtedly not fall below that of earth-level techniques. Not below the power of earth-level techniques? Is this truly the case? Meng Jing is slightly astonished. He never anticipated unearthing such a formidable technique from the corpses of these individuals. It seems that one among them must have had some considerable backing. Otherwise, Meng Jing would not have acquired such a powerful art. But what does it mean to not fall below the power of earth-level techniques? It is essential to understand that on this continent, the ranking of techniques is categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow. The most common and accessible are yellow rank techniques, which anyone can learn. The rarer ones are the mystic rank techniques. Typically, a mystic rank technique can fetch a price of over 100,000 gold coins in Xuanwu Town. Even the most inferior mystic rank techniques can command several tens of thousands of gold coins. Earth rank techniques, positioned as the second tier, are worth their weight in gold. A single one is priceless. Thus, it is evident how exceedingly rare earth rank techniques are. This earth-level martial art is not only formidable in its power, but its value is truly beyond description. In the past, a similar earth-level martial art once surfaced in Xuanwu Town, which incited a tempest of bloodshed and ultimately fetched a staggering price of 10 million gold coins at auction. This knowledge has also been acquired from the memories of the original owner of the body. However, as previously mentioned, in order to elevate the cultivation technique to the earth level, it is imperative to consume various types of fire seeds. As for what these different fire seeds are, Meng Jing retains some vague impressions in his mind. In this world, there exist 3 kinds of flames, the first of which is the spiritual fire. This ethereal flame is not something that everyone can possess. It is typically found only in the hands of alchemists. This is because, in order to concoct elixirs, one must harness what attributes spiritual energy within themselves to catalyze the manifestation of the ethereal flame. This is also the reason why alchemists hold such a prestigious position on this continent. However, when it comes to sheer power, spirit fire pales in comparison to the latter 2 types of heavenly flames. The second type of beast fire manifests as an indomitable flame that emerges upon the death of a magical beast, harboring an extraordinarily ferocious energy. Thus, the endeavor to absorb such a flame is by no means a trivial undertaking. However, once one successfully integrates a portion of beast fire into their being, it significantly enhances their cultivation. Regrettably, beast fire is not easily acquired. Moreover, it is not guaranteed that one will obtain beast fire merely by slaying magical beasts. Only those of considerable age may yield this precious flame. When discussing rarity and potency, the core of the Earth's fire seed is not only elusive but also immensely powerful. The force unleashed by a single earth fire seed could effortlessly obliterate an entire town. Unfortunately, throughout history, there have been only records of its existence, with no one having truly obtained it. This 5 elements cultivation technique is merely one of its volumes. Astonished by the rank of this technique, Meng Jing also realizes that it is but a fragment of the 5 elements cultivation methods. He is somewhat taken aback, not expecting this technique to encompass such an extensive array of content. The 5 elements technique is categorized into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Among them, Meng Jing has acquired the fire technique. Merely possessing the fire technique can be likened to the earth-level martial arts. Thus, what might be the ranks of the remaining 5 elements techniques? This aroused his curiosity. Nevertheless, curiosity aside, he must still focus on his studies, for he is the rightful heir of the alchemy house, possessing a core of spiritual fire within him. Alas, due to unknown circumstances, his cultivation has regressed over the years, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. Thus, an opportunity for rebirth presented itself. Consequently, this technique is indeed worth learning. Ding. May I inquire if the host chooses to utilize this skill? Learning. Meng Jing nodded. Upon uttering this, a magnificent wheel appeared in his mind, adorned with numerous vacant slots. In the next instant, a gentle azure flame gradually infused into the wheel. Indeed, this was the spiritual fire of Meng Jing's original body. Typically, a flame of pure and radiant color signifies a superior quality. The original owner's spiritual fire was pale blue, primarily due to their inadequate strength. Once the azure flame entered the wheel, it immediately radiated brilliance. Ding. Congratulations, host, for reclaiming a portion of spiritual fire. Do you wish to choose to reintegrate it? What on earth? Meng Jing was momentarily dazed. He had come to terms with the concept of reclaiming tables, magical beasts, and even corpses, But now, his own spiritual fire could also be reclaimed. Furthermore, he had the option to reintegrate it. Then let us amalgamate. Without a second thought, Meng Jing opted for reintegration. After all, the spiritual fire within him was far too inferior. The prospect of reintegration promised the possibility of forging a more formidable spiritual fire. Please, host, select the materials you wish to merge. As he spoke, Meng Jing noticed that a spatial backpack appeared before him. Rows of previously collected materials materialized in front of his eyes. Was he to choose the materials for the fusion? Meng Jing contemplated the materials for a few moments before quickly grasping the situation. To forge a new spiritual fire, it was essential to consume certain materials. The rarer the materials expended, the more remarkable the resulting spiritual fire would be. What should he include? Gazing into the backpack filled with various materials, Meng Jing found himself uncertain about the optimal choices. His collection included materials obtained from hunting magical beasts, as well as those reclaimed from human corpses. These materials are hardly considered rare. Even if one opts for fusion, it is unlikely to yield anything of great value. Oh, and that item almost slipped my mind. Meng Jing, with a hand to his forehead, recalled the precious artifact concealed within his backpack. This item was the black gold glass, a relic left behind by the original owner of his body. The black gold glass was obtained from a previously recovered alchemical cauldron, a material that Meng Jing had familiarized himself with earlier. It is a rare metallic substance, initially intended for crafting a chest plate for personal protection. However, it would be far more advantageous to utilize it for the fusion of spirit fire. With that thought, Meng Jing placed the black gold glass into the vacant slot within the system. The system's voice chimed in. Ding. Would the host like to consume the material black gold glass? Chapter 14. The Great Path of Heaven, Void Black Flame Fusion. Meng Jing nodded, and immediately, the system's voice resounded. Subsequently, the wheel before him began to spin incessantly. Within that wheel, Meng Jing clearly observed the black gold glass he had inserted igniting within the spirit fire. Although the pale blue spirit fire appeared gentle, its temperature was undoubtedly fierce. In that fleeting moment of the black gold glass's infusion, the flames surged violently. The entire piece of black gold glass transformed into droplets of black gold amidst the roaring inferno, issuing a sizzling sound. Was it truly so easily melted? Meng Jing gazed at the now molten black gold droplets, astonished. After all, the system's introduction had described the black gold glass as one of the most resilient substances. How could it have turned into liquid droplets in the blink of an eye? Furthermore, the intact black gold glass had once been an alchemical cauldron. What is an alchemical cauldron? It is a vessel designed for potion crafting, which must endure the searing heat of intense flames. It transformed into a multitude of droplets, a sight utterly difficult to comprehend. Subsequently, to Meng Jing's astonishment, the hue of the pale blue flames underwent a swift metamorphosis. The delicate azure was gradually enveloped by a swarm of floating, tiny black metallic particles, each exuding an intense heat. In the next moment, a chime echoed, proclaiming, "Congratulations, host. You have fused a rare flame, the void black flame." With the resounding voice of the system, the pale blue flame within the wheel vanished, replaced by a mass of black flames resembling a black hole. This swirling black flame is adorned with numerous metallic particles, bearing a striking resemblance to ethereal fire in its appearance. Has the fusion been completed? Listening to the system, Meng Jing felt that there were not many changes in himself. At the very least, the enhancement of spiritual fire should have granted him a boost in combat prowess. What is this sensation? What does it signify? Am I merely toying with it? Enough of this. Void black flame, let me witness the extent of your power. With that, Meng Jing extended one of his palms, gradually channeling his spiritual energy into it. Before long, a sphere of black flame hovered above his hand. Its emergence caused the surrounding air temperature to surge dramatically, evoking a suffocating sense of oppression. As the conjurer of the void black flame, Meng Jing naturally felt the most intense heat bearing down upon him. My lord, is this spiritual fire? At that moment, Li Qing, who had just completed his cultivation breakthrough, approached and inquired upon seeing the black flame in Meng Jing's hand. Given that his current cultivation realm was merely that of a spirit master, it was evidently implausible for someone at this level to wield a beast's fire or the primordial fire of the earth, the reasons being that his strength was insufficient, and the rarity of such flames rendered them nearly impossible to encounter for ordinary individuals. Thus, Li Qing dared to question whether what Meng Jing possessed was indeed spiritual fire. Nevertheless, even if it were spiritual fire, it was enough to leave Li Qing slightly astonished. This divine flame is a possession exclusive to alchemists. Thus, it appears that my leader is indeed an alchemist. Associating with an alchemist is such a prestigious endeavor. The mere thought of my leader generously offering spirit stones to enhance their cultivation fills me with a sense of relief. Only an alchemist would possess such extravagant wealth. Clearly, my decision to follow steadfastly was the right one. However, gazing at the swirling black spiritual fire, I still find myself somewhat perplexed. The colors of this spiritual fire are predominantly shades of azure, blue, red, and orange, with the golden flame being the rarest and most esteemed. However, the black flame exhibited by my master is a sight I have never encountered before. When did spiritual fire take on a black hue? Could it be that my memory has failed me? Moreover, standing nearly a meter away from my master, I can feel the searing heat emanating from this black flame. Clearly, this spiritual fire is extraordinary. Meng Jing nodded, recalling that he had never seen such a color of spiritual fire. Perhaps it was a result of his system integrating with his own elements that led to its creation, but how potent could it truly be? As he pondered, a rustling sound emerged from the grass. A long-eared, gray-furred rabbit scurried past Meng Jing, now hiding motionless among the foliage, oblivious to the fact that it was being observed. You shall serve as my experiment. With that declaration, Meng Jing flicked a wisp of spiritual fire toward the rabbit. The black flame shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. The rabbit's ears twitched, as if sensing an impending presence. However, in the next instant, the unfortunate creature had yet to react. The black flame swiftly engulfed its entire body, leaving it no time to emit even a single cry. Its fur, along with flesh, was incinerated to nothingness. Within a heartbeat, only a complete skeleton lay quietly in the grass. Remarkably, the surrounding foliage remained untouched. Logically, if the spiritual fire had come into contact with it, it should have ignited. Master, is this truly spiritual fire? It seems extraordinarily powerful. Witnessing this scene, Li Qing stood in stunned silence, instinctively swallowing hard. The speed at which this black flame burns is astonishingly swift, and its precision is remarkable. It inflicted such an attack directly upon that rabbit. If a human were to stand in its place, would there be nothing left but a heap of bones? He dared not contemplate this, but felt grateful to be aligned with Meng Jing. If such a flame were at his command, those aware of its might would surely hesitate to confront him. Meanwhile, Meng Jing observed the scene and nodded in acknowledgement. The power of the flame is indeed impressive. However, would it be able to manifest the same potency against an opponent of superior cultivation? He is unaware of this fact. However, the key lies in opening the information panel to observe the extent of his strength's enhancement. Thus, a deeper understanding began to dawn upon him. Consequently, Meng Jing activated his personal interface. The displayed information underwent a transformation once more. Name, Meng Jing. Age, 18 years. Cultivation level, first rank of minor spirit master. Lower grade techniques, 9 souls and 3,000 alchemy techniques, shadow flash, tiger roar and dragon chant, 1,000 techniques treading the clouds, fire technique. Physique, strong fire seed, void black flame. Rare. To his astonishment, a new category labeled fire seed had emerged. The unexpected addition elicited a slight surprise from Meng Jing, for such information had not been present prior. It appeared that new functionalities would manifest only upon the activation of certain aspects. Contemplating this, Meng Jing clicked on the fire seed category. The fire technique he had just learned, along with the comprehended fire seed wheel, reappeared before his eyes. Just as he was about to examine the details of the void black flame, his hand hesitated. Had the grade of this fire technique elevated? Previously classified as a high-grade yellow technique, Meng Jing was now taken aback to discover that its rank had ascended to a lower-grade mysterious technique. One should not underestimate this mere lower-grade mysterious technique. It is crucial to comprehend that a technique of this caliber rivals no less than 20 high-grade yellow techniques, thereby demonstrating the formidable power of a mysterious technique. However, Meng Jing's astonishment did not stem from this fact. Rather, it was the realization that by merely integrating a single cluster of fused spiritual fire, he could elevate the technique's grade. If he were to gather several fire seeds, could he not indeed break through to the earthly tier? Contemplating this, Meng Jing once again directed his gaze to the system panel. Commencing the examination of the fire seed he had just integrated. Fire seed name, void black flame. Fire seed level, spirit fire. Fire seed description, born in the mortal realm, extinguished in the void, amidst the grand Tao, leaving no trace to be found. Chapter 15, Controlling the Crane and Capturing the Dragon, the Soul Spirit's Guidance. The void black flame, the ultimate embodiment of both yin and yang in the world, possesses the ability to incinerate all that exists and to devour countless fire seeds of the realm. Note, consuming spirit fire, beast fire, and earth fire seeds will elevate the level of the void black flame, augmenting its power. Upon reaching a certain level, it may rival the fire seeds of the heavens and the earth. The ultimate embodiment of yin and yang fire, is it, in fact, the seed of utmost darkness or of utmost light? Both of these possess an incompleteness. Contemplating this, Meng Jing opened his palm, and the recently manifested sphere of black flame emerged within his hand. This blazing inferno, with flames swirling, unmistakably belongs to the realm of the most radiant fire. But how can it transform into the most shadowy flame? Could it be that, with a thought, Meng Jing swiftly summoned forth a pitch-black fire that became chillingly cold. In an instant, the temperature of the surrounding air plummeted dramatically. As Meng Jing observed the black flames emanating waves of frigid air, he burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, with a mere flicker of thought, one can directly manipulate the temperature. It is exceedingly convenient. Yet, this is the essence of the most shadowy flame. How high could the temperature of the most radiant fire soar? Curiosity piqued. Meng Jing concentrated once more. The previously chilly air abruptly transformed, and the temperature surged significantly. Gazing at the unchanging black flames, he was astonished by the stark temperature differential of several tens of degrees. This void black flame is rather formidable, isn't it? Moreover, judging by the description, the mere comparison to the heavenly fire seed has already led him to believe that the spiritual fire he has fused this time is remarkably powerful. To be likened to the heavenly fire seed, what does that even imply? It signifies the potential to obliterate an entire town. Furthermore, the ability to grow stronger simply by devouring fire seeds presents a rather advantageous method of enhancement. Meng Jing nodded, subsequently closing the page. He then resumed his examination of the treasures he had recently acquired. The third treasure is named The Art of Controlling Cranes and Capturing Dragons. Upon hearing its title, Meng Jing instinctively sensed that this technique pertained to physical prowess. This inevitably reminded him of a previous battle. There was an individual who persistently sought to close the distance, attempting to seize him. Had it not been for his remarkable agility, he might have fallen prey to that person's control. It was likely due to the nature of this technique. Now it belonged to him. Regrettably, this technique was merely of the yellow rank. Meng Jing found it somewhat beneath his notice. After all, he had nearly mastered the yellow rank techniques he was studying, leaving little room for further learning. In this land, the number of techniques one could reasonably acquire was limited, as the capacity of the human mind is finite. Merely learning a single technique could be overwhelming, let alone multiple others. This is precisely why Meng Jing scrutinized the content of skills before each attempt to learn. He sought to discern any advantages within those techniques. If they possessed merit, he would either learn them himself or bestow them upon his subordinates. Enhancing their combat prowess was certainly a worthwhile endeavor. If not, he would reclaim them like the previous techniques and exchange a few spirit stones to elevate his cultivation level. Upon opening the text, an introduction to the crane control and dragon seizing technique appeared before him. Technique name: Crane control and dragon seizing technique. Technique rank: low yellow rank. Cultivation requirements: spiritual practitioner realm. Technique content: this technique is part of the crane control techniques, one of the Tang sect's methodologies. Mastery of this technique allows for a certain degree of manipulation and control over the spiritual energy within one's body. When perfected, it can achieve effects akin to moving mountains and filling seas. Although this scroll is of yellow rank, mastering the 36 forms of the Tang sect's crane control technique can elevate its application to the superior earth rank. Superior earth rank? Is this for real? Another yellow rank technique comparable to superior earth rank techniques? When did earth rank techniques become so undervalued? On this day, I encountered 2 yellow tier techniques comparable in power to the earth tier methods. When did these yellow tier techniques acquire such immense potential? Moreover, what astonished Meng Jing the most was the system's introduction of the Tang sect. In his memory, the Tang sect was renowned as a prestigious school of hidden weapons, one of the 5 great sects of this continent. It was unexpected to discover such a treasure within the grasp of someone seemingly insignificant. It appears that each of them is somewhat entwined with certain influential connections. Once Zhao Kai completes his breakthrough, I must inquire about some details. With this thought, Meng Jing glanced back at Zhao Kai's position. At that moment, Zhao Kai's aura began to surge rapidly, indicating he was on the verge of breaking through a minor realm. It is astonishing that, after restoring his body, he could still achieve another breakthrough. It seems Zhao Kai's fortune is indeed remarkable. One should not underestimate this minor realm. Given Zhao Kai's current level as a spiritual cultivator, a normal breakthrough would not occur so swiftly. It would typically require at least half a month's time to advance to a minor realm. However, the spirit stones provided by Meng Jing have directly spared him the lengthy ordeal, allowing him to bypass 15 days of arduous cultivation. This is something to which any practitioner would aspire. Li Qing, this technique is now yours. With that, Meng Jing retrieved the scroll from his spatial pouch and handed it to Li Qing. Li Qing nodded and promptly accepted the technique that Meng Jing had tossed to him. Once he held the technique in his hands, he glanced at it and furrowed his brow slightly. This scroll of martial arts is adorned in a shade of yellow, clearly indicating that it belongs to the yellow tier of techniques. In contrast, those of the mysterious tier typically exhibit a silvery hue. What purpose could there be in receiving a yellow tier technique from oneself? This yellow-grade martial art is rather common. I don't mind possessing another. My lord, what is unique about this particular technique? Li Qing inquired. Though he understood in his heart that his master must have had his reasons for bestowing upon him this yellow-grade skill. The nature of these reasons remained a mystery, but it was evident that this technique was not to be underestimated. However, he was unsure of its exceptional qualities, prompting him to seek further clarification on its contents. This technique is quite commendable. You should certainly take the time to study it. Do not be deceived by its current yellow-grade classification. Once the necessary elements are gathered, it has the potential to ascend to the earth-grade level, Meng Jing remarked, observing that there was little disdain on Li Qing's face. He then proceeded to share the details of the technique with Li Qing, aware of its significance. Such a low-grade martial art is bound to be scorned by anyone who receives it, for it is, After all, far too commonplace. However, the situation changes dramatically when one speaks of an earth-grade technique. Take, for instance, the current state of Li Qing, whose eyes now gleam with excitement as he delicately cradles the martial art in his hands, treating it as if it were a precious treasure. This is the allure of the earth-tier cultivation technique. Rest assured, my lord, I shall dedicate myself to diligent study. After speaking, Li Qing carefully stored the scroll away. After all, an earth-tier technique is a rare treasure to acquire. With his leader asserting such a sentiment, how could there be any room for doubt? Meng Jing also nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further as he continued to examine the fourth skill scroll. The fourth skill is known as the Soul Transfer Technique, a scroll skill belonging to the Spirit Clan. The Soul Spirit Clan is not uncommon on the continent, utilizing the summoning of deceased souls to fight on behalf of the summoner. Such techniques often lean towards the darker side of practice, and few would choose to cultivate these arts. Nevertheless, compared to the demonic clan, the methods employed by the Soul Spirit Clan are somewhat more sophisticated, eschewing the underhanded ambush tactics characteristic of their foes. Thus, despite their shadowy nature, there are still certain sects within the Xuanwu Empire that opt to practice the arts of the Soul Spirit Clan, as they can enhance one's spiritual power. However, for Meng Jing, any practice that is even slightly tainted by darkness is one he is unwilling to pursue. He cannot quite fathom why he feels such a strong aversion to it. Consequently, he did not even spare a glance at the technique and promptly relegated it to the recycling bin, awaiting its disposal along with other arts he deemed unworthy. Regardless of whether the technique belonged to the lower ranks of the Xian level, if it deviated from the righteous path, it was swiftly discarded. Meng Jing is indeed that straightforward and decisive. As for why he did not consider trading it, such techniques are predominantly circulated in the black market. Reputable auction houses would never sell them. Therefore, even if he wished to sell, he would have to venture into the black market, a task not easily undertaken without the requisite strength. To enter the black market recklessly without sufficient power could lead to being thoroughly robbed. There, the absence of legal restraints fosters rampant theft and robbery. This very environment has resulted in individuals possessing greater strength than the ordinary populace outside. In the shadows, one must grow powerful to avoid being victimized. The law of the jungle reigns supreme. Only the strong survive. After relegating the soul transport technique to recycling, Meng Jing began to examine the final skill scroll. The final skill scroll left a profound impression on Meng Jing. After the adversary employed that skill, a turtle shell materialized upon their body. Were it not for Meng Jing's slightly superior cultivation and techniques, confronting that individual would have proven rather troublesome. Just as he was about to delve deeper, a sudden gust of cool air swept through the sweltering atmosphere. Beneath that refreshing breeze, the sky overhead became shrouded in dark clouds, with incessant flashes of lightning and rolling thunder. Chapter 16. The Onset of the Thunder Tribulation. The mysterious spirit turtle shield goodness. Is a storm about to brew? Meng Jing gazed up at the densely clouded sky, taken aback by the flashes and roars above. No, my lord, this could be a thunder tribulation. Li Qing, also lifting his gaze to the spectacle above, felt his expression grow grave. Upon hearing Li Qing's words, Meng Jing indeed recalled some knowledge regarding thunder tribulations. This tribulation only occurs when one's cultivation undergoes a significant breakthrough, rapidly advancing in succession, thereby capturing the attention of the celestial realm. The intensity of the tribulation lightning varies with the practitioner's level. Nonetheless, the heavens do not act with cruelty. The force of the tribulation will only exceed the practitioner's current realm by one level. However, for a cultivator focused on breaking through, even this single level can prove to be a lethal challenge. With a stroke of good fortune, one might successfully transcend their cultivation and evade the tribulation. Conversely, should misfortune strike, one may suffer a regression in their cultivation level, resulting in grievous injuries. In the direst of circumstances, annihilation may ensue. Gazing at the sky, one observes that only directly above is shrouded in ominous clouds, while elsewhere, the heavens are resplendently clear. Such a phenomenon undeniably manifests only during moments of significant breakthroughs in cultivation. What is happening? Who has incited the thunderous calamity? Could it be Zhao Kai? Aside from Li Qing and myself, the only one yet to react is Zhao Kai. Has this fellow not completed his breakthrough yet? I merely provided him with a single spirit stone. Logically speaking, the absorption rate of that stone should be sufficiently rapid, within less than half an hour. He ought to have achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation level. However, nearly half an hour has already elapsed. I have already collected all the corpses from the ground and examined nearly everything I obtained. Yet, Zhao Kai has still not completed his cultivation breakthrough. What on earth is this fellow doing? With this thought, Meng Jing turned to look back. He noticed that Zhao Kai, behind him, showed no sign of stopping. His aura was still surging, seemingly unstoppable. The man was in a state of meditative cultivation, utterly oblivious to the ominous clouds gathering above. He was completely unaware of the impending tribulation that awaited him. How fortunate this guy is to consecutively break through 3 minor realms. Feeling the intense energy emanating from Zhao Kai, Meng Jing couldn't help but mutter to himself. Just moments ago, Zhao Kai had already achieved a breakthrough in a minor realm. Meng Jing believed that for him, breaking through a minor realm was already the pinnacle of his capabilities, so he did not pay it much mind. Little did he expect that while he was engrossed in the content of his cultivation technique, this fellow had successfully advanced yet again. At this moment, he was on the verge of breaking through to the third minor realm. Such extraordinary luck is truly remarkable. Without such fortune, how could this individual possibly achieve 3 consecutive breakthroughs in minor realms with just a single spiritual stone? Even for myself, it would be implausible to progress at such an accelerated pace. Moreover, considering my own cultivation level, merely advancing 1 minor realm would require the expenditure of 3 or 4 medium spiritual stones. However, Meng Jing soon comprehended the underlying reason for this phenomenon. Fortune plays a role, yet it cannot be deemed as mere luck. More significantly, this individual had previously ingested a medicinal pill that enabled Zhao Kai to forcibly elevate his cultivation level, thereby enhancing his combat prowess within a short span. However, such a pill is not without its side effects. Yet, upon absorbing Meng Jing's spiritual stone, even the adverse effects of the pill transformed it into a divine-grade elixir. Consequently, this provided Zhao Kai with the necessary energy to transcend his cultivation. Remarkably, he managed to ascend through 3 minor realms in a single day. Were this information to be disseminated, few would likely believe it. Typically, advancing through a single minor realm requires a fortnight, and the higher one ascends, the greater the time investment becomes, rendering the cultivation process exceedingly gradual. In the past, it would take approximately 2 to 3 months to achieve such a feat now. However, he accomplished the extraordinary in less than an hour, surmounting 3 minor realms. This left Meng Jing filled with envy. It is entirely reasonable for Zhao Kai to summon a thunder tribulation, given his continuous breakthroughs in minor realms. The existence of such tribulations serves to maintain the balance between heaven and earth. Zhao Kai's extraordinary rate of advancement transcends the boundaries of conventional understanding. Yet, why does Meng Jing remain stagnant? Firstly, he possessed a certain degree of strength initially, but for reasons unknown, his cultivation regressed. It was only after activating the system that he experienced a meteoric rise in his abilities, akin to a dormant force awakening. This could be seen as a restoration of his former prowess. Secondly, Meng Jing's level of strength is not particularly high, making his rate of progress relatively normal. In contrast, Zhao Kai's situation is markedly different. His cultivation speed, once languid, has suddenly surged by several hundredfold. How could this not provoke a thunderous tribulation? This young man still requires some time to break through. Hearing the resounding thunder rumble above, Meng Jing furrowed his brow. Zhao Kai was deeply engrossed in the process of transcending his cultivation, and the slightest disturbance could lead to a complete forfeiture of his progress, potentially plunging him into madness. Such a fate, however, was merely the milder outcome. If a bolt of thunder were to strike, how could Zhao Kai's mortal body withstand such a blow? He would likely be reduced to ashes. There was no choice but to attempt it. Meng Jing muttered to himself, glancing at the final scroll nestled within his backpack. This scroll, known as the Xianling Turtle Shield, was a technique of the lower grade of the Xian class. Upon opening it, the introduction of the Xianling Turtle Shield materialized in his vision. Technique name, Xianling Turtle Shield. Technique grade, lower Xian class. Cultivation requirement, spirit transformation realm. Technique content. Mastery of this technique allows the practitioner to manifest the Xianling turtle shell as a shield, capable of resisting and absorbing a certain amount of damage. Note, there exists a 1% chance of inheriting the bloodline of the ancient 4 sacred beasts, the Zhen Tian Xuanwu, upon learning this technique. The mention of the Zhen Tian Xuanwu bloodline startled Meng Jing momentarily, but upon seeing the probability, he could only smile wryly. The subsequent content held little significance for him. With such a low probability, it was unlikely that fortune would favor him. Thus, he held no illusions about it. Nevertheless, he chose this technique solely because it was the only defensive technique he had acquired. Quickly, he tapped on the technique. The system's voice resonated. Ding. Does the host wish to learn the lower grade Xian class technique, Xianling Turtle Shield? Yes. Meng Jing nodded, and immediately, a tremor coursed through his mind. Countless memories regarding this technique flooded into his consciousness. Unlike the previous techniques, this one emphasized the condensation of the Xianling Turtle Shield. Moments later, Meng Jing fully comprehended it. He gazed upwards, noticing an increasing number of silver lightning flashes weaving through the clouds above, ready to strike at any moment. Xianling Turtle Shield, condense. Meng Jing bellowed, his internal spiritual energy beginning to circulate vigorously. He dared not delay even for an instant, and as his energy flowed around him, he also cast his gaze downward. To his astonishment, layers of spiritual energy began to envelop his body. The mystic spirit turtle shield is manifested through the condensation of one's own spiritual energy. In other words, one can choose any location for this condensation, provided that their spiritual energy is sufficiently abundant. For Meng Jing, this is quite effortless, as his spiritual energy is of the purest quality, far superior to ordinary spiritual energy. His younger brother is currently undergoing the tribulation, and as the elder brother, it is only natural for him to keep a watchful eye. After all, how else can one fulfill the role of an exemplary elder brother? Indeed, this is the essence of being a true elder brother. This is the boss. Li Qing, step back. Meng Jing spoke to Li Qing, who wore a similarly grave expression, urging him to move aside. This fellow is merely a spiritual practitioner and can offer little assistance. One can only hope that he remains unharmed. Indeed, my lord. Li Qing clasped his fists and retreated a few meters. Witnessing this scene, one couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety for both individuals. At present, Zhao Kai is nearly at the realm of a spiritual cultivator, and the impending thunder tribulation will be one level higher than his cultivation rank. This implies that the current thunder tribulation is equivalent to that of a noble's spiritual master realm. However, even within the realm of minor spiritual masters, how could the human form possibly withstand the wrath of the heavens? There is a grave risk of losing one's life. Boom. Amidst the conversation, a deep rumble of thunder resonated through the air. Immediately, the darkened sky was illuminated by a silver flash. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning descended. Xianling turtle shield, defend. Meng Jing gritted his teeth, and, at the instant the lightning surged towards Zhao Kai, he propelled himself off the ground, gathering his strength. He transformed his arms into a turtle shield to block the oncoming thunder tribulation. Crack! A resounding explosion erupted from Meng Jing's arms as the lightning struck, piercing through the gathered shield. This is rather troublesome. Gazing at the shattered shield, Meng Jing swallowed hard. He had not anticipated the magnitude of the thunder tribulation, comparable to that of a spiritual master. Fortunately, he had utilized this technique to form the turtle shield for protection. Had he attempted to block it with his arms directly, they would surely be rendered useless. Boom. As Meng Jing pondered his predicament, another deafening clap of thunder echoed. This is it. I'm done for. Observing the rapidly descending thunder tribulation, Meng Jing couldn't contain his frustration. He hadn't even had the chance to form a new Xianling turtle shield. Just as he believed his life was at its end, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have absorbed the lightning, gaining 1 lightning attribute point. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have activated the ancient 4 sacred beast Zhentian Xuanwu bloodline concentration 2. What on earth? The 2 system notifications left Meng Jing momentarily stunned. He had emerged unscathed, and instead, received benefits? Could it be that he was hallucinating? Boom. While Meng Jing was in a daze, suddenly, another deafening thunderclap reverberated through the sky. Immediately afterward, a silver lightning bolt streaked across the horizon, aiming directly at the ground where Zhao Kai and Meng Jing stood. My lord, Li Qing, witnessing Meng Jing's dazed state, called out urgently. Why is the lord suddenly in a trance at such a critical moment? The damage inflicted by this lightning strike is indeed substantial. If the adult does not take action, the lives of the 2 may be in jeopardy. Yet, no matter how fervently Li Qing called out, Meng Jing remained seemingly oblivious, frozen in place. Boom. The bolt of lightning descended, striking Meng Jing squarely, who stood in front of Zhao Kai. Instantly, thick smoke enveloped the surroundings. My lord, witnessing this scene, Li Qing's heart trembled uncontrollably as he hurried over. A single bolt of lightning struck, yet the esteemed figure remained utterly unresponsive. Even if one were to escape death, grievous injuries would be inevitable. How could mere mortals contend with the wrath of the heavens? But what has befallen this esteemed individual? How could they act so foolishly? Even if they could not avert the calamity, they should have retreated. With these thoughts in mind, Li Qing advanced into the billowing smoke. The surrounding earth, scorched by the lightning, had transformed into barren wasteland. This serves to illustrate the immense power of the lightning strike. I hope nothing has happened, my lord. Li Qing, filled with anxiety, traversed through the billowing smoke, desperately searching for the 2 figures. Having finally encountered such a formidable leader, the thought of losing him would bring endless sorrow. I pray that the leader remains unharmed. Amidst the swirling smoke, Li Qing discerned 2 silhouettes. One of them was still seated cross-legged on the ground, his aura having calmed considerably. He was merely moments away from a breakthrough in cultivation. Naturally, there was no need to worry about Zhao Kai. But what of the leader? Beside him stood another figure, motionless. My lord, are you injured? Just as Li Qing was about to approach to inquire about the leader's well-being, thunder rumbled once more from the heavens. Boom. This time, the thunder resounded even more powerfully than before, as if the heavens themselves were engulfed in wrath. Accompanied by this deafening roar, Li Qing beheld a brilliant light above. The once dim world now glimmered as if it were midday. Within his sight, a bolt of lightning descended upon them. It was all over. Li Qing felt a surge of despair, realizing he had unwittingly stepped into Zhao Kai's tribulation zone, once again provoking the wrath of the heavens. The tribulation of thunder is typically determined by the number of practitioners within a circle. Generally, a single practitioner will invoke 2 to 3 bolts of thunder. Should an additional individual join the circle, it would result in an extra 2 to 3 bolts. Presently, there are 3 individuals in their circle, which signifies a minimum of 6 bolts of thunder. At this moment, a bolt of thunder hurtled towards him. As the thunder roared, Li Qing instinctively shut his eyes. Boom! The thunderclap erupted. Yet, Li Qing felt no pain. Instead, he sensed the presence of another figure before him. When he opened his eyes, there indeed stood another person in front of him. At that moment, this individual was shielding him from the thunder. "Boss, are you all right?" Upon recognizing the figure, Li Qing was moved, astonished that his leader had taken the brunt of the thunderbolt for him. Had he been in that position, he would surely have been obliterated. "You arrived just in time." Meng Jing looked at Li Qing and offered a faint smile. Li Qing was momentarily stunned. He had intruded into the circle of tribulation, and instead of reprimanding him, his leader greeted him with such words? Had the thunderbolt affected his leader's mind? However, in the next instant, as Li Qing witnessed his leader brace against the thunder with his arms, he was left utterly speechless. "My lord, are you truly this formidable?" The human body is undeniably flesh and blood. Without a protective barrier of spiritual energy, a thunderbolt striking him would undoubtedly result in grievous injury. Yet, his leader not only remained unscathed, but also wore a serene smile. "Is the physical strength of my master truly so extraordinary?" Fortunately, Meng Jing's expression brightened as he dusted himself off, appearing quite at ease. The familiar sound of the system echoed in his ears. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have reclaimed lightning energy, gaining 1 in lightning attribute points." "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have activated the ancient 4 sacred beast Xuanwu bloodline concentration too." "Indeed, the lightning poses no threat to me," Meng Jing murmured softly. Initially, he believed he was experiencing auditory hallucinations, questioning how a mere mortal could possibly absorb the tribulation lightning. However, upon feeling the next bolt strike him, he realized that this lightning could indeed be reclaimed. Moreover, recovering this lightning would enhance his lightning attribute value. This would significantly increase the likelihood of activating his lightning affinity. It is worth noting that this attribute is exceedingly rare on this continent, with perhaps only 1 in 10,000 individuals possessing it. Meng Jing had thought his life was over, yet he unexpectedly received such a boon. This system is truly remarkable. One must ponder what, if anything, remains beyond the system's capacity for reclamation. Furthermore, after selecting the enigmatic spirit turtle shield, Meng Jing harbored little hope for the bloodline of the legendary 4 sacred beasts, particularly the black tortoise. Yet, through serendipitous encounters with lightning tribulations, he discovered that each instance could enhance his bloodline concentration by a remarkable 2%. Presently, his physical strength, bolstered by the concentration of the black tortoise bloodline, is nearly on par with that of a mid-tier spiritual adept. Given that the lightning tribulations can be absorbed, this presents a fortuitous opportunity for Meng Jing indeed. He must gather them. As thunder rumbled ominously, bolts cascaded from the heavens, accompanied by the constant chime of the system's notifications. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Reclaimed lightning. Gaining 1 in lightning attributes." "Ding! Congratulations, host. Activated the ancient 4 sacred beasts, black tortoise bloodline concentration 2. In a brief span, leveraging his agility, Meng Jing adeptly captured the falling lightning during the tribulations. Thus far, he has amassed nearly 7 bolts of lightning. Each bolt bestows upon him 1 point in lightning attributes and an additional 2% in black tortoise bloodline concentration. By calculation, he has now accrued 7 points in lightning attributes and 12% in bloodline concentration. More would be splendid. Meng Jing gazed skyward, exclaiming loudly. Opportunities to grow stronger must be cherished. Alas, following these 7 lightning tribulations, the once tumultuous clouds above began to disperse, returning to the previously serene sky. "Oh, it's over so soon. What a pity." Meng Jing sighed, incredulous that it had ended so swiftly. It seems he must await the next breakthrough in cultivation to absorb more. Beside him, Li Qing could only chuckle in disbelief. Here, in the presence of the leader, the terrifying lightning tribulations that instill fear across the continent have transformed into a mere request for more. Such a situation is truly unprecedented. Meng Jing turned to face Zhao Kai. At that moment, Zhao Kai had opened his eyes and risen from the ground. With a sudden thud, he knelt once more before Meng Jing. "I, Zhao Kai, vow to repay you with my life in the future." Chapter 18. The Black Dragon Gang. 3 years of indenture. Kneeling on the ground, Zhao Kai, overwhelmed with emotion, spoke. "Had it not been for the intervention of my esteemed master, who shielded me from the calamity of lightning, how could I have possibly withstood it given my current cultivation level? Moreover, I was in the midst of a breakthrough, leaving me with no surplus energy. Without my master's assistance, I would have undoubtedly been reduced to ashes. Rise, Zhao Kai. I have matters to discuss with you." Meng Jing regarded the respectful Zhao Kai, gesturing for him to stand. Zhao Kai complied, his expression filled with curiosity. "Master, what is it? If I know, I shall divulge everything. Please provide me with a detailed account of your brethren's backgrounds," Meng Jing requested, nodding. The impetus behind his inquiry stemmed from the high-caliber techniques he had acquired from these individuals. Each technique, regardless of its origin, possessed a significant rank and could fetch a considerable price. If these individuals hailed from the Zhao family, then the Zhao family would indeed prove formidable. However, Zhao Kai had previously mentioned the cultivation levels within the Zhao family. The most powerful was the eldest son, Zhao Bin, whom Meng Jing had already dealt with. Following him was Zhao Kai, now his subordinate, while the rest were merely at the spirit vein realm. If this were the case, the current Zhao family would be akin to refuse in Meng Jing's eyes, easily obliterated. Yet, from where had this seemingly insignificant Zhao family procured such individuals? Could it be the Black Dragon Gang, as Li Qing had suggested? Master, we hail from a local organization known as the Black Dragon Gang. Indeed, upon hearing Zhao Kai's revelation, Meng Jing realized it aligned with his suspicions. These individuals were from the Black Dragon Gang, which appeared to be a force not to be trifled with. It was time to pay heed. Otherwise, underestimating them could lead to significant troubles. What is the strength of the Black Dragon Gang? Meng Jing inquired further. Zhao Kai slowly began. Master, the situation within the Black Dragon Gang is difficult to articulate. My own strength is limited, and I have had little contact. However, I know that many within the Black Dragon Gang are disciples from major sections. Although they do not receive favorable treatment within their sects, they are influential figures within the Black Wind Pavilion. Before he could finish, Zhao Kai paused and continued. Moreover, the Black Dragon Gang ranks among the top 10 guilds within the Black Wind Pavilion and is home to many formidable individuals. This time, Zhao Wen from the Zhao family sought to retaliate against you, specifically sending me to recruit a few brothers from the Black Dragon Gang to resolve you. Little did they expect you to be so powerful, single-handedly defeating them. As he spoke, Zhao Kai could not help but display a wry smile. He continued, filled with reverence. When they arrived, they assumed you were merely a young man. How could one with such talent and cultivation possibly surpass them? They did not take you seriously. However, who could have anticipated your level of cultivation? It is nothing short of extraordinary. At such a young age, you are already above the realm of spirit cultivators. Among peers, none could possess such a high level of cultivation. In normal circumstances, breakthroughs require days, months, or even years of diligence. Yet, my master, you treat breakthroughs as a mere child's play, a simple closing of your eyes, and your strength ascends effortlessly. Subsequently, you achieve breakthroughs with ease. Thankfully, you have spared my life, and I have chosen to follow you, experiencing a successful leap of 3 minor realms in less than half a day. In the past, such progress would have necessitated months of arduous training. In light of this, it seems I have indeed allied myself with the right individuals. The Black Wind Pavilion. Hiss. Could this be yet another coincidence? After Zhao Kai spoke, Meng Jing felt a multitude of memories flooding into his mind. The influx of countless memories has awakened a faint recognition of a place known as the Black Wind Pavilion. Within those recollections, the former inhabitant of this body had once visited the Black Wind Pavilion. However, Meng Jing does not retain much clarity regarding the purpose of that visit. It seems that ever since that time, the original owner's cultivation began to decline, ultimately rendering them a mere waste. It appears that a visit to the Black Wind Pavilion is necessary to uncover the truth. But what exactly is the Black Wind Pavilion? It is the largest black market trading hub in Xuanwu Town. The Black Dragon Gang's position within the top 10 of the Black Wind Pavilion indeed signifies a congregation of formidable individuals. It appears that I must devise a means to enhance my own strength. Otherwise, should they discover that my brethren have vanished, suspicion will undoubtedly fall upon me. What will you do if this mission fails? Meng Jing inquired, furrowing his brow as he turned to Zhao Kai, seeking clarity on his next course of action. Replying to you, my lord, I could choose to return and simply claim that the mission was unsuccessful, that I am the sole survivor, Zhao Kai replied. Will they not cast doubt upon you? Meng Jing probed further. Not at all, my lord. I hold a certain standing within the Black Dragon Gang, and the guild leader is likely to trust my word, Zhao Kai reassured him. Meng Jing nodded in understanding. That is well. Should they seek to harm you, utilize the spirit fire within this ring. As he spoke, Meng Jing produced a ring, pointing his finger at it, conjuring a sphere of black flame at his fingertip. The moment it appeared, the temperature of the surrounding air escalated dramatically. My lord, is that spirit fire? Zhao Kai gasped, astonished by the black flame dancing at Meng Jing's fingertip. Hey, do not touch it, you fool. It's best to exercise caution. As Zhao Kai reached out, curious to test its potency, Li Qing, who had just completed his scroll skill training, could not refrain from warning him, gesturing towards the skeletal remains of a rabbit hidden in the nearby grass. Did this result from your lord's flame? Zhao Kai's glance fell upon the pristine bones, devoid of any flesh or fur, causing him to retract his hand in fright. Indeed, that flame possesses immense power. Exercise caution, lest you become nothing more than a skeleton yourself. Li Qing chuckled. Rest assured, this ethereal black flame only inflicts harm upon outsiders. On the other hand, Meng Jing, having infused the ring with spirit fire, handed it to Zhao Kai. Then, once more, he cautioned, this ring can be used 3 times. As long as the opponent's strength does not exceed that of a grand spirit master, it can inflict severe injury. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kai accepted the ring with both hands, his expression one of astonishment. Incredible. Meng Jing nodded and turned, tossing an identical ring to Li Qing. You should also possess one for your protection. My lord, I too have one. Li Qing exclaimed, taken aback by the unexpected gift, as he swiftly grasped the ring. This ring may not possess a high rank. However, under the infusion of spiritual fire, it transforms. The ring exuded a gentle warmth. Indeed, in my absence, it is likely that the Zhao family may create some trouble for you. Hence I provide you with a means of protection, Meng Jing remarked with a smile. My lord, where are you going when you leave? Yes, how shall we contact you afterwards? Li Qing and Zhao Kai inquired with curiosity. You are still unaware of my true identity, I presume. Meng Jing continued. It is a rare circumstance that anyone knows of my identity, not even my two servants, who are still oblivious to it. Thus, it is imperative that I disclose this to them. The two shook their heads, indicating their ignorance. I am the son-in-law of the Su family, he declared. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged bewildered glances. The Su family? Which Su family? However, Zhao Kai swiftly connected the dots. My lord, could it be that you are the so-called wasteful son-in-law Meng Jing, who entered the Su family 3 years ago? Hearing Zhao Kai's words, Li Qing seemed to recall something as well, looking at Meng Jing with astonishment. Is it truly the Meng Jing who singularly joined the Su family 3 years prior? Chapter 19. Silence breeds no scorn, a sudden revelation. Meng Jing simply nodded in acknowledgement. To think that my joining the Su family 3 years ago had spread so widely. Even my two servants had heard of it. Clearly, there must be some orchestrations behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could this become common knowledge throughout Xuanwu town? It is worth noting that, according to my recollections, my solitary entry into the Su family was known to very few. Yet, inexplicably, the tale has circulated far and wide. This is largely due to the Su family's prominence as a renowned forging sect in Xuanwu town. Suddenly, the arrival of a wasteful son-in-law invites mockery. However, the marriage contract was explicitly stated, making it difficult for the elder of the Su family to retract his word. If he were to go back on his promise, it would equate to a breach of trust, which would also become a subject of ridicule. Yet, why did they ultimately acquiesce to my entry into the Su family? It was because I had reached an agreement with the Su family, a 3-year pact. Should the original owner of this body fail to improve his strength within 3 years, he would be expelled from the Su family. Conversely, if his power were to be restored after 3 years, the marriage contract would be reconsidered. In essence, if one's strength does not grow after 3 years, one cannot blame the Su family for lacking in sentimentality and expelling him. Hence, I took residence in that dilapidated house, attended to daily by a maid. My lord, you cannot be jesting. Indeed, does the outside world not declare you a mere waste with only Qi refinement realm? Upon Meng Jing's nod, the two found it utterly incredulous. The world had been proclaiming that Meng Jing, the son-in-law of the Su family, was a mere waste confined to the Qi refinement realm. Yet, it is now evident that he is far from a waste. He has already ascended to the Spirit Master realm. Who have you seen achieve the Spirit Master realm at such a tender age? Even the so-called genius Zhang Shaokai of Xuanwu town does not possess such a remarkable cultivation speed. Moreover, my superior's display of power is that of a spirit stone. What kind of family could possibly bestow such treatment? Could it be that the rumors circulating in the outside world are mere fabrications? Meng Jing helplessly smiled. It is true that at the outset, he was indeed at the Qi refining stage. However, after activating the system, his cultivation level surged remarkably. Since you both are already aware of my identity, in the future, please convey any messages directly to me at the rockery in the back courtyard of the Su family, or simply use this ring. Upon finishing his words, Li Qing and Zhao Kai glanced down at their respective rings. The 2 rings were obtained from those individuals in the past, and now, after being infused with spiritual fire by Meng Jing, they are enveloped in an inky blackness, with a flicker of spiritual flame suspended above them. As long as you encounter danger or are within proximity to me, I shall be able to sense it. Meng Jing elucidated. After all, this spiritual fire was derived from his own essence. He could detect its presence whenever anyone drew near. The mention of the rockery in the backyard referred to his humble abode, a place he resided in due to his insufficient cultivation. It was rather desolate, seldom frequented by others, ensuring that they could seek him without arousing suspicion. Yes, my lord. The two responded in unison, clasping their fists in respect. It is getting late. We must return, Meng Jing remarked, glancing at the darkening sky. If he delayed any longer, the girl, Xiao Qing, would surely grow concerned. He could only imagine the trouble it would cause if the old patriarch of the Su family were to be informed. Further explanations would undoubtedly complicate matters. Upon finishing his words, before Li Qing and Zhao Kai could bid him farewell, Meng Jing swiftly vanished into the depths of the forest. Not long after Meng Jing departed, Li Qing and Zhao Kai did not leave immediately. Instead, they gazed at his receding figure, expressing their thoughts aloud. Who would have thought that our Lord, at such a young age, has already attained the realm of a spiritualist? His future is boundless, Li Qing exclaimed. Although he had known Meng Jing for less than a day, his loyalty to him was unwavering and absolute. This submission is not solely born from strength. Rather, it is profoundly influenced by Meng Jing's unwavering sense of responsibility as the leader. He did not blame himself for inadvertently entering the tribulation. Instead, he shielded himself from it. Were it any other leader, they would likely have abandoned him to flee for their own safety. Indeed, one wonders how the members of the Su family, who harbor disdain for the leader, would react if they were to learn that he possesses the prowess of a spirit master. Similarly, Zhao Kai, too, is filled with a sense of reflection. Such an extraordinary pace of cultivation is likely to have traversed the entirety of Xuanwu town, with no second to be found. One can only imagine the expressions on the faces of those who have long regarded their leader as a mere waste of potential when they finally uncover his true strength. The thought alone is quite amusing. Meng Jing, as was his custom, made his way to the rockery in the backyard, effortlessly flipping over to enter. He strolled along the narrow path back to his room, intending to continue his cultivation to enhance his abilities, when he noticed the flickering candlelight illuminating his chamber. Curiosity piqued. He pushed the door open to find Xiaoqing soundly asleep beside the bed. A sigh of relief escaped him. He had feared a thief had invaded his home. However, considering the state of his room, with nothing but a rickety bed remaining, it was unlikely any thief would find it worth their while. Yet, why was Xiaoqing not resting in her own room? Did she have something to discuss with him? Approaching her, he gently tapped her shoulder. Xiaoqing, wake up! The drowsy Xiaoqing blinked her eyes open, momentarily bewildered. Upon recognizing the figure before her, she became partially alert. Sir, where have you been? Why have you returned only now? Do you not know how anxious I was waiting for you? Meng Jing felt a bit embarrassed. What was there for me to wait for? Nonetheless, he waved his hand and retrieved the hairpin he had been reluctant to reclaim from his spatial pouch. Presenting it to her. I've told you countless times, do not call me sir. Simply refer to me as Brother Meng. I went to buy you this hairpin. It has been years since I ventured out, and I nearly lost my way. With that, Meng Jing offered a smile, his demeanor filled with a charming awkwardness. Such words are undoubtedly false. He could hardly recount today's events to Xiaoqing. Even if he were to share them with the young girl, she would likely find it hard to believe. It would be far more prudent to gloss over the matter in this manner. Upon seeing the hairpin, Xiaoqing's eyes sparkled with delight, her weary face brightening with a hint of joy. Young master, this hairpin is truly exquisite. Perhaps I should gift it to the young lady. If she were to know that it was a present from you, she would surely be overjoyed, she suggested, preparing to leave. However, Meng Jing swiftly grasped her arm, exclaiming, Enough, Xiaoqing. I have yet to even see her. Whether she is happy or not bears no significance to me. For the past 3 years, the only one who has served me is Xiaoqing. That young lady, who claims to be my fiancée, has not even graced me with her presence once. Such a woman elicits no fondness from me. Moreover, my mere hairpin holds little value. It could very well be scorned by the young lady of the Su family. Xiaoqing appeared despondent. Very well. I nodded to her and asked, Xiaoqing, why are you not in your room at this late hour? Is there something you wish to discuss? After speaking, Xiaoqing patted her forehead. I almost forgot. The master sent me to find you, saying he has matters to discuss. Chapter 20. The Su family's council. The 3-year agreement, the elder of the Su family seeks me out? I was somewhat bewildered. What could he possibly want at this hour? Nevertheless, I shall go and see. Although I was uncertain of the elder's intentions, I nodded in acquiescence. After all, I am currently under their roof. To refuse would be to disrespect them. All right, my lord. I will escort you. Thus, I followed Xiaoqing as she led the way to the Su family's council chamber. At this hour, the council chamber was brightly lit. Yet the sounds of heated arguments emanated from within. Even from outside, I could hear their words clearly. Patriarch, the Xiao family wishes to propose marriage. Why should we not accept? After all, they have a 4-star alchemist. Indeed. Although the Xiao family has had past grievances with us, the gifts they have sent as part of their proposal demonstrate ample sincerity. This useless Meng family member has resided with us for 3 years. We have shown enough loyalty. Why must we antagonize the Xiao family? The mention of the Xiao family and the 4-star alchemist triggered a memory of the scroll technique I had studied. The 9 Souls' 3,000 alchemical methods belonged to the Xiao family, did it not? How curious that they now sought to propose marriage to the Su family. However, we must remember that our current standing is largely due to the aid of the Meng family. Without their support, would the Su family have reached such heights? I paused at the entrance, awaiting permission to enter, when an elderly voice resonated from within. It was rather intriguing. I had not anticipated that among these elders, there were those who would speak in my favor. Master, the Lord has been brought. Outside the council chamber, Xiaoqing softly announced. In that instant, the arguing elders fell silent, their gazes shifting toward the figure standing at the door. The gazes directed at him were intricate and, naturally, most were filled with disdain for the presence of Meng Jing. His existence had tarnished the reputation of the Su family in the eyes of the world, all due to this so-called worthless individual. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for them to look down upon Meng Jing. Come in. A voice, ancient yet imbued with authority, resonated from the elevated seat within the council hall. The speaker was yet another elder, but unlike the others, this one exuded vitality and had piercing eyes. Upon seeing Meng Jing at the entrance of the hall, he cast a frosty glare in his direction. This old man possesses formidable strength. Meng Jing thought to himself as he met that penetrating gaze. Nevertheless, he straightened his chest and stepped into the council hall. Alas, I am not afraid. The old man's gaze was far more profound than a mere glance. Amidst this, there lies a desire to assert oneself, to instill a sense of intimidation. In the past, the mere presence of Meng Jing, an individual confined to the chi refinement stage, would likely have rendered him weak-kneed under such an intangible pressure. However, that is not the case now. How could a mere grand spirit master dare to behave so audaciously in front of him? It is nothing short of absurd. Yet, the elder's aura does not entirely resonate with that of a true grand spirit master. Instead, it conveys a sense of fragility, reminiscent of one who has forcibly broken through using elixirs. As Meng Jing boldly entered the council hall, the expressions of several elders shifted slightly, prompting them to engage in hushed conversation. This worthless individual has consumed 3 years of our Su family's resources, yet remains at the chi refinement stage. Indeed, he is destined to fail in the upcoming assessment. This good-for-nothing, one wonders what he has accomplished in these 3 years. It is time to expel him from our Su family. Though their voices were faint, they reached Meng Jing's ears. Yet, his countenance remained unchanged. Meng Jing, do you realize that you have been with our Su family for 3 years? Inquired the elder seated at the high dais. Upon his utterance, the others fell silent. I am aware, Meng Jing replied, lifting his gaze to meet the elder's, his tone devoid of emotion. What have you been doing during these 3 years? The elder, taken aback by Meng Jing's prideful demeanor, expressed a hint of astonishment. What has this incompetent been doing for the past 3 years? He remains a mere chi refinement level practitioner. Yet, from the haughty demeanor he exhibits, something seems amiss. How could the timid waste from 3 years ago suddenly possess such audacity? Could it be that he has merely been enduring in silence? What else could he have done but eat, sleep, and cultivate? So, after 3 years, what progress has he made in his cultivation? To what level has his strength ascended? The elder inquired once more, and the others regarded Meng Jing with curiosity. They, too, were eager to discern the depth of this waste's breakthroughs over the past 3 years. Although he appeared to be at the chi refinement level, who could ascertain the truth of his actual power? Only a test would reveal the outcome. However, the test would not take place for 3 more days. What if I were to claim that I have already transcended to the spirit master level? Meng Jing replied with a smile, casting a glance at the elder. Upon hearing this, the assembly erupted in chaos. The entire conference hall became a cacophony of disbelief. Did you hear that? A waste dares to proclaim himself a spirit master. Indeed, even the elders of our Su family are merely great spirit masters. From whence does this waste derive such confidence? Several elders around him could not contain their scornful laughter. How could someone who was a burden to the Su family 3 years ago possibly achieve the spirit master level in such a brief span? Even with relentless daily cultivation, he would at most reach the transformation level. Of course, there are elements of luck involved as well. For instance, to gather a substantial amount of spiritual energy within the body to reach the spirit heart realm, one would require at least 10 to 15 days, an impossible feat without risk of starting anew should one fail. Under such circumstances, this waste dares to boast of having reached the spirit master level. Even Zhang Shaokai from Xuanwu town does not possess such an outrageous cultivation speed. How could a mere waste ever hope to achieve this? Hearing their derisive remarks, Meng Jing merely smiled. Indeed, these individuals have long viewed him as a failure. Over time, even if this waste were to speak the truth, they would remain incredulous. In their eyes, a waste is forever a waste. Meng Jing, I have allowed you to remain in our Su family for 3 years out of respect for the assistance your Meng family provided us in the past. It is one thing for you not to cultivate diligently, but your utter lack of shame is truly a disgrace to your grandfather, Meng. Why even ask about your progress? Meng Jing rolled his eyes. If they do not believe in his abilities, why inquire about his breakthroughs? Isn't this absurd? This statement rendered the entire assembly hall momentarily silent for several seconds, as everyone gazed at Meng Jing in astonishment. This fellow dared to challenge their chieftain? At that moment, grandfather, is he truly my betrothed? Chapter 21, The First Encounter with My Fiancé E, The Alliance of the Shao Clan. Meng Jing turned to glance back and beheld a young maiden entering through the door of the council chamber. The maiden's visage resembled the chill of winter waters, her eyes akin to frost. She possessed a captivating beauty, her complexion as pure as freshly fallen snow. Furthermore, her figure was beyond reproach, nearly indistinguishable from the present Meng Jing, boasting a pair of elegantly elongated legs. Surely, such an outcome must be attributed to her post-breakthrough transformation. The only drawback was the vast expanse of the boundless grassland stretching before her, so flat, so monotonous. Yet, she donned a flowing gown of blue lace, which enhanced her allure. As she approached, a chill seemed to envelop the surrounding air. Remarkably lovely, Meng Jing could not help but murmur upon witnessing the young woman's appearance. It turned out that this enchanting maiden was none other than his fiancée E, whom he had not seen for 3 years. Today, upon their reunion, She indeed proved to be extraordinarily beautiful. Alas, her temperament did not quite align with his preferences. Her expression bore the hallmark of a stoic demeanor. Should he marry such an icy goddess, he feared they might scarcely exchange a few words throughout the night. Nevertheless, he was rather astonished by her cultivation level. At such a tender age, she had remarkably attained the spirit transformation realm, rendering her a paragon among her peers. Moreover, she had activated her inherent attributes. The frigid atmosphere surrounding this place is a result of the young girl's presence. She embodies the rare ice attribute that is scarcely found across this continent. My dear granddaughter, come forth. Allow me to witness the extent of your cultivation breakthrough. Upon entering the council chamber, the elderly figure seated upon the high throne, who had initially donned a somewhat stern expression, suddenly broke into a warm smile. He gestured towards the girl below, prompting her to approach slowly. Before departing, her gaze swept over Meng Jing, sending a chill down his spine. Goodness, you two are cut from the same cloth. Do you hold me in disdain? Were it not for my inability to find someone to poison me, I would have long ceased to associate with your Su family. Meng Jing rubbed his nose, harboring a hint of disdain. If memory serves him right, this girl is named Su Muyao, the prized jewel of the Su family. At the tender age of 6, she had already reached the body refinement stage, and by 9, she had successfully broken into the Qi refinement realm, condensing spiritual energy. She had momentarily become the most gifted individual in Xuanwu Town, second only to Zhang Shaokai. Such a prodigious talent. And yet she ends up marrying a wastrel. How could this not invite ridicule from the entirety of Xuanwu Town? As Su Muyao approached, she softly called out Grandpa and extended her arm. The old patriarch of the Su family reciprocated by placing his hand upon her wrist. Moments later, he opened his eyes, beaming with delight. Well done, my dear granddaughter. Your cultivation is quite solid. In a few days, there will be the family assessment. I shall grant you a special favor to afford you additional time to select your techniques. Meng Jing's expression darkened. If you intend to grant favors, do so discreetly. Is it truly appropriate to announce such privileges in front of so many elders? Yet, upon reflection, it is only natural that Su Muyao, being the most formidable member of the Su family, should receive such nurturing. Any dissenting elders would surely prioritize the welfare of the entire clan. A preeminent genius emerging from a family is a source of unparalleled honor for all. Speaking of techniques, Meng Jing mused that he, too, ought to acquire a few methods for study. Ideally, he would seek those that enhance physical strength. Should he encounter adversaries in the future, he would no longer need to fear assassination attempts. This thought was influenced by the memories of his predecessor. This memory is somewhat fragmented. Meng Jing is uncertain about the circumstances that led to the demise of the original owner of this body, and he remains oblivious to the appearance of that individual. In light of his ignorance, enhancing the strength of his physical form appears to be the most prudent course of action. Additionally, he harbors the hope of discovering a technique that could unravel the poison coursing through his veins. Alternatively, a comprehensive compendium on poisons would suffice. At the very least, Meng Jing wishes to devise a suitable remedy based on the condition of the toxins within him. However, where might one locate such a technique? Meanwhile, Su Muyao has commenced a conversation with the esteemed Elder Su. Grandfather, what brings you to seek me at such a late hour? Su Muyao inquired, her tone neither warm nor cold, as her gaze briefly flickered towards Meng Jing below. In her heart, she pondered, could this man truly be her betrothed? 3 years ago, when she learned she was to wed a wastrel, how could she possibly acquiesce? As a renowned prodigy of Xuanwu Town, why should she be compelled to marry a good-for-nothing? Was it merely because the Meng family had once rendered assistance to her own Su family that she was expected to sacrifice her own future in repayment? She would undoubtedly refuse such a thing. One's life should be governed by oneself. This ultimately explains why Meng Jing has not encountered Su Muyao even once since his marriage into the Su family 3 years ago. Gazing at the ordinary-looking young man below, he felt no spark of interest whatsoever. The youth, possessing an unremarkable appearance, reveals a hint of handsomeness upon closer inspection. However, his attire is rather ordinary and somewhat simplistic. To consider such a young man as a potential fiancé, one would expect him to possess a modicum of capability. My dear granddaughter, I have come today to discuss an important matter regarding your future matrimonial prospects. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Su Muyao's delicately arched brows knitted slightly. Grandfather, isn't the assessment still a few days away? So soon to discuss matters of marriage? Could it be that this useless fellow has regained his strength? This is not related to that young man from the Meng family. This time, the Xiao family has personally come to propose, and grandfather wishes to know your intentions. The old man conveyed softly. What intentions? Grandfather, you are aware that I have always preferred to walk my own path. However, my dear granddaughter, you have reached the age where marriage is expected. One cannot remain unmarried indefinitely. The old man's tone carried a hint of weariness. Grandfather, I am not merely an object to be married off for the sake of alliances. I have my own aspirations. Why must I necessarily marry? At this moment, the proud expression of Su Muya shifted, revealing a touch of reluctance. Her delicate nails had sunk into her fists, turning pale from the pressure. Sigh, very well. The old man sighed, continuing, the Shao family is indeed a prominent sect. Their clan leader has now attained the rank of 4-star alchemist, while I remain merely a 2-star artifact smith. Without a strong pillar in the Su family, I fear for our future. Is this old man truly worried about such matters? Meng Jing, who had been listening to their exchange, couldn't help but chuckle. Of course, it was not his intention to eavesdrop. Rather, since stepping into the realm of spiritualists, he had developed the ability to perceive his surroundings with acute clarity. Even the flutter of a mosquito before him was distinctly audible. Nevertheless, the old man's concerns were not without merit. The Su family appears to be affluent and influential, yet internally, its strength is rather lacking. After all, it was the support of the Meng family that enabled the Su family to attain its current status. Without the Meng family's backing, how could the Su family possibly thrive? Thus, they must seek a new ally. To find a suitable patron, a union between families is necessary. And the Shao family has keenly recognized this opportunity, extending an olive branch to the Su family. Grandfather, what are you saying? The Su family still has me. Just moments ago, I received a reply from my teacher, confirming that I have successfully obtained the admission notice from Shengnan Academy. Chapter 22. Admission Notice. Elder of the Meng family, my dear granddaughter, have you truly received the admission notice from Shengnan Academy? Upon hearing this, the elder of the Su family, initially disheartened, suddenly felt a surge of vitality, his face illuminating with an unmistakable expression of joy. He was utterly exhilarated. According to memory, Shengnan Academy is regarded as the pinnacle of educational institutions within the Xuanwu Empire, attracting a multitude of students each year. Countless individuals strive fervently to gain entrance to Shengnan Academy, yet only a few hundred, or even fewer, succeed in the rigorous evaluations. At this moment, Su Muyao has indeed received the admission notice from Shengnan Academy. How could this not thrill the elder of the Su family? Su Muyao nodded, her fingers brushing across the air, revealing a notice adorned with golden patterns. Upon witnessing this, the elders present erupted in excitement, whispers of astonishment circulating among them. It is indeed the admission notice from Shengnan Academy. They exclaimed, yes, our Su family's rise is within reach. Amidst the fervent discussions, the elder of the Su family, brimming with excitement, rose from his seat. Quickly, granddaughter, let me see it. With an affirmative hum, Su Muyao handed over the golden pattern notice. The elder's hands trembled as he received it, quivering with disbelief. Is this truly the admission notice from Shengnan Academy? There could be no mistake. He recalled having seen one at the Meng family during a grand celebration. Indeed, who would have thought that after all this time, our Su family would witness such a moment? At this juncture, not only were his hands shaking, but his lips also trembled. It had been years since anyone from the Su family had gained admission to Shengnan Academy. And now, they finally had. The resplendent gold is truly dazzling. Even in death, he harbors no regrets. Furthermore, with the admission letter from the esteemed St. South Academy, the other prominent sects of Xuanwu Town must show some respect to our refining sect. For opposing us is tantamount to opposing the St. South Academy. Who would dare to offend such a powerful faction? Moreover, the resources of the St. South Academy are abundant, producing students who are extraordinary in strength. Any graduate emerging from there could surpass the combined might of any sect. Listening to the praises and admiration expressed by these individuals, Meng Jing felt somewhat speechless. Really, did they summon me here just to flaunt their accomplishments? I initially thought there was a matter of great significance at hand. Instead, I find myself witnessing these old fellows boasting. Why did they even call for me? I would have been better off continuing my cultivation. Besides, what value does the admission letter from the St. South Academy hold compared to my own system? It's utterly laughable. In my previous life, I was an academic prodigy, having received an admission letter from Beihua University. Did I ever take pride in that? However, one elderly gentleman mentioned that the Meng family also has a member who was accepted into the St. South Academy. If I recall correctly, it seems to be my cousin. The specifics are somewhat hazy in my memory. Patriarch, should we host a grand banquet to celebrate? This would elevate the status of our Su family in Xuanwu Town. Indeed. Patriarch, let us seize this opportunity to demonstrate our strength to those sects that look down upon us. Several elders voiced their opinions. Patience, we will indeed promote ourselves. But not at this moment. The elder Su, with a beaming smile, gently waved his hand to calm the other elders. Then, with the support of Su Muyao beside him, he cleared his throat. Ahem, in the past, our Su family flourished with the support of the Meng family. We once believed that our progress would be halted thereafter. Little did we anticipate that without the Meng family, our Su family could still produce a leader to guide us. The elder Su's body trembled slightly, and his voice began to quaver. Nevertheless, we must indeed prove ourselves to the outside world, to every sect in Xuanwu Town. From this day forth, our Su family shall be recognized as a significant sect, rather than one that is bullied by all. As soon as these words were uttered, the elders below raised their arms in jubilant cheer. In response, Meng Jing silently shook his head. Was it truly necessary to be so exhilarated over merely an admission notice from the Holy South Academy? Considering Su Muyao's current prowess, obtaining such a notice was a trivial matter, especially for someone who had already entered the realm of spirit masters. It was indeed an effortless task. These elderly gentlemen truly seem unacquainted with the ways of the world. Therefore, I implore all esteemed elders to maintain strict confidentiality regarding the fact that Mu Yao has received her admission notice from Shengnan Academy. The elder's countenance turned grave as he addressed each elder below him in a low, serious tone. "Why, Chief?" queried one elder, curiosity etched on their face. "Why not seize such a splendid opportunity and let it be known?" The others echoed similar sentiments, perplexed by the chief's insistence on discretion. What could be the purpose of such a directive? Meanwhile, Meng Jing found himself equally intrigued, pondering the old man's true intentions. However, in the next moment, he felt the gaze of the Su family patriarch fixed upon him, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Oh no, as an outsider. I've caught wind of this surely. They wouldn't resort to silencing me, would they? The Su family patriarch slowly spoke. I have decided to announce this matter at the assessment 3 days hence. During this period, you may disseminate some information to attract heroes from all walks of life to participate in our Su family's assessment. That day shall mark the dawn of our resurgence. The notion of a public announcement caught Meng Jing's attention, his previous indifference evaporating as he lifted his head to meet the smiling elder's gaze. They exchanged looks, and it dawned on Meng Jing that he was merely a stepping stone for the Su family's ambitions. He couldn't help but mutter a silent curse, realizing the patriarch's true scheme. The reason this old fellow made the announcement regarding the assessment was to undermine himself while elevating the reputation of the Su family. Shortly after the elder's words fell, an indignant voice resonated in the air. Meng Jing recognized that voice. It belonged to the individual who had previously spoken on his behalf before he entered the council chamber. "Patriarch, what do you mean? The descendants of the Meng family are still present." Upon uttering these words, he was met with derision from the other elders. "What is the matter, Elder Meng? You have been living off the Su family for years. Now that the Meng family has fallen, your heart still lies with them, speaking in their favor, I see." The speaker was an elder seated to the right. The venerable elder, clad in a flowing black robe, stepped forward and, shaking his beard, spoke with a tone of disdain. "Indeed, Elder Meng, have you not considered who it was that brought you to our humble sect? Though you have endured the discomfort of our modest establishment without gratitude, now that our sect has flourished, are you not pleased to bask in its newfound glory?" Similarly, another elder, emerging from behind the first, adorned in a black robe, echoed this sentiment with a sneer upon his countenance. The two elderly figures in black robes confronted the elder, whose face flushed with indignation. After all, you are individuals nurtured by the Meng family, yet you display such ingratitude." Upon finishing his words, the elder, furious, swept his sleeves and departed. Should I not pursue him to offer some comfort? Witnessing the elder's departure, Meng Jing found himself at a loss. From the conversation, it seemed the elder was indeed associated with the Meng family. However, it was during the Meng family's support and cultivation of the Su family that this elder had been dispatched. The elder, despite residing in the Su family for so many years, has always maintained a deep connection to the Meng family. This alone is worthy of admiration. With this in mind, Meng Jing, do you have anything to say? Chapter 23. The Examination Agreement and Conditions. Old Master Su narrowed his eyes, gazing at Meng Jing. The other elders suddenly recalled that such a seemingly inconsequential individual still lingered in their discussion hall. It was not entirely their fault for failing to notice. The other party's cultivation was simply too low to attract their attention. At this moment, Meng Jing could only scoff internally. So, after all this time, they finally remembered him? What more could he say? Since the examination is set for 3 days hence, let it proceed as initially agreed. However, Meng Jing paused, surveying the individuals surrounding him. The faces of these individuals were adorned with lewd smiles, all of them looking down upon his very existence. When the time came for him to triumph in the assessment, he could hardly fathom where the expressions of these old men would be directed. He was uncertain whether they would emerge pleased or displeased. Yet what was it? An elder inquired. Meng Jing smiled faintly and continued, "If I were to emerge victorious in the assessment 3 days hence, then you shall agree to one condition of mine. How about that?" Upon his utterance, the entire assembly erupted in laughter, filled with derision. I concede that your Meng family was formidable in the past, indeed. Yet, young man, you are nothing more than a mere waste in the realm of chi refinement. How dare you entertain thoughts of victory? Indeed, I wonder who has bestowed upon you such misplaced confidence, believing you could actually win. Meanwhile, the venerable Su, seated in the high seat, revealed a subtle smile at Meng Jing's words. With a wave of his sleeve, he casually remarked, "Young man of the Meng family, I trust you overheard my conversation with Mu Yao just now." He then held up a golden-etched notification letter for Meng Jing to see, taking a certain pride in it as he proclaimed, "This is the notification from the Holy South Academy. If you recall, your Meng family's Meng Yuding once received a similar letter." And then, Meng Jing maintained an impassive gaze upon old Master Su, betraying not a single emotion. And then, this simple phrase, composed of 3 words, took old Master Su by surprise. He had not anticipated that his blatant humiliation would be met with such an unflinching demeanor from the other party. The calmness with which Meng Jing posed his question, and then led old Master Su to ponder if he were truly standing before a waste, for only a true powerhouse could exude such composure. Regrettably, this individual was merely a waste, and to him, a waste was simply someone with a thicker skin. Simultaneously, Su Muyao's frosty expression shifted slightly, her mind racing with thoughts. How could it be? This fellow bore such a striking resemblance to her teacher's aura. In that moment, this so-called waste evoked feelings within her akin to those she felt in the presence of her teacher. It was as if he had already stepped into the realm of spiritual masters. Su Muyao shook her head, revealing a self-deprecating smile. Since the young man became a member of their family, he has been deemed a failure. It is inconceivable that he could have transcended to the spirit master realm within the span of 3 years. She possesses merely the cultivation strength of the spirit transformation realm. It must be an illusion, undoubtedly an illusion. The fact that Mu Yao received a notification from the Holy South Academy indicates her formidable prowess. How can someone at the Qi refining stage possess such certainty of victory? Meng Jing chuckled lightly. How can one know without giving it a try? You young lad, do not blame the Su family for lacking in sentiment when we show you the door, declared old Master Su. The intention was to utilize the assessment scheduled 3 days hence to establish the Su family's standing in Xuanwu town. 3 years prior, due to the presence of that useless individual marrying into the Su family, they found themselves unable to hold their heads high before other sects in Xuanwu town. Now, 3 years later, this examination is to serve as a means to cleanse the stain of the past. On one hand, it would dissolve the betrothal between the Meng and Su families, while on the other, it would provide an opportunity to showcase the prowess of their forging sect to the other clans. Dare you agree to a condition? Very well. I hereby establish an agreement. Should you triumph over Mu Yao, I shall concede to your terms. The old man, Su Laozu, declared nonchalantly. He had little faith that a mere waste could truly defeat his granddaughter, which is why he so readily acquiesced to Meng Jing's request. I shall return to my cultivation now. I shan't disturb you any longer, Meng Jing proclaimed as he exited the council chamber. No sooner had he stepped outside than an elderly figure appeared before him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the elder who had just spoken on his behalf. The irate Meng Chong Lao who had departed in anger. To his surprise, the elder had been waiting for him outside. Greetings, Elder Meng. Meng Jing clasped his fists respectfully. He would always remember those who treated him kindly, and he intended to repay their kindness in due course. Ah, I cannot believe it has been 3 years. How you have grown, Jing grandson. It is unfortunate that I have been in seclusion these past years, only to emerge to hear such disheartening news. Meng Chong Lao sighed, his gaze towards Meng Jing laden with complexity. Indeed, Elder Meng, Meng Jing replied with a sigh, quietly observing the elder's cultivation level. Currently, the elder was on the verge of breaking into the spirit transformation realm, just one hurdle away from the breakthrough. Perhaps he had encountered a bottleneck. Although Meng Jing yearned to offer a spirit stone to assist Elder Meng in overcoming this final barrier, it was still too early to reveal his own strength, which would undoubtedly expose him. He decided it best to wait until after he had passed the upcoming assessment in 3 days. Sigh, Jing grandson. I have nothing of great value to offer you, but please accept this pill, Elder Meng said, eliciting a wave of gratitude from Meng Jing. He had been contemplating procuring a spirit stone to aid Elder Meng in his cultivation breakthrough, and now, the elder was willingly providing him with medicinal pills to facilitate this. Meng Jing's eyes lit up. He had been troubled by the slow pace of his own cultivation. The prospect of receiving pills from Elder Meng was indeed a welcome opportunity. Elder Meng gestured with his finger, and a small porcelain vial materialized in his hand. These are a few pills I have refined during my years of seclusion. I hope they assist you in your breakthrough. As he handed over the vial, a faint fragrance wafted forth, confirming the quality of the pills within. He could only wonder how much they would elevate his cultivation. Thank you for your concern, Grandfather Meng. In 3 days, I will assuredly win and not bring shame upon our Meng family. The elder smiled silently, reaching out to ruffle Meng Jing's hair. Jing grandson, you are the last of our Meng lineage. Whether you succeed or not is of little consequence. What matters is that you live well and carry on our family's legacy. Meng Jing nodded, feeling the warmth emanating from the elder's palm. It was the first time he truly experienced the essence of warmth. Do not worry, Grandfather Meng. I will take good care of myself. Only by living can I show those who look down on our Meng family that even if we are diminished, we are still formidable. Observing Meng Jing, Elder Meng found himself at a loss for words. Is this truly the same Jing Sunner, who has long been regarded as a mere waste without any cultivation? Today, however, he exudes an aura that suggests he is destined to triumph in the assessment in 3 days. Elder Meng remained silent for a moment before finally inquiring, Jing Sunner, tell me, if you wish to win, what conditions do you require them to agree to? With a measured grace, Meng Jing lifted his gaze towards the tower behind the Su family's conference hall. I wish to ascend the sword tower. Chapter 24, Breakthrough in Alchemy. Upon hearing this, Elder Meng also turned his eyes towards the tower behind him. It is the sword tower of the Su family. Legend has it that this tower is where the remnants of swords from generations of the Su family are housed. The very construction of this tower was intended as a tribute to the dedication and sacrifices of their ancestors. Without the toil of their forebears, the Su family would not have achieved its present standing. Indeed, the sword tower boasts a history spanning several centuries, containing at least 10,000 remnants of swords. Furthermore, it is said that the higher the level, the more prestigious the swords contained within. He had even heard members of the Su family speak of it. The highest level bears the mark of the ancestors of the Su family. Should one attain the legacy of this ancestral mark, it is highly likely that they would be the next clan leader of the Su family. Alas, the current clan leader has not received the inheritance of the ancestral mark. Jing Sunner, what is your purpose in going to that sword pavilion? Elder Meng inquired with curiosity. Meng Jing smiled gently. Grandfather Meng, that is a secret. Upon hearing this, Elder Meng chuckled. Very well, I shall not pry. However, do exercise caution during the assessment in 3 days. For that girl has already received a notice from the Holy South Academy at such a young age, indicating that her mentor is quite formidable. Rest assured, Grandfather Meng. I will be careful. Meng Jing nodded, acknowledging the truth in Grandfather Meng's words. Every prodigious cultivator is invariably backed by an inscrutable force that aids in their cultivation breakthroughs. Take Zhang Shaokai, for instance. Although he is the foremost genius cultivator of Xuanwu Town, surpassing his peers in rank, can it truly be said that his extraordinary talent alone enabled him to ascend to the spirit transformation realm? No, that is an impossibility. The background strength behind this young Kai should not be underestimated. His family belongs to a formidable alchemical sect, even more powerful than the Shao family, and is a notable presence within the entire Holy South Empire. Although Su Muyao, from the Su family, does not possess such an impressive family background, 2 years ago, during her training, she fortuitously encountered a mentor from the Holy South Academy. Under the guidance of this mentor, her cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. In contrast to the two of them, Meng Jing's situation is considerably bleak. He lacks a robust background and has insufficient cultivation resources. The only means available for his training is the residual spiritual essence in the air. While absorbing this essence may lead to gradual breakthroughs in his cultivation, prolonged exposure can deteriorate his body due to the excessive intake of spiritual residue. This is also one of the reasons for Meng Jing's current traversal. Fortunately, after traversing, Meng Jing activated the system, which allowed him to reclaim spiritual stones that were far more potent than the meager spiritual debris. Not only did this enhance his cultivation level, but it also significantly improved his physique. Very well, Jing Sun, I shan't disturb your rest any longer. Remember, your safety is of utmost importance. Meng Jing nodded, watching as his grandfather gradually departed. He then began to walk towards his room. As he walked, he took out the elixirs he had just gathered. Upon uncorking the vial, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. These elixirs appeared to be replete with spiritual energy, unlike the monotonous method of directly absorbing spiritual stones. Consuming elixirs to break through one's cultivation level was an experience Meng Jing had yet to try. He wondered what it would be like. Hastening back to his residence and ensuring he was alone, he climbed onto his bed. He poured out the elixirs from the porcelain vial, arranging them meticulously before him. Let us see if these can help me ascend a minor realm. Currently, he was at the minor spiritual master level, and to break through to the next tier, he would typically require a dozen spiritual stones. It would be far more advantageous to emulate Zhao Kai, who had ingested a single elixir and, through serendipity, managed to ascend 3 minor realms. After contemplating, Meng Jing selected one elixir, holding it in his palm before swallowing it whole. The moment it was ingested, the energy contained within the elixir unfurled, coursing through his body. Excellent, Meng Jing exclaimed, immediately beginning to channel that energy throughout his being. Thump, thump, thump. The energy flowed like a nourishing rain. Wherever it traveled, his bones crackled as if breaking through the earth, visibly revitalizing. Under the influence of this energy, every inch of his bones shimmered with a golden light. Was this a form of forging himself? Meng Jing marveled at the transformations within him. He had never anticipated such astonishing changes following his breakthrough to the minor spiritual master level. Previously, breaking through with spiritual stones felt as effortless as drinking water, a matter of moments. However, consuming an elixir was a different experience. Though the entire process was rather gradual, for Meng Jing at that moment, it was profoundly gratifying. Each inch of his sinews and bones was refined, causing his previously toned physique to become more robust. Continue. Although that single elixir did not elevate him to a new minor realm, for Meng Jing, the satisfaction it brought was even greater than a mere breakthrough. This physical training, aimed at enhancing the strength of the body, has always been a desire of mine. This time, under the influence of the elixir, Meng Jing felt a significant enhancement in the strength of his physical body. As for the extent of this improvement, Meng Jing was uncertain. However, the energy contained within a single elixir is inherently limited. Before the forging process was fully completed, the energy bestowed by that elixir had already been depleted. At this moment, One must not hesitate. It is imperative to seize the opportunity. Thus, Meng Jing once again took out a grain and swallowed it. The energy that had been depleted within him was once more replenished. In that moment, Meng Jing felt a resounding buzz in his mind, his entire body becoming suffused with a feverish heat, as though he were ensconced within a furnace. He had not anticipated that the initial cleansing of his marrow and fortification of his bones would lead to such a profound metamorphosis on this second occasion. Under the onslaught of that potent energy, Meng Jing was drenched in perspiration. Come on, break through. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to cry out. At this moment, calling out would undoubtedly alarm every resident of the Sioux Manor. Yet, the sensation was excruciating. It felt as though 1,000 ants were gnawing at his bones. A piercing agony. After a prolonged moment, the system's voice finally resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully transcended to the second tier of the minor spiritual master realm. By Jove, he had finally broken through a minor threshold. At that instant, Meng Jing, whose body had been somewhat tense, felt a wave of relaxation wash over him upon hearing the system's announcement. Exhaling a deep breath, he couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. He never anticipated that this second ingestion of the elixir would nearly cost him his life. Yet, fortunately, he had achieved a breakthrough. Truly, it had not been an easy feat. Moreover, his physical condition had undergone a significant transformation. The previous breakthrough had enhanced Meng Jing's physique, rendering him indistinguishable from an average young man. However, the current change made him resemble a quintessentially handsome man. Goodness, he was rather pungent. Meng Jing patted his back and realized that his garments were drenched in sweat, exuding an unpleasant odor. Slightly disgusted, he shed his shirt, revealing a set of 8 well-defined abdominal muscles. A smile crept across Meng Jing's face. He could finally consider himself a man with abs. With that thought, he reached for another elixir. He figured he should at least finish consuming these pills before taking a bath. Resolute, Meng Jing swallowed the elixir. As with the previous one, it transformed into a surge of energy that rushed to his abdomen upon entering. Just as he was about to begin his cultivation, a wave of agonizing pain surged through him. Suddenly, a mass of eerie green substance erupted forth. Chapter 25. The outbreak of the poisonous body. This emerald-hued entity began to stir violently as the energy from the elixir flowed nearby. Like a famished tiger, it lunged toward the torrent of energy. How dare you? This is what I require to transcend my cultivation. Meng Jing, witnessing this, could not help but utter a curse. This emerald green entity is none other than the toxic substance that has long lain dormant within one's own body. Meng Jing had believed that this toxin would never activate again. However, to his astonishment, at this crucial moment of his breakthrough, it has indeed awakened. Now, the very first act of this revived entity is to consume the energy he intended to utilize for his ascension. Such a matter, how could Meng Jing possibly agree? The stagnation of his own cultivation was one aspect, but the other concern was that if this creature absorbed the energy, it could lead to a catastrophic eruption, spiraling out of control. Thus, Meng Jing resolutely resolved to thwart this poisonous entity's ambitions. With that thought, he immediately began to regulate the surrounding spiritual energy to safeguard the normal flow of that energy. Soon, a layer of azure spiritual energy enveloped the mass. However, the poisonous entity seemed oblivious, continuing its advance toward the energy. Block it. Meng Jing gritted his teeth. Suddenly, upon contact with the spiritual energy surrounding the mass, a sizzling sound erupted. Is it effective? What is happening? Meng Jing pondered, momentarily bewildered. Could it be that this poisonous entity feared his spiritual energy? Was this the reason for its prior inaction? Contemplating this, Meng Jing directed the spiritual energy within him to slowly advance toward the poisonous entity. After experiencing the recent pain, the entity recoiled, seemingly apprehensive of the spiritual energy's presence. Meng Jing's expression brightened. He had not expected his spiritual energy to be so effective. But why was this the case? He quickly recalled the notion of pure spiritual energy. Previously, during his breakthrough, the energy he absorbed was indeed of pure quality, and the spiritual energy within him had transformed into something equally refined. It was likely the purity of his spiritual energy that instilled fear in the mass. After all, pure spiritual energy is impervious to all poisons. Let us see if you dare to absorb my essence. Meng Jing chuckled, and immediately, countless streams of pure spiritual energy surged toward the poisonous entity. With no path for retreat, the entity crackled as the pure energy made contact with its surface. Wisps of toxic mist began to peel away from the entity. This is not good, Meng Jing realized, regretting his actions. The entity, once a singular mass of poison, had now fragmented into wisps of toxic mist under the suppression of his pure spiritual energy. While still toxic, these finer particles would undoubtedly be more challenging to handle. Ding. Would you like to recover the toxic mist? Suddenly, the system's voice resonated. Meng Jing, momentarily at a loss, widened his eyes. Could this mist also be recovered? Then I shall recover it. Meng Jing nodded, and in the next moment, the system's notifications followed in quick succession. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to the third tier of the Junior Spiritual Master realm. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to the fourth tier of the Junior Spiritual Master realm. Upon hearing the two notifications, Meng Jing was left utterly astounded. What is the situation? Swallowing a single pill merely allows for a breakthrough of a minor realm, and if it were to involve spirit stones, one would require at least a dozen to possibly ascend a single minor realm. Yet now, by absorbing a wisp of toxic mist, I have astonishingly advanced 2 minor realms in the Spirit Master hierarchy. Were it not for the surge of power coursing through my body, Meng Jing would truly believe he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. This is utterly astonishing. My goodness, this toxic body is indeed a remarkable asset. Meng Jing suddenly realized that this toxic body serves as a profound means for elevating his realm. Consuming elixirs and absorbing the spiritual energy from spirit stones pales in comparison to the swift enhancement he experiences through this source. If that is the case, then he shall make the most of this toxic body. Previously troubled by it, Meng Jing now felt an overwhelming joy. He once again controlled the pure spiritual energy as it surged forth. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully breaking through to the intermediate 5th level of the minor spiritual master realm. After the system notification echoed, Meng Jing let out a long sigh of relief. At last, the intermediate realm of the minor spirit master has been achieved. A breakthrough that Meng Jing has longed for. Tears of frustration welled up within him. He could scarcely fathom the multitude of materials and weapons he had consumed to attain his current level of cultivation. The journey had proven to be exceedingly arduous. Were these sentiments to reach the ears of an outsider, they would surely be driven to the brink of madness. Meng Jing, having traversed through time, had only been here for a mere few days. Yet, within this brief span, he had ascended to the realm of the minor spirit master. How could anyone else possibly achieve such a remarkable feat in such a fleeting moment? How could the path of a minor spiritual master be so easily traversed? For an ordinary individual, reaching the heights of Meng Jing would require at least a decade or two of diligent cultivation. Thus, when Meng Jing remarks on the difficulty of the journey, it almost seems to evoke envy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the 6th tier of the minor spiritual master realm. Meng Jing nodded, surprised to find that after advancing to the 5th tier, his cultivation speed had become even more sluggish than before. Previously, a mere wisp of toxic mist could elevate him by 2 tiers, but now, to ascend even a single tier, he required 2 wisps. Observing the toxic entity, after Meng Jing unleashed pure spiritual energy to counter it, the mass of toxins deflated like a punctured balloon, gradually transforming into a sphere the size of a pill. Once this toxic entity had taken the form of a sphere, no matter how Meng Jing applied his pure spiritual energy, it failed to release the previous toxic substances. Was this truly the end? Meng Jing felt a twinge of disappointment, as he had hoped that this toxic entity would assist him in breaking through to the realm of the great spiritual master. It is gone. Can one not feel a sense of disappointment? Alas, there is no choice but to continue consuming the elixirs. After shaking his head, Meng Jing picked up a pill and swallowed it, choosing to disregard the toxic pill. After all, the system had not indicated whether it could be retrieved. If retrieval were possible, Meng Jing would have resolved this vexing dilemma long ago. The fact that it cannot be retrieved suggests that this toxic pill remains a latent threat. However, given the current lack of activity, Meng Jing chose not to dwell on it further. After swallowing the 3rd medicinal pill, a surge of spiritual energy once again coursed through his body. Soon, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully broken through to the upper tier of the 7th stage of the minor spiritual master realm. With a sigh, Meng Jing acknowledged his achievement in surpassing the 7th stage of the minor spiritual master realm. He realized he had only 2 pills left, and it seemed that advancing further in the minor spiritual master realm would prove challenging. How troublesome it is to require 1 pill for each minor realm. What if I consume them both at once and absorb them alongside the spirit stones? Chapter 26, The Fury of the Shao Family. An idea sparked in Meng Jing's mind. He contemplated swallowing the remaining 2 pills simultaneously, complemented by the spirit stones in his spatial backpack. What kind of breakthrough might occur? With this thought, Meng Jing retrieved the spirit stones from his backpack. He placed 2 of them on the bed. Surely, the combination of 2 spirit stones and 2 pills would suffice. He mused, recalling how Zhao Kai had achieved a leap of 3 minor realms with just 1 pill and 1 spirit stone. If he combined 2 spirit stones with 2 pills, he did not dare to hope for a leap of 6 minor realms, at the very least. He wished for a jump of 3 minor realms. Achieving a breakthrough to the major spiritual master realm would be a significant accomplishment. Just as Meng Jing prepared to absorb the energy, he paused, his brow slightly furrowed. If I succeed, will it attract the wrath of the heavenly tribulation? Zhao Kai has successfully transcended 3 minor realms, each triggering a thunderous tribulation. If he were to achieve a breakthrough himself, would it not also invoke a similar calamity? Such an occurrence would be disastrous. Currently, he resides within the Su family estate. Should a tribulation arise, it would inevitably reveal his identity. The exposure of his strength could pose significant risks, especially since he has yet to identify those who have conspired against him. Thus, it seems he must venture beyond the city under the cover of night. As Meng Jing contemplated this, he busily tidied the items before him. Once everything was in order, he set forth towards the city gates. Meanwhile, at the Shao residence, a commotion ensued. This is terrible. Is anyone there? We must see Lord Shao. A hurried group arrived at the gates of the Shao family, with the leader pounding on the door, occasionally gasping for breath. The great doors of the Shao estate creaked open to reveal a portly figure, yawning. The sleepy man regarded the hunters with a look of displeasure and queried, "What on earth are you lot shouting about at our doorstep in the dead of night? It is already quite late at night. Why do these hunters not return home to rest, but instead come to the Shao family? This is troubling." The leading man gasped for breath, momentarily at a loss for words. "What nonsense are you spouting? How can there be anything wrong with the Shao family? If it weren't for the absence of our master, we would certainly give you a thorough beating. Not long ago, our Shao family even visited the Su family to propose a union, and now, only a few days later, there are whispers of discontent. Is this not a lamentation? My elder brother implies that Miss Shao of the Shao family may have met with misfortune." Observing their leader's inability to provide any substantial information, a younger member of the group stepped forward, hastily offering an explanation. Upon finishing, he gazed at the foremost man. The leader nodded and retrieved a blood-stained hairpin from his pocket, intricately engraved with the character for Shao. As he presented it, the portly man who had opened the door suddenly lost his drowsiness, snatching the hairpin to scrutinize it closely. "Indeed, this is a hairpin belonging to our Shao family," the elderly man exclaimed in disbelief. He distinctly recalled that this hairpin had been meticulously selected by the master to gift to the eldest daughter on her birthday. Now, it had fallen into the hands of these hunters, stained with blood. Coupled with the fact that his young lady had not returned for 2 or 3 days, it seemed she truly had encountered a grave misfortune. "Quickly, follow me to see the master." With that, the portly man secured the hairpin and led them to find old Master Shao. In the Shao family's conference hall, a young man seated beside a middle-aged figure inquired, "Father, do you believe the Su family will agree to my marriage proposal?" The middle-aged man lifted his teacup, taking a gentle sip, and chuckled lightly. "Rest assured, Xiener, the Su family has diminished significantly since the fall of the Meng family. Moreover, your sister is on the brink of becoming a 4-star alchemist. Once she returns, we shall have her accompany you to press the Su family, with 2 4-star alchemists from the Shao family. Do you think those old codgers from the Su family will refuse?" After speaking, the middle-aged man took another sip of tea. Yet, the young man still bore a look of concern. "But father, why hasn't sister returned yet? The day of the Su family's assessment is approaching. And I remember that the Su family had a betrothal with the Meng family, did they not?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man burst into hearty laughter, rising from his seat. Approaching the young man, he patted his shoulder reassuringly, saying, "My foolish son, you need not worry. That Meng scion is merely a waste and poses no real threat to you." His expression darkened momentarily. The Meng family once dared to oppose us. Now they are left with nothing but a useless heir. What can they possibly do? Yet, his countenance shifted again, pondering, but still. "Your sister has been away for so many days. Why has she not returned?" Suddenly, a hurried voice echoed from outside the conference hall. "Something is amiss, my lord." Following this exclamation, 5 or 6 individuals rushed into the hall. The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow, his demeanor growing serious. "Xiaofeng, who are these people? What are they doing here at this late hour? Do they wish to court death?" He reproached the portly man. "It is not what you think, my lord. There is something of great importance to report." The portly man replied, producing the secured hairpin once more and respectfully offering it. Initially, the middle-aged man regarded it with disdain, unwilling to look directly at it. To examine a blood-stained hairpin at such an hour seemed ominous. However, he cast a fleeting glance. In the next moment, he stood frozen. "This hairpin, is it not the one I gifted to Lingo?" Without a care for the blood, the middle-aged man reached out to grasp it. The young man also approached his father, gazing at the hairpin in his hand, equally astonished. "Is this not my sister's most cherished possession? Xiaofeng, from where did you obtain this hairpin?" "The hairpin was a gift from my father to my sister, who cherished it dearly and often wore it." "How did it end up here?" At that moment, the middle-aged man's emotions erupted in fury. The bloodstains on the pin suggested that something terrible had befallen his daughter. "Master, this hairpin was discovered by this group of hunters. You must inquire with them." Seeing both his master and young lord enraged, Xiaofeng shuddered. Shao Linger was the most favored person in the Shao family. Anyone who dared to harm her would be challenging the entire clan. Furthermore, Miss Shao Linger had already become a 3rd-tier alchemist, just 1 assessment away from achieving the rank of a 4th-tier alchemist. She was poised to attain that status upon her return. Yet, no one anticipated such calamity. After Xiaofeng spoke, the furious gazes of the middle-aged man and the young man fell upon the group behind them. "Who has dared to harm my daughter? Speak now, or none of you shall escape alive from the gates of the Shao family." Faced with the terrifying aura emanating from the elder and the youth, the 5 hunters were paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling. In a moment of desperation, they all knelt on the ground. Master, young master. We found this hairpin in a beast's den. There was only this pin when we discovered it, and we did not see Miss Xiao. One of them stammered. Indeed. We suspect that Miss Xiao might have. But before he could finish, he was met with a furious shout from the young man. Impossible. My sister went out with Zhao Bin and the Zhao family. How could anything happen to her? Chapter 27. Breaking through to the great spirit master realm. Meng Jing arrived at the expansive forest he had visited before. Given his current strength, he could easily venture into higher-level forests. However, he refrained from doing so, as he wished to avoid disturbances from magical beasts during his breakthrough. If he entered a higher-level forest, the likelihood of encountering formidable beasts would increase, which could disrupt his crucial moment of advancement. Therefore, Meng Jing followed his previous memories and located the cave, the very place where he had dealt with Zhao Bin and his companions. It was an ideal sanctuary for cultivation and breaking through his cultivation level. He stepped inside, found a suitable spot to sit, and placed 2 spirit stones around himself. Subsequently, Meng Jing retrieved 2 pills from his ring and, without hesitation, swallowed them. After swallowing the 2 pills, a surge of ferocious energy erupted in his mouth, subsequently enveloping Meng Jing entirely. Taking a deep breath, he immediately commenced his cultivation, for he was on the verge of breaking through to the great spiritual master realm, a task demanding utmost diligence. Thus, he resolutely subdued the tumultuous energy, gradually guiding it to flow through various parts of his body. Once the violent energy had calmed considerably, Meng Jing began to absorb the spiritual energy emanating from the spirit stones placed around him. A dual resource breakthrough. Meng Jing was determined that he would not be thwarted in his pursuit of transcending this minor spiritual master realm. The spiritual energy of the external spirit stones appears relatively tranquil compared to the tumultuous energy within. Delicate and gentle, the pure spiritual essence envelopes Meng Jing's form, seeping through the pores of his skin and penetrating into his very being. As the pure spiritual energy from the outside world continues to accumulate, 2 distinctly different currents of energy fill Meng Jing's being. He wonders, can they not merge? Sitting cross-legged in meditation, Meng Jing senses the presence of these 2 disparate energies, a slight frown forming on his brow. These 2 auras are utterly incapable of merging with one another, let alone absorbing each other. This situation is rather awkward. If the uncontrollable spiritual energy accumulates excessively within one's body, it resembles an inflated balloon that will ultimately succumb to the pressure and burst. By the heavens, the void black flame. Meng Jing uttered these words, and instantly a swirling mass of black flames materialized within him. Following the emergence of this dark fire, the 2 distinctly different energies began to react. The energy from the consumed elixir, fierce and potent, seemed to cower upon encountering the void black flame, obediently merging into the pure spiritual essence. The essence of this void black flame is fundamentally derived from the consumption of pure spiritual energy. It possesses the ability to devour ordinary spiritual energy in order to augment its own power. Initially, Meng Jing contemplated that since absorption was not feasible, it would be more advantageous to allow the void black flame to enhance its might. To his surprise, the spiritual energy produced by the elixir yielded in fear. This elicited a smile from Meng Jing. As the tumultuous energy fused into his cultivation, the gentle spiritual aura emanating from the spirit stones surged forth. At last, a distinct crack was heard, followed by the system's notifications ringing out in succession. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully broken through to the upper tier of the 8th rank in the minor spirit master realm. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully broken through to the upper tier of the 9th rank in the minor spirit master realm. Meng Jing exhaled a breath of impure air, feeling significantly more invigorated. Just one more rank remained. He was but a small step away from ascending to the great spirit master realm. It was imminent. The breakthrough was nearly at hand. Thus, Meng Jing closed his eyes once more, allowing the residual spiritual energy within him to circulate again. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached the cave, accompanied by a raucous clamor. Lord Xiao, we discovered Miss Zhao's hairpin in this cave. What transpired? Meng Jing was taken aback. It was already deep into the night. How could there still be people arriving here? The Miss Xiao referred to here is none other than the woman whom I tragically struck down just a few days prior. Meng Jing felt an unsettling sensation. Yet he was currently in the midst of a profound breakthrough. To halt now would be tantamount to self-sabotage, and it could very well result in a regression of his cultivation. Master Xiao, I perceive footsteps. It appears someone has recently visited. Upon uttering these words, Meng Jing heard the footsteps grow considerably louder, drawing ever closer to his position. He cursed under his breath, realizing he had no other option. With a swift motion, Meng Jing extended a hand towards the entrance of the cave, channeling his own spiritual energy, and struck downwards with force. A resounding boom echoed as a multitude of rocks cascaded from above, effectively sealing the cave's entrance. He then endeavored to lower his voice, adopting the tone of an elderly man, and inquired, "Who are you, to dare disturb this old man's cultivation?" The aged voice resonated, causing the footsteps outside to come to an abrupt halt. Subsequently, a murmur of conversation ensued. What could be the matter? It seemed as though someone within was engaged in cultivation. Had we intruded upon their practice? One voice expressed concern. Soon after, the furious voice of a middle-aged man erupted. I care not who is inside. I demand to know who murdered my daughter. As he spoke, Meng Jing heard a thunderous barrage. The entrance he had sealed with falling stones began to yield, struck by relentless blows. One rock nearly fell upon his head. He cursed under his breath. Were it not for my current breakthrough, you would have met your demise long ago. Gritting his teeth in anger, Meng Jing cleared his throat and continued. Do you intend to oppose me? I am Shao Qing of the Shao clan. If you wish to avoid offending us, it would be prudent to allow us entry. A cold smile crept across Meng Jing's face. Is your Shao clan truly formidable? As his words fell, he raised his hand. In the fleeting moment before the cave entrance was breached, he unleashed a strike infused with half of his strength. Unfortunately, a middle-aged man appeared just in time, and that blow landed squarely upon his chest. Suddenly, Meng Jing heard a soft splatter, reminiscent of a mouthful of old blood being expelled. After all, he had discerned the opponent's cultivation level, which was merely at the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm, against one of lesser strength. Such a strike would surely result in severe injury, if not death. On the other side, the middle-aged man, who had just forced open the cave entrance, was caught unawares and was struck directly by the blow. Father, cried the young man standing behind him, rushing to support him. The middle-aged man's complexion paled, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. By my word, the opponent possesses the strength of a peak spirit master. This is no trivial matter. Upon hearing of the peak spirit master's prowess, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. Lord Shao, we found your daughter's hairpin here. But the rest is beyond our concern. Another exclaimed. Indeed, we cannot afford to offend someone of the spirit master realm. We must take our leave. With that, the hunters who had guided them scattered in haste. It was well known that a spirit master's strength was exceedingly rare in Xuanwu town. As mere hunters, they had no desire to provoke such a formidable figure. Those scoundrels. Father, should I not enter and confront that old fool? The young man, witnessing his father's injury and the retreat of the others, gritted his teeth in frustration. He stood up, ready to charge into the cave to avenge his father. Shao Qing swiftly grasped his son's arm, his expression darkening. Xian, the adversary is not to be trifled with. You are no match for him. But father, just then, a thunderous roar echoed like a clap of thunder. Chapter 28. The pleas of the Shao father and son was the opponent on the verge of breaking through to the great spirit master realm? As the deafening sound reverberated, Shao Qing's pupils widened in realization. He had just felt the might of that blow, which resonated with the peak of the spirit master realm. In the blink of an eye, one is already poised to ascend to the realm of the grand sorcerer. The speed of this cultivation is truly astonishing. My dear sir, I sincerely apologize. I was rather reckless just now. I implore you not to take it to heart. Enduring the intense pain in his chest, Shao Qing rose to his feet and shouted toward the entrance of the cave. If the other party truly breaks through the great spiritual master realm, then they have offended this esteemed elder. Even the entire Shao family combined would not stand a chance against him. Shao Qing felt a pang of regret for his earlier impulsiveness, prompting him to hastily apologize to the elder. From within, a faint chuckle echoed, but little else was uttered. Shao Qing's face turned ashen, realizing he had indeed incurred the elder's wrath. Once the elder completed his cultivation breakthrough, it was likely he would come seeking retribution. Suddenly, a resounding boom reverberated, causing the ground to tremble violently. Above the cave, the surface split open like a shattered watermelon, revealing a sky thick with dark clouds. Shao Qing looked up, a flicker of terror crossing his eyes as a silver bolt of lightning cleaved the heavens, accompanied by the roar of thunder. A formidable strike of lightning descended towards the indistinct figure below the cave. Elder, be careful. Shao Qing couldn't help but exclaim. Being struck by such a lightning bolt would surely result in utter annihilation. Boom. As the tribulation lightning struck, the shadowy figure below remained motionless. Instantly, a cloud of dust billowed from the point of impact. Father, do you think that elder will survive? The young man was equally astonished. The elder had not budged an inch. Could he possibly endure another strike of tribulation lightning and still live? The elder was likely. Just as Shao Qing believed the elder had met his demise, a voice emerged from the swirling dust. If you two do not wish to offend me, come inside. What? The elder was not dead? Hearing the voice emanating from the dust, both Shao Qing and his father were left in stunned disbelief. This thunder tribulation surpasses the old gentleman's level of cultivation by an entire rank, indicating that its severity resides at least within the realm of a spirit master. What does it mean to be at the spirit master level? A formidable warrior of this caliber is equivalent to 3 individuals of the great spirit master rank. Under such circumstances, could that venerable elder still be alive? What are you two dawdling for? If you do not come forth soon, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Meng Jing intoned once more amidst the swirling dust. The father and son of the Shao family stood momentarily stunned. Why did the old gentleman choose to enter the confines of his own cultivation area, knowing full well that doing so would result in an increase in the frequency of thunder tribulations? Did the old gentleman truly remain unaware? Father, what shall we do? The young man gazed at his father, uncertain of the course of action. Should they venture into this thunderous tribulation? It was entirely plausible that a bolt could strike them down, leading to their utter demise. A troubled expression surfaced upon Xiaoqing's countenance. Indeed, the peril of entering the old gentleman's realm of cultivation was excessively high. He dared not take such a risk. To abstain meant death. To proceed also spelled doom. Very well, Xianer, assist your father to his feet. We shall heed the old gentleman's counsel. The young man could only nod in agreement, helping his father rise from the ground as they advanced into the depths of the cave. No sooner had they entered than a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens. A fork of lightning, resembling a silver serpent, swiftly descended from the sky to the earth below. Father, we are doomed. The young man, upon witnessing the lightning, was paralyzed by fear, collapsing to the ground. They had not anticipated that their entrance would provoke such a tempest. Such luck is truly unparalleled. Xiaoqing, too, felt a wave of despair rising within her. What could this elderly gentleman possibly want to do on his own? At this moment, it seemed that both father and son were doomed. A tempest of thunder was about to descend, and Xiaoqing suddenly felt a chilling breeze sweep past him. In the next instant, a figure appeared, standing resolutely before them. Elder, what are you planning to do? Xiaoqing inquired with curiosity, gazing at the old man clad in a black robe. Was he intending to shield him from the impending thunderstorm? As the bolt of lightning surged forth, Meng Jing raised his arms. With a faint crackle, the formidable thunder vanished without a trace. This left Xiaoqing somewhat dumbfounded. Could it be that this venerable gentleman has absorbed the tribulations of thunder? This thunderous tribulation is certainly no ordinary phenomenon. How could mere mortals withstand the force of such a celestial strike? Yet, this venerable gentleman has indeed accomplished it. Is this truly the realm of the grand spiritual master? For a moment, a cold sweat trickled down Xiaoqing's forehead. Fortunately, he heeded the advice of the elder. Otherwise, once that venerable figure achieved a breakthrough, he would undoubtedly seek to trouble him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Meng Jing, preparing to face another thunder tribulation, was filled with uncontainable laughter upon hearing the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have harvested lightning, gaining 1 in lightning attribute points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have activated the ancient 4 holy beast bloodline of the celestial turtle, increasing its concentration by 2. This time, he had accumulated nearly 4 lightning attribute points, and the bloodline concentration of the celestial turtle had risen by 8%. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have collected a total of 10 lightning attribute points. Would you like to redeem and fuse them into a skill? Meng Jing shook his head, not in haste to exchange them. The collection of lightning attribute points, upon reaching a total of 10, allows for the random fusion of skills. Naturally, the skills thus fused will inherently belong to the lightning category. Often, the more lightning skills one acquires, the greater the likelihood that the attributes one activates will lean towards lightning. Now, while the lightning tribulation is still present, one must seize the opportunity to gather as many as possible. In a moment of contemplation, another bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. Meng Jing, of course, would not let such an opportunity slip by. With a swift motion, he vanished from his original position. This left Xiaoqing, who stood behind, particularly astonished. Is this truly an elderly gentleman? Such extraordinary speed, is it truly befitting of an elder? Moreover, why does this venerable gentleman relentlessly pursue the thunder tribulation, while others scramble to evade it? This elder appears to be unlike the rest. Could it be that he is a practitioner of thunder-based cultivation? Is he perhaps immune to the harm inflicted by the thunder tribulation? Might he be absorbing the tribulation to enhance his own power? In that fleeting moment, Xiaoqing was engulfed by a myriad of speculations. Meanwhile, Meng Jing had successfully gathered 10 bolts of thunder tribulation. Compared to the last time, there are now 3 additional challenges. This brought great joy to Meng Jing, as every 10 points accumulated in the lightning attribute could be reclaimed to forge a new skill. Considering this, I can at least acquire 2 lightning-based skills. How could one not feel elated? Moreover, the density of this bloodline has already risen to 14% during the last assessment. This time, the collection has at least elevated the bloodline concentration by over 30%. Once the celestial turtle bloodline is thoroughly activated, I cannot fathom the transformation that will occur in my physical strength. As the thunder tribulation concluded, Meng Jing turned to glance back, finding the young man from the Xiao family had already collapsed. Why did he disturb my meditation? Chapter 29. Thunderwing ascending. Meng Jing approached, extending a hand and gently lifting it. Instantly, an invisible force seized the opponent's throat, causing Xiaoqing's body to rise into the air. The suffocating sensation rapidly flushed Xiaoqing's face a deep crimson. This is a technique exclusive to those of the Great Spirit Master realm, employing intangible spiritual energy to bind and inflict harm upon adversaries. At this moment, Xiaoqing felt an overwhelming discomfort. "Old sir, spare my life. I was reckless in my previous actions," Xiaoqing pleaded incessantly. Being merely at the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm, he had no recourse but to beg for mercy. "And how much do you believe your lives are worth, you and your father?" Meng Jing inquired coldly. The Xiao family, after all, holds a prominent position among the sects in Xuanwu town. When it comes to rare treasures, they undoubtedly possess a wealth of them. Therefore, Meng Jing certainly intends to seize this opportunity for plunder. With his own resources dwindling, he could only rely on what this father and son could offer to bargain for their lives. "Ahem, esteemed elder, please name your price. Whatever I can provide, Xiaoqing will surely deliver." Meng Jing chuckled, then relaxed his grip. Subsequently, he extended his other hand from his robe, drawing in a forceful motion. At once, Xiaoqing felt a compelling tug on his fingers. The ring he wore slipped off with a swift sound, soaring towards Meng Jing. "I shall accept this ring. This ring, a high-grade one, could fetch tens of thousands of gold coins if sold." Meng Jing could hardly believe that such a valuable item would lack treasures within. This. Xiaoqing instinctively reached out, intending to reclaim his ring. This ring was purchased at a considerable expense, and now it has become the possession of this elderly gentleman, which brings a twinge of regret. Upon realizing that his realm far surpasses her own, Xiaoqing relinquished her desires. Money can be earned anew, but once life is lost, nothing remains. "Rest assured, old man, I shall not take your possessions without due cause. This item is yours." With that, Meng Jing brushed his finger across his ring and extracted the remaining few spiritual stones, tossing them to Xiaoqing. She promptly caught the stones and felt a surge of pure spiritual energy in her palm. The pure spiritual energy enveloping him was undeniably soothing, evoking a sensation of impending breakthrough in his cultivation. How remarkably pure this spirit stone is. Xiaoqing picked up a spirit stone, examining it closely in his hand. Gazing at the immaculate ice blue gem, devoid of any impurities, he couldn't help but exclaim, "It is nearly impossible to find another spirit stone of such pristine quality in Xuanwu town." The elderly gentleman unexpectedly bestowed upon himself 3 celestial stones. These 3 precious gems should greatly aid in your cultivation breakthrough, far surpassing the efficacy of consuming medicinal pills. Meng Jing remarked lightly as she tucked the ring away, a wave of secret delight coursing through her heart. This seemingly ordinary spiritual stone, for him, could easily be obtained by merely recycling a table or a chair. Observing his rustic demeanor, it was evident that he had not been exposed to the wider world. Meng Jing realized that this fellow was indeed about to take the bait. "Is that true, sir?" Xiaoqing inquired, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she gazed at Meng Jing. Currently, her cultivation was at the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm. But due to the excessive consumption of elixirs in her earlier years, she now found herself facing a formidable bottleneck. In the end, no matter how one cultivates oneself, a smooth breakthrough remains elusive. Over the years, as an alchemist, he has perused a plethora of materials, yet none have provided a solution. Now, this venerable gentleman asserts that these few spiritual stones may aid him in transcending his cultivation. How could one prevent him from feeling astonished? Yet, is this truly feasible? After all, despite years of searching, no solution has been found. Just relying on these 3 spirit stones seems rather challenging, does it not? If you doubt my words, feel free to begin absorbing and cultivating at this very moment. Meng Jing raised an eyebrow, his tone frigid as he spoke. "I am merely extending a helping hand to facilitate your breakthrough. Perhaps in the end, you might be moved enough to accept me as a subordinate." It is worth noting how prestigious it would be to have the head of the Xiao family as a junior in Xuanwu town. Should any troubles arise in the future, it would be quite advantageous to have Xiaoqing to intervene. Moreover, the Xiao family is a renowned alchemical sect, undoubtedly possessing numerous elixirs. Should we nurture Xiaoqing appropriately, it is not far-fetched to believe that future breakthroughs in cultivation could very well hinge upon their medicinal concoctions. As time progresses, the breakthrough of cultivation realms becomes increasingly arduous, and the probability of such breakthroughs diminishes correspondingly. In light of these circumstances, it is imperative to consume certain elixirs to enhance the likelihood of success. Upon hearing Meng Jing's words, Xiaoqing was momentarily taken aback. "I trust you, esteemed elder," Xiaoqing declared with a respectful gesture, and without hesitation. He seated himself upon the ground beside his son, retrieving a spirit stone to commence his absorption. As the spiritual stone was absorbed, the warm spiritual energy began to flow into the body, permeating every acupoint. Each meridian that received this pure energy facilitated the unblocking of previously obstructed blood vessels. It truly works. Xiaoqing was astonished, never anticipating that the elixirs accumulated over the years would begin to expel the toxic residues from his body, little by little. After absorbing the spiritual stone, what an awful smell! The young man, who had been in a state of unconsciousness nearby, was roused by the overpowering stench. The repugnant stench emanating from the carbuncle was overwhelmingly pungent, causing even Meng Jing, who stood a short distance away, to display a look of disdain. "Father, we are still alive," exclaimed the young man, exhilarated as he felt his body was unscathed, addressing his father who was engrossed in his cultivation. "Little one, do not disturb your father during his breakthrough. Go play elsewhere," Shao Qing replied, continuing his meditation undeterred, his aura gradually intensifying. Meng Jing, choosing to disregard the duo, simply moved aside, a sly grin appearing as he beheld the treasures within the ring. Within this ring lies not only elixirs, but also several commendable martial arts techniques. However, what astonished Meng Jing the most were the coins contained within. By estimation, there must be at least 100,000 gold coins. It is no wonder that people often refer to alchemists as wealthy individuals. Indeed, this seems to hold true. Carrying such a sum of gold without fear of robbery is quite remarkable. After meticulously organizing his belongings, Meng Jing decided to find a suitable time to address these matters. For now, while Shao Qing was in the midst of a breakthrough in cultivation, he could explore the possibilities of merging and discovering what kind of lightning-based skills he could conjure. Thus, he proceeded to open the system interface. The page displaying the lightning attribute points emerged within view. "Ding, may I inquire, host, if you wish to reclaim 10 lightning attribute points to integrate the lightning technique?" The voice of the system resonated. Meng Jing nodded in assent. In the next moment, the 10 lightning attribute points vanished from his spatial backpack. Before him, a flash of blue light appeared. "Ding, congratulations to the host for reclaiming lightning attribute points and successfully merging them to produce the superior grade Xuanjie technique, Thunderwing Celestial Surge. Goodness, it's actually a superior grade Xuanjie technique." Upon hearing this notification from the system, Meng Jing felt an overwhelming urge to laugh with joy. Initially, he had presumed that the technique manifesting in blue light would not be particularly advanced. To his astonishment, it turned out to be a superior grade Xuanjie technique right from the start. How exhilarating. Thunderwing Celestial Surge, superior grade Xuanjie. Cultivation requirements, none. Cultivation level, Great Spiritual Master Realm. Technique description, mastering this technique allows one to hover in the air for a period, inflicting thunder strikes upon ground-based foes, accompanied by a paralyzing effect. Technique value, as 1's level increases, both the duration of hovering in the air and the paralysis effect will enhance. Are you truly that remarkable? This hovering ability could be considered a form of flight. Among the myriad of treasures on the continent, the rarest of all are the flight scrolls, nearly impossible to come by. To my astonishment, I have obtained one. What a stroke of luck. However, Meng Jing did not rush to learn it. Rather, he intended to seize this fortuitous moment for yet another opportunity. "Ding, may I inquire if the host wishes to reclaim 10 points of lightning attribute and merge them with the lightning technique?" Meng Jing nodded, and the remaining 10 points of lightning attributes vanished without a trace. Surely, this must be a remarkable treasure. Meng Jing mused to himself. In an instant, a flash of golden light appeared before him, accompanied by the voice of the system. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have reclaimed the lightning attribute points and successfully merged them to produce the Supreme Divine Technique, Thunder Dao of 3000. Chapter 30, Supreme Divine Technique, Thunder Dao of 3000, a Supreme Divine Technique? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Meng Jing was filled with uncontainable joy. Who would have thought that today would bring such extraordinary fortune? First, he drew a high-level mystic technique, and now, he had acquired a divine technique. Such fortune is truly remarkable. However, is it not the case that the highest tier of cultivation techniques on this continent is the heavenly level? Why then does a divine level technique exist? Curiosity piqued, Meng Jing opened this technique. The detailed content appeared before his eyes. Thunder Path Technique, Divine Level Upper Grade. Cultivation requirements, none. Cultivation levels, none. Content, none. What on earth? The 3 consecutive knowns left Meng Jing utterly bewildered. Is this truly a product devoid of any specifications? The absence of cultivation requirements and levels was something Meng Jing could comprehend. There is no content regarding the cultivation methods. How can one discern their quality? It would be beneficial to provide an introduction to the cultivation methods, so one can comprehend their potency. There is nothing of significance here. What can one learn? Meng Jing shook his head and continued to peruse the pages that followed. If the subsequent section on the value of the cultivation method proved to be equally devoid of substance, he felt on the verge of despair. Upon turning to the next page, he discovered words inscribed upon it. Meng Jing sighed in relief. Having text was certainly preferable to an absence of it. The value of the cultivation method read, to cultivate amidst the storms, thunder, and lightning, alongside the 5 elements, is to align with the heavenly way. After absorbing this, Meng Jing fell into a contemplative silence. Why is it so scant? Such a meager amount of content begs the question of what can truly be discerned. However, if taken literally, amidst the tempest of wind, rain, and thunder, one might argue that possessing 2 skills of the lightning attribute signifies a certain degree of mastery over this element. Furthermore, concerning the 5 elements, I have currently cultivated the fire technique from the 5 elements martial arts. What purpose could these 2 together serve? I cannot comprehend. Meng Jing shook his head in exasperation. It appears that, at this moment, understanding the true nature of this technique is beyond my reach. Nevertheless, I shall pursue my studies regardless. Ding. May I inquire, host, if you wish to learn the esteemed Xian-level technique, Thunderwing Skyflame Flash? Meng Jing nodded. Subsequently, a multitude of images flooded his mind. The Thunderwing Skyflash possesses a terrifying velocity akin to the descent of thunder itself, making it an exceptional piercing skill in Meng Jing's arsenal. Moreover, its immense power is comparable to his current Void Black Flame. The only drawback lies in its excessive consumption of spiritual energy. Given his present capabilities, he can utilize this Thunderwing Skyflash no more than 3 times. It appears that this skill should be reserved for dire circumstances, serving as a formidable trump card. Suddenly, a voice from the system inquired, "Host, would you like to learn the Divine Grade Superior Technique, Thunder Dao Method of 3000? After the system's voice resonated, Meng Jing hesitated for a few moments. This product, lacking any identifiable brand, certification, or origin, may pose certain issues upon usage. This aspect left Meng Jing somewhat apprehensive. Nonetheless, he resolved to focus on his studies. With a wry smile, Meng Jing nodded and began to learn the martial art, for it was a divine-level technique. Subsequently, a sound like a chime resonated, leaving Meng Jing momentarily stunned. Had he truly completed his studies? There is, indeed, nothing but a void in my mind's eye. Is this not a mere fabrication of a divine skill? Meng Jing feels utterly despondent, bereft of tears. A simple hint would suffice. Even a fragment of a technique would be appreciated. What is this, devoid of any substance? Is this truly worthy of being called a divine technique? Could it be that the secrets of the heavens cannot be revealed in such a manner? Just as Meng Jing found himself on the verge of tears, an overwhelming aura suddenly surged from behind him. Turning to look, he discovered that Xiaoqing had already broken through to the transformation realm. At this moment, she was relentlessly striving to ascend to the realm of spiritual cultivators. This revelation astonished Meng Jing. He had only bestowed upon him 3 ordinary spirit stones, sufficient at best to facilitate a breakthrough into the spirit transformation realm, advancing him to the status of a spiritual practitioner. With a stroke of good fortune, he might even ascend 2 minor realms. Yet now, Xiaoqing had not only successfully transcended to the spirit transformation master realm, but his aura was surging dramatically, showing no signs of abating. However, Meng Jing quickly comprehended the underlying reason for this development. The reason for Xiaoqing's sudden surge in aura is entirely due to the numerous elixirs he consumed in his quest for a solution. Initially, he had not fully absorbed these potions. His ability to reabsorb them now is solely attributed to the spirit stones provided by Meng Jing. This propelled him to relentlessly pursue the realm of spiritual practitioners. This is indeed beneficial. The higher this individual's cultivation rises, the more advantageous it will be for his future. It seems that incorporating the Xiao family into his own sphere of influence is imperative. Naturally, Meng Jing is undeterred by the possibility of Xiaoqing's descent. Having bestowed upon him power, he is equally capable of dismantling it. Yet, one must ponder why this individual's breakthrough in cultivation did not invoke the heavenly tribulation. Meng Jing gazed upwards at the sky, momentarily lost in thought. Throughout this journey of transcending one's cultivation, I have ascended through several realms in succession. Surely, it should invoke the tribulation of thunder. Yet now, the sky has merely taken on a shade of azure, faintly illuminated. It seems that the thunderstorm will not be summoned after all. Just as Meng Jing gazed upwards at the heavens, Xiaoqing, with eyes closed in meditation, suddenly erupted with a fierce roar that startled Meng Jing. What on earth is he shouting about? Meng Jing muttered to himself. However, Xiaoqing's furious exclamations did not cease, one after another. They erupted like the roars of a ferocious beast, causing Meng Jing to furrow his brow slightly. This should not be a typical breakthrough in cultivation. What is the matter with this fellow? In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from his original position and appearing beside Xiaoqing. What is going on with your father? Meng Jing inquired in a low voice. As he approached Xiaoqing, he noticed that the man was drenched in sweat, with beads of perspiration cascading down his forehead. In comparison to his previous breakthrough, Meng Jing sensed a far more terrifying and chilling aura emanating from Xiaoqing. It did not resemble the typical energy associated with a normal breakthrough. After speaking, he shifted his gaze to Xiaoxian. There, he observed Xiaoxian's thin lips pressed tightly together. After Meng Jing's inquiry, a trace of awkwardness surfaced on his face. To be honest, old sir, my father absorbed a mass of beast fire years ago, and due to his insufficient strength, he has spent these years suppressing the eruption of that beast fire. Little did we expect that today, upon finally breaking through to the spirit transformation realm, that creature would also break free from its seal. Upon hearing this, Meng Jing's attention returned to Xiaoqing. Beast fire? The second most cherished ember upon this continent. It is indeed surprising to discover such a valuable treasure within Xiaoqing. No wonder this individual has managed to ascend to the rank of a 4-star alchemist, with this beastly flame at his disposal. While the path to becoming a 4-star alchemist is not devoid of challenges, it is certainly not insurmountable. It will undoubtedly yield results that are far more fruitful with less effort. I humbly beseech you, esteemed sir, to lend a hand to my father. As Xiao Xian's voice fell, he suddenly knelt before Meng Jing with a thud. Meng Jing waved his hand, signaling for the young man to rise. The beast fire upon him is indeed a remarkable treasure. Even if Xiao Xian refrains from speaking, Meng Jing will undoubtedly devise a method to acquire it. After all, I possess the void black flame, which thrives on absorbing other fire types to enhance my power. I never anticipated encountering a cluster of beast fire so soon. It seems that I must secure this beast fire today. Guard the vicinity and refrain from disturbing me. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the safety of your father's life. Meng Jing uttered lightly, positioning himself behind Xiao Qing and settling down. He then raised a hand, channeling his pure spiritual energy into his palm, which he struck against Xiao Qing's back. Instantly, a heart-wrenching roar reverberated throughout the entire cavern. Chapter 31. The beast fire is a fool, old sir. Is my father all right? Hearing his father's anguished roar, Xiao Xian, who was on watch nearby, could not help but turn back to inquire. Rest assured, he will not perish. And do refrain from interrupting me. If you distract me and your father's life is lost, it will not be my concern, Meng Jing replied, raising another hand to infuse his pure spiritual energy into the other's body. He intended to compel the beast fire to reveal itself through this method, subsequently engulfing it with the void black flame. However, despite both hands channeling energy, there was no sign of the beast fire emerging. Should this continue, it would only lead to an excessive accumulation of spiritual energy within Xiao Qing, risking a fatal explosion. Ha ha ha, ignorant human, I have finally broken free from my seal. Suddenly, a smile crept across Xiao Qing's lips, accompanied by a chilling, somewhat foolish laughter. Did you ever consider my feelings when you absorbed me? It is now time for you to pay the price. With that, Xiao Qing swayed his body and laughed maniacally toward the heavens. Oh dear, what a predicament. Meng Jing rolled his eyes, freeing one hand to strike the back of Xiao Qing's neck. Ouch, that hurts. Xiao Qing's laughter abruptly ceased, and he fainted. Subsequently, Meng Jing began to concentrate fully on infusing spiritual energy into Xiao Qing's body. Moments later, the body emitted a series of dull sounds. You foolish human. Do you think knocking that person out will halt my laughter? Ha ha ha, you cannot contend with me. I am a being of immense power. After hearing this, Meng Jing's expression darkened. Is this creature truly a fool? This beast's fire is merely the manifestation of its ignorance. How long has it been since this has perished? Yet it can still articulate human speech? How can it possess such wisdom? This indicates that this beastly flame is indeed extraordinary. The more remarkable the entity, the more it piques Meng Jing's interest. He chuckled softly, for although I am unaware of the form of the beast before me, it certainly must be a coward to hide within the confines of a single human body. Meng Jing chuckled and communicated directly through thought. Upon uttering these words, the aura within Xiao Qing erupted with ferocity. You speak nonsense. I am the sovereign of my clan. How could I possibly be a coward? How dare you, a mere human, make such assertions about me? Do you not believe that I could easily extinguish your life? The furious aura declared. Is that so? Yet you remain confined within a human form, too afraid to reveal your true self. Is that not the very definition of cowardice? Meng Jing provocatively retorted. By taking this approach, it compels the other party to reveal themselves, thereby sparing oneself unnecessary troubles. Heh, do you really think provoking me is effective? I am well aware of the cunning nature of humanity. The cold presence let out a derisive snicker, tinged with disdain. Oh, I did not expect you to possess such cleverness. Meng Jing chuckled, realizing that the entity was aware of its own attempts to provoke him. The being seemed to take the compliment to heart, smiling with a hint of pride. Indeed, I am quite astute. Upon hearing this, Meng Jing narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems this beast's intellect is that of a mere child. Heh, I have heard that typically, intelligent magical beasts possess rather pathetic strength. Could it be that your combat prowess is so lacking that you dare not emerge from this human form? A smile crept across Meng Jing's face as he communicated telepathically. Immediately, a dissatisfied voice responded. Who said that? Oh no, I mean, this king possesses immense power. With a single punch, I could send you flying. Do you believe it? I do not. Well, since you do not believe, I shall emerge and defeat you, so you may witness my true prowess. As the words fell, the aura surrounding Xiao Qing suddenly transformed. Countless black energy clusters surged forth from the crown of Xiao Qing's head. Instantly, the entire cavern was enveloped by this mass of dark energy. This somewhat resembles the toxic essence within Meng Jing's body. However, in contrast to the venomous core, this mass of black gas is devoid of any discernible odor. Furthermore, it appears significantly larger. Ha ha ha, have you witnessed the true visage of this king? Are you filled with fear, trembling before my presence? Meng Jing gazed expressionlessly at the swirling black gas before him. Just as he was about to call out to Xiao Xian to take his father further away, he discovered that the lad had fainted in sheer terror the moment the dark mist emerged. How exceedingly timid. Look, there lies one. Meng Jing smirked, pointing towards the place where Xiao Xian had fainted. Ha ha ha, do you see? I have proclaimed my might. The dark figure laughed heartily. Yet, in the next moment, the laughter ceased abruptly. Ah, Wait a moment. Why haven't you succumbed to fear? Meng Jing shrugged his shoulders, asking, why should I faint? Am I not formidable enough to instill fear? With a chuckle, Meng Jing extended his palm, and instantly, a sphere of black flames hovered gracefully above his hand. At the moment the flame manifested, the surrounding air grew intensely hot. Why should I feel fear? It is you who should behave. With that, Meng Jing hurled the orb of black flame into the sky. Ignorant humans, I shall not be intimidated by your fire. The dark aura laughed menacingly, coalescing its gaseous form into a fist, which it directed forcefully towards the black flame. With a swish, the black flame erupted like a blooming firework, scattering into myriad tiny black and golden particles as the fist struck. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Upon impact, the dark aura felt a wave of heat. White smoke rising from its fist. How can this flame be so scorching? The dark entity complained. Ha, let the void black flame devour you. As Meng Jing's words echoed, the scattered black metallic particles on the ground began to converge. They gathered together once more, forming a sphere of black flame that hovered in the air, aimed directly at the dark aura. Just a moment ago, it was lamenting its wounds. Now it beheld the black flame lunging towards it, letting out a piercing shriek. Oh, don't come near me. I am not ready to die. It cried out while fleeing. You are already dead. How could you possibly resurrect? Merge with my black flame and enhance its power? Would that not be splendid? Meng Jing chuckled at the sight of the dark aura desperately trying to escape. How can this fellow possibly embody the ferocity characteristic of a beast? Instead, he resembles a naive child. I did not perish. Rather, I was in the throes of rebirth when that scoundrel took advantage of my vulnerable state to slay me. The darkness scurried away, pointing at Xiaoqing's corpse while cursing vehemently. And then, Meng Jing, standing aside, became intrigued. Subsequently, this rogue assumed I had transformed into beast fire and proceeded to absorb me. Upon hearing this, Meng Jing was momentarily stunned. So, you are not beast fire? Chapter 32. Subduing the dim-witted beast fire. I have never claimed to be beast fire. Besides, which beast fire possesses intellect as profound as mine? The voice of the dark mist grew increasingly agitated, to the point that Meng Jing felt it might burst into tears. No wonder I found it somewhat incredulous before. This Xiaoqing possesses merely the strength of the transformation realm. How could he possibly withstand the might of the beast flame? To my astonishment, it turns out that this entity is not the beast flame at all. It is truly a significant misunderstanding. Since this fellow is not the beast flame, there is no need for the void black flame to consume him. For, even if it were to devour him, there would be no substantial gain. Nor would there be any enhancement in power. As Meng Jing prepared to wave his hand and summon the void black flame back, the wails of the black energy echoed once more. Ah, please, tell your flame to cease its pursuit. I am willing to do anything you ask. Anything you ask. Upon hearing this, Meng Jing gazed at the mass of black energy and could not help but smile, initially intending to let the entity go. Meng Jing suddenly changed his mind, redirecting his focus towards it. TSK, I cannot discern its strength, Meng Jing remarked. The inability to perceive its power suggested that this black energy was formidable, perhaps even surpassing his own capabilities. As for the exact measure of its strength, Meng Jing could not ascertain. If you submit to me, I might consider sparing you. Impossible. There is no way this king would submit to a mere human. As the words were spoken, the speed of the black energy had significantly diminished. The pursuing void black flame had caught up to it, unleashing a fiery barrage upon its rear. In agony, the mass of black energy clasped its behind and fled. Meng Jing scoffed lightly, a smile gracing his lips. Since you refuse to submit to me, so be it. I shall let my void black flame consume you, thereby enhancing my own strength. You, how dare you? You wretched human. The black energy seethed, feeling as though it might spit blood, though it lamented the absence of blood to expel. What an audacious and shameless creature of humanity. How utterly detestable. I shall confront you with all my might. With that declaration, the swirling mass of dark energy ceased its retreat, instead hurtling directly towards Meng Jing. As the ominous shadow drew near, Meng Jing made no attempt to evade it. Instead, just as the dark mass was about to reach him, he snapped his fingers gently. The ethereal black flames, which had been trailing the dark energy, instantly materialized before Meng Jing, forming a protective barrier that shielded him. Sizzling sounds erupted as the dark energy, unable to retract in time, encountered the black flames. Two formidable claws disintegrated into wisps of white smoke upon contact. Ah, it hurts. The dark entity lamented. Meng Jing smiled, amused. Have you not yet tasted the bitterness of defeat? The dark energy lifted its head, exuding arrogance. How could one as powerful as I submit to you, a feeble human? I refuse to yield. If you dare, fight me without this infernal flame. Let us see if I can bring you to your knees. I am no fool. If I can use this dark flame to subdue you, why would I engage in mere hand-to-hand combat? The dark mass was left speechless. Damn these humans for being so cunning. If I cannot defeat you, surely I can escape and seek a new vessel to confront you once more. With that, the dark entity prepared to flee. However, Meng Jing would not allow this wretch to escape so easily. This individual possesses remarkable strength. If she truly discovers a new vessel to exact her revenge, it would spell significant trouble. Therefore, it is imperative to prevent this person from departing. Contemplating this, Meng Jing summoned his profound skills and swiftly approached the figure before him. Ah, why are you such a formidable adversary? With both hands, Meng Jing grasped orbs of ethereal black flames, emitting a sinister chuckle. Wait, what are you, a mere human, intending to do to me? The swirling dark energy instinctively recoiled in apprehension. The fear instilled by the dark flames held by that individual was one aspect, however. The most significant source of dread was the lewd laughter emanating from him. Do you not understand what I intend to do? Meng Jing chuckled sinisterly, drawing ever closer. Meanwhile, the dark mist had retreated to the stone wall, finding itself with no escape. No, you cannot treat me this way, I assure you, once I emerge. I shall not seek vengeance upon you. Meng Jing shook his head. In passing, I merely wish to forge a friendship with you, if you would be so kind. Meng Jing shook his head once more. Let us converse amicably. First, extinguish the flames, shall we? It is ill-advised to play with fire in the early hours, as it may lead to nocturnal mishaps. Meng Jing shook his head, speaking calmly. Since I cannot possess it, I shall ensure its destruction. Upon hearing this, the dark mist gradually coalesced into a humanoid form. With a thud, it knelt before Meng Jing. I was mistaken. I truly have little time left. I yearn for the freedom to live, if you would grant me a chance to escape. The dark mist lamented, tears unformed. How unfortunate that I have encountered such a troublesome individual. I must submit to him. Death would bring freedom. Saying this, Meng Jing merged the dark flames in his hands, forming a larger orb of black fire. In the next moment, he aimed it at the dark mist, preparing to hurl it forward. All right, brother, I was wrong. I am willing to submit to you. As Meng Jing held the flames aloft, they hovered in midair. You have not truly submitted to me. You are deceiving me. Meng Jing stated earnestly. How could you know that, brother? The dark mist replied, somewhat astonished, as it had only been speaking carelessly. I had planned to escape when the opportunity arose. Meng Jing's expression darkened. Indeed, this creature had inadvertently revealed its true intentions. Logically, had the other party genuinely submitted, Meng Jing would have received a notification from the system. It was precisely this notification that allowed Meng Jing to ascertain whether or not the entity had yielded to him. However, after the dark mist declaration, no such notification appeared. This can only indicate two possibilities. The first is that the system has malfunctioned, or rather, since this entity is not human, the likelihood of it producing a sound alert is diminished. The second possibility is that the other party is merely striving for survival, deceiving itself in the process. In any case, the likelihood of the latter scenario is far greater. I never anticipated that my casual remarks would provoke this entity. Truly. My dear sir, even if you desire my subservience, it would be of no consequence. Within less than a year, I shall be utterly lost. That dark entity, weeping, implored for mercy. Why do you claim that in less than a year you shall be lost? Meng Jing inquired. I am a parasite residing within another's body, devoid of my own corporeal form. I can only survive for 3 years, and this year marks my final one, the dark entity revealed. Upon hearing this, Meng Jing furrowed his brow and raised a wisp of black flame, drawing it near the entity's visage, demanding, Are you deceiving me? The dark entity trembled, shaking its head. What must be done to ensure you do not perish? After a moment's contemplation, the dark entity finally spoke. My current state necessitates a complete body devoid of a soul. Would a corpse suffice? As long as it is intact and soulless. Upon hearing this, Meng Jing's expression brightened. Such a thing would be abundant for him. The corpse of the black wolf had been preserved for quite some time, showing no signs of decomposition. Meng Jing gazed at the creature with a faint smile. Submit to me, and I shall provide you with a new body. Upon hearing this, the dark aura before him flickered with interest. Is that true? If so, I am willing to submit. Meng Jing nodded, retrieving a black wolf from his spatial backpack and tossing it before the entity. Upon inspection, the dark presence displayed a look of disdain. Is this all there is? Indeed, Meng Jing replied. The dark entity sighed, seemingly resigned. I never imagined that this esteemed king of the dragon race would have to inhabit the body of a mere black wolf. Chapter 33, Subduing the Ancient Demon Wolf. What? Did you just claim to be what? Meng Jing could not quite catch what the creature had just said. He thought he heard it mention being of the dragon race. Is this true? The dragon tribe undoubtedly stands as the most formidable entity on this continent. The creature claimed to be of the dragon clan, leaving Meng Jing perplexed, wondering if his ears had deceived him. Humph, I said nothing, retorted the entity with a huff before continuing. Well, let it be a black wolf. I shall speak of my prowess once I find a more formidable vessel. With that, the dark mist sighed in resignation, preparing to enter the frigid form of the black wolf, only to be halted by Meng Jing's hand. Have you forgotten something, you wretch? You cannot even submit to me. Yet you wish to enter? Meng Jing regarded the dark mist with a hint of disdain. What of your promised submission? The mist, seemingly exasperated, acquiesced. Fine. I shall submit to you. However, should you compel me to undertake any actions unbefitting of my noble stature, I shall undoubtedly sever our bond. Upon uttering these words, Meng Jing felt a sharp pain in the back of his left hand, which soon bore an intricate design. Before him lay a circular design reminiscent of a magical array. Initially, Meng Jing experienced a sharp pain, akin to countless fine needles piercing his skin. However, once the entire pattern was completed, he found that the sensation in the back of his hand had diminished significantly. You have quite a tough hide. It took me considerable effort, the dark energy remarked. Somewhat haughtily. What is this? Meng Jing inquired, intrigued. This is the contract between us. Should either of us betray the other, the contract will render that individual to a fate worse than death. Meng Jing's eyelids fluttered in surprise. Is it truly that severe? The dark energy lifted its head with pride, declaring, indeed, I shall not betray anyone. However, should you dare to betray me in the slightest, I will ensure your suffering is beyond imagination. With that, it burst into laughter. Meng Jing furrowed his brow, contemplating the authenticity of the design. Why had he not received a notification from the system? Nonetheless, the tone of this creature did not seem to suggest deceit. Very well, proceed with the fusion. Meng Jing stated nonchalantly. The dark energy nodded, transforming into a wisp of smoke that entered the cold body of the black wolf. Subsequently, the wolf's aura began to shift. At that moment, Meng Jing received a notification from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, for subduing the Spirit Emperor-level ancient demon wolf at the pinnacle of the 8th stage. Ding. Congratulations, host, for attaining a loyalty rating of 60 from the Spirit Emperor-level ancient demon wolf. Spirit Emperor level, pinnacle of the 8th stage? Is this for real? Meng Jing exclaimed in astonishment. The dark mass possessed a power greater than his own, a fact that Meng Jing had acknowledged. However, he was taken aback by the sheer extent of this disparity. It surpassed his current cultivation realm by a full 4 levels. With astonishment, Meng Jing observed as the black wolf before him gradually rose from the ground. This individual had truly been driven to desperation, even if there were 10 of him. He would still be no match for a formidable being of the spiritual sovereign realm. Alas, the physical strength of this black wolf is inadequate. I am unable to unleash my full potential. The black wolf then rose and spoke to Meng Jing in human language. What pinnacle of power have you ever attained? Meng Jing inquired with curiosity. In the realm of the spirit sovereign, it is likely that not a single individual can be found in the entire Xuanwu town. Should he manage to return with a beast of such caliber, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar throughout the town. Naturally, Meng Jing is even more intrigued by the extent of his power. The black wolf raised its head, the patterns on its forehead furrowing, as if lost in contemplation. After all, I have existed for several millennia, having once reached the pinnacle of strength. Had I not been forsaken by my master, I might have lived for several more millennia. Upon uttering this, the black wolf lowered its head again, seemingly reminded of a sorrowful memory. Who would have thought there was still a master? Meng Jing mused silently. This individual possesses formidable strength, and as its master, one can only imagine the terrifying power I must wield. Nonetheless, from this day forth, you shall have me as your new master. Meng Jing extended a hand from beneath his dark robe, gently stroking the creature's head. Initially, the black wolf seemed poised to evade. But the tender caress of Meng Jing's hand proved quite soothing, leading to a notable cessation of resistance. Oh, I had assumed you were an elder. Yet you appear remarkably youthful. Meng Jing chuckled, surprised by the creature's keen observation. Therefore, let us keep my identity under wraps, should I come upon delectable treats. I shall share with you. With that, Meng Jing retrieved a medicinal herb from the newly acquired ring, presenting it before the creature with a flourish. Typically, beings of this realm hold a keen interest in the existence of medicinal herbs. The herb Meng Jing produced was of at least third-tier quality, brimming with substantial energy, a veritable boon for magical beasts. Indeed, upon its emergence, the black wolf's mouth began to water profusely. Subsequently, Meng Jing tossed the herb to the creature, which promptly seized it and began to devour it. Ah, I have been with this creature for years, subsisting on useless elixirs. It has been ages since I savored such fresh herbs, particularly those of primal origin that suit my palate. The black wolf mused as it feasted. Meng Jing nodded in agreement, though a furrow of concern remained etched upon his brow. Can you conceal your power? Bringing such a potent magical beast back home will surely attract attention, until I identify those who would bring me harm. I must exercise caution and refrain from drawing attention to myself. What do you mean? Though my current strength may not seem formidable, I rank second among you. Why should I conceal my power? Simply tell me who has wronged you, and I shall assist you in exacting vengeance. Upon hearing this, Meng Jing affectionately stroked the creature's head. If it were aware of the situation, there would be no need for it to hide its cultivation. It is simply due to the uncertainty surrounding the identity of my adversaries. However, Meng Jing was taken aback by what it said. You rank second in Xuanwu Town? What is the strength of the first, and can you perceive it? Meng Jing inquired. If there truly exists an individual in Xuanwu Town whose power surpasses that of the spirit sovereign realm, it is possible that such a person is the one who has conspired against me. The black wolf shook its head, turned, and raised a paw to gesture towards the unconscious Xiaoqing, speaking in a nonchalant manner. I am not particularly concerned. It is merely that the aura emanating from that individual is quite repugnant, hence I have taken note of it. Repugnant? What does that mean? Meng Jing inquired, somewhat perplexed. It is akin to the scent that lingers within you, though yours is less pronounced, the wolf replied. Upon hearing this, Meng Jing grasped his own garment and took a whiff. Is it not just a bit foul? Yesterday, I had just transcended my cultivation and had yet to change into a fresh attire. Thus it is entirely natural for me to carry a slight odor. Before long, the black wolf shook its head and extended a paw, gently placing it upon Meng Jing's heart. I must say, the essence here resembles that of that individual. Chapter 34. The annihilation of the Shao and Ming families as the canine pole rested upon Meng Jing's heart, he felt a sudden jolt within his chest. Instantly, his countenance contorted with considerable agony. What in the world is happening? Meng Jing clutched his chest, lamenting in distress. The location of this dog's paw precisely corresponds to the spot where the poisonous pill was previously placed. Before this, it had clearly transformed into a poison pill. How could it suddenly become agitated again? Meng Jing believed that once the poisonous mist dissipated, it would obediently remain still. Who could have anticipated that? After the black wolf's claw rested upon his heart, it would become lively once more? It thrashed about in the vicinity of his heart, as though it had encountered something terrifying. This fear, surpassing even the encounter with one's own pure spirit energy, was overwhelming. Behold, the black wolf uttered nonchalantly, retracting its claws. In that fleeting moment, Meng Jing's previously tormented expression unfurled into one of astonishment as he gazed incredulously at the black wolf. What transpired? Just a second ago. He was engulfed in agony, yet in the ensuing moment, it seemed as though nothing had occurred. Meng Jing found it hard to believe. The black wolf shook its head, stating, I do not know either. I merely recognize that the essence here bears a striking resemblance to that of that fellow, and we, the beast kin, detest this scent. Could it be that this individual has poisoned me? Meng Jing's countenance grew markedly grave. If the essences were indeed akin, it could only mean that the individual in question was undoubtedly involved. Is it possible that one is unaware of the other's prowess? Meng Jing pressed for clarification once more. The black wolf continued to shake its head. The only recollection I possess is from 3 years past, when that individual sought him out, at that time. His strength seemed comparable to mine now. Upon concluding this, the black wolf raised its paw again, gesturing toward the still unconscious Xiaoqing and his son. What purpose does this serve? Meng Jing's demeanor shifted to one of heightened seriousness. 3 years ago, the Ming family was entirely annihilated, with only he, who had married into the Su family, surviving. The black wolf displayed a hint of disdainful amusement. That was an event from 3 years ago. Why should I remember it so vividly? Rather than inquiring of me, you would do better to ask the individual himself. He is certain to recall it with clarity. This remark indeed enlightened Meng Jing. Indeed, he could inquire of Xiaoqing. Meng Jing nodded and glanced at the black wolf. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to conceal your cultivation for the time being, he remarked. The black wolf itself poses no issue. In this realm, there exists a profession known as beast tamer. Taming a black wolf is indeed a possibility. However, the prevalence of such a species renders it quite ordinary. Most beast tamers typically disregard such magical beasts. The black wolf huffed twice in discontent but subsequently concealed its true prowess. In the blink of an eye, what once emanated an aura of the spirit sovereign now only conveyed the essence of the chi refinement realm to Meng Jing. This certainly aligns with the prowess of the black wolf. Now that this individual has been subdued, the next step is to inquire with Xiaoqing regarding that person. With this thought in mind, I approached Xiaoqing. After expelling the dark energy enveloping him, his complexion significantly improved. Meng Jing stepped before him and delivered a couple of kicks. Xiaoqing, feeling a sharp pain, groggily opened his eyes. Old sir, rise. I have matters to discuss with you. Meng Jing spoke in a hushed tone. Xiaoqing, somewhat bewildered, pondered how he had lost consciousness. However, upon sensing the surge of power within him, he felt a wave of exhilaration wash over his face. I have indeed transcended to the spirit transformation realm. How marvelous. Thank you, old sir. Xiaoqing exclaimed, bowing repeatedly to Meng Jing, astonished that he had truly achieved this breakthrough with the aid of 3 spirit stones. Thus, the Shao family's standing in Xuanwu town has ascended to new heights. Yet, why does one feel a certain emptiness, as if something is amiss? After marveling at the remarkable leap in strength, Xiaoqing also realizes that she seems to be lacking something. This elusive element has troubled her for quite some time, however. Now the burden has indeed lifted, leaving her with an extraordinary sense of refreshment. Why is that? The old man remarked, having expelled from his body all that was unnecessary. Leaving no room for curiosity, Meng Jing, discerning the thoughts of Xiaoqing, spoke up. With a look of confusion, Xiaoqing raised his gaze to Meng Jing. Sir, what do you mean? Meng Jing extended a hand, palm facing upward. Suddenly, a sphere of black flames hovered above his palm, raising the temperature of the air significantly. Curiosity piqued, Xiaoqing too opened his palm, channeling his inner spiritual energy, and a faint blue flame emerged. Where is my beast fire? Xiaoqing exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder he claimed to be missing something. It was indeed his beast fire that had vanished. That flame had been arduously acquired. How could it simply disappear? Cough. That is not beast fire. Meng Jing coughed lightly, prompting Xiaoqing to focus his attention back on him. Were it not for Meng Jing's past kindness in aiding his breakthrough, Xiaoqing would have fiercely contested anyone who dared to seize his beast fire. My lord. What do you mean? You did not subdue beast fire back then. Consider your abilities at that time. Could you truly have harnessed the force of a beast fire? Moreover, if you had genuinely absorbed beast fire, why have you remained stagnant at the transformation realm? Do you truly think that your lack of progress over the years is solely due to internal alchemical toxicity? Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing lowered his head. Meng Jing's words, which had initially stirred agitation within him, now brought a measure of calm. 3 years prior, when he first subdued the beast fire, it had exhibited extreme volatility, making it impossible to integrate into his body. In his quest to tame it, he had consumed numerous elixirs. However, it was after that point that he encountered obstacles in his cultivation. He had believed that the excessive consumption of elixirs had led to the alchemical toxicity, but upon reflection, it seemed increasingly improbable. Even with an accumulation of alchemical toxins, it should not have stunted his progress entirely over the years. Sir, if that is not alchemical toxicity, then what is it? Xiao Qing inquired, lifting his head to meet Meng Jing's gaze. What you absorbed was a beast soul, which is vastly different from beast fire. I trust that as a 4-star alchemist, you are aware of this distinction. A beast soul? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing's pupils dilated significantly, and his expression turned to one of anger. He could hardly believe it. He had been deceived by that scoundrel. This beast soul also originates from the bodies of magical creatures. However, unlike beast fire, this soul possesses its own consciousness. Furthermore, once it discovers a new vessel, it can be reborn anew. This is indeed the most terrifying aspect. I am immensely grateful to the esteemed elder for extending his hand to rescue me. Had it not been for his intervention, I would likely be facing grave peril. However, I must inquire a few questions, and you are to respond with utmost honesty. Meng Jing waved his hand dismissively and spoke calmly. Xiao Qing nodded in agreement and respectfully clasped his fists, stating, as long as I possess the knowledge, I shall certainly inform the esteemed elder. Meng Jing nodded and continued, saying, very well, 3 years ago, when the Ming family was annihilated. Did you have any involvement in that? Chapter 35, Fragments of the Ancient Sect Map. Upon finishing his words, Xiao Qing gazed at the elder with alarm. The matter concerning the Ming family has transpired 3 years ago. At that time, the annihilation of the Ming family reverberated throughout the entire Xuanwu town. The adversaries exterminated every member of the Ming family, regardless of age, silencing them mercilessly. Their methods were exceedingly brutal. Could it be that this elderly gentleman has some connection to the Ming family? Upon contemplating this, Xiao Qing was drenched in cold sweat. Esteemed elder, I implore you to remain calm as I confess that this matter indeed bears some relation to our Xiao family. Before Xiao Qing could finish his words, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of ominous energy. The intent to kill loomed large. The formidable pressure rendered Xiao Qing's legs weak, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. However, I assure you, our Xiao family had no part in this. Please, continue, Meng Jing said coolly. It was unexpected that the Xiao family was indeed intricately linked to the demise of the Ming family all those years ago. Were it not for my transmigration? Assuming the body of its original owner, I would have likely found satisfaction in slaying Xiao Qing. Yet, Meng Jing had no such inclination. His sole desire was to uncover the identity of the person who had framed him. Only by resolving that issue could he find peace of mind. Otherwise, he would have to continue concealing his true capabilities. This approach was merely a means to compel the other party to speak the truth. 3 years prior, our Xiao family's power was far inferior to that of the Ming family. At that time, the Ming family, alongside the Zhang family, was regarded as the foremost alchemical sect in Xuanwu town, and our two alchemical sects frequently clashed over commercial disputes. Meng Jing nodded in acknowledgement. The medicinal elixirs crafted by the alchemical sects are typically sold in the marketplace. According to my recollections, the Ming family was quite competitive with the Zhang family in that era. Their elixirs were not only of superior quality but also reasonably priced. Under such circumstances, the plight of the Xiao family was considerably dire. Essentially, there was little to no profit to be made in the market for medicinal elixirs. 3 years ago, a formidable figure arrived in Xuanwu town. This individual approached our Xiao family, claiming the ability to assist us in rising to prominence. Such an extraordinary prospect raised Meng Jing's skepticism. Surely, one could not expect such benevolence. Who would aid a sect in its ascendance? Indeed, there are conditions attached to this assistance, the elder remarked. Upon hearing this, Meng Jing smiled faintly, confirming his earlier suspicions. However, what would the price be? The cost demanded was the surrender of the fragments of the ancient sect map. Fragments of the ancient sect map? What is that? Meng Jing inquired, curiosity piqued. The fragments of the ancient sect map are treasures bequeathed to us by the ancestors of Xuanwu town, containing the location of our alchemical ancient sect, explained Xiao Qing. Oh. And what significance does this ancient sect hold? Meng Jing interjected, intrigued by the inquiry. If the other party is indeed here for the ancient alchemy sect, Meng Jing must be well aware of its origins. Indeed, esteemed sir, the ancient alchemy sect is the principal family, regarded as the cornerstone of our entire alchemical tradition. The Xiao, Ming, and Zhang families have all branched off from this venerable sect. Meng Jing nodded, understanding now. But what does this individual require the fragments of your ancient alchemy sect for? Xiao Qing shook her head, uncertain. However, when that person arrived 3 years ago, his aura was already at the pinnacle of the Spirit Emperor realm. It is likely he feared an unsuccessful breakthrough and sought our sect's assistance in concocting a pill. The pinnacle of strength within the Spirit Sovereign realm necessitates the elixirs of at least the 6th or 7th tier. According to the current standards of the Xuanwu town's alchemical sect, the most esteemed alchemist belongs to the Zhang family, boasting merely a 5-star rank. How then could one expect the production of 6th or 7th tier elixirs? What of your ancient sect's prowess? I have heard that every member within the ancient sect has achieved a level surpassing that of the Spirit Sovereign, and furthermore, the alchemists within the ancient sect rank above 7 stars. Is it really that impressive? Meng Jing's eyelid twitched, a sense of astonishment washing over him. It appears that my perspective has been rather limited. I must strive to elevate my abilities. In the past, for the sake of fairness. The ancestor of Xuanwu Town allocated a shard of the ancient sect map to each alchemy sect within Xuanwu Town. Once 5 shards are gathered, one can locate the whereabouts of our alchemy ancient sect as per the records of the ancient map. Xiaoqing continued. Upon hearing this, Meng Jing furrowed his brows and raised his hand to interrupt Xiaoqing. Then why don't your sects unite to gather the 5 shards of the ancient map? Xiaoqing could not help but reveal a bitter smile. Returning to your esteemed self, the ancient sect is immensely powerful. How could it possibly regard us as anything but worthless? Even if we were to gather the 5 shards, how could we have the audacity to approach the ancient sect? Meng Jing nodded, finding Xiaoqing's reasoning sound. How could a grand alchemy sect deem a subordinate sect worthy of its attention? I am well aware of my own capabilities. Why seek validation from such a place? Furthermore, we, the major sects, have already established our roots in Xuanwu Town. While we often bicker amongst ourselves, we still lend a helping hand when faced with challenges. Meng Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. In that case, why did you not intervene when that individual sought to approach the Meng family? Xiaoqing sighed. Alas, esteemed elder, I was blinded by self-interest. That individual promised to assist me in taming beast fire if I surrendered a shard of the ancient sect. Taming beast fire is a lifelong dream for every alchemist. Just one beast fire was enough to sway that individual. Meng Jing clicked his tongue, still keen to hear more from this fellow. Then why was the entire Meng family annihilated? If the intent was the same, why did the Xiao family suffer no consequences while the Meng family faced complete destruction? Xiaoqing shook his head, signaling his ignorance. Very well, let me ask you one more thing. Do you still have contact with that individual? According to He Lang, this person is still lurking in Xuanwu Town. I encountered him 3 years ago, but I have not seen him since. All right then. Would your Xiao family be willing to assist me? Meng Jing gazed at him with an air of authority. With a thud, Xiaoqing knelt before the ground, respectfully stating, My Xiao family is willing to serve you, esteemed elder. Excellent. You possess good sense. Meng Jing smiled, pleasantly surprised by how easily this individual capitulated to him. The words recovery appeared prominently above his head, and Xiaoqing chuckled in response. The venerable elder possesses formidable strength, situated within the realm of the great spirit master, and is a rare powerhouse in Xuanwu Town. With such a formidable ally as the elder supporting the Xiao family, how could that not be advantageous? Furthermore, the elder has bestowed a significant favor upon him, assisting in his cultivation breakthrough. This is a matter of no small significance. In summary, aligning oneself with this esteemed elder is undoubtedly beneficial. Very well, since this is the case, I shall take my leave for now. Chapter 36. Meng Jing is the elder's disciple. Meng Jing prepared to return, as the morning had already dawned. In the mornings, Xiaoqing would prepare breakfast for him. And should he not be present, he would have no suitable explanation for his absence. I bid farewell to the elder. Xiaoqing clasped his fists, watching as Meng Jing prepared to depart. Suddenly, he noticed a black wolf sitting obediently behind Meng Jing, waiting patiently, which took him by surprise. Esteemed sir, is this black wolf your beast companion? Xiaoqing inquired boldly. What is it? Meng Jing nodded in response. Elder, you may not be aware that this black wolf is the most common beast species in our Xuanwu Town, possessing the lowest tier of strength. If you genuinely wish to tame a beast as a companion, I could request the beast taming sect to assist you in finding a more suitable one. Meng Jing chuckled, having initially thought there was a more pressing matter at hand. It appeared that Xiaoqing believed his black wolf to be of too low a grade, considering it unworthy of his status and wishing to replace it. However, if the other party were to learn of the true realm of his black wolf, such misconceptions would surely dissipate. This is indeed a black wolf of the Spirit Emperor realm. Who has ever witnessed such formidable prowess in a black wolf? It would be quite the spectacle to showcase it. However, this beast companion is meant for my disciple, merely to temper the character of that young man. Meng Jing waved his hand and spoke nonchalantly. Upon mentioning his disciple, Xiaoqing's expression shifted. May I inquire if the esteemed elder's disciple is currently in Xuanwu Town? He then asked cautiously. Hidden beneath his black robe, Meng Jing revealed a faint smile and replied, Indeed, that is a newly accepted disciple of mine. I noticed the young lad possesses commendable talent, hence I took him under my wing. Why do you ask? Xiaoqing displayed a grin, rubbing his hands together as he said, In response to the esteemed elder, your assistance in helping me break through my cultivation is a kindness I shall never forget. I am regarded with a certain standing in Xuanwu Town. Should your disciple require assistance, I shall undoubtedly extend my utmost support. If I can curry favor with this esteemed elder's disciple, then, when challenges arise for the Xiao family in the future, they would surely lend us a helping hand. That being said, I shall be embarking on a journey for a while, and may be unable to tend to my rebellious disciple. In light of this, my disciple indeed requires your vigilant care. As those words fell, a smile spread across Xiaoqing's face. May I ask where the esteemed elder's disciple currently resides? He is at the Su family. How fortuitous, esteemed elder, for our Xiao family is precisely in the process of forming a matrimonial alliance with the Su family. However, I am curious as to which member of the Su family your disciple belongs. No, he is not from the Su family. Meng Jing shook his head, a smile evident beneath his robe. This fellow has finally fallen into the trap. Upon hearing what Meng Jing had said, Xiaoqing was momentarily taken aback. Not a member of the Su family? Is it possible that there are others within the Su family? Based on my recollection, aside from a worthless son-in-law, who else could there be? Could it be that the esteemed elder refers to that good-for-nothing as his disciple? With this thought, Xiaoqing vigorously shook his head. How could a man who had become a burden to the Su family 3 years ago be the promising individual the elder spoke of? Yet, aside from that good-for-nothing, who else could it be? Might it be that he has regained his strength? It is worth noting that this so-called waste was not entirely devoid of potential in the past. He was once a talented cultivator. However, for reasons unknown, his cultivation had regressed. Might the elder be referring to the Su family as son-in-law, Meng Jing? Xiaoqing swallowed hard and boldly posed the question. To his astonishment, Meng Jing merely nodded slightly, secretly amused within. At that moment, Xiaoqing was taken aback. It truly was that good for nothing. The lad had been poisoned, which had hindered his cultivation over the years. The old man's journey across the lands was solely to gather medicinal herbs for him, Meng Jing stated calmly. Xiaoqing's expression soon transformed into one of tranquility. Indeed, the Ming family had once held a prominent position, and as the young master of the Ming family, Meng Jing's innate talent and cultivation could hardly be subpar. The sudden decline in his abilities over the past 3 years was now understood. With the favor of this esteemed elder, restoring his strength was merely a matter of time. With this realization, Xiaoqing sighed and glanced at his son, who lay unconscious. This worthless individual faints at the slightest provocation. How can they bear the weight of the Xiao family's future? Esteemed elder, may I request a favor? Upon uttering these words, Xiaoqing knelt respectfully before Meng Jing. Please do not hesitate to speak. He continued. Esteemed elder, I possess a son whose talents are rather lacking. He is dull-witted. Would it be possible for him to be accepted under your esteemed guidance, or could you perhaps offer him some pointers? After Xiaoqing finished his plea, Meng Jing directed his gaze toward the unconscious young man. This young fellow, currently at the spirit heart level, possesses a cultivation that, while higher than that of an ordinary person, pales in comparison to the likes of Zhang Shaokai and Su Muyao, who were true prodigies. To think that he could offer guidance when he himself lacks a mentor is quite laughable. Moreover, the Xiaoxian comes from an impressive lineage. His father is a 4-star alchemist, and upon returning home, it is likely that Xiaoxian will soon aspire to become a 5-star alchemist. Yet, despite such a background, he remains at the spirit heart realm. This is indeed perplexing. Let us do this. The boy shall first become my disciple. His current cultivation is lacking, so I shall provide him with a few spirit stones for his training. In due course, I shall assist him in finding suitable cultivation techniques. With that, Meng Jing swiftly opened his storage ring and selected a few herbs for fusion. Soon, the system's voice echoed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 medium spirit stones. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 25 ordinary spirit stones. 5 medium spirit stones? Meng Jing was somewhat surprised. It seemed the herbs he had just fused were of a commendable quality. He waved his hand and 2 medium spirit stones, along with 10 ordinary spirit stones, floated in the air. Naturally, he could not bestow all these spirit stones upon Xiaoqing and his son. He must retain some for his own cultivation. Take these spirit stones, he declared, flicking his finger gently. The 12 spirit stones transformed into a streak of blue light, soaring toward Xiaoqing. Such a bounty! Xiaoqing exclaimed, astonished. He had already witnessed the power of these spirit stones, which not only enabled him to break through to the transformation realm, but also purged the toxic energy from his body. Such exquisite spiritual stones. This old gentleman has, with a mere gesture, produced several of them. Among these 12, 2 possess a potency far superior to the rest. Merely holding them in the palm of one's hand, one can already perceive the vital energy within oneself becoming invigorated. If absorbed, it is truly unfathomable what realm one could transcend to. As for these stones, you and your father may handle them as you see fit. Chapter 37. I shall call you Meng Gooden with that. Meng Jing chose not to elaborate further and departed the cave alongside the Black Wolf. Where did you acquire these spiritual stones? They appear remarkably pure. Might you spare one for me? Inquired the Black Wolf, trotting beside Meng Jing, its tail wagging enthusiastically. Bestowing one upon you would be a waste. You've already attained the realm of Spirit Emperor. What further need have you for them? Meng Jing replied with a hint of disdain. This fellow possesses a realm superior to my own, yet he still indulges in the triviality of spirit stones. To offer him such sustenance would be nothing short of a waste. The Black Wolf snorted coldly, turning his head away in displeasure, exclaiming, miser. Meng Jing chuckled softly and continued on his way. Suddenly, as if recalling an immensely significant matter, he glanced down at the creature and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, I have yet to learn your name. What do you call yourself? Upon returning to the Sioux residence, one cannot possibly refer to it as merely the Black Wolf. How unfamiliar this feels. The Black Wolf took a few steps forward before halting. After a brief moment, it slowly spoke. How could anyone dare to name one as powerful as I? With that, it lifted its proud head and continued its march. Meng Jing chuckled softly. This creature had evidently been reminded of a painful memory upon the mention of names. Very well, henceforth, I shall call you Meng Dogegg. Meng Dogegg? The Black Wolf was momentarily taken aback, but soon its face flushed with rage. You dare to bestow upon me such a name? I shall devour you. With that, the black wolf opened its mouth, feigning an attempt to bite at Meng Jing's leg. In an instant, Meng Jing extended a hand. The next moment, it appeared as if something had been stuffed into the wolf's open mouth, filling it to the brim. What have you shoved into my mouth? The black wolf, unable to see, spat out the contents. Upon realizing what lay on the ground, it stood frozen in bewilderment for several seconds. Upon the ground lies an object of great significance, a spirit stone. This particular spirit stone is quite valuable, if you do not wish to consume it. Then return it to me, Meng Jing stated casually as he walked ahead. What has been given to this king is now rightfully his. Should you ever dare to call me Meng Dog Egg again, without a spirit stone in exchange, I shall ignore you. Very well, Dog Egg, hasten your pace. Meng Dog Egg disdainfully huffed, reclaiming the spirit stone from the ground and scampering after Meng Jing. The focus shifts back to the cave. Xiaoxian has awakened, gazing at his father with a bewildered expression. Father, are you all right? I am well. Xiaoqing nodded, his expression grave. Has that esteemed elder departed? Yes. My son, there is something very important I must convey to you. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxian regarded his father with curiosity, having not witnessed such seriousness in him for quite some time. What is it, father? The matter of your previous proposal to the Su family must be rescinded. Once we return home, you shall retrieve the betrothal gifts. Why, father? Was it not already agreed upon? Why must it be cancelled? Xiaoqing looked at him, disbelief etched on his face. This was a matter he had orchestrated, and now it fell upon Xiaoxian to reclaim the betrothal gifts. What transpired? Do you recall our discussion regarding Su family's son-in-law, Meng Jing? Xiaoxian nodded. He certainly remembers this matter. This useless son-in-law of the Su family is known to all. Meng Jing is the disciple of that esteemed elder. As soon as Xiaoqing finished speaking, Xiaoxian's expression turned to one of shock. Father, you cannot be serious. Can you? What merit does this worthless individual possess to capture the attention of that esteemed elder? Given the elder's profound capabilities, the number of potential disciples in Xuanwu town is indeed abundant. Which of them does not surpass that inept Meng Jing in prowess? Yet, why has that venerable elder chosen precisely this worthless one? Xiaoxian was filled with confusion, while Xiaoqing could only smile wryly. He wanted to express similar sentiments, yet he dared not. Meng Jing was the esteemed disciple of the old master, and I have already placed you under his tutelage. You must strive to curry favor with Meng Jing, do you understand? Instantly, Xiaoxian's dissatisfaction surfaced. Father, that old master is merely at the great spirit master level. Why should we depend on him? Before Xiaoxian could finish, Xiaoqing rebuked. Silence, you ungrateful child. Do you have any idea how formidable that old master truly is? How formidable? Xiaoxian scoffed. That old master merely assisted my father in expelling the beast fire's control. It is not a monumental feat. Do you remember when that old master broke through his cultivation? Xiaoqing inquired. Xiaoxian nodded. He recalled. Before the two of them entered the cave, the old master's strength was only at the pinnacle of a minor spirit master. The old master's rapid progress in cultivation was entirely due to these spirit stones. As he spoke, Xiaoqing produced spirit stones and placed them between them. Why are there so many spirit stones? Xiaoxian gaped in astonishment, his eyes ablaze with excitement. He had witnessed his father use 3 spirit stones to break through to the transformation realm, becoming a formidable spirit cultivator. Now, with so many spirit stones before him, he could hardly fathom the breakthroughs he might achieve after absorbing them all. Are these all given by that old master? Xiaoxian swallowed hard, carefully picking up a spirit stone from the ground and cradling it in his palm. Suddenly, a wave of gentle spiritual energy flowed into his body, prompting him to involuntarily close his eyes in comfort. The old master must have utilized these spirit stones to achieve his breakthrough, enabling him to ascend to the great spirit master level in such a short time. It was clear that these spirit stones were extraordinary. Xiaoqing spoke with a serious expression. Normally, if one were to consume pills to break through, it would take at least a day or 2. However, the spirit stones provided by that old master allow for immediate cultivation breakthroughs. It makes the process seem as effortless as drinking water. Therefore, being under the old master's guidance is undoubtedly advantageous. Moreover, he has gifted you a substantial number of spirit stones for your cultivation. At this, Xiaoxian's eyes lit up. Are these all for my breakthrough? Xiaoqing nodded. With all these spirit stones, his son's cultivation would surely advance rapidly. Then tonight, I shall go to the Su family to reclaim the betrothal gifts, Xiaoxian declared earnestly. Now that's my good son. If you practice diligently, what woman wouldn't he be drawn to you? Father, you are absolutely right. But what about the murderer of my sister? This place has been destroyed, and it seems we cannot find any clues, Xiaoxian remarked, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the surroundings. They had come here with the intention of finding the one who had slain his sister, yet unforeseen events had transpired, nearly causing them to forget their purpose. Xiaoqing also glanced around, sighed, and resignedly said, let us leave this matter for now. Chapter 38. To soak in the spirit spring carry this prince inside. Meng Jing said, looking down at Meng Godan with a face full of disbelief. The wall isn't high. You can get in by yourself. Having arrived at the back courtyard of the Su family, one merely needs a gentle turn to effortlessly scale this wall. This fellow insists on being carried in himself. Not a chance. If you do not carry this prince inside, then this prince shall not enter. Meng Jing turned his head aside, ignoring Meng Jing. Fine, fine, truly willful. Is it such a burden to carry you in? Meng Jing sighed in resignation, grasping Meng Jing by the neck. You rascal, when I asked you to be carried in, I did not mean for you to choke me. Meng Jing, lifted effortlessly by Meng Jing, flailed his forepaws in discontent. Meng Jing, however, did not relent, and with this creature in tow, leaped gracefully into the courtyard of the Su residence. Subsequently, he set Meng Jing down. All right, once we are inside, do not utter a word, lest we draw attention. With that, Meng Jing proceeded ahead. Treating this prince in such a manner, when you find yourself in trouble, do not expect my assistance. Meng Jing followed behind, casting a disgruntled glance at Meng Jing. At that moment, before Meng Jing's chamber, two graceful figures emerged. The two graceful figures are none other than Xiaoqing and Su Muyao. If it were only Xiaoqing, Meng Jing could readily comprehend the situation, as she is the sole one delivering meals daily to the young master. However, the unexpected presence of Su Muyao today raises questions. What brings her here? Thus, Meng Jing hastily approached the two from behind. Just as Xiaoqing was about to knock on the door, she was startled by Meng Jing's sudden appearance. Young master, you are up. Su Muyao, too, gazed at Meng Jing in silence. The individual moved with an utter silence, and there was no discernible presence of their aura. If an enemy were to stand behind me at this moment, my life would surely be forfeit. Yet, this person is undeniably inept. How can they exude no detectable energy? Is it possible that their prolonged ineptitude has rendered them undetectable, or perhaps my own prowess is so formidable that I cannot sense someone as feeble as they? Merely at the chi refinement stage? What brings you here? Meng Jing cast a glance at Su Muyao. Today, she appeared particularly exquisite, adorned in a flowing blue robe. Her long hair elegantly tied up, not a single strand out of place. After a mere fleeting glance, Meng Jing swiftly diverted his gaze from Su Muyao, as if she were not even present. Indeed, the young lady wishes to see you, Xiaoqing informed him. Meng Jing merely chuckled in response. She wishes to see me? After 3 years of neglect, why has she chosen today to finally look upon me? Is this a desire to comprehend what you have been engaged in over the past 3 years? Perhaps a lingering anxiety about the impending assessment has prompted your visit. Very well, since you have chosen to observe, I shall refrain from interrupting you. Meng Jing offered a faint smile and, after letting out a whistle, took a seat on the stone bench outside. Oh, miss, it's the Black Wolf. Upon seeing Meng Godan's arrival, Xiaoqing was taken aback. Su Muyao also became considerably more alert. When did a magical beast infiltrate the Su family? Although this creature was merely at the chi refinement stage, it was still a magical beast, deserving of caution. However, after Meng Jing's whistle, the Black Wolf trotted over and settled by his side, leaving Su Muyao gazing in astonishment. Is this the contract beast? Where did this worthless cultivator, merely at the chi refinement stage, acquire such a Black Wolf? However, Su Muyao soon dismissed this thought. Why should she concern herself with the origins of a worthless individual's Black Wolf? The Black Wolf, being of the chi refinement realm, could be effortlessly dealt with, merely requiring a flick of one's finger, causing no significant exertion on my part. Indeed, it is true that the inept can only associate with their kind. Meanwhile, Meng Jing eagerly approached Meng Jing, whispering, should you dare to call upon me in such a manner again, I shall twist your head off. Do you understand? Meng Jing chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. His gaze fixed upon the petite Qing as she ushered Su Muyao into his chamber. However, is that woman truly your fiancée? She seems to hold you in disdain. Offer me 3 spirit stones, and I shall assist you in administering a proper thrashing. Whether she emerges looking like a pig or a donkey is entirely up to you. Meng Jing rolled his eyes, affectionately patting Godin's head. Before long, Qing reappeared, escorting Su Muyao out. This room contains nothing but a dilapidated bed. Everything else has been reclaimed for personal use, leaving little of aesthetic value. Such a swift emergence is quite normal. My dear son-in-law, Xiaoqing will bring your breakfast shortly. After Xiaoqing spoke, she followed Su Muyao out. Meng Jing, too, said little, merely watching the retreating figures before entering his room. Meng Jing trailed closely behind. This place is indeed impoverished. Where shall I sleep? Surely, I cannot be relegated to the floor. Upon entering the room, Meng Jing observed that there was but a single bed and could not help but express his disdain. Here, take this. Meng Jing climbed onto the bed, tossing the only blanket into the corner, as he had no use for it. Is there not something more presentable? There is not. If you find it unsatisfactory, you shall have to sleep on the floor. Now, I must go bathe. Stay here obediently, and do not stir, Meng Jing declared, having broken through his cultivation last night. He felt rather odorous and had yet to wash. It was indeed time to visit the Su family bathhouse. With that, he stowed his ring into his storage space. Taking the spatial ring into the bath would draw undue attention. The Su family bathhouse utilized spiritual springs, and soaking in them could effectively clear the body's meridians and greatly aid in cultivation enhancement. Of course, bathing was not free. A single visit required the payment of 1 silver coin. In the past, lacking silver coins would have rendered such luxuries unattainable. However, now, with over 100,000 gold coins at his disposal, he felt it was time to indulge. After all, solely focusing on cultivation would squander the essence of life. Contemplating this, Meng Jing retrieved a few clean garments from his ring and made his way to the bathhouse. In the morning, the bathhouse was sparsely populated, and the spiritual energy was at its peak. Typically, the spiritual springs yielded less energy in the evening, though the prices were considerably lower then. For most within the Sioux residents, one silver coin represented a substantial sum, one that required a month of frugal living to save. Spending it all on bathing would leave them at a loss for the month. Conversely, the evening fee was much more reasonable, requiring only 15 copper coins. As Meng Jing approached the payment counter, preparing to present a silver coin to the elderly attendant, a voice of derision rang out from behind him. "Oh, is that not the waste? How curious that you possess funds to indulge in the spiritual springs today." Chapter 39, Sioux Family Sioux Lai. Meng Jing turned to see several disciples of the Sioux family standing not far behind him. At this moment, the several scions of the Sioux family gazed at Meng Jing with mischievous grins. The individual who had just spoken was the young man positioned in the center. According to his recollection, Meng Jing had some familiarity with this fellow. The young man's name was Sioux Lai, a member of the Sioux family possessing quite commendable prowess. A brief glance revealed that this individual was currently at the pinnacle of the spirit vein realm, mere moments away from a breakthrough into the spirit heart realm. This individual has come to immerse himself in the spiritual spring, presumably to transcend to the ultimate realm. Yet, what is the purpose of his derision towards me while seeking such enlightenment? Oh, what relevance does my financial status hold in this context? Meng Jing gazed at the man with a frosty demeanor. His cultivation must remain concealed. Is it not permissible to engage in verbal sparring? The young man, who had been on the receiving end of Meng Jing's retort, found himself momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, the group of followers behind him awkwardly scratched their heads. Is this truly the same ineffectual person? Indeed, what has prompted this seemingly feeble individual to display such audacity today? They whispered among themselves, perplexed. In the past, one so lacking in cultivation would not have dared to utter a word. Yet today, he boldly challenged his superior. It is worth noting that their leader's current cultivation level hovers around the pinnacle of the spirit pulse realm. Soon, he would break through to the spirit heart realm, at which point he would seamlessly integrate into the ranks of the Sioux family's inner circle. The Sioux family is comprised of two distinct groups. One is the inner disciples, who represent the core strength of the Sioux clan and are the primary focus of its cultivation efforts. Those who successfully ascend to the rank of inner disciple receive a monthly stipend of 1 gold coin, along with a spirit energy elixir as a reward. This is a privilege that the outer disciples do not possess. Outer disciples are relegated to the mundane tasks of guarding the household, akin to mere dogs. However, it is fortunate that the Sioux family is grand and prosperous. Even as outer disciples, they receive at least 1 silver coin each month. Such a benefit is unheard of in other sections. As for Meng Jing, he is neither an outer disciple nor an inner disciple, merely a worthless son-in-law of the Sioux family. He indulges in a life of ease, consuming without contributing, which naturally incites envy and jealousy among some. Yet, more often than not, he is met with disdain. With the ability to work, he chooses instead to be a son-in-law of the Sioux family. Is this not a source of shame? How dare you, a worthless being, become so arrogant? Recovering from the retort, Sioux Lai approached Meng Jing, puffing out his chest defiantly. In the next moment, Meng Jing stood steadfast as if nothing had transpired. What is wrong? Did you skip breakfast this morning? Meng Jing casually dug at his ear, expressing his disdain with a dismissive tone. This fellow is merely at the spirit vein stage, yet dares to confront me without considering his own inadequacy. You are courting death. Upon witnessing that Meng Jing was not toppled by his assault, Sioux Lai was first taken aback. Then, upon hearing Meng Jing's scornful remarks, he quickly succumbed to indignation. He raised his fist and aimed a blow at Meng Jing's face. This audacious individual dares to provoke our leader. This won't end well for him before he even steps onto the stage tomorrow. Indeed, haha. Who knows what nonsense this waste has consumed to speak to our leader in such a manner? Just as everyone believed Meng Jing was doomed, he suddenly swayed on the spot and vanished. This left Sioux Lai in disbelief. How could a mere waste at the chi refinement stage evade the speed of his punch? Yet, in the next instant, Sioux Lai felt 2 light taps on his back. Slowly turning around, he discovered that Meng Jing had somehow appeared behind him. His fist was raised as well, and then it came crashing down upon Sioux Lai's back. A wave of intense pain surged through Sioux Lai's entire body. How could this waste possess such formidable strength? Could it be that his power has returned? Sioux Lai dared not dwell on this thought as he clenched his fist once more, preparing to strike at Meng Jing when a gruff voice resonated from the spirit spring bathhouse. What is the commotion so early in the morning? The speaker was an elderly man, glaring fiercely at them. Elder Su Mu, we were in the wrong. Sioux Lai immediately clasped his hands in apology, filled with contrition. This is an esteemed elder of the Sioux family. Should this matter reach the Sioux family's ears, his opportunity to enter the inner sanctum would be relinquished to another. He could not afford to miss such a splendid chance due to the incompetence of this worthless individual. What transgression have you committed? If you wish to practice your martial arts, go to the martial arts pavilion. Do not flaunt your meager skills before me. Sioux Lai vowed not to repeat this mistake. Once more he clasped his fists, bowing his body slightly lower. However, What piqued his curiosity was the whereabouts of that useless one. Why has this individual not offered an apology? If he were to offend the elder of the Su family, he should be well aware of the consequences that await him. However, he remains silent, and the absence of his voice is palpable. Where is that fellow? Thus, Su Lai turned his gaze, only to discover that aside from his loyal subordinate, there was no trace of Meng Jing in sight. He found himself perplexed. How could the individual who had just been hiding behind him vanish in the blink of an eye? In that case, let us proceed. With a wave of his hand, the old man signaled for Su Lai to sheath his fists and approach his subordinate. What about that useless one? Su Lai inquired through clenched teeth. If Elder Su Mu believes that only Su Lai is responsible for this matter, he is gravely mistaken. After all, this incident also involves that useless individual. However, despite searching for quite a while, why can't we find that good-for-nothing? Surely he hasn't slipped away unnoticed? Boss, it seems that fellow just sneaked in. Indeed. I too believe I saw him enter. The expressions of those few younger brothers revealed a complex mixture of emotions, as though they had just witnessed something truly astonishing. Indeed, they had just seen Meng Jing stealthily maneuver behind their leader. As the man prepared to strike, Elder Su Mu unexpectedly stepped forward. Initially, it was presumed that this useless individual would accompany his superior to receive Elder Su Mu's reprimand. However, astonishingly, this fellow slipped into the bathhouse right before Elder Su Mu's very eyes. Had it not been for the eyewitness accounts of several individuals, one might have believed this person had transformed into a ghost, possessing such an unsettling swiftness. They could only catch a glimpse of his afterimage, failing to perceive his actual presence. Can it be that this useless fellow has already entered? Su Lai found it equally hard to believe. He was clearly still engaged in combat moments ago, yet now he had vanished. With skepticism lingering in his mind, Su Lai proceeded to the spirit spring. Within this sacred spring lies a vast pool, its waters of vibrant emerald green. The spring's hue is a result of the infusion of numerous medicinal herbs. At this moment, amidst the rising mist, Su Lai indeed beheld a figure submerged in the pool. What sorcery have you employed, you useless wretch, to slip in so swiftly? Chapter 40. Where has the essence of the spiritual spring gone? Su Lai exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Meng Jing, venting his frustration. Why should I bear the brunt of Elder Su Mu's ire alone? Meng Jing, lifting his eyelids with a hint of disdain, retorted, does it concern you greatly? If you wish to avoid Elder Su Mu's reprimand, do keep your voice down. Can't you see I am in the midst of cultivating? You. Enraged, Su Lai raised his fist, ready to strike Meng Jing, but was promptly dissuaded by his subordinate from behind. Brother, do not let your anger be provoked by a worthless fool. It could lead to Elder Su Mu's displeasure. Indeed, boss. Tomorrow marks the day of the duel between that good-for-nothing and Miss Mu Yao. If you injure him now, it will complicate matters for you. Hearing these words, Su Lai's temper cooled somewhat. Tomorrow was indeed the day of his combat against the eldest daughter of the Su family. Should he harm this individual, the outcome would be glaringly apparent. That would bring him considerable trouble. Consider yourself fortunate. Once you are expelled from the Su family, await your demise. With that, Su Lai and his companions settled on the opposite side of the pool. Meanwhile, Meng Jing regarded the group with a scoff, continuing to relish the comforting sensations bestowed by the spiritual spring. As the medicinal herbs soaked in the spiritual spring, Meng Jing began to fervently absorb the potent essence contained within them. Although the cultivation speed granted by this spiritual spring paled in comparison to that of spirit stones and elixirs, it was nonetheless incrementally increasing. Meanwhile, Su Lai and his companions, submerged in the pool, furrowed their brows. Boss, do you sense something amiss? One inquired. Indeed, boss. I too feel that the medicinal potency of the spiritual spring today is lacking, another echoed. Su Lai, who had been closing his eyes in preparation for meditation, opened them, grasping a handful of the spiritual spring water in his palm. What is the meaning of this spiritual spring? There is truly no medicinal potency. Su Lai exclaimed in astonishment. This seemingly ineffectual spring resembles nothing more than a pot of boiled water. They have spent their coin to enhance their cultivation, not merely to indulge in a bath. To pay a silver coin for such a soak seems rather extravagant, does it not? Could it be that today's elder has forgotten to add the medicinal herbs? One of the younger disciples ventured a bold conjecture. Tomorrow, Elder Su Mu will be responsible for casting the medicinal herbs into the spiritual spring. However, it is quite possible that Elder Su Mu might forget today, considering his advanced age. I shall seek out Elder Su Mu to inquire about this matter. Su Lai rose to his feet, determined to approach Elder Su Mu and clarify the situation. Today, he is counting on the spiritual spring to facilitate his breakthrough into the spirit vein realm, enabling him to strive for the spirit heart realm. The spring, devoid of medicinal potency, renders his efforts futile. How could he possibly hope to advance his cultivation? No, he must seek clarification from Elder Su Mu. Upon arriving at Elder Su Mu's chamber, the elder was in a state of tranquil repose. Sensing the presence of another, he opened his eyes. Su Lai, why are you here instead of diligently cultivating in the spring? Elder Su Mu inquired. Elder Su Mu, I have a matter I wish to discuss. Su Lai replied respectfully, clasping his fists. What is it? Elder Su Mu asked, momentarily taken aback, curiosity piquing within him. Elder Su Mu, Did you happen to add any medicinal herbs to the spring today? Sulai queried. I did. Why do you ask? The elder's straightforward response left Sulai momentarily stunned, prompting him to hurriedly reply, if Elder Sumu truly added herbs, why is there no trace of medicinal essence in the spring? Have you perhaps forgotten? Elder Sumu shook his head. Impossible. I always add the herbs before allowing the mountain spring to flow. How could I forget? Among the herbs added this time, there are indeed third-grade materials. Are you certain you haven't simply become muddled and failed to perceive their effects? Sulai scratched his head. How could I become muddled? Even if the third-grade herbs were present, I would at least sense their potency. Yet, after soaking for a brief moment, it felt akin to soaking in plain water. If I were truly muddled, how is it that my brothers share the same sentiment? Surely, we cannot all be mistaken. Then let Elder Sumu take a look, and the truth shall be revealed. Is there truly no medicinal power to accompany Elder Sumu? Very well, I shall take a look for myself. Elder Sumu rose and followed behind Sulai, returning to the spiritual spring. In the sacred spring, apart from Meng Jing who remained submerged in the pool, the others had already risen, exchanging glances with Elder Sumu. Step aside, let me ascertain what is amiss, he commanded, and the crowd parted to grant him passage. He scooped a ladle of the spring water and brought it to his nose for a delicate sniff. After a brief moment, his brow furrowed slightly. Elder Sumu, what is your assessment? Is this spring devoid of medicinal properties? Inquired Sulai. Elder Sumu nodded in affirmation, confirming Sulai's observation that he felt no trace of spiritual energy within the spring, let alone any medicinal efficacy. Could it be that I truly forgot to add the medicinal herbs? Elder Sumu pondered, feeling somewhat bewildered. Having performed this task for many years, executing each step thousands of times, how could he possibly have overlooked anything? Oh, Elder Sumu, since you seem to have forgotten to include the herbs, might you prepare them once more? Urged Sulai, unable to contain his insistence. When noon arrives, the number of individuals seeking to immerse themselves in the spiritual spring will undoubtedly increase. At that juncture, with so many souls partaking in the medicinal essence of this bathhouse, there may not be enough to go around. Very well, I shall return shortly. With these words, Elder Sumu hastily departed. Upon hearing their conversation, Meng Jing, initially poised to rise, relinquished that intention. Having recently absorbed the medicinal potency of the spiritual spring, his cultivation had undoubtedly surged significantly, leaving him only a short distance from breaking through to a new minor realm. Since Elder Sumu was preparing new medicinal herbs to infuse into the spirit spring, it was an opportunity that I could not afford to miss. Naturally, I would remain to continue my cultivation. Before long, Elder Sumu re-entered, carrying a selection of herbs, his face glistening with beads of sweat and breathing heavily. Meng Jing understood that Elder Sumu had gone to the Su family's herb pavilion to procure them. The spiritual spring is indeed quite distant from the medicinal herb pavilion, and the swiftness with which Elder Sumu has arrived reveals his earnest dedication. You have struck a remarkable fortune this time. I have brought you something truly exceptional. Elder Sumu gasped, speaking with fervor. What treasure could it possibly be? Inquisitiveness sparked among the crowd, their necks craning in anticipation. Elder Sumu revealed a withered vine from the bundle of herbs he clutched closely. This is the Lingyu vine, the sole specimen possessed by the Su family. Considering that tomorrow marks your assessment day, the clan leader has graciously presented this invaluable gift. Chapter 41. Lingyu vine. Essence of the dragon's blood, is it truly so? The Su family is indeed generous, exclaimed the onlookers in admiration. Elder Sulai, brimming with joy, had his eyes gleaming with fervent excitement. To think that just as he was on the cusp of a breakthrough to the next realm, the Su family would bestow such a magnificent gift upon him. This time, not only has there been a breakthrough in cultivation, but one's strength is set to double. Meanwhile, upon hearing the words spirit jade vine, Meng Jing's eyes also shimmered with excitement. The spirit jade vine is indeed a remarkable treasure, named for its resemblance to a dragon. The spirit jade vine is most renowned for its extraordinary effects. Its primary benefits lie in enhancing one's cultivation level and unblocking the meridians within the body. Typically utilized as an alchemical ingredient, it harbors a ferocious energy. However, despite its wild nature, it poses minimal harm to individuals, making it particularly suitable for breakthroughs in cultivation. Furthermore, it is said that every century, a single spirit jade vine can condense a drop of dragon's blood. Those fortunate enough to obtain this dragon's blood experience a significant enhancement in their strength. Elder Sumu, please come quickly. I yearn to be the first to experience the medicinal power of this spirit jade vine. Indeed, the surrounding individuals are equally eager. As the first to arrive at the spiritual spring for a soak this morning, they are bestowed with such privileges. What an extraordinary delight. The value of this silver coin is truly remarkable. Why the haste, you little rascals? Elder Sumu cast a disdainful glance and placed the other herbs upon the ground. He first took one of the herbs, clapped his hands together, and in an instant, the herb transformed into a fine powder. However, after becoming powder, it was not immediately placed into the spring water. After all, this was merely the initial step. After the medicinal herbs were ground into powder, some of the toxic components had not fully dissipated. Thus, The second step was to eliminate the toxicity. Elder Su Mu crushed the remaining herbs into fine powder, then spread his palms open. From his 10 fingers, wisps of blue flames flickered into existence. The powder hovered in the air, releasing a rich, intoxicating fragrance under the scorching heat, causing everyone present to instinctively close their eyes in serene pleasure. Condense and disperse. Elder Su Mu, despite not being an alchemist, certainly possesses considerable prowess. In the absence of a medicinal cauldron, he adeptly refines elixirs from afar. Although he may not be a practitioner of the craft, his ability to execute such an operation is hardly inferior to that of a novice alchemist. With a thunderous roar, Elder Su Mu commanded the scattered particles of powder to coalesce violently, ultimately forming an irregularly shaped pill. Although this pill is not perfectly round, it emanates a rich and potent aura. This is the simplest of the gas-releasing pills, appearing as an ordinary capsule, yet with a gentle squeeze, one can effortlessly crumble it into a multitude of powder. Subsequently, Elder Su Mu flicked it lightly towards the spiritual spring. The pill plopped into the water with a resounding thud, instantly creating a flurry of bubbles. Elder Su Mu, why doesn't this spirit jade vine blend with the other herbs? Questioned one onlooker. Indeed, are you perhaps intending to monopolize it? Remarked Su Lai, giving a playful slap to the head of his silent companion. You little rascal. Do you not know how to speak? Is Elder Su Mu truly that kind of person? If Elder Su Mu truly wished to monopolize it, why would he bother to present it publicly? Elder Su Mu cast a disdainful glance at the individual who had just spoken, responding with irritation. It is merely a single Lingyu vine. I have no need to hoard it for myself. You must understand that although you are disciples of the outer sect of the Su family, once you step into the ranks of the inner disciples, you become the backbone of our clan. As our Su family flourishes, I too shall reap the benefits. At that point, why would I concern myself with a mere Lingyu vine? With that, Elder Su Mu grasped the last medicinal herb, the Lingyu vine, glanced at it momentarily, and cast it directly into the spiritual spring. The onlookers were left in bewilderment. What does Elder Su Mu mean by this? Indeed, why not grind it into powder along with the other herbs? Curiosity rippled through the crowd. Elder Su Mu stroked his beard and replied with a faint smile. This particular Lingyu vine has surpassed a century in age. Discovered by our Su family elders, it contains a drop of dragoness blood. Dragoness blood? Is that true? Upon hearing this, the breaths of those nearby grew heavy, occasionally glancing toward the Lingyu vine suspended in the pool. It is well known that a single drop of dragoness blood can double one's cultivation. Moreover, it greatly enhances both one's cultivation prowess and physical strength. This is the existence that every practitioner yearns for. At this moment, a single drop of dragoness blood is cast into that pool, inviting them to compete and showcase their abilities. If this old man were to grind it into powder and pour it into the spirit spring, it would undoubtedly waste the dragoness blood contained within the spirit jade vine. As for who will ultimately obtain this precious drop of dragoness blood, it depends on your individual absorption speed. Before Elder Su Mu could finish his words, some were already preparing to leap in, eager to seize the opportunity for themselves. However, Elder Su Mu halted them. Hold on, do not rush. I have not yet finished speaking. You are not permitted to fight over it. Should any skirmishes arise, I will report the matter to the head of the Su family. At that time, do not blame me if you are expelled from the Su family over a mere drop of dragoness blood. With that, Elder Su Mu chuckled and departed, leaving the crowd exchanging glances. Brother, I too wish to use this opportunity to break through my cultivation, so I shall not hold back. Indeed, brother, I shall not hold back either. Thus, the individuals surrounding the pool began to leap into the spirit spring one after another. You ungrateful lot. Su Lai, fearing that the dragon's blood within the spirit jade vine would be claimed by others, also dove into the spring. As he entered, Su Lai furrowed his brow, casting a curious glance at his brothers. Do you not feel that something is amiss? Brother, are you suggesting that this spirit spring lacks sufficient medicinal potency? Upon hearing this, the others turned to him with similar expressions of confusion. Indeed, I too feel that the potency is only slightly greater than before. What on earth is happening? If it were to be said that the spirit spring lacked medicinal potency last time, it might have been that Elder Su Mu truly forgot to add the herbs. However, they had all witnessed him adding the herbs just moments ago. Moreover, there was also a spirit jade vine present. How could this be a deception? Do you think that perhaps that waste of a person has absorbed it all by himself? One of the younger ones quietly remarked. Having noticed Meng Jing's presence in the corner, apart from a few of his brothers, only Meng Jing remained. If it were not for that fellow's absorption, who else could it be? Su Lai cast a glance toward Meng Jing, who, at that moment, was meditating with his eyes closed, completely oblivious to their conversation. How could it possibly be that worthless individual? It must be that the newly added herbs had not fully dissolved. Su Lai speculated. How could a mere wastrel absorb all the potency from this pool by himself? If a person were to absorb too much energy, it would inevitably lead to their demise. However, this individual could not possibly face such a fate. Upon hearing the leader's explanation, the others could only attribute the lack of medicinal potency in the spiritual spring to the absence of dissolution. They each settled into a contemplative silence, choosing not to speak further. Although Meng Jing's face betrayed no emotion, His heart soared with uncontainable joy. The system's notification chimed in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully broken through to the second tier of the Great Spirit Master Realm. Chapter 42. The contest for the Spirit Jade Vine. Meng Jing exhaled a warm breath, astonished that he could achieve a minor breakthrough merely by soaking in a bath. What a delightful surprise. If Su Lai and the others were to discover that Meng Jing had single-handedly absorbed the entire medicinal essence of the spiritual spring, they would likely harbor murderous intentions towards him. After all, they had all paid to partake in this cultivation experience. Why should this fellow consume their share as well? Fortunately, Meng Jing had been judicious in his absorption. Otherwise, he could have completely depleted the essence before the others even arrived. Nevertheless, to avoid arousing suspicion, he had left a portion of the medicinal power for them to share. Yet, should it come to division, the amount each person could absorb would be pitifully scant, let alone sufficient to contemplate a breakthrough. Now, there was little left in the pool to entice Meng Jing, save for the solitary spirit Jade Vine. The question remained, how could he procure this coveted vine? As Meng Jing pondered, the others noticed that the medicinal essence in the spiritual spring had yet to disperse, and they too began to set their sights on the spirit Jade Vine. The medicinal herb lay there undisturbed, yet the spirit Jade Vine was singular in its existence. Its absence could be a fleeting reality. However, how could one absorb the essence of this spirit Jade Vine? Each individual harbored their own secret intentions. Su Lai's gaze remained fixated on the vine, for he was counting on the dragon's blood within to enhance his prowess. If it were to fall into the hands of his brethren, he would undoubtedly be discontented, for it would only heighten his competitive pressure. Nevertheless, Elder Su Mu had previously stated that the spirit Jade Vine rested in the pool, and who could absorb it was entirely a matter of luck. Such a substantial spirit Jade Vine, to fully absorb it would indeed be impractical. Esteemed brothers, I, Su Lai, stand merely a small realm away from breaking through to the spirit heart realm. I humbly request that this spirit Jade Vine be granted to me for my advancement. Rising from the pool, Su Lai clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. Given his standing among the outer disciples, he held hope that his plea might be favorably received. However, the next moment brought a swift rebuke. Beside him, a junior disciple stood up. Brother Lai, I have been with you for many years. I have an 80-year-old mother at home, and I too wish to seize this opportunity to enter the inner sect and become an inner disciple. I hope you can grant me this wish. Before he could finish, another rose to his feet. Indeed, Brother Lai, look at me. I am still 3 small realms away, while you are just 1. Once the medicinal properties in the pool are released, you may very well achieve your breakthrough. Therefore, it would be best to let this precious herb be mine. Su Lai's expression darkened as he realized that those who had called him brother so affectionately would turn their backs when faced with the prospect of personal gain. Yet, there was little he could do. After all, there was but one spirit Jade Vine. As the medicinal potency began to dissipate, that single drop of dragon's blood became exceedingly precious. Since we all desire this, let us each take a seat and partake in a dragon's breath contest, Su Lai proposed. The so-called dragon-sucking water determines the ownership of the spirit Jade Vine based on the magnitude of each individual's. Upon hearing this, the crowd unanimously expressed their agreement and subsequently took their seats on either side of the pool. The Su family's pool is quite expansive, as it must accommodate over 200 members of the Su family for their daily bathing rituals. Consequently, a few of them chose a spot nearest to the Lingyu vine, completely oblivious to Meng Jing, who was concealed in the shadows. Meng Jing was elated to overhear their conversation. He had been at a loss for how to acquire the Lingyu vine, and here were these individuals, already devising a plan. It was as if fate itself was aiding him. After the group settled into their respective positions, Su Lai allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. These fools, do they not realize that the attribute they cultivate is the wind attribute? The attribute of this cultivation is of the wind, endowing him with an unparalleled mastery over the force of suction. Thus, he was able to propose such a suggestion. Naturally, ordinary individuals rely solely on the consumption of spiritual energy within their bodies. The process of drawing in water through the dragon's breath is an exceedingly energy-consuming endeavor. The more energy expended, the greater the force of suction. Commence. With a commanding voice, Su Lai instructed, and the others began to channel their energy into their palms. Instantly, they collectively drew upon the same medicinal herb from various directions. Su Lai, however, refrained from hastily seizing it. He opted to wait until their energy was nearly depleted before making his move to snatch it away. Suddenly, Su Lai caught a glimpse of a figure lurking in the corner, somewhat distanced from them. At that moment, he did not act, yet a confident smile crept across his face, as if the spirit Jade Vine was effortlessly within his grasp. How audacious of this waste to covet the spirit Jade Vine. Su Lai scoffed disdainfully. He recognized the figure in the corner as Meng Jing without a doubt. How could such a useless individual entertain thoughts of the spirit Jade Vine? What confidence could a mere Qi refinement realm weakling possess? Moreover, given the distance, how could he possibly draw upon the spirit Jade Vine? While contemplating this, someone had already gained the upper hand. They were mere inches away from grasping the prize, laughing heartily. Soon, the spirit Jade Vine shall be mine. Su Lai let out a cold chuckle, and in an instant, One hand plunged into the water. His fingers, poised like an eagle's talons, lunged toward the floating spirit jade vine. The vine, which was already on the verge of being seized by another, was suddenly yanked back with immense force, as if a mountain had descended upon it. Ah, brother Lai, this is too much. The individual, on the brink of claiming the spirit jade vine, felt as though a cooked duck had flown away in an instant. Unwilling to concede, he intensified the energy he was channeling, his face reddening. The others, not to be outdone, also infused more energy into their palms. In that moment, the spirit jade vine stalled midair, leaving everyone in uncertainty regarding the outcome. Third brother, let us collaborate. I will take the dragon's blood, and you can have the rest. Observing the stalemate, Su Lai hesitated to unleash his wind attributes and spoke to the closest subordinate. If another person joined their efforts, the spirit jade vine would be all but secured. Furthermore, he was merely one small realm shy of his goal and did not require the energy contained within the spirit jade vine. What he sought was solely the dragon's blood. All right, boss. The third brother readily agreed, recognizing the wisdom in collaboration given the current impasse. Securing the spirit jade vine would grant him enough energy to elevate his standing by several small realms without needing the dragon's blood. Upon hearing Su Lai's words, the faces of those in the pool shifted. Brother Lai, that's rather unfair. If that's the case, second brother and fourth brother, let us form a team as well. We can divide it among the three of us. One of the subordinates, sensing the unfavorable shift, quickly extended an invitation to the two nearby. The others, not foolish, understood the gravity of the situation. If they do not unite to confront Su Lai together, they will ultimately possess nothing. However, by forming an alliance, they can at least divide this 1/3 among themselves. Thus, the vast bathhouse became a battleground for two opposing factions. Two formidable forces relentlessly tugged at the central Lingyu vine. Suddenly, just as Su Lai was about to make his move, the expansive pool began to bubble continuously, releasing billowing steam. Instantly, a thick veil of mist enveloped the water's surface, obscuring all visibility. What could possibly be happening? Chapter 43. Truly in hot water. Su Lai found himself momentarily taken aback. How could a layer of warm mist suddenly rise from this seemingly tranquil pool? Could it be that someone intends to seize the spirit jade vine at this opportune moment? Thus, Su Lai remained vigilant, observing the spirit jade vine, which was locked in a stalemate at the center, and upon noticing that it was still intact, he breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the once placid spirit jade vine began to undulate upon the water's surface, as if a formidable force were tugging at it from below. Lai brother, you are cheating. One of the three opponents exclaimed. They had clearly agreed to employ the technique of dragon water absorption, yet now the spirit jade vine was continually sinking. This is sufficient to indicate that someone is up to mischief beneath the water. However, Su Lai currently has both hands raised in the air, so how could he possibly be involved in any trickery? You must be joking, just take a look at my hands. As he spoke, Su Lai lifted his hands high for the other party to see. The opposing side chuckled and said, "Haha, boss, you've been deceived. This heat is generated on our side solely to disrupt the line of sight of our superior. Subsequently, it serves to subtly inject a force of attraction into the water for others. In such circumstances, the wicked often cry foul first. To vindicate his innocence, Su Lai inevitably raised his hand. At that moment, an opportunity presented itself. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, his superior raised his hand as well. The other three exchanged knowing smiles, and instantly, the ethereal Lingyu vine that had been suspended in midair was drawn towards them. How dare you deceive me? Infuriated by the trickery, Su Lai quickly channeled his spiritual energy into his hand. With his other hand, he invisibly infused it with wind attributes to enhance his pulling force. Just as the Lingyu vine was about to be yanked away, it abruptly halted, suspended once more. How could this be? Boss, you must be cheating this time. This time, with less than a meter remaining, the spirit jade vine remained still once more. How could it possibly generate suction so swiftly? If it weren't for cheating, he could hardly believe it. After all, acquiring is a true skill. Su Lai's expression darkened. Since his opponent had chosen to engage in cunning tactics, he could not hesitate to employ his final means. Is that so, brother Lai? Then do not blame me. Second, you go and seize it. We shall divide it directly and see how brother Lai responds. Indeed, as they spoke, a young man immersed in the pool rose and strode toward the location of the spirit jade vine, extending his hand to grasp it. Damn it! Su Lai fumed with indignation, never expecting they would resort to outright theft. At this moment, should they choose to act and seize, it would undoubtedly lead to their own downfall. After all, Elder Su Mu had previously declared that no contention should arise. However, now that something was on the verge of being taken from them, how could they relent? Thus, with a determined resolve, Su Lai decided to reveal his true attributes. No longer concealing them, a fierce gust of wind dispersed the heated mist. An overwhelming force surged forth. Brother Lai, the three individuals across from him, submerged in the pool, found the once tranquil water's surface roiling like the tumultuous sea under Su Lai's powerful wind. The spiritual spring lashed against their bodies, leaving them breathless. Haha, this spirit jade vine shall be mine, Su Lai exclaimed, laughing heartily as he observed the spirit jade vine inching toward him. Yet, at that very moment, the approaching vine abruptly halted. With a resounding thud, before Su Lai could comprehend what was transpiring, the spirit jade vine plunged beneath the water's surface, vanishing from sight. What happened to the spirit jade vine? How could it have disappeared in the blink of an eye? He exclaimed. Have you resorted to some underhanded trick? With a splash, Su Lai rose from the spiritual spring, pointing an accusatory finger at the three individuals opposite him. Likewise, the trio stood in shock, their minds swirling with confusion. Brother Lai, do not jest. Are you certain you did not take it? One questioned. Indeed, Brother Lai. How could the spirit jade vine simply vanish? They echoed, rising to their feet. How could it have just disappeared? Since none of them possessed it, where could the spirit jade vine have gone? Surely it could not have vanished into thin air. Could it be that useless one who took it? Another speculated. Yes, Brother Lai. Could that imbecile have stealthily slipped beneath the water to snatch the spirit jade vine while we were preoccupied? The small group, now aware of another's presence in the corner, speculated aloud. If it were not for that inept individual, who else could have seized the spirit jade vine? Su Lai pondered, resting his chin on his hand, as he recalled the strange force he had felt. Yet, how could a mere cultivator of chi refinement possess such a formidable technique as the dragon absorbing water? To summon the dragon to drink, one must at least possess the prowess of the spirit vein realm. An inept individual of the chi refinement realm could never achieve such a feat. However, apart from Meng Jing, there is no one else present here. Hence, I have no choice but to inquire of this worthless fellow. You useless wretch, do you have our spirit jade vine? Su Lai approached, his voice icy. Still soaking in the bath, Meng Jing had his eyes half closed, but he now opened them to regard Su Lai with a similarly frigid stare. You lost something. Why come to me? Was it not you who took our spirit jade vine? Questioned several of Su Lai's underlings in unison. Upon hearing this, Meng Jing let out a chuckle. I have been here in the bath all along. How could I possibly know? Before he could elaborate further, one of the underlings seemed to grasp something extraordinary, and Su Lai sensed that there was indeed something amiss, his fury escalating. You little brat. Did you steal our spirit jade vine? Indeed, you audacious fool. You dare to take our elder brother's spirit jade vine. Hand it over, or face death. Did I take it? Meng Jing scoffed, rising from the water. As he stood, the onlookers exchanged perplexed glances. Strange. Why can we not see any trace of the spirit jade vine? Yes, this fellow certainly took it, yet he appears to be utterly empty-handed. They observed him, finding no evidence of the coveted vine concealed upon his person. Meng Jing cast a sidelong glance at them, huffed, and made his way out. Their curiosity piqued as they beheld his unclothed form, completely devoid of any possessions. Where has the spirit jade vine truly gone? If it were in the possession of that useless individual, it would be impossible for him to absorb the entire vine in such a short time. Therefore, if it is not in his grasp, where could it possibly be? Given that the spirit jade vine is not in the hands of that inept person, it is conceivable that it resides within this spirit spring. Whoever discovers it first shall reclaim it, Su Lai proposed. After all, the spirit jade vine is a precious treasure, and for these individuals to attempt to hoard it for themselves would be an exceedingly improbable endeavor. It might very well be hidden within this spring. With that, they commenced their search. A group of fools, observing their frantic efforts. Meng Jing could not help but smile. The spirit jade vine is right here with him. Even if they were to turn the entire spiritual spring upside down, it would be impossible for them to uncover its presence. As for how he acquired it, it was deftly pilfered while Su Lai was preoccupied with his own endeavors. The reason the others have yet to detect the spirit jade vine is that, upon obtaining it, Meng Jing had already stored it away in his spatial backpack. How could they possibly discover it? While they remained futilely searching, Meng Jing promptly accessed the spirit jade vine within his spatial backpack. Immediately, the system's voice echoed, Ding. Host, do you wish to reclaim the 10,000-year spirit jade vine? One specimen? Chapter 44, the 10,000-year spirit jade vine. Upon hearing this, Meng Jing was momentarily taken aback. Did Elder Sumu not mention that the spirit jade vine is only a century old? How is it that the system's response indicates a spirit jade vine that is 10,000 years old? If this truly is the mythical spirit jade vine, then I have stumbled upon a treasure. Filled with excitement, Meng Jing hurriedly returned to his room. At this moment, Meng Guden was peacefully asleep on the blanket spread across the floor. Meng Jing chose not to disturb him, cautiously climbing onto the bed to retrieve the precious spirit jade vine. This spiritual jade vine is not particularly thick or robust, yet when held in hand, it possesses a substantial weight. The distinction between 10,000 years and a century lies in the fact that for every century, the spirit jade vine flourishes. It yields a single drop of dragon's essence blood. Over the course of 10 millennia, one can only surmise that there must be a considerable amount of dragon's essence. As for why the elder of the Su family did not discern that this spirit jade vine was a millennium old, the reason is quite straightforward. The spirit jade vine is not particularly rare. It belongs to a category that is rather common. Typically, its lifespan hovers around a century, and it is a rarity to encounter one that has lived for a millennium. Even should such an ancient specimen be discovered, the average person would remain oblivious to its true age. Only a professional alchemist can discern this. Generally, for a spirit jade vine of such ancient caliber, it would require at least a 4-star alchemist to accurately identify it. However, the sole alchemist in the Su residence is none other than my grandfather, Master Meng, who is merely a 1-star alchemist. Thus, it is quite understandable that this spirit jade vine was mistakenly regarded as being merely a century old. After all, 4-star alchemists are not commonly found, and even the expense of hiring one for identification is considerable. The expenditure is indeed sufficient to rival the price of a century-old spirit jade vine. Naturally, should it be discovered to be a millennium-old specimen, the situation would be quite favorable. A single transaction could yield profits manifold. However, if, upon appraisal, it turns out to be merely 100 years old, the loss would be substantial. Hence, for them, the valuation of the spirit jade vine is typically conducted on a centennial basis. In truth, there exists another method for discerning the age of the spirit jade vine, by slicing it open to examine the quantity of dragon's essence within. Generally, a 100-year-old vine contains but a single drop, and as the age increases, so too does the amount. Yet, this method often leads to wastage. Consequently, it is frequently bypassed. Of course, Meng Jing would not opt for this second method, as he possesses a more convenient means of handling the situation. With that, he once again stowed the spirit jade vine into his spatial backpack and clicked the button to decompose and recycle it. This matter is entrusted to the system for recycling, which will manage it proficiently. Much like the previous black wolves, it disassembled itself completely. Meng Jing is equally confident that this medicinal herb will be no exception. After opting for recycling, the system's voice resonated. Ding, would the host like to recycle 1 stalk of the 10,000-year spirit jade vine? Meng Jing nodded, promptly consenting. Subsequently, the system's voice echoed again. Ding, congratulations to the host on recycling 1 stalk of the 10,000-year spirit jade vine, thus acquiring 3 high-grade spirit stones. Ding, congratulations to the host on recycling 1 stalk of the 10,000-year spirit jade vine, thus obtaining 1,000 drops of dragon's blood. 3 high-grade spirit stones. Meng Jing was astounded to have received such an abundance. It is known that 20 ordinary spirit stones can be combined to form 1 intermediate spirit stone. Similarly, 20 intermediate spirit stones can coalesce into a single high-grade spirit stone. To think he had acquired 3 high-grade spirit stones. This translates to an equivalent of 60 intermediate spirit stones, which is exhilarating. Given his current cultivation level, it would be quite challenging to advance to a minor realm without a dozen intermediate spirit stones. However, now armed with 3 high-grade spirit stones, breaking through to the mid-level of a great spirit master is undoubtedly within reach. Filled with excitement, Meng Jing turned his gaze to the subsequent rewards, his countenance brimming with exhilaration. He had astonishingly obtained 1,000 drops of dragon's blood. Those who had been striving for a mere drop within the spirit spring could not have fathomed that Meng Jing would acquire such a bounty. Had they known, they certainly would not have dared to compete. They would have surely sought to collaborate to seize this spirit jade vine. Now, it is entirely Meng Jing's to claim. And what does this 1,000 drops signify? It is tantamount to having 1,000 100-year spirit jade vines laid out before him. This time, I have truly struck gold. Seizing the opportunity presented by tomorrow's assessment, I shall continue to transcend my cultivation, Meng Jing declared, as he retrieved a high-grade spirit stone. The moment it was drawn forth, the entire room was suffused with a rich aura of spiritual energy. Immersed in this ethereal atmosphere, he felt a subtle stirring in his cultivation. At that moment, Meng Dan awakened, sniffing the air, and was astonished to find the room brimming with spiritual energy. Utterly bewildered, by chance, his gaze fell upon the bed and the spirit stone in Meng Jing's hand, and he immediately comprehended the source of this phenomenon. However, curiosity piqued. He wondered where so many spirit stones had come from. Previously, he had thought the one given to him was the finest, yet now, the one being showcased far surpassed it in quality. Just as I have awakened, I shall not be courteous. Thus, Meng Dan opened his mouth and began to voraciously absorb the spiritual energy that filled the room. Damn it, you glutton. Why are you consuming it so rapidly? Leave some for me, Meng Jing exclaimed, unable to restrain his frustration as he witnessed the air's spiritual energy being entirely devoured by Meng Dan. This fellow. That is something I intend to utilize for my own cultivation breakthrough. This fellow is quite something. Upon awakening, he immediately begins to feast. How impudent. Meanwhile, Meng Dan paid no heed to Meng Jing and continued to devour his meal. Naturally, Meng Jing could not descend to reprimand this individual. This individual possesses the strength of a spirit sovereign, rendering him an insurmountable opponent. Criticizing him would be a futile endeavor. It would be far more beneficial for me to commence my own cultivation. Thus, Meng Jing settled into a meditative posture. The gentle spiritual energy present in the air began to flow into his body. Every pore in Meng Jing's body opened wide as he fervently absorbed the spiritual essence. Each fleeting moment was a fierce competition with Meng Dan to seize the spiritual energy bestowed by this spirit stone. Unlike the medium spirit stones, the advanced spirit stone envelopes the body upon entering, nurturing it like a cloud of steam. Gurgling softly, This vaporous energy flows through every meridian, permeating the entire being. The previously refined muscles and bones begin to crackle with renewed vigor. At this moment, Meng Jing's body resembles a flawless piece of jade, pure and immaculate. With his eyes gently closed, he relishes the warm sensation enveloping him, feeling immensely comfortable. A breakthrough is imminent. Meng Jing exclaims in wonder, and suddenly, he feels a tremor coursing through his robust frame. As expected, the system's voice resonates shortly thereafter. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to the lower tier of the 3rd level of the Grand Spirit Master Realm. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to the lower tier of the 4th level of the Grand Spirit Master Realm. Chapter 45. Preparing to consume the dragon's essence blood. What a delight! Meng Jing marvels, astonished that a single advanced spirit stone has enabled him to ascend 2 minor realms. Calculating thus, the remaining 2 high-grade spirit stones are more than sufficient to achieve a breakthrough to the mid-5th tier. In the realm of the Great Spirit Master at the intermediate 5th level, a distinct approach is taken compared to other realms. Beyond the elevation of one's cultivation, there lies a pronounced emphasis on the enhancement of the physical body. It is akin to a vessel containing water. The capacity to hold is not solely determined by the size of the vessel, but rather, the quality of the vessel itself is of paramount importance. Should the vessel's integrity be insufficient, no matter how much water it attempts to contain, it is destined to collapse. As for the methods to fortify the physical form, Meng Jing remains uninformed. Nevertheless, the pressing matter at hand is to continue advancing in cultivation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Meng Jing, after absorbing an abundance of spiritual energy, felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Having subsisted on the toxic spiritual energy from Shaoqing for so long, encountering such pure spiritual energy was a rare feast indeed. Meng Jing, however, wore a look of exasperation. This creature, despite being several realms above him in cultivation, still sought to compete for cultivation resources. Were it not for the fortunate circumstance that led him to acquire the spirit Jade Vine, he would have been at a loss regarding his advancement to the intermediate Great Spirit Master realm. Fortunately, the high-grade spirit stone was more than sufficient for both of them to absorb. Had it been any other spirit stone, they might not have had enough to share. With this thought, Meng Jing retrieved another high-grade spirit stone from his spatial backpack, causing Meng Jing's eyes to light up. Although it was unaware of the stone's monetary value, it knew that this particular grade of spirit stone was worth at least 3 5-tier herbal plants. The 5th-tier medicinal herbs are indeed quite elusive. However, there lies a perplexing mystery. How can such a wealthy individual choose to become a son-in-law? Just the influence of this spirit stone alone could attract numerous admirers. It is baffling and incomprehensible. Once the spirit stone was revealed into the air, it immediately dispersed, saturating the entire room with spiritual energy. Unlike dog egg, Meng Jing did not greedily absorb it, for the human body has its limits. Moreover, upon entering the realm of a grand spiritual master, the focus of cultivation shifts towards the guidance of spiritual energy. It was evident that Meng Jing moved his hand gracefully through the air to an unknowing observer. He might appear to be deranged. Only Dog Egg understood that he was in the process of capturing and absorbing a mass of spiritual energy. This pure spiritual energy is entirely harvested. The reason Meng Jing is engaged in this act is due to the inadequacy of space, which has resulted in a tightly sealed environment. Consequently, the air is imbued not only with pure spiritual energy, but also with certain impurities. Thus, Meng Jing meticulously selects and absorbs only the pristine spiritual essence. Otherwise, it would be akin to the current Meng Dan, who, with his mouth agape, would simply consume everything in sight. What are you staring at, Your Highness? Have you never witnessed such an elegant manner of eating? Upon noticing Meng Jing's gaze, Meng Dan could not help but swallow a mouthful of spiritual energy, retorting with annoyance. Meng Jing felt a twinge of regret. This creature was an insatiable abyss. Impossible to satiate. It was perplexing why he had chosen such a being for his protection in the first place. Oh well, at least he still enjoyed a considerable fortune. If he did not expedite his absorption, he would truly be devoured entirely by this insatiable entity. After exhaling a breath of impure air, Meng Jing's thoughts wandered to the dragon's blood stored in his backpack. This substance is inherently designed to enhance one's cultivation and augment the strength of the physical body. If absorbed concurrently during the process of training, might its effects not be magnified? Meng Jing pondered this notion. However, the dragon's essence blood lay within his spatial pouch, devoid of any container to hold it. If he were to extract it, it would undoubtedly spill everywhere. One must understand that this dragon's essence blood is a precious commodity, and even a mere spillage would be a cause for lamentation for Meng Jing. The question remained, how could he extract it? Suddenly, Meng Jing recalled the small porcelain vial that resided within the ring he had acquired. These small porcelain vials indeed belonged to Shaoqing. It is customary for every alchemist to prepare a few such vials within their rings to contain elixirs. Thus, this is a perfectly ordinary occurrence. Meng Jing retrieved the ring and extracted 5 or 6 porcelain vials from it. uncertain of the capacity of each vial to hold the dragon's essence. He prudently decided to prepare a few extras. Observing Meng Jing's actions, Meng Dan ceased absorbing spiritual energy and inquired, "What are you doing? Go play somewhere else." Meng Jing replied curtly and opened the system interface. Soon after, the system's voice resonated. "Ding. How much dragon essence would you like to extract? Please set the quantity." Almost immediately, a small window materialized within his field of vision, allowing him to specify the amount to be extracted. Meng Jing was momentarily taken aback by the system's thoughtfulness. Such a feature was unexpected. After all, the items he had previously acquired were mostly of little use, and for Meng Jing, the best course of action had been to recycle them all. Thus, he was astonished by the appearance of this function. He tentatively inputted the number 1. "Ding. Are you sure you wish to extract 1 drop of dragon essence?" Meng Jing nodded in affirmation. Before long, a drop of dragon's essence, radiant red with golden light, materialized in the air. In the next instant, before Meng Jing could fully comprehend the situation, the drop splashed onto the bed with a resounding drip. Sizzle. Upon contacting the wooden surface of the bed, the drop emitted a piercing sound. Looking closely, Meng Jing was dismayed to find a small hole had formed where the dragon essence had fallen. "What a ferocious substance!" he exclaimed, lamenting the small hole before him with a heavy heart. "This precious drop of dragon's blood has been squandered in vain. How could this system not provide a single warning?" Meng Jing began to lament the system, having assumed it would automatically place the blood into a porcelain vial. It seems he was overly optimistic. While he mourned the loss of the dragon's blood, he also realized its remarkable potency. Merely a single drop could pierce through a wooden plank. Truly, it is an exceptional substance for enhancing physical strength. But how on earth could he extract it safely? Must he operate within the confines of his spatial backpack? Contemplating this, Meng Jing decided to give it a try. With a swift motion, he summoned several porcelain vials into his spatial backpack. Then, he once again accessed the dragon's blood. This time, 2 distinct options have emerged. "Ding. May I inquire, esteemed host, how much dragon's blood would you like to extract? Please specify the quantity." This is the first option. "Ding. May I inquire, host, would you like to extract the dragon's south essence and place it in the porcelain vial?" The second option emerged. As Meng Jing had anticipated, the operations could only be conducted through the system panel. Fortunately, there was no need to extract a substantial amount of the dragon's essence initially. Otherwise, it would indeed lead to wastage. Given this, Meng Jing naturally chose the second option. After Meng Jing confirmed his selection, the previous options reappeared. "Ding. May I ask, host, how much of the dragon's essence would you like to extract? Please specify the quantity." This time, Meng Jing felt a tinge of unease and inputted the number 1. After a nod of affirmation, the system's voice resonated. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for extracting a drop of dragon's essence blood." Before him, 5 porcelain vials appeared on the system panel, one of which, containing a drop of dragon's essence blood, was distinctly separated. With a swift motion, Meng Jing grasped the vial and retrieved it. Chapter 46. The breakthrough of consumption indeed. It was possible. Holding the vial in his hand, Meng Jing felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated it would be so effortless. It rendered his earlier expenditure of a drop utterly wasteful. However, this small vial seemed only capable of holding 20 to 30 drops at most. Meng Jing cast a glance at the level of dragon's essence blood within the vial. He merely added a drop, resulting in an elevation of nearly half a centimeter. Given the height of this delicate porcelain vial, it could accommodate at most 20 or 30 drops. However, this is preferable. It allows for a gradual process, without haste. Upon Meng Jing retrieving the small porcelain bottle, Meng Dan's wary gaze was instantly drawn to him. "What do you have there?" In response, Meng Jing's hand gave a slight shake. "What are you talking about?" "No, wait. I believe I just caught a whiff of something." Meng Dan shook his head, still unconvinced. "You are not endowed with a dog's sense of smell." Meng Jing chuckled softly, secretly relieved. Fortunately, his quick hand movements had prevented this fellow from discovering his secret. Had he known about such a precious item, he would undoubtedly have rushed over to seize it. The blood of the dragon is indeed exceedingly precious. Meng Jing is reluctant to squander it on someone more powerful than himself. It is his own enhancement that is of paramount importance. Very well, Meng Dan sniffed, having caught a whiff of a familiar scent just moments ago. However, he could not discern what it was, for it had vanished. Observing that Meng Jing held nothing in his hands, Meng Dan chose not to dwell on it, and continued to absorb the ethereal energy. The air is imbued with a plethora of spiritual energy. To let it go to waste would be a lamentable folly. Meng Jing cast a glance at the creature, observing it as it continued to consume the spiritual essence, prompting him to retrieve a porcelain vial he had carefully stowed away. He decided to extract a single drop to test its effects. Thus, unbeknownst to Meng Dan, Meng Jing deftly removed the stopper. A faint dragon's roar emanated from the vial's opening. Meng Jing felt his soul tremble, for the essence of dragon's blood invariably carries traces of draconic aura. Immediately following the dragon's roar, a surge of violent, sanguinary energy rushed toward Meng Jing, evoking a palpable sense of the ferocity contained within. Are you indulging in something?" Meng Dan's gaze turned toward him once more. Heh, not at all. With that, Meng Jing swiftly swallowed the drop of dragon's blood in a flash. At that moment, Meng Dan leapt up from beneath the bed, approached Meng Jing, and sniffed at the porcelain vial in his hand. This sin is so familiar. You couldn't possibly have consumed. Curse it, that hurts. Before Meng Dan could finish, Meng Jing suddenly experienced a searing pain coursing through his body, reminiscent of 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart. In the next instant, it felt as though a myriad of arrows pierced through him, the single drop of dragon's blood acting like a sharp blade, striving to rend his flesh from bone. Meng Jing felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his complexion paling drastically. The agony he now endured far surpassed any pain he had felt during his previous cultivation breakthroughs. This was merely the consequence of swallowing a single drop of dragon's blood, and it felt akin to flirting with death itself. Alas, what a fool you are. If it weren't for my presence, you would surely be doomed. Observing Meng Jing's pained expression, Meng Dan raised his paw and, with a swift motion, summoned an invisible barrier that enveloped the entirety of Meng Jing's abode. The purpose of this action is to prevent outsiders from hearing the commotion within. Even if Meng Jing were to scream at the top of his lungs, no one outside would hear him. The primary advantage of this barrier is that one can freely unleash their cultivation level without fear of exposure to the outside world. Observing that the barrier had been successfully established, Meng Dan raised his paw and placed it upon Meng Jing's body. At present, Meng Jing's body was radiating heat, and upon contact, wisps of warmth began to rise. If this situation were not addressed promptly, he might be thoroughly cooked. Remember, you owe this king a significant favor. After uttering these words, Meng Dan gazed down at the unconscious Meng Jing and leaned closer, opening his mouth. With the sharpest edge of his teeth, he gently tugged at the fabric of Meng Jing's clothing. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as Meng Jing's garments were completely ripped apart. Meng Dan cast a cursory glance, paid it no mind, and inhaled deeply. Then, he exhaled slowly, feeling his own cultivation surge upward. Frost technique, Meng Dan declared. As the words left his lips, the breath he released instantly turned frigid. Subsequently, the raised paw began to crystallize with frost. He gently placed it upon Meng Jing's body, and the previously flushed skin rapidly returned to its normal hue. In that moment, the expression of pain that marred Meng Jing's face softened considerably. Time passed, and Meng Jing gradually awoke to find that the excruciating pain he had felt earlier had vanished. Instead, his body now existed in a state of gentle warmth, neither cold nor hot. What on earth is happening? Did I not just consume the blood of a dragon? Why am I without clothes? You are awake? Upon seeing Meng Jing regain consciousness, Meng Dan glanced back, his demeanor somewhat haughty. After a brief sigh, he turned away, leaving Meng Jing with a solitary silhouette. At that moment, if one were to offer Meng Dan a cigarette, he would resemble the type who, after an escapade, solemnly assures you of his responsibility. Wait, what have you done to me? Meng Jing swallowed hard, fearing that this creature might have taken advantage of his unconscious state. Though he considered himself quite handsome, capable of attracting the affections of beasts, the fact remained that his counterpart was, after all, a creature of the wild. Nonsense. Remember, from now on, you belong to this king, and I shall protect you. Meng Dan spoke with an unexpected air of responsibility, leaving Meng Jing momentarily incredulous, yet more so, filled with a sense of despair. You truly did not do anything, did you? Meng Jing asked tremulously, wishing to strike this creature, yet knowing he was outmatched. Fear not. This king does not possess such depraved tastes. Observing Meng Jing's naive expression, Meng Dan's serious facade crumbled, erupting into laughter. Meng Jing glared at him. Forget it, he muttered, shaking his head and deciding not to dwell on it further. He rummaged through his spatial ring and found a new set of clothing to don. Where are my previous clothes? Meng Jing inquired. Are they not right there on the ground? Meng Dan pointed to the heap of tattered garments. Are you not going to explain? Meng Jing looked at the pile and spoke. Explain what? Why I had to remove your clothing. Meng Dan replied with an air of pride, lifting his head high. Had it not been for my intervention, you would likely have been thoroughly cooked by now. Thoroughly cooked? Meng Jing was at a loss for words, realizing the truth in Meng Dan's statement. The moment he had consumed the blood, his body had surged with heat. In light of my efforts to save you, merely offering me a few spirit stones would suffice. Yet there was no need to tear my clothing. Nevertheless, I appreciate it, Meng Jing remarked, reaching out to pat Meng Dan on the head. In his moment of unbearable agony, he had felt a cooling presence aiding him in his cultivation breakthrough. To his surprise, it was Meng Dan who had assisted him. He had assumed him to be merely a glutton, yet it seemed he was not as ungrateful as he had presumed. However, he remained puzzled as to why the dragon's blood had caused such pain. Oh, by the way, I have a question for you. Did you just consume the blood of a dragon? Speak honestly, and do not lie. Chapter 47, Not an Oral Solution. After Meng Dan's words, Meng Jing stared at him in astonishment. How did this fellow know? How did you come to know? Is it not due to this king's keen intuition? Just admit it, shall you? Meng Jing nodded, since he had been discovered. There was no need to continue concealing the truth. Moreover, the other party had even intervened to save his life. Upon Meng Jing's acknowledgement, Meng Jing erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, you crack me up. What on earth? Meng Jing's face instantly transformed into a canvas of confusion. What is the reason for such hearty laughter in this perfectly fine situation? What is there to laugh about? Why are you laughing? Meng Jing inquired. I find it amusing that you are such a fool. A simpleton, he replied, his expression turning dark. It seemed this fellow, having gone 3 days without a proper reprimand, still dared to insult him. Clearly, he was becoming rather cheeky. Why do you say such things about me? He managed to suppress the urge to strike the man and asked out of curiosity. Do you not realize that the dragon's essence is not meant for consumption, but for application? To use something intended for topical use as an oral remedy, what else could that be but foolishness? After this, Meng Jing erupted into a fit of uncontrollable laughter. Wait, are you saying that the dragon's essence is for application, not for consumption? Upon hearing this, Meng Jing's eyes widened considerably. Is the dragon's essence intended for application rather than ingestion? Isn't it recorded in this ancient text? However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. After consuming the dragon's essence, there was no discernible change in his body, which was entirely inconsistent with what one would expect from such a potent substance. It seems I must have employed the wrong method. But how could you possibly know? As a member of the dragon lineage, cough, I have lived for several millennia. I am well aware of such matters. Meng Jing pretended to cough and quickly changed his words. Meanwhile, Meng Jing, having not grasped the earlier conversation, was left utterly bewildered by the latter part. This individual is indeed correct. The creature known as Meng Jing possesses strength surpassing that of a spirit monarch and has likely lived for several millennia, thus undoubtedly comprehending the significance of dragon blood. Had I known, I would have inquired with him earlier. Moreover, consider this. The essence of dragon blood encapsulates the very quintessence of the dragon lineage. Do you truly believe your human form could withstand its consumption unscathed? Were it not for my fortuitous intervention, you would have long since met your demise. Meng Jing snorted, boastingly. Very well, my gratitude is extended. Meng Jing, somewhat resigned, reached out to pat the creature's head, instead of mere thanks. To present something of tangible value in return to this king? Meng Jing chuckled mischievously. Agreed. Meng Jing nodded, then with a flick of his wrist, retrieved the remaining ordinary spirit stones from his spatial pouch and placed them before the creature. This is all there is. Is this all you offer? Are there no higher grade spirit stones? After all, I did save you. Meng Jing expressed his dissatisfaction upon seeing the lesser quality of the stones compared to those he had recently absorbed. Surely, one ought to present a high-grade spirit stone to oneself. Bah, take it or leave it. These are all the spirit stones I have left. With that, Meng Jing prepared to reclaim the stones. After all, he had extended his goodwill to this creature, yet it dared to express disdain. If you find them unsatisfactory, then you shall have nothing at all. Upon witnessing Meng Jing's intention to withdraw, Meng Jing immediately raised a paw to block him. Very well, I shall not hold it against you this time. This is certainly better than having nothing at all. Moreover, although these are ordinary spirit stones, the spiritual energy contained within is remarkably pure. As he spoke, Meng Jing opened his mouth wide and swallowed them all. Did you consume them all? He opened his mouth wide and devoured everything in one go, leaving Meng Jing in pain. At this rate, even a pig would be beyond his means to sustain. Meng Jing snorted twice, dismissively stating that he merely put it away. Such delights ought to be savored slowly. Put away? Upon hearing this, Meng Jing felt a flicker of familiarity in his mind. Unlike humans, who rely on storage rings to carry their possessions when they cannot bear much weight, the magical beasts possess an innate spatial capacity within their bodies, allowing them to consume and store various items. Typically, these creatures utilize this internal space to store food, which they resort to when external sustenance is scarce. It appears that this observation holds true. After Meng Jing carefully tucked away the spiritual stone, he intended to return to his humble abode on the ground for some much-needed rest. However, he was intercepted by Meng Jing. What else does His Highness desire? He inquired. Meng Jing wore a broad grin, and with a playful demeanor, he asked, if the dragon's essence is not ingested but rather applied externally, could there be any adverse effects? The oral treatment is indeed quite uncomfortable. Meng Jing fears that applying it to his own skin might prove even more distressing. Thus, he cannot help but inquire first. Well, it is true that applying it to the skin may induce some pain. However, if one cannot endure even that slight discomfort, it is unlikely that their physical resilience will significantly improve. But fret not, for I shall protect you. Aside from that, is there anything else? Meng Jing felt a flicker of warmth, realizing that taking in this fellow was not in vain. If he truly cannot bear it any longer, he is Meng Jing to lend a helping hand. Meng Jing raised his paw and scratched his head. I recall there being another transformation, though the specifics elude my memory. Nevertheless, it is not a major concern. As for the potential side effects, he genuinely forgot. After all, that was a matter from centuries ago. So much time has passed. How could one possibly remember? Very well, keep an eye on me, and I shall endeavor to enhance my physical strength today, Meng Jing commanded. It is not a significant issue, so I can rest assured. Furthermore, the fortitude of the body is classified into 10 distinct realms. The first realm is body molding. And having cultivated to this point, Meng Jing believed his physique was nearly perfected, with 8 well-defined abdominal muscles in the physique of a young man. It is indeed time to strive for the second realm of body refinement. The second realm of body tempering builds upon the foundation established in the first realm of body shaping, subjecting the physique to an arduous process of rigorous refinement. This leads to a remarkable enhancement of the physical form. Thus, in comparison to the initial stage of body shaping, the breakthrough into this second realm of tempering can potentially double the strength of the corporeal vessel. However, transcending into this state is by no means a simple endeavor. One must endure pain beyond the comprehension of the average person, which elucidates the reason behind Meng Jing's utterance. If one cannot withstand even this level of discomfort, then substantial increases in physical strength will remain elusive. The second tier of body refinement, once abandoned, may inflict considerable damage upon the physique. Furthermore, the longer one endures the limits of tolerance, the greater the strength of the physical form becomes. In simpler terms, consider a piece of scrap iron. If one merely strikes it once, it remains just that, a mere scrap. However, subjected to relentless forging and hammering, the outcome transforms significantly. It is quite possible that through such relentless trials, it could metamorphose into a piece of fine steel, achieving a qualitative leap. Contemplating this, Meng Jing opened the system panel. This time, as it requires application over the entire body, the quantity of dragon's blood needed far exceeds a mere drop. At the very least, 2 small vials are essential. Soon after, the voice of the system echoed, "Ding. Does the host confirm the extraction of 50 drops of dragon's blood?" Chapter 48. Breakthrough of Physical Strength. Meng Jing nodded. 2 porcelain vials containing 50 drops of dragon's blood would suffice. Upon finishing his thought, the system's voice resounded once more, "Ding. Congratulations to the host for extracting 50 drops of dragon's blood." After this announcement, Meng Jing observed that 2 small porcelain vials had been stored in his backpack, neatly separated from the previous vial. Consequently, he reached out and grasped the 2 vials brimming with dragon's blood, which materialized before his eyes. Since he intended to apply it to his skin, he could not wear any clothing. Swiftly, he removed his garments. Next, he picked up one of the porcelain vials and uncorked it, unleashing a deafening roar of dragon energy that wafted into the air. Compared to the previous drop that bore the essence of the dragon's roar, this one possesses an even more profound soul-stirring quality. Fortunately, having learned from past experiences, Meng Jing was well prepared. The aura of the dragon's roar has not eroded his mind, nor has it induced a disturbance in his soul. By the heavens! Let us first take a moment to test it out. Meng Jing was unaware of the extent of pain that the dragon's blood would inflict upon his skin. Therefore, it is prudent to exercise caution. However, should any misfortune arise, there is always the presence of that fellow, Godan. This individual has certainly reaped some personal benefits. It is only natural for him to indulge in his own possessions and attend to certain matters. Consequently, Meng Jing felt little fear. Thus, he channeled his spiritual energy through his fingertips and directed it towards the dragon's essence contained within the porcelain vial. Upon contact with the dragon's blood, the spiritual energy enveloped it entirely, causing the encased essence to levitate in the air. From this bottle of dragon's essence, Meng Jing extracted only half, amounting to a mere dozen drops. Subsequently, with a swift motion of his hand, he spread it across his entire body. The moment the resplendent golden-red essence made contact with his skin, a sizzling sound resonated. These liquids flowed over Meng Jing's body like ants, and wherever they traversed, his skin flushed a vivid crimson. This is no different from oral consumption. Meng Jing gritted his teeth, experiencing a pain akin to that of ingestion. It was excruciating. Yet, the distinction was considerable. The dragon's blood bore no effect when taken orally, merely a waste. However, the impact of topical application was vastly different. A true man must endure. When this king once immersed himself in the dragon's blood pool, the agony was far more intense. Hearing Meng Jing's grunts of pain, Meng Godan opened one eye and glanced over. To achieve prominence in public, one must endure suffering in silence. With that, Meng Godan rose and strode towards the door. How dare he promise me luck? Watching Meng Godan's departing figure, Meng Jing nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. I am in such pain. At the very least, grant me another stroke of fortune. What on earth is he doing, locking himself away in that room? Meng Jing's mind was overwhelmed with a torrent of expletives. The pain he felt showed no signs of abating. Cursing under his breath, he resolved to fight through it. Gritting his teeth, Meng Jing rose from the bed and cast a glance at his body, now flushed red. A faint layer clung to his skin. He paid little heed to what it was. Instead, he uncorked another vial. He retrieved both the dragon's blood from the second bottle and the remnants of the first, levitating them in the air before applying them to his entire body once more. After all, he was already enduring immense pain. He would rather it intensify. He was eager to discover the limits of his endurance. As the new dragon's blood enveloped him, a fresh wave of agony surged throughout his being. However, after experiencing pain once, the subsequent sensations from the new application of dragon's blood were not as pronounced. Seizing the moment while he could still withstand it, Meng Jing promptly sat cross-legged, opening his skin pores to absorb the dragon's blood he had applied. The pores of his skin voraciously absorbed the remaining dragon's blood. The faint layer that had adhered to his body began to elongate, gradually forming a dense armor-like protection around Meng Jing. What on earth is happening? The substance he had previously disregarded had grown so extensively, and Meng Jing was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, The material clinging to his skin resembled fish scales. Yet, in comparison to fish scales, these were thicker and more resilient, akin to dragon scales. Before long, as the pain subsided, Meng Dan entered the room. Well, it seems you didn't need this king's assistance after all. Meng Dan grinned widely. Cursing under his breath, Meng Jing thought, how dare you bring that up? At a critical moment when you promised to help me, you simply walked away. Isn't this a trap of self-sabotage? Fortunately, my will is resolutely strong. Who knows? I might just endure it and emerge unscathed. Nevertheless, I am still curious about how much physical strength I have gained this time. The second realm of physical refinement knows no bounds, and Meng Jing himself is unaware of the standards he has achieved. Furthermore, the system has not provided any notifications. Unlike previous breakthroughs in cultivation, where the system would indicate the extent of one's advancement, there is no such feedback regarding the enhancement of physical strength. Thus, Meng Jing yearns to discover the extent of damage he can endure. How about I strike you a blow to find out? I would be more than willing to oblige. Meng Dan chuckled mischievously. Get lost. Are you trying to bring about my demise? Meng Jing retorted. At present, this individual possesses the formidable prowess of a spirit emperor, while I remain merely at the level of a grand spirit master. In comparison, there exists a considerable chasm of several major realms between us. Should this being decide to deliver a punch, I fear for my very life. Meng rolled his eyes, discerning Meng Jing's thoughts. My strength is not beyond the possibility of compression. If you desire a certain realm, it is not beyond my capabilities. An epiphany struck Meng Jing. Indeed, if this entity were to compress its cultivation, I would be most eager to experience a confrontation. However, what has prompted such unexpected benevolence from him? He has voluntarily put forth a suggestion. Speak, what is it that you seek? If it is spirit stones you desire, I regret to inform you that I possess none. Let us negotiate on other matters. Meng Jing also inquired. This fellow merely refrains from entering the 3 treasure hall. He is either a rogue or a thief. Meng chuckled, his smile radiating brilliance. Indeed, there is a matter I wish to entrust to you. Oh, truly? Pray do tell. Well, it is thus. I am in need of a medicinal pill. A medicinal pill? Meng Jing appeared somewhat perplexed. What does this fellow seek the elixir for? Wasn't he previously quite disdainful of such potions? How is it that he suddenly desires one for himself? Moreover, I have bestowed upon him a considerable amount of spiritual stones. In terms of spiritual energy, they are by no means inferior to any elixir. Speak up, what elixir do you desire? If it is of a modest grade. Meng Jing could indeed assist this man in procuring it. After all, having already taken the Xiao family father and son under his wing, obtaining an elixir from them should pose no issue. However, should this Gooden's request pertain to an elixir of exceedingly high grade, one that even Xiao Qing cannot concoct, that would be an entirely different matter. After a moment of contemplation, Meng finally spoke. I wish for an elixir that can enhance my bloodline power. Chapter 49, Bloodline Elixir, Testing Physical Strength. An elixir to enhance the bloodline? Meng Jing was taken aback. What does this mongrel desire the elixir for? The elixir that enhances one's bloodline is not entirely absent from this continent, yet it remains an exceedingly rare commodity, difficult to procure. Typically, the most frequent consumers of such bloodline-enhancing potions are the beast-taming sect. For augmenting the bloodline of one's beast companion directly translates to an increase in one's own combat prowess. The nobler the bloodline, the greater the intimidation and pressure exerted upon other magical beasts. Conversely, it is quite uncommon for humans to consume bloodline elixirs. Nonetheless, even potions intended for beast companions carry a significant value, primarily due to the rarity of their ingredients. For instance, to enhance a bloodline, it is imperative to incorporate a high-grade bloodline. Otherwise, the desired effect remains unattainable. Furthermore, high-grade bloodlines must be sourced from formidable magical beasts, which alone attests to the preciousness of such elixirs. What purpose do you have for this bloodline elixir? Uncertain of the specific type of bloodline potion desired, Meng Jing simply referred to it as a bloodline elixir. Meng sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Alas, it is this body that is to blame. I have discovered that if this body cannot undergo a bloodline enhancement, its strength significantly diminishes. How so? Meng Jing pondered in confusion. Isn't this fellow's strength at the Spirit Emperor realm? Why has his power diminished significantly? After saying this, Meng gazed at Meng Jing with a look of bewilderment. You do know that my strength far exceeds this Spirit Emperor realm, do you not? Meng Jing nodded. In order to assimilate into this body, I have exerted considerable effort to restrain my cultivation. Although I currently appear to be at the Spirit Emperor realm, if I were to unleash my true power, it would only be comparable to your present cultivation level. Meng Jing's pupils constricted. How can it be so low? The prowess displayed can only be relied upon when one attains the realm of a Grand Spirit Master. If I were to offend a formidable figure in the future, how could Meng possibly contend with them? That would be utterly disastrous. Yet, hold on, when you previously aided my fortune, did you not exhibit the power of a Spirit Emperor? Even in a state of unconsciousness, Meng Jing could still sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from that Spirit Emperor level. At that time, it was indeed harnessed. Why now claim otherwise? With a haughty glance to the side, Meng declared, It was during your assistance that I discovered my original strength could be manifested, but after a few uses, it becomes unsustainable. Should I continue to exert it, I would merely reach the limits of this body, which cannot bear the weight of my power. The crux of the matter lies in this body's inadequacy, which constrains the full expression of my strength. In this regard, Meng Jing recalled how this fellow had quietly exited after applying the dragon's blood. Initially, he suspected this individual intended to deceive him. However, it turned out to be for an entirely different reason. How much can this bloodline elixir enhance your abilities? Meng Jing furrowed his brow. That depends on the nature of the bloodline elixir. It is akin to the enhancement of physical strength. If it can elevate the bloodline of this body, then the physical strength will significantly increase, thereby augmenting the threshold for enduring this king's power. Meng Dan paused momentarily before continuing. Of course, there is another approach. What method is that? You could also seek out a more formidable body. As long as it is as intact as this one, this king would not be disdainful. Let us stick with the first option. Meng Jing shook his head. At present, he still resided with the Su family, and the most plausible explanation for his circumstances would be having tamed a black wolf. After all, in this continent, the prowess of a black wolf was rather limited, and they were relatively easy to tame. If he were to choose another magical beast, justifying it would be troublesome. It would be more prudent to discreetly enhance the black wolf's bloodline. Very well then. Later this afternoon, I shall visit the Xiao family to ask Xiao Qing to make a request to the beast-taming sect on your behalf. Meng Jing instructed. He had not anticipated that so soon he would need to venture to the Xiao family again. Fortunately, Xiao Qing had mentioned having some connections with the leader of the beast-taming sect. Otherwise, he would have had to spend money, which would be quite wasteful. Humph. At least you possess a modicum of conscience. I shall reluctantly suppress my strength to contend with you. As he spoke, the aura of the Spirit Emperor realm emanating from Meng Dan diminished significantly, gradually contracting to a mere level of spirit transformation. Nevertheless, even at this reduced state, the aura he radiated was still terrifying. It is essential to understand that magical beasts, even at equivalent levels, possess far superior strength compared to humans. In terms of both power and speed, magical beasts are indeed overwhelming. As Meng Dan diminished some of his power, the surrounding barrier crumbled at that moment. Very well. Come at me now. Meng Jing rolled up his sleeves, exposing his abdomen for Meng Dan to strike. Meng Dan stepped back a few paces, and in the next instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow that vanished from sight. Upon reappearing, he stood before Meng Jing, already raising his sharp claws to swipe at Meng Jing's abdomen. Silver light descended. The sound of air being torn apart echoed in a series of explosive bursts. Yet, Meng Jing did not flinch, fully embracing the assault from the spirit transformation level magical beast. After a brief moment, Meng Jing was taken aback. Did you genuinely attack me? What else would it be? Meng Dan rolled his eyes. Is this for real? Meng Jing expressed his astonishment. Currently, Meng God Egg's cultivation level resides within the realm of spirit transformation, although I stand at the level of a great spirit master, significantly surpassing it. One would expect that a strike from the spirit transformation realm would inflict at least some minor injury upon me, even in the absence of a slight wound. A modicum of pain should surely be felt, should it not? Yet, to my bewilderment, Meng Jing felt nothing at all. In fact, I began to doubt whether Meng God Egg had even made contact with my body at all. How much has the physical body been enhanced? An attack of the spiritual transformation realm surprisingly elicited no sensation whatsoever. How formidable must this defense be? It seems the power has ascended to approximately the 5th level of the Spirit Master realm. Meng Jing commanded, wary of allowing Meng Dan to elevate his strength too rapidly. Were it not for the fact that I require your assistance in locating the bloodline pill, I would never heed your words. With a scoff, Meng Dan readied himself, and in an instant, his entire being erupted with energy. The ground beneath his feet cracked ominously. This is sufficient to demonstrate that Meng had been accumulating power for an extended period, resulting in an explosive force. As the strike approached with tremendous intensity, Meng Jing remained steadfast, determined to withstand the impact and avoid being sent flying. However, in the next moment, he was indeed propelled through the air, along with Meng Dan, crashing heavily against the wall. The wall shattered instantly. Goodness, the force of this impact is simply overwhelming. Meng Jing couldn't help but exclaim, before spitting out a couple of mouthfuls of blood. The speed is astonishingly swift, akin to a missile being launched. I merely managed to maintain my footing. How could I possibly withstand such an impact? Is this already causing me to cough up blood? This cannot be. Meng Dan let out a scoff as he pressed down on Meng Jing, casting a disdainful glance. Bah! Meng Jing spat out another mouthful of blood. However, despite the bloodshed, his complexion remained remarkably steady. For Meng Jing, although this blow had erupted with great force, he seemed to feel little pain. As for the reason behind the blood, it was simply due to his lack of cultivation in the 3rd realm of physical strength. The 3rd level of physical strength, known as the refinement of the internal organs, entails the rigorous training of each organ within the body, culminating in a state of invulnerability both inside and out. However, Meng Jing has only ascended to the 2nd level. Consequently, he has borne the brunt of the external forces, leaving his internal constitution severely compromised. With that single impact, it felt as though his vital organs would shatter. Fortunately, The enveloping pure spiritual energy allowed him to expel only a couple of mouthfuls of blood. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, Meng Jing felt quite content. After all, such an extraordinary speed as his, akin to that of a monstrous anomaly, would be unattainable for any human at a comparable level of cultivation. Yet, should he encounter a formidable opponent 2 realms above him, the situation could be dire. However, who would be reckless enough to use their own head to collide with their body? Only this foolish dog would dare do such a thing. But what is the meaning of this layer of scales covering my body? Meng Jing inquired, gesturing towards the scales that enveloped him. He tugged gently at one, only to discover that the scales seemed embedded in his flesh, impossible to peel away. If he were to venture out in this guise, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a monster. At that moment, Meng Dogdan wore an embarrassed smile. I forgot to mention that applying the blood of a dragon would induce some draconic traits. Those scales adorning you are indeed dragon scales. Meng Jing squinted slightly. This effect won't last indefinitely, will it? Meng Dogdan shook his head. Not at all. The draconic effect will last a maximum of 3 days. Very well. Just as Meng Jing prepared to rouse Meng Dogdan, the door creaked open, and Xiaoqing entered. Upon seeing the peculiar sight of one man and one dog in the room, she promptly covered her eyes. Ah, son-in-law, what are you doing? Although it had been 3 years since her young mistress had last visited her son-in-law, and despite the fact that he had scarcely interacted with women during that time, such a posture was simply unacceptable. Noticing Xiaoqing's flushed face only compounded her incoherent rambling. Meng Jing hastily shoved Meng Dogdan aside and hurriedly donned a piece of clothing from the floor. Xiaoqing, do not misunderstand. I am perfectly normal. What you witnessed is not as it seems. Allow me to explain. At this moment, Xiaoqing still shielded her eyes. However, her fingers slightly parted, allowing her to steal glances. A casual glance revealed Meng Jing dressing, and the swaying silhouette deepened her blush, causing her heart to race. Oh, son-in-law. Xiaoqing can understand you. Suddenly, Xiaoqing sighed. Meng Jing turned to look back. What exactly did this girl understand? Xiaoqing continued, for the past 3 years, I have been delivering meals to you, and since you seldom venture out, I comprehend that you must feel lonely and empty. Lonely and empty, my foot. He was merely testing his physical strength. What nonsense was she conjuring? Meng Jing was left speechless. What thoughts occupy the mind of this young girl? Indeed, over the past 3 years, she has been a constant companion to her esteemed master. In truth, if her master were to regard her with disdain, she has heard whispers of a place beyond, filled with many beautiful maidens. Should you find yourself lacking in funds, dear master, feel free to confide in me. I have saved a considerable sum. As she spoke, the girl began to reach into her pocket to retrieve her money, only to be swiftly intercepted by Meng Jing. Trust me, little Qing, it is truly not as you presume. Yet, little Qing found it hard to fathom the chaotic scene around her, clearly indicative of a fierce battle that had transpired. Furthermore, upon entering the room, she was met with the sight of a man and his dog in an unexpectedly intimate embrace. Such thoughts are inescapable, aren't they? Never mind, Xiaoqing. Let whatever you believe be the truth. Meng Jing felt a blush of embarrassment. This matter seemed impossible to clarify. He had no desire to further elaborate, for excessive explanation often serves as a guise, and behind such guises lie the stark realities. Thus, he opted for silence. Content as long as Xiaoqing remained oblivious to the transformation within him. Everything else held little significance for Meng Jing. Over the past 3 years, the regression of his cultivation had rendered him a target of mockery and scorn within the Su family and throughout the entire Xuanwu town. He had grown accustomed to this. However, after a brief moment, curiosity got the better of him, and he inquired, Xiaoqing, is there something you wish to share with me? There is still some time until noon, and moreover, Xiaoqing has not brought any food. It seems there is something she wishes to discuss with me. Indeed. My dear son-in-law, the master seeks your presence, Xiaoqing replied. Upon hearing this, Meng Jing felt somewhat perplexed. What on earth is one doing in the middle of the day? Thus, following Xiaoqing, Meng Jing made his way to the Su family's conference hall. Along the way, he noticed several disciples from the inner sect of the Su family heading in the same direction, leaving him utterly perplexed. What momentous event has transpired that so many individuals are flocking to the assembly hall? Moreover, these people are gossiping amongst themselves as they walk. It turns out that this fellow is none other than the good-for-nothing Meng Jing. Indeed, it is astonishing that the young master of the Xiao family has come to seek him out, explicitly requesting to meet this individual. He is certainly in for a grand embarrassment. Yes, indeed. Let us hasten our pace, for we may yet witness a splendid spectacle. With that, the crowd surged ahead of Meng Jing. The young master of the Xiao family? Is that not the scoundrel Xiao Xian? What could he possibly want with me at the Su residence? Meng Jing could not help but feel a twinge of confusion. The identity of that venerable gentleman's disciple has already been disclosed to Xiaoqing. Logically speaking, Xiao Xian should also be informed. If that is the case, why seek me out? With a sense of curiosity, Meng Jing arrived before the council chamber. At that moment, the area outside the chamber was teeming with people. Upon seeing Meng Jing's arrival, they parted to create a passage. Within the council chamber, numerous elders regarded Meng Jing with disdain upon his entrance. You, the scion of the Ming family, have you stirred up trouble somewhere, incurring the ire of the young master of the Xiao family? prompting him to seek you out by name? One elder stepped forward, reprimanding him coldly. Before Meng Jing could respond, yet another elder from the Su family emerged, similarly admonishing him. Quickly explain yourself. If you have offended the young master of the Xiao family, you must hasten to kneel and plead for mercy. What the devil have I done? Could it be that Xiao Qing has had a change of heart and is deliberately seeking to trouble me? Just as Meng Jing was about to inquire, the young man seated to the left, sipping tea, offered a faint smile and rose from his seat. In a voice loud enough for all present to hear, he addressed the gathering. Patriarch Su. The purpose of my Xiao family's visit is to request the return of the betrothal gifts belonging to my family. Chapter 51. The return of the betrothal gifts to the Xiao family. Upon hearing these words, the assembly was taken aback in astonishment. This implies that the Su family must return the betrothal gifts, signifying a cessation of the alliance with them. Although Su Muyo of the Su family has received an acceptance letter from Shinnan Academy elevating her status, it is inevitable that students studying afar cannot attend to familial matters. Such affairs must be managed by the family itself. Therefore, having the Xiao family as an ally is indeed a commendable arrangement. However, one must ponder why the Xiao family, in a state of tranquility, would choose to annul this engagement. Even if annulled, the betrothal gifts cannot be reclaimed. Does this not equate to tearing apart the facade of both families? Furthermore, what perplexes them even more is that prior to this, Xiao Xian had requested the Su family to send Meng Jing over to clarify their lineage. Could it be that this worthless individual is the cause of all this? Upon contemplating this, the patriarch of the Su family, Su Qingshan, could not suppress his rising anger and slammed his hand on the table, releasing a surge of indignation. Meng's boy, we, the Su family, have graciously sheltered you for 3 years. It would have been one thing if you had shown no gratitude. But are you deliberately tarnishing our reputation? If not, why does the Xiao family insist on reclaiming the betrothal gifts? Meng Jing could only chuckle inwardly, unaware of the schemes concocted by Xiao Qing and his son. Then, Xiao Xian smiled gently, clasped his fists, and bowed slightly. Patriarch Su, it seems you have misunderstood. Misunderstood? Upon hearing this, the elders of the Su family were filled with confusion and directed their gazes toward Xiao Xian. I summoned the descendants of the Meng family merely to bestow upon him all the betrothal gifts from our Xiao family. How could there be any question of defamation? What? The crowd was taken aback. Did I hear that correctly? Did Xiao Xian just declare his intention to gift all the betrothal gifts to this worthless individual? Indeed. That is what I perceived. The young members of the Su family outside stood in stunned silence, engaging in animated discussions. Meanwhile, the elders inside were utterly bewildered, some even in a state of shock. What is going on? Although they were of considerable age, their hearing was still quite intact. Is the Xiao family intent on bestowing all the betrothal gifts meant for the Su family upon this individual? Bestowing them upon a mere waste who has only attained the Qi refinement stage? What a curious notion this is. Moreover, the Xiao and Ming families, both esteemed within the alchemist sect, have previously engaged in numerous disputes. Now, the Xiao family audaciously demands the return of all betrothal gifts, solely to bestow them upon a descendant of the Ming family? Were it not for the esteemed individuals present bearing witness to this, one might find it difficult to believe. Might I inquire whether this request for the return of the betrothal gifts is the intention of the patriarch of the Xiao family, or merely the whim of a youthful individual? It is worth noting that this young scion of the Ming family is but a mere waste, possessing only the cultivation of the Qi refinement stage. Amidst the gathering, an elder rose decisively, addressing Meng Jing directly. If this is solely the doing of Xiao Xian, it is conceivable that he has been swayed by Meng Jing's manipulations. It is even plausible that he has been coerced. Although his adversary is a mere waste of the Qi refining stage, both belong to prominent alchemical sects, each possessing their own leverage, making such a scenario not entirely improbable. It is quite likely that this inept individual is wielding some form of leverage to intimidate others, aiming to covet the betrothal gifts from the Xiao family, thereby enhancing his cultivation and preparing himself for the impending assessment. When a person is driven to desperation, they may resort to any means necessary. This worthless individual seems to be cornered, akin to a desperate dog that leaps over the wall, intent on ensuring mutual destruction. It is essential to recall that the betrothal gifts bestowed by the Xiao family were exceedingly generous, comprising 2 4th-grade spiritual transformation pills and 5 3rd-grade spiritual vein pills, along with an array of rare medicinal herbs. For instance, the panlong root was indeed a gift from the Xiao family. However, if the return of the betrothal gifts is the intention of the Xiao family as patriarch, it becomes quite perplexing. After all, the patriarch possesses strength that exceeds the pinnacle of the spiritual transformation realm. Should this worthless individual dare to threaten him, it would undoubtedly lead to his demise. There would be no possibility of him standing here alive. This is my father's directive. Does Elder Su have any objections? Inquired Xiao Qing with a raised eyebrow, her tone nonchalant. I dare not. The elder clasped his fists and hastily took his seat. Who would be foolish enough to oppose a formidable figure of the spiritual transformation realm? Moreover, he wields a beastly flame. Who would seek death unnecessarily? After the elder settled back down, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Since this is the will of the Xiao family patriarch, what could they possibly say? Their curiosity remained unspoken. At that moment, Su Qishan of the Su family wore a grim expression. He had already contemplated the betrothal gifts when they were presented, even if his granddaughter declined. These gifts could serve as a symbol of alliance between their two families. In due time, the Su family would reciprocate with weapons crafted by them as a gesture of thanks. Little did he anticipate that they would come to reclaim the betrothal gifts. And worse still, to bestow them upon this worthless individual. The betrothal gifts, consumed and utilized by the Xiao family, have dwindled significantly. May I inquire about the reason behind this? Su Qingshan cast a fleeting glance at the seemingly indifferent wastrel before turning his attention to Xiao Xian and posing the question. Upon hearing this, Meng Jing turned his gaze towards Xiao Xian, curious to see how he would address the matter. He did not mind that Xiao Xian could mention that he had met an elderly gentleman who had guided him in his cultivation. In this context, one might reveal a portion of their strength for tomorrow, avoiding excessive concealment. My father has stated that although the Xiao family and the Ming family had their entanglements in the past as prominent sects within the realm of alchemy, neither side wishes for the other to fall into decline. This betrothal gift symbolizes our Xiao family's support for the descendants of the Ming family. For this reason? Su Qishan found it hard to believe and repeated, for this reason. Xiao Xian nodded in affirmation. It must be a falsehood. At that moment, Su Qingshan's face was etched with deep wrinkles, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Who was unaware that in the past, the Xiao and Meng families frequently clashed over the lucrative business of the market? They were on the brink of direct confrontation, even if there were no blood feuds. The grudge that nearly led to the dissolution of the Xiao family should surely be remembered, right? To claim otherwise would be unbelievable to everyone in Xuanwu Town. Everyone knows that Xiao Qing is notoriously vengeful. It is indeed a fortunate circumstance that one does not seek revenge against the descendants of the Meng family. Rather, the focus should be on reclaiming the betrothal gifts to assist them. This is no jest. Moreover, the sum of these bridal prices could significantly enhance the strength of an entire sect. The patriarch of the Xiao family seems unconcerned, so easily bestowing upon this waste of a person. Upon hearing this, Meng Jing subtly nodded in agreement. Concealing one's identity is indeed a prudent choice. It appears that the Xiao family possesses a degree of foresight. Is it truly the case that the patriarch of the Su family cannot present the betrothal gifts of our Xiao family? At this moment, noticing that the Su patriarch had yet to instruct his servants to retrieve their betrothal gifts, Xiao Xian raised an eyebrow, letting out a cold snort as he inquired. The expression on Su Qingshan's face turned awkward. After all, a considerable portion of the betrothal gifts from the Xiao family had already been utilized. How could they possibly return the entirety? Grandfather, why do you not inform him of the current predicament of our Su family? Is he not concerned about regretting the return of the betrothal gifts? Chapter 52. What of the Saint Nin Academy notification as the icy and aloof voice echoed? All gazes turned to the young maiden standing outside the door. Her delicate visage resembled finely carved jade, exquisite and enchanting. However, Su Muyao, at the age of 16 or 17, bore a hint of feminine maturity. Her lustrous, ebony hair cascaded elegantly over her azure silk garments, exuding an ethereal grace. The atmosphere instantly grew noticeably colder upon her arrival. Goodness, how stunning! Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Xian almost let his drool spill. Su Muyao, without a doubt, is the most beautiful person in Xuanwu Town. Her reputation is indeed well-deserved. Were it not for the future of the family, there would be no way he could persuade his father to demand the return of the betrothal gifts from the Su family. Nonetheless, even if the gifts were not returned, a person of such beauty deserves a partner who matches her magnificence. Xiao Xian was acutely aware of the disparity between himself and Su Muyao. At the same age, he was merely a mediocre individual at the spirit vein realm, while Su Muyao had already activated her attributes, her prowess soaring above the spirit transformation realm. To marry such a wife would be a source of humiliation. Xiao Qing also regretted his earlier impulse to consider marrying Su Muyao. In hindsight, his father's decision was indeed wise. Once he elevates his strength, what woman would not flock to him? Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Xiao Qing lifted his head, his gaze unwavering as it rested upon Su Qingshan. He wondered what the words spoken by Miss Su Muyao earlier could possibly signify. Could it be that Miss Muyao has taken an interest in him? Just moments ago, Su Muyao remarked that if she were to return the betrothal gifts, it would lead her to regret. Conversely, does this imply that Su Muyao has indeed developed feelings for him? In an instant, Xiao Xian found himself in a rather perplexing situation. The former pertains to the grand family enterprise, from which the venerable elder has bestowed upon my father a considerable number of spirit stones. Merely possessing those spirit stones would significantly enhance both my and my father's cultivation prowess. Furthermore, with such an elevation in strength, our Xiao family would stand a better chance of contending with the esteemed Zhang family in the art of alchemy. It is essential to recognize that, aside from women, honor and status reign supreme in this land. The pursuit of honor and status is the aspiration of every man. On the other hand, the latter, although a beauty from Xuanwu Town with a somewhat aloof demeanor, possesses an exquisite allure that is undeniably captivating. Merely gazing upon her ignites a sense of fervor within. Yet, upon deeper reflection, one must acknowledge that even the most enchanting beauty cannot escape the relentless passage of time. No matter how stunning a woman may be, She too will succumb to the effects of aging. However, possessing strength alters the narrative. In old age, one will still have an array of lovely young maidens to pursue. What a splendid occurrence this is. After much contemplation, Xiao Xian's heart has grown considerably resolute. Moreover, Meng Jing is the disciple of that venerable elder. And under his father's request, he has already become a pupil of the same master. In this regard, Meng Jing can be considered his senior brother. How could he possibly usurp his senior brother's beloved? Indeed, it is unacceptable. Xiao Xian turned back and offered Meng Jing a smile. Huh? For a moment. Meng Jing scratched his head, perplexed by this fellow's intentions. Meanwhile, Su Qishan, upon seeing his granddaughter, felt as though he had discovered a lifeline, reigniting his hopes. Granddaughter. Are you truly going to disclose this matter? Initially, this issue was intended to be addressed during tomorrow's evaluation. The plan was to seize this opportunity to create a sensation throughout Xuanwu town. It appears that unless Xiao Xian receives a satisfactory explanation today, he will only demand the return of the betrothal gifts. Conversely, should the matter be clarified, the Xiao family might realize that the status of the Su family could potentially be elevated. Why would they even consider returning the betrothal gifts? It is essential to note that the Ming family has only one descendant, and he is deemed a failure, although the circumstances remain unclear. And it is uncertain why the Xiao family would extend assistance to that ineffectual individual. The disparity is evident upon comparison. There stood Su Muyao, who slightly nodded in response to Xiao Xian's words, her expression remaining unchanged and still as frigid as ever. It seems that young Master Xiao has misunderstood my intentions. Muyao harbors no affections for young Master Xiao. Then, may I inquire what Miss Muyao's intentions are? Xiao Xian questioned, somewhat bewildered. If she does not harbor feelings for him, why not allow him to return the betrothal gifts? Furthermore, what does it mean to instill regret? Without uttering a word, Su Muyu simply brushed her fingers across a ring, and a golden-etched notice materialized at her fingertips. What is this? Xiao Xian was initially taken aback, unable to comprehend the significance of this object. However, once he discerned what it was, he stood rooted to the spot, momentarily dazed. This is, astonishingly, the notification from St. Nan Academy. Xiao Xian's expression also shifted slightly. The remarkably young Su Muyao has astonishingly received an acceptance letter from Shangnan Academy. How impressive is that? This further illustrates that the disparity between the two individuals is indeed extraordinary. Merely possessing a notification letter from the Sacred South Academy, the Su family status is poised for a significant ascent. Who knows, they may even reach parity with the Xiao family. However, Xiao Xian's reflections are anchored in the past strength of the Xiao clan. The current prowess of the Xiao family, based solely on a notification from the Sacred South Academy, pales in comparison. His father has already ascended to the realm of spiritual cultivators, a strength substantial enough to contend with the patriarch of the Zhang family. Moreover, in just a few days, his father is set to be evaluated as a 5-star alchemist. At that juncture, how could the status of the Xiao family be compared to that of the Su family? The only lamentation is the mysterious whereabouts of his sister. Otherwise, the existence of 2 4-star alchemists in the Xiao family would render their standing in Xuanwu town unparalleled. Xiao Xian chuckled, lifted his chin, and with all the pride he could muster, nonchalantly remarked, "Is this all?" Upon uttering those words, the Su family erupted in astonishment. What? Does the Xiao family not recognize the significance of this? Indeed, it seems implausible. Yes. Just the young lady's notification from the Sacred South Academy should significantly elevate our Su family status. The onlookers outside engaged in fervent discussions. Meanwhile, Meng Jing was slightly taken aback, surprised by Xiao Xian's remarkable resolve. He had assumed this fellow would falter upon seeing Su Muyao present the notification. To his astonishment, Xiao Xian remained resolute, prompting a newfound respect. The elders of the Su family, upon hearing Xiao Xian's words, were equally astonished. Yet, not a single elder dared to step forward. They exchanged glances, hesitant to voice their thoughts. May I inquire, grandson Xian, what do you mean by this? This is a notification from the Sacred South Academy. Seeing their reluctance to speak, Su Qingshan had no choice but to inquire what Xiao Xian intended by his statement. Is this all? These 3 succinct words encapsulated Xiao Xian's disdain. That was a notification from the Sacred South Academy, adorned with resplendent patterns that unmistakably signified the opulence only the Sacred South Academy could bestow. The Sacred South Academy is a place that many yearn for in their hearts. Yet the response is simply, is that all? Logically, one should express astonishment. Shouldn't they? Xiao Xian, however, wore a look of helplessness, shrugging his shoulders. And then, Chapter 53, The Spirit Transformation of the Profound Realm, Blood Phoenix Sword. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was thrown into a frenzy. The previous remark alone was enough to astonish them. Countless individuals wished to attend the Sacred South Academy, but were unable to do so. Yet here was Xiao Xian, with an expression of indifference, casually saying, is that all? The entire Su family began to suspect that Xiao Xian had lost his wits, failing to recognize the significance of the Sacred South Academy's notice. Otherwise, how could he exhibit such nonchalance? After their clan leader informed them that it was indeed the notice from the Sacred South Academy, they expected Xiao Xian to display a sense of surprise. Instead, he merely followed up with, and then? Did he not regard the notice from the Sacred South Academy with any seriousness? Even the aloof Su Muya found it difficult to believe Xiao Xian's words. That was, after all, the notice from the Sacred South Academy. It was a privilege granted only to those who had reached the spirit transformation realm. Presently, there were merely 2 individuals in the entire Xuanwu town who had achieved this. One was Zhang Xiaokai, and the other was herself. His indifference made her wonder if he had somehow obtained one as well. Meng Jing, who was merely spectating, couldn't contain his laughter. He hadn't anticipated that Xiao Xian would so thoroughly outmaneuver the Su family. However, based on the spirit stones he provided, it wouldn't be particularly difficult for this fellow to enhance his cultivation. When the time came, obtaining the notice from the Sacred South Academy would be a simple task. Su Qingshan glanced at his granddaughter, noticing her flushed cheeks. After all, she had taken pride in her accomplishments, believing they could alter the situation. Yet, her counterpart was completely unfazed. Xiao Xian, do you understand? With this notice from the Sacred South Academy, our Su family's identity and status will be significantly elevated. Su Qingshan, concerned that Xiao Xian might not grasp the implications of this, proceeded to explain. Xiao Xian smiled. I apologize, Elder Su. But this matter holds little significance for me. I merely came to retrieve the betrothal gift. If the Su family wishes to continue our alliance with the Xiao family, we would not mind. Just return the betrothal gift. The Su family is merely a sect dedicated to the art of weapon forging, with their most advanced creations reaching only the spirit transformation realm. The other elders are largely at the spirit heart realm. Furthermore, the quality of their forged items is rather modest, with the highest grade being of the profound rank. It is said that there are merely 3 such weapons. The rest are of little worth, categorized as yellow rank. Su Qingshan furrowed his brow, as the young man from the Xiao family persistently sought to reclaim the betrothal gifts. The dowry has dwindled to a mere pittance, leaving no means to return it. Moreover, they take pride in Mu Yao, who has presented the acceptance letter from Shangnan Academy. Yet, despite this, the other party remains unyielding, insisting on the restitution of the dowry. What sort of enchantment has this worthless individual cast upon Xiao Xian? Or perhaps upon the Xiao family? Why does he persistently demand the return of the betrothal gifts? Contemplating this, Su Qingshan could not help but cast a glance at the imbecile. The expressionless visage of that fool ignited a flicker of rage within Su Qingshan's heart. Senior Elder Su Yun, could you kindly present our clan's treasured artifact? Su Qingshan addressed one of the elders seated among them. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the elders shifted dramatically. Clan leader, that weapon is currently under the forging process by Elder Ming Hua, and it is intended to enhance its rank. Would it not be rather hasty to produce it at this moment? Indeed, once it is unveiled, devoid of the spiritual fire, the weapon would be irrevocably ruined. Please reconsider. Clan leader, I have made my decision. Bring it forth. Su Qingshan waved his hand dismissively, feeling quite helpless. If the Su family fails to present something of value, they will surely be looked down upon. Very well. The elder named Su Yun sighed and hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, Meng Jing observed the departing figure of Elder Su Yun, a look of perplexity crossing his face. What is it that you intend to retrieve? Similarly perplexed, Xiao Xian could not help but clasp his fist and inquire, why is it that the esteemed leader Su cannot present the betrothal gift from the Xiao family, opting instead to fetch something else? After uttering this, he squinted slightly, a playful smile gracing his lips as he continued. Could it be that our Xiao family's betrothal gift has already been exhausted? With Xiao Xian's insight laid bare, Su Qingshan's face flushed crimson. Ah, indeed, but I assure you, our Su residents will certainly provide an appropriate compensation. As his words faded, hurried footsteps began to approach. Chief, what are you doing? We are on the brink of completing the final stages of the forging. A robust voice resonated throughout the assembly hall. Meng Jing turned to look, only to see a bare-chested man stepping into the Su family's assembly hall. The man was drenched in sweat, his body radiating an intense heat, as if he had just emerged from a furnace. He was undoubtedly the elder Su Hua, as mentioned by Su Qingshan. At this moment, he cast a gaze filled with grievance towards Su Qingshan, as if the latter had ruined some precious treasure of his. Alas, Elder Su Hua, I truly apologize. My Su family must present something of sufficient worth to repay the bride price owed to the Xiao family. That item, indeed, was the only one capable of matching the entirety of the Xiao family's dowry. Regrettably, it could have been further enhanced to serve as our town's treasured artifact. Now, however, it must be relinquished without resistance. Otherwise, how could we provide an explanation? You have taken something from the Xiao residents, and now they demand it to return. If you cannot restore the original item, you must compensate with something of equivalent value. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed as another figure entered the conference hall. It was Elder Su Yun, who had just exited moments ago, and before him floated a crimson longsword. The crimson longsword, enveloped in ethereal energy, floated gracefully in the air. Elder Su Yun approached the council chamber with utmost caution, each step taken with meticulous care. Xian, this is the Blood Phoenix sword, a spirit weapon crafted by our Su family, reaching the pinnacle of the profound tier spirit transformation realm. Upon the patriarch of the Su family uttering those words, an uproar erupted from outside. Our Su family has actually succeeded in forging a spirit weapon of the profound tier spirit transformation level. Indeed, how astonishing. Surely, The Xiao family must be satisfied now. It is worth noting that the most formidable blacksmiths in our Su household are only of the second rank. This weapon of the mysterious tier, belonging to the realm of spiritual transformation, undoubtedly surpasses the proficiency of a third-tier alchemist. It was astonishing to behold a spiritual artifact that could only be forged by a third-tier alchemist. The shock was palpable. Meng Jing also sensed the extraordinary nature of this blood phoenix sword presented by Elder Su. Its lines were fluid and aesthetically pleasing, evoking a profound sense of enjoyment. Moreover, it appeared as though it had been drenched in blood, its entire form a deep crimson, striking yet not gaudy. Suddenly, Elder Su ceased channeling spiritual energy, and at that moment, the sword suspended in the air seemed poised to descend. As the onlookers pondered why Elder Su did not catch the sword, a sudden burst of blood-red brilliance erupted within the air. Subsequently, upon its contact with the ground, the blood phoenix sword caused the earth to erupt, creating a gaping crater. Remarkably, the sword remained suspended above the pit, untouched by a speck of dust. This blood phoenix sword was originally intended as the treasured heirloom of our Su family. How do you feel about it being gifted to your father? Su Qingshan inquired, gazing at Xiaoxian. Surely, this should suffice for your satisfaction. This remarkable artifact, painstakingly crafted by the esteemed elders of the Su family, was originally destined to attain the realm of a mysterious tier spiritual practitioner. Alas, it must now be relinquished to another. Xiaoxian, wearing an expression of embarrassment, expressed his apologies. I believe my father has no use for it. Chapter 54. The arrival of Xiaoqing has no use? The elders were momentarily taken aback by these words. What did it mean to have no use? It is essential to recognize that this spiritual instrument, forged by the Su family, possessed an astonishing power. Countless individuals yearned for it yet could not obtain such a treasure. In possession of a spiritual artifact of the transformation realm level, one can amplify the power of an individual already possessing such prowess, effectively doubling their strength. In essence, if one is at the transformation realm and acquires an artifact of the same caliber, their capabilities can ascend to the mid-tier of spiritual practitioners. However, should one attain the mid-tier level of spiritual cultivation, the artifact becomes superfluous. After all, the utilization of such artifacts primarily yields short-term bursts of power. Following this ephemeral surge, one risks succumbing to defeat, as the principal drawback of artifacts lies in their excessive consumption of spiritual energy. If the practitioner's level does not align with the artifacts, their internal spiritual energy can sustain them for a mere half hour. When the energy is depleted, and the conflict remains unresolved, the outcome is likely to be dire. Hence, for those at the realm of spiritual practitioners, reliance on sheer strength suffices to overpower even the strongest of transformation realm adversaries. Yet, the patriarch of the Xiao family, Xiaoqing, has not achieved a breakthrough for many years, remaining stagnated at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. This sentence is unnecessary. What does it mean? Upon hearing these words, Elder Menghuo was infuriated, pointing at Xiaoxian and scolding, Xiao family brat, if you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation, do not even think of leaving the gates of the Su family today, unless your father comes personally. Although this spiritual artifact was said to be crafted through the collective toil and dedication of the elders, the truth is that only he truly poured his heart and soul into its creation. The most arduous and demanding tasks fell solely upon his shoulders. To hear this young man dismiss something he cherishes so dearly with a mere phrase of it being unnecessary was nothing short of a blatant disrespect towards the very artifact he had painstakingly forged. Just then, another resonant voice echoed from outside the council chamber. What business does Elder Menghua have with me? Upon the conclusion of this sound, a middle-aged man stepped into the chamber. A formidable aura enveloped the entire assembly hall, leaving the gathered elders utterly astonished. The patriarch of the Xiao family has personally arrived. Moreover, his strength, it is far beyond the pinnacle of the transformation realm. It is truly that of a spirit practitioner. If it were said that Xiaoxian had just broken through to the spirit practitioner realm, they could still comprehend it. However, the aura emanating from the patriarch of the Xiao family bears no resemblance to that of someone who has merely just achieved such a breakthrough. This aura is profound and surging. Were it not for the presence of the elders seated on their chairs, one might be unable to resist the overwhelming sensation, causing their legs to weaken. What extraordinary treasures has the Xiao family acquired, enabling their strength to escalate at such an astonishing pace? For an ordinary person, transcending a minor realm typically requires at least 4 to 5 days, and at the slowest, 7 to 8 days. Given Xiaoqing's current cultivation, he has evidently advanced nearly 7 or 8 minor realms. Furthermore, as one ascends through the ranks, the time and effort expended increase exponentially compared to previous levels. The last time I encountered them was merely 3 days ago, when Xiaoqing visited our Su family accompanied by his son, Xiaoxian. In the span of these 3 days, I have transcended 7 or 8 minor realms. What a terrifying and grotesque speed this is. Father, you have arrived. Upon seeing his father, Xiaoxian turned and spoke. Unconsciously, he conveyed a silent message with his gaze to his father, and then Xiaoqing also nodded, turning to follow the direction of the glance. That direction was precisely where Meng Jing was located. Is this not the disciple of that venerable gentleman? How majestic he appears. How handsome he is. Of course, he had not encountered Meng Jing on many occasions prior to this. Since Meng Jing became a member of the Su family 3 years ago, he has resided in that secluded mansion, scarcely seen by anyone. Moreover, with the Su family having taken in a worthless individual, it is hardly surprising that no one would showcase such a liability. Consequently, knowledge of Meng Jing's true identity is exceedingly scant. You little rascal, weren't you supposed to retrieve the betrothal gifts? Why is it taking so long? Xiaoqing's reprimand rendered the elders of the Su family visibly uncomfortable. Xiao Xian scratched his head, a smile playing on his lips as he looked at Su Qingshan. Father, it's not as if the patriarch of the Su clan has exhausted our family's betrothal gifts and has yet to repay us. Su Qingshan's expression darkened. In front of so many young members of the Su family, could he not be granted a modicum of respect as their patriarch? To utter such words in public is somewhat shameful. Upon finishing his statement, Xiao Xian glanced at Xiaoqing, who raised her head to look at Su Qingshan, a smile gracing her lips. Old Master Su, do you intend to repay us with this broken sword, having utilized our Xiao family's betrothal gift? The term broken sword struck the elders of the Su family, including the clan leader, like a sudden surge of blood rising in their throats, nearly causing them to spew it forth. The creation of this sword consumed an immense amount of time and countless precious materials from the Su family. Were it not for your son's insistence on reclaiming the betrothal gift, they would not have been compelled to produce something of commensurate value as compensation. Given a little more time, the sword's grade and power could have been further enhanced. Now, it has been disparagingly labeled a broken sword. The Su family harbors a deep desire to strangle the Xiao family father and son. Alas, they are simply unable to match their strength. The individual possesses a cultivation level that is sufficiently formidable to challenge any one of them. Even if they were to band together, victory is not a guarantee. After all, they are all of considerable age. In a physical confrontation, they would undoubtedly fall short. At this moment, how should they counter the accusations? Patriarch Xiao? What prompts this sudden demand for the return of the betrothal gift? Have you and that useless one reached some sort of agreement? Su Qingshan lamented, while his granddaughter Su Muyao spoke up with a calm inquiry. The Xiao family is willing to jeopardize the relationship between the two families in order to return the betrothal gifts. This sufficiently illustrates that the Xiao family has thoroughly grasped the situation. They will certainly utilize the betrothal gifts. When the time comes for them to reclaim these gifts, the Su family will find themselves unable to repay and will face numerous difficulties, much like the present moment, where a weapon of the ethereal realm is dismissed as a mere broken sword. Isn't this a deliberate act of vexation? This tattered sword, though mismatched with the current prowess of Xiaoqing, could indeed be bestowed upon Xiao Xian by the time he ascends to the spirit transformation realm. This spiritual weapon will be perfectly adequate for him. As for the reason behind the agreement with that good-for-nothing, it is rather peculiar. He stands there, expressionless, as if indifferent to the entire matter. The more he acts this way, the more unsettling it becomes. Why does the Xiao family intend to return the betrothal gift only to present it to this wastrel? This worthless individual, having married into the Su family, possesses nothing at all. What could he possibly offer in exchange for the betrothal gifts from the Xiao family? It is evident that there lies a nefarious scheme at play. Upon being mentioned by Su Muyao, Meng Jing's expression revealed a hint of helplessness. How is it that I, merely a spectator, am caught in the crossfire? Having been summoned without any task to perform, I can only observe the unfolding drama. Little did I expect that Su Muyu would not only mention me but also refer to me as a worthless being. Clearly, she truly looks down upon me. What agreement has been reached? Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor serene. May I inquire, Miss Muyao, what do you mean by that? Chapter 55. You are worthless. Upon hearing Xiaoqing's question, Su Muyu let out a soft snicker, revealing a trace of cold disdain. Yet, even that faint smile was enough to captivate hearts and stir emotions. What purpose could there be in this father-son duo conspiring to undermine the Su family? Slowly, Su Muyu began to speak. I, Su Muyu, do not harbor any affection for this worthless man. I trust everyone is already aware of this. Following her declaration, the elders within nodded slightly, while the younger members of the Su family erupted in commotion. Indeed, how could that lad ever be worthy of you, miss? He is nothing but a worthless fool, unworthy of our esteemed lady. Let this waste be cast out from the Su family. Out with him. The utter absurdity of this good-for-nothing who dares to aspire to the esteemed heiress of their family. He ought to take a moment to reflect upon his own worth. Meanwhile, Meng Jing wore a face clouded with indignation, having done nothing to merit such slander. Alas, this woman, though outwardly beautiful, possesses a rather duplicitous nature. Turning to Su Muyao, her expression shifted from frosty pride to unmistakable disdain. Glancing at Meng Jing, she continued, this good-for-nothing is acutely aware that he cannot possibly compete with me in tomorrow's assessment. Furthermore, with young Master Zhao's affections directed towards me, though you know well that I, Su Muyao, harbor little sentiment for you. He has conspired with this inept fool to coerce and manipulate our Su family, has he not? Upon hearing this, Su Qingshan appeared to have an epiphany. Indeed. How had he not realized this sooner? The purpose behind Xiao Xian's previous gift of betrothal was undeniably clear. It was undoubtedly an endeavor to pursue his granddaughter. However, given her lofty pride, how could she possibly deign to notice a young master of the Xiao family whose capabilities pale in comparison to her own? Thus, In his quest to win her affection, he devised a cunning scheme with that inept individual, fully aware that the Su family could not return the betrothal gifts, thereby compelling his granddaughter to join the Xiao family. Thus, their objectives were achieved seamlessly. Otherwise, would the Xiao family retrieve such a substantial betrothal gift merely to present it to that worthless individual? Was it solely to assist the descendants of the Meng family? No. It is likely far more intricate than that. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, a flicker of indignation danced in her eyes. Upon hearing Su Muyo's words, Meng Jing stood frozen in place for quite some time, finally grasping the implications of her statement. So, in her estimation, was he truly so despicable? So base? It was indeed a valid point. Within the entirety of the Su family, how many genuinely cared for him? Perhaps only Xiao Qing and old grandfather Meng. Beyond that, who else remained? Were any not mocking his very existence? He had long been preoccupied with concealing his true capabilities within the Su family. Yet each member seemed eager for his departure. They would wish for him to vanish as far away as possible, given his current strength. He could undoubtedly find refuge in Shengshuanwu town. Moreover, he was accompanied by the extraordinary Meng Guden. Why should he continue to cower within the confines of the Su family? Rather, he should seize the opportunity presented by tomorrow's assessment to depart from the Su family and explore the vast world beyond. Even if someone conspired against him, what of it? Even if enemies lurked in the shadows, so what? He had grown weary of it all. With this resolution, a cold smirk graced Meng Jing's lips. Witnessing this scene, Su Qingshan could no longer suppress the fury that had long been bottled up within him. What is this worthless fool laughing about? Meng Jing merely scoffed internally. Old man Su, you deem me worthless? I truly hope you repeat those words during tomorrow's assessment. After a prolonged silence, Meng Jing, who had been overlooked, spoke up, instantly solidifying the atmosphere around him to an extreme degree. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. In the next moment, however, the air erupted into chaos and uproar ensued. What did this worthless individual just say? Did I mishear? Indeed, did I just hear this fool insult our patriarch, old man Su? In an instant, the disciples of the Su family, both inside and outside, began to question their auditory senses, wondering if they were experiencing auditory hallucinations. Is this still that worthless individual? Meng Jing, who has always refrained from speaking up, daring neither to retort nor to breathe freely in the presence of the Su family, has today audaciously referred to their elder as the old man Su. Has this fellow lost his mind? The patriarch of his clan possesses the formidable strength of the spirit transformation realm, yet he, a mere waste at the chi refinement stage, dares to speak so boldly. Does he wish to court disaster? If he incites the patriarch's ire, he should not expect any leniency based on past grievances. Upon hearing Meng Jing's words, Su Qingshan rose abruptly, his fury palpable as the ground beneath him sank slightly under the force of his anger. Just as he prepared to descend and teach Meng Jing a lesson, he was halted by Su Muyo, who bore a chilling smile. Grandfather, if you truly strike this waste, he will surely take to the outside world, claiming that our Su family disregards past kindness. That would serve his purpose perfectly, though the utterance was but a whisper. It resonated throughout the assembly hall, enveloping it in an eerie silence that reached Meng Jing's ears. He could not help but smile. Su Muyo, do not overthink. I am aware that you are the beauty of Xuanwu town, sought after by many suitors. Yet, in my presence, you amount to naught. I, Meng Jing, stand tall and resolute, and I shall not stoop to engage in such sordid affairs. You may think as you please, but do not forget the agreement we share. With that, Meng Jing swept his sleeves and exited the Su family as assembly hall. As for the conditions he spoke of, they pertained to a visit to the Su family sword pavilion, where abandoned swords abound. At that time, he intended to prompt his system for a grand reclamation, undoubtedly yielding a significant number of spirit stones. For now, it was best to return and continue his cultivation, uninterested in squabbling with this crowd. Once Meng Jing departed, a group of individuals exchanged bewildered glances. Did that good-for-nothing just declare that Miss Su Muyao is worthless? This cannot be the same inept individual. It simply cannot. Indeed. When did he acquire such audacity? They were left speechless. Their lady, regarded as the foremost beauty in Xuanwu town, was pursued by countless admirers, all of whom were turned away. Even those rejected yearned for but a glimpse of her, or the chance to befriend her. Yet, this imbecile had the gall to declare, in front of so many, that their lady amounted to nothing at all. If this were to leak, it would surely offend many. Observing Su Muyao's flushed face, her silver teeth clenched, and her delicate fists tightly balled, it was evident that as the cherished jewel of the Su family, she had never endured such indignity. How dare someone declare, in front of so many, that she was worth nothing? That good for nothing. Tomorrow, he shall pay for this affront. Soon. A cold smile graced her lips as she turned her gaze towards the Xiao family father and son seated in the conference hall. Xiao clan leader. It appears that my words struck a nerve, causing that good for nothing to storm off. Are you and young Master Xian truly intent on reclaiming the betrothal gifts to bestow upon him? Su Muyo inquired. She firmly believed that Meng Jing's earlier remarks were merely a pretext for his hasty exit after being exposed. Otherwise, how could that worthless individual have undergone such a sudden transformation? Indeed, it must be so. The Xiao father and son exchanged glances with Su Muyo before bursting into hearty laughter. Haha, dear niece Muyo, you may be a tad overconfident. Indeed, Miss Su Muyo. My father speaks the truth. While I admit I once held feelings for you, my purpose here is solely to retrieve the betrothal gifts, nothing more. If you have misconstrued my intentions, that is another matter altogether. With that, Xiao Qian clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. Before Su Muyao could respond, Xiao Qing interjected with a smile. I forgot to mention. The reason I was able to rapidly advance my cultivation to the realm of spiritual practitioners is indeed linked to that descendant of the Meng family. Upon hearing this, Su Qingshan felt a surge of indignation. It seemed that this good-for-nothing had conspired with the Xiao family to undermine the Su family. However, curiosity began to take hold of him as well. How can this worthless individual possess such extraordinary items, capable of allowing one to transcend several minor realms in a brief period? It is worth noting that the Ming family once enjoyed immense wealth and prestige, even though they have since faced annihilation. How could this worthless individual possibly have brought nothing with him? It is entirely plausible that the treasures he acquired from the Ming family are what enabled Xiao Qing to achieve such a rapid breakthrough in his cultivation. Of course, Su Qingshan finds it perplexing. Had this inconsequential person revealed that precious artifact earlier for the benefit of the esteemed elders, it could have altered their perception significantly. Indeed, not only would the elders have been impressed, but even his granddaughter might have revised her opinion of this waste. After all, he has contributed, albeit marginally, to the Su family's endeavors. However, over the past 3 years, this individual has lived off their resources without contributing, subjecting the Su family to ridicule and disgrace. How could they possibly endure such indignity? Yet, what intrigues Su Qingshan is why, if this individual possesses such a valuable item, his own cultivation still remains at the Qi refinement stage. Could it be a mere fade? Just as Su Qingshan was about to summon the elders of the Su family to capture Meng Jing, Xiao Qing interjected with a smile, assuring them, rest assured, I shall guarantee with my integrity that the descendants of the Ming family have not sullied the reputation of the Su family, nor have they engaged in any underhanded dealings with me. Noting the flicker of anger on the elder's face, Xiao Qing quickly offered clarification. After all, Meng Jing is a disciple of that venerable elder. And having met Meng Jing for the first time, how could he possibly be involved in any nefarious activities? Upon hearing this, Su Qingshan resignedly took his seat once more. Sending someone to retrieve Meng Jing would be tantamount to opposing the Xiao family at this juncture. Upon entering the realm of spiritual practitioners, Xiao Qing of the Xiao family has significantly enhanced his prowess. Given his current status as an alchemist, it seems inevitable that he will soon transcend to the 4th star and advance to the 5th. Why, then, would he engage in conflict with others? Consequently, the Su family, having utilized the betrothal gifts from the Xiao patriarch, may find it challenging to return them in full. Xiao Qing furrowed his brow, recognizing that the Su family had nearly exhausted these gifts. If they were to repay, it would be a considerable burden for them. Thus, his gaze shifted to the blood phoenix sword before Elder Su Yun. He spoke calmly, stating, in that case, I shall not make things difficult for your Su family. I will take this broken sword, but I must insist on the return of the remaining betrothal gifts of the Xiao family. Surely, there are still many gifts I bestowed upon the Su family that cannot all have been consumed at once. For instance, with regard to the medicinal pills, one would require at least 2 days after taking just a single pill to achieve a complete breakthrough. Currently, with most elders present, it indicates that not many pills have been used. As for the other items, I am not overly concerned about the medicinal herbs. After all, having offered them to the descendants of the Meng family, I cannot simply consume them myself. Su Qingyun, with a resigned nod, acquiesced, very well. The remaining betrothal gifts may be taken by the Xiao patriarch. However, what shall become of the relationship between our 2 families moving forward? Upon uttering these words, the surrounding sounds diminished significantly, until ultimately, silence enveloped the space. This concerns the future development of both families. Haha, old Master Su, this matter is beyond my knowledge. I shall inquire about the opinions of the descendants of the Ming family. Xiao Qing laughed heartily. Whether or not to continue collaborating with the Su family hinges on the perspectives of the Ming family heirs. If they are reluctant to maintain an alliance with the Su family, it is imperative to heed their wishes. After all, the strength he enjoys today is largely attributed to that venerable gentleman. If he can win over Meng Jing, would the Xiao family still need to rely on the Su family for their standing? Upon hearing Xiao Qing's words, Su Qingshan found it hard to believe, questioning whether age had dulled his hearing. The esteemed patriarch of the Xiao family, unexpectedly seeking the counsel of a mere wastrel. Moreover, this patriarch has already ascended to the realm of spiritual practitioners, holding a significant position in Xuanwu town. How could he stoop to soliciting advice from someone deemed worthless? Merely a waste. At that moment, Su Muyao, who had been fuming on the side, interjected coolly. Xiao Xian also cast a glance in her direction, his eyes narrowing slightly, a chilling aura emanating from him. This involuntarily caused Su Muyao to retreat a few steps. Although she was a practitioner of ice attributes, the frigid energy radiating from him far surpassed her own, leaving her unable to withstand it. Muyao, my dear niece, I acknowledge your commendable cultivation and recognize your inherent talent. Yet do not forget that beyond the mountains, there are higher mountains. Beyond people, there are greater individuals. Exercise caution during tomorrow's assessment. With that, Xiao Qing extended a hand. Fingers splayed, channeling a formidable force that drew towards the bloodhong sword. The sword, suspended a few feet above the ground, soared towards him with a resonant hum before he grasped it firmly. This sword is indeed exceptional. One cannot say that the descendants of the Meng family would not appreciate it. Shao Qing murmured softly. In times past, he might have indeed been enamored with this sword. Alas, he has now transcended to the transformed spirit realm, advancing into the domain of spiritual practitioners. This sword, when grasped, fails to unleash any significant power. It is utterly trivial. It would be far better to bestow this blade upon the descendant of the Meng family. Although I am not entirely certain of the prowess of the Meng lineage, he is, after all, a direct disciple of that esteemed elder. And one can surmise his strength is not to be underestimated. Moreover, the young scion of the Meng family is not much older than my own son. Under the guidance of that venerable master, his cultivation should reasonably be around the realm of spirit transformation. This was the only thought that crossed his mind. If one were to possess greater strength, it would indeed be somewhat implausible. After all, the foremost prodigy of Xuanwu Town, Zhang Shaokai, was merely at the transformation realm. Should one surpass the transformation realm, it could only be described with two words: terrifying. To break through to the transformation realm before the age of 20, what else could it be but terrifying? Thus, it is entirely possible that this sword may be wielded by the descendants of the Meng family. This may prove beneficial for his assessment tomorrow. Reflecting on this, Shao Qing cast a glance back at the Su family, now shrouded in darkness due to the nightfall, and a faint smile graced his lips. The Su family, bereft of the Meng clan, indeed seems destined for ruin. Chapter 57. The blood-red sword submits. How much of his cultivation and strength should he reveal tomorrow? Meng Jing furrowed his brow slightly. Tomorrow's assessment with Su Muyao cannot reveal the entirety of one's prowess. After all, I am a formidable practitioner at the great spiritual master level. Exposing my cultivation would undoubtedly incite a sensation throughout the entire Xuanwu town. Moreover, it is crucial to acknowledge that my current level of cultivation boasts an unparalleled speed of advancement within Xuanwu town. Even that Zhang Shaokai, when placed beside me, is merely an insignificant presence. Thus, considering my cultivation status is indeed of paramount importance. As Meng Jing pondered, a voice belonging to a middle-aged man resonated from behind him. Turning to look, he saw Shao Qing striding swiftly towards him, wielding a blood-red longsword in his hand. The sword before me is indeed the one from the council chamber. I never expected Shao Qing would retrieve it. Meng Jing, wait. Shao Qing called out, then approached Meng Jing. Patriarch Shao, what brings you here? Meng Jing inquired, momentarily taken aback, yet fully aware of Shao Qing's intentions. Naturally, he had to feign ignorance. Shao Qing offered a subtle smile, glancing around the vicinity. Noticing the sparse presence of onlookers, she extended her hand and pushed the bloodhong sword towards him. Meng Jing, although I am unaware of your current cultivation level, this sword may prove beneficial for your assessment tomorrow. Meng Jing cast a fleeting glance at the sword, feeling a surge of secret delight within. This sword is indeed extraordinary. Although its current level may be somewhat modest, the materials utilized are remarkably precious. The blade is not forged from conventional high-carbon steel, rather, it is crafted from a far more resilient mineral. This mineral, which Meng Jing recognizes, is none other than diamond. The hardness of diamond is incomparable to that of high-carbon steel, effortlessly cleaving through it. However, the fact that such a hard substance has been shaped into a sword indicates the considerable effort expended by the elders of the Su family. Moreover, while this sword would typically possess a translucent sheen, its blade gleams with a striking red hue, suggesting that the essence of some magical beast's blood has been infused within it. The infusion of this blood from the warcraft significantly enhances the power and ferocity of this sword. Such a blade, if returned, would undoubtedly yield a considerable number of spirit stones. What does the kind gesture from Chief Shao imply? Meng Jing inquired with curiosity. Alas, my dear nephew, has your master not informed you? Shao Qing glanced around cautiously before softly asking. Instantly, a glimmer of disbelief flickered in Meng Jing's eyes. Could it be that Chief Shao is the newly acknowledged disciple of my master? Shao Qing shook his head, a smile gracing his lips. You have misunderstood, dear nephew. The esteemed elder has taken my son, Shao Xian, as his disciple, not myself, Shao. I see. Meng Jing nodded in understanding. Indeed, tomorrow is your assessment, dear nephew. The betrothal gift intended for the Su family was meant for you, but it appears they are unable to provide it. Thus, I shall present you with this bloodhong sword. I hope it serves you well in your examination tomorrow. In that case, I shall not be polite. Meng Jing replied, accepting the bloodhong sword from Shao Qing's hands. As soon as he grasped it, the sword emitted a resonant hum, followed by a tremor along its blade. What the devil? Does this broken sword look down upon me? Meng Jing muttered to himself upon hearing the sword's cry. The Blood Phoenix sword, at the level of the spirit transformation realm, emits a resonant hum, indicating that it has begun to possess a semblance of spiritual awareness. The spiritual awareness possessed by spiritual artifacts reflects their innate wisdom. Generally, the higher the rank of a spiritual artifact, the greater its spiritual awareness. It is said that artifacts of the Earth rank can autonomously engage enemies without heeding their master's commands. However, the veracity of this claim remains a mystery to Meng Jing. Although the blood-hong sword is of modest rank and quality, its blade now trembles incessantly, indicative of its disdain for its current wielder. Meng Jing's concealed strength is merely at the qi refinement stage, while the sword belongs to the transformation stage, a realm several levels above his own. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for it to express such contempt. Witnessing this scene, Xiaoqing furrowed her brow slightly. Is the level of this sword still somewhat too high? However, upon reflection, it is understandable. A person who had become a waste 3 years ago, encountering an elderly gentleman 3 years later, could hardly be expected to swiftly transcend to the spirit transformation realm, regardless of their innate talent. Indeed, it was overly challenging for him to wield this blood phoenix sword. Yet, the next scene left Xiaoqing utterly astonished. She beheld Meng Jing lifting the sword with one hand while gently biting it with the other. In an instant, a drop of crimson liquid fell onto the blade. The following moment, wisps of white smoke began to rise. The blood phoenix sword, which had been quivering incessantly, suddenly grew remarkably tranquil as Meng Jing's blood touched its surface. Subsequently, after Meng Jing released his grip, the sword astonishingly began to levitate in the air. Is this submission? Xiaoqing scratched his head, finding it hard to believe. Just moments ago, there was a lingering resistance towards this sword in my heart. Yet, in the next instant, it became remarkably obedient. What else could this be but submission? Could it be that the descendants of the Meng family are indeed concealing the true extent of their abilities? It is important to recognize that this sword embodies the prowess of a peak-level practitioner in the transformation realm. To command this sword's allegiance, one must undoubtedly possess a significantly superior level of cultivation. Merely matching its realm is insufficient to compel submission. The submission of the opposing party indicates the formidable power possessed by the descendants of the Meng family. To what extraordinary level have they ascended? In that moment, Xiaoqing was enveloped in a haze of confusion. Simultaneously, his admiration for the venerable elder deepened. The ability to restore a once inept individual, a mere 3 years prior, to the pinnacle of the transformation realm, and potentially beyond, was truly remarkable. This is ample evidence that the venerable gentleman is indeed formidable. It appears he has aligned himself with the right individuals. The rise of the Xiao family is surely imminent. However, Xiaoqing couldn't shake the feeling that she might have been seeing things. In that fleeting moment when the blood of the Meng family's descendant fell upon the sword's blade, it shimmered with a golden hue, dazzling to behold. Meanwhile, Meng Jing received a notification from the system in his ear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for subduing the blood-hong sword, a pinnacle-tier spiritual weapon of the 8th realm of spirit transformation. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The loyalty of the blood-hong sword has increased by 100. Observing the sword's submission, he playfully flicked the blade with his finger. How boastful it is! Meng Jing mused. Then, with a swift motion, he stowed the sword away. Within him resided pure spiritual energy. Even a single drop of blood could convey the depth of his cultivation. Thus, it was entirely within his expectations that the sword did not tremble. What he did not anticipate, however, was that a spiritual weapon could also yield in submission. And to such a remarkable degree. This is far more reliable than that fellow dog egg. Just as Meng Jing was about to express his gratitude to Xiaoqing, the system's voice continued without pause. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the blood-hong sword, a low-grade spirit weapon of the 8th-tier pinnacle of the transformation spirit realm, has undergone a great enhancement. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the blood-hong sword, previously a low-grade spirit weapon of the 8th-tier pinnacle of the transformation spirit realm, has been upgraded to a middle-grade dragon roar blood-hong sword. Chapter 58, The Great Enhancement of the Blood-hong Sword. What is happening? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Meng Jing was momentarily taken aback. Has this sword's rank been elevated? I merely dripped a drop of my own blood. How could it have ascended in rank so effortlessly? Elevating the grade of this weapon is far more intricate than merely leveling it up. It necessitates the infusion of precious materials to enhance the sword's rank. Merely by infusing a single drop of my blood, I have transformed a low-grade mystic sword into one of moderate quality. If the elders of the Su family were to learn of this matter, would they not weep in despair? The sword they painstakingly forged, expending countless efforts, has merely ascended to the low tier of the profound stage. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Meng Jing has elevated this inferior sword to the intermediate tier. How could they not be devastated? Of course, Meng Jing chose not to observe this transformation at that moment, for Xiaoqing still stood before him. Fortunately, he had just managed to conceal the sword in time. Had Xiaoqing witnessed its sudden upgrade, he might well have been rendered speechless in astonishment. I am truly grateful for your kindness, Patriarch Xiao, Meng Jing expressed, clasping his fists in appreciation. By the way, my dear nephew, I happen to possess some elixirs of my own concoction that can rapidly enhance one's cultivation. With that, Xiaoqing gestured to a ring on his finger and produced a small porcelain vial, extending it towards Meng Jing. Meng Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, it seemed that whatever he needed was providentially offered to him, just as he was lamenting his lack of resources to recover spiritual stones. This elixir would serve splendidly for his cultivation breakthrough. Xiaoqing was well aware of the kindness he bestowed upon himself. It was merely a ploy to curry favor with the master he had conjured from thin air. However, The mention of elixirs reminded Meng Jing of the matter concerning Godan. Thus, he inquired, might I ask, esteemed clan leader Xiao, if there exists a pill capable of enhancing one's bloodline? Upon hearing this, Shao Qing furrowed his brow slightly. Nephew Ming, what need have you for such a bloodline pill? He queried. Consuming a bloodline elixir below the realm of a spirit master may pose considerable risks. Such a pill is designed to ameliorate one's physical constitution and is among the most efficacious means to swiftly elevate one's cultivation. This is largely due to the infusion of beastly blood within the elixir, which results in an energy that is quite volatile. Therefore, if one lacks the requisite strength of a spirit master, ingesting a bloodline pill could lead to one's body being overwhelmed by that ferocious energy, culminating in either explosive demise or the perilous path of demonic deviation. Yet, Shao Qing's curiosity was piqued. He wondered what purpose the descendant of the Meng family had for such a pill. Was it in preparation for the forthcoming assessment? Did he intend to consume the bloodline elixir to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation just a day before the test? Isn't this a bit excessive? Upon seeing that Shao Qing seemed to misunderstand something, Meng Jing quickly clarified. Chief Xiao, you are mistaken. It is not for my own use. Then who is it for? Shao Qing inquired with curiosity. Suddenly, the image of the elderly gentleman from the cave accompanied by the black wolf surfaced in his mind. It is the black wolf brought to me by my master. It requires a bloodline pill to achieve a breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Shao Qing nodded, confirming his suspicions. Yet, does it truly need a bloodline pill so soon? When he encountered the black wolf in the cave, its strength was comparable to that of the descendants of the Meng family. Both were around the qi refining stage. How could its cultivation progress so swiftly? Unlike human breakthroughs, the advancement of magical beasts is not so straightforward. It necessitates the consumption of substantial amounts of spiritual energy. Thinking back, the old gentleman had provided several spirit stones, each containing pure spiritual energy. The descendants of the Meng family must possess a fair share as well. Thus, the Black Wolf's breakthrough should not be overly challenging. However, dear nephew Meng, the bloodline pill is quite costly. Wouldn't it be a pity to use it on a mere Black Wolf? A pity? Meng Jing smiled subtly. Meng Godan is of the Spirit Emperor level, even if this single bloodline pill is expensive. The value it brings by allowing Meng Godan to unleash its current strength is well worth it in Meng Jing's eyes. No worries. My master has mentioned that this Black Wolf serves as my training. But how much does this bloodline pill cost? I wish to compensate you, Chief Xiao, Meng Jing inquired. It would not be appropriate to continually take advantage of others, thus he decided to personally foot the bill for this bloodline pill. Shao Qing waved his hand dismissively. You are too courteous, dear nephew. A bloodline pill costs no more than 2 million, I reckon. What? Not even 2 million? Meng Jing felt as though his feet had slipped, nearly losing his balance. With the ring from Shao Qing and the coins he had previously acquired, he barely possessed around 800,000. The price of this bloodline pill is a staggering 200,000, yet I had convinced myself that it wouldn't cost much. Is it truly the case that alchemists possess such wealth? Meng Jing couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for not having plundered the Xiao family. Had he annihilated them, he could have amassed a considerable fortune. Alas, that opportunity has now slipped away. Observing Meng Jing's pained expression, Shao Qing couldn't help but chuckle, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Fear not, my dear nephew Meng. This bloodline pill shall be taken care of by me, Xiao. Upon our return, I will inquire at the beast-taming sect on your behalf. After all, we were once both esteemed alchemists. Although we've had our share of misunderstandings, I kindly ask you to set those aside and speak well of that esteemed elder. Meng Jing nodded. Since Shao Qing Yao had offered to procure it for him, he needn't spend such an exorbitant sum. Naturally, that was most agreeable. He then clasped his hands together in gratitude towards Shao Qing. I am truly thankful, Elder Xiao. You are too kind, my dear nephew. However, I must ask, after your assessment tomorrow, do you plan to stay with the Su family? Would it not be preferable to reside with us in the Xiao family? Shao Qing inquired. The examination on the morrow poses a formidable challenge. Should one falter, it goes without saying that the descendants of the Meng family shall undoubtedly be cast out. Conversely, should they triumph, although residing within the halls of the Su family would be a privilege, such a victory would amount to a profound affront to the Su clan. Would the Su family exhibit any benevolence towards the descendants of the Meng? Clearly, such a notion is preposterous. Meng Jing, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. Indeed, should he emerge victorious against Su Muyao, he would eclipse the Su family's glory, and even if he desired to dwell within their abode, it is likely that the Su family would persistently impose difficulties upon him. He had not given this much thought. It seems that leaving the Su family was indeed the wisest decision. If the patriarch of the Xiao family does not mind, that young man would gladly relocate to your esteemed residence. Upon hearing this, Shao Qing was filled with exuberant joy. It was truly wonderful. After the descendants of the Meng family relocated to the Xiao family, that venerable elder would be able to visit them directly in the future. For the Xiao family, having a formidable ally behind them is indeed a source of great strength. Well then, it is getting late. I shall not disturb you any further, Meng nephew. I hope you achieve remarkable results in tomorrow's assessment. Shao Qing glanced at the sky, noting the late hour. Thank you, clan leader Xiao. Meng Jing replied before turning to head towards his room. In a short while, he had returned to his chamber. At this moment, Meng Dan had already awakened, busily licking a spirit stone. Upon seeing Meng Jing, he let out a grin. It seems you possess a sense of loyalty, having remembered the bloodline pill I requested. Chapter 59, The Identity of the Dragon Seeker. You have quite the keen ears. Meng Jing couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. The place where I had just conversed with Xiao Qing was quite a distance from my room. I never anticipated that Meng Dan could overhear us. Indeed, I possess ears that can hear from 1,000 miles away. Paying no heed to Meng Dan's boastfulness, Meng Jing instead opened his spatial backpack and retrieved the previously stored spiritual weapon. As soon as it was drawn, a surge of dragon's roar emanated from the blade, unleashing an invisible sword aura that rippled outward. Wherever it swept, deep sword marks appeared. Goodness, I just praised you, and now you seek to assassinate me. Witnessing the sword aura sever several strands of Meng Dan's hair, he leaped in alarm, realizing he had narrowly escaped death. Meng Jing was equally taken aback. He had merely drawn the sword, not anticipating such immense power. Observing the blade, it had clearly undergone a transformation. The originally bright red blade now bore a dark crimson hue, even hinting at a faint golden sheen. Other than that, there were no significant changes. Wait, how could this sword possess the essence of Dragon's Roar? Once Meng Dan regained his composure from the fright, he cautiously approached Meng Jing, scrutinizing the sword from top to bottom as he walked. He distinctly heard the sound of a dragon's roar. How could a mere sword produce such a sound? This could only imply one possibility. Someone had infused dragon's blood into the sword, bestowing it with dragon's aura. Typically, an ordinary sword would only emit sword aura, while a sword infused with spiritual energy is termed a spiritual weapon, and a weapon that has taken lives exudes murderous intent, known as blood aura. However, the fact that this sword emitted a dragon's roar indicated that it was no longer a mere weapon. The so-called infusion of dragon's roar meant that when the sword aura was unleashed, the hidden dragon's roar could induce psychological turmoil in the enemy, thus providing an opportunity to vanquish them. But how could it possess dragon's aura? With this thought, he remained vigilant, watching Meng Jing closely. This individual possesses the exquisite essence of dragon's blood, a rare and precious substance. However, dragon's blood is the remnant of a bygone era. How could such a relic awaken the spirit of a sword? Typically, only the infusion of vibrant dragon's blood can evoke the resonance of the dragon's roar. What is going on here? Filled with curiosity, I turned to Meng Jing. Hey, did you feed this sword something? Just as I was pondering the immense power of this sword, the voice of Dog Dan echoed. This piqued Meng Jing's interest, prompting him to cast a curious glance at Dog Dan. What did you feed it? Can this sword truly consume sustenance? Merely to intimidate the blade. He offered it a single drop of his own blood. Could this be the cause? As he spoke, Meng Dan gazed at Meng Jing with incredulity. Undress, he commanded abruptly. What on earth are you intending? I have no interest in you. Faced with Godin's unexpected demand, Meng Jing instinctively took several steps back. What does this fellow intend to do? Do not ponder too much. Swiftly disrobe so that this prince may behold. Meng Dan spoke with a serious demeanor. Meng Jing also nodded helplessly, then released his grip on the sword. Upon releasing the sword, it did not plummet straight down, but rather, it hovered gracefully in the air. Meng Jing was somewhat astonished. Although he had witnessed this spectacle in the council chamber, the sword's aura had been rather tumultuous at that time. Upon touching the ground, it had explosively created a crater. However, the sword before him now exuded a gentle demeanor. Even without his grasp, it refrained from wreaking havoc upon the earth. Contemplating this, Meng Jing removed his outer garment, exposing his upper body. Indeed, as Meng Dan approached, he observed the intricate layers of fine scales covering Meng Jing's skin, exclaiming in surprise. From a distance, these delicate scales appeared to meld seamlessly with the skin, rendering them nearly invisible. Yet, upon closer inspection, their presence became evident. Indeed, Meng Jing inquired, intrigued by Meng Dan's words. Noticing the gravity etched upon Meng Dan's face, Meng Jing observed a distinct lack of expression. Do you recall the time you consumed the dragon's essence? Meng Jing nodded in acknowledgement. He certainly remembers this matter. When he discovered that the dragon's blood was meant to be applied rather than ingested, he was nearly driven to the brink of despair. Why bring this up now? With a sigh, Meng Dan continued. Ah, you truly possess remarkable luck. What does that mean? Meng Jing was somewhat bewildered. What was Meng Dan implying? Had he misused the dragon's blood, yet his luck was still commendable? Before Meng Jing could voice his confusion, Meng Dan posed another question. Do you know the age of the Panlong root you obtained? Why inquire about that? Meng Jing felt a sense of curiosity and shook his head. Identifying a 10,000-year-old Panlong root is beyond the capabilities of any alchemist below the 4-star rank. Thus, given his current limitations, it was prudent to conceal the existence of his system. Indeed, you are unaware. Meng Dan remarked with a hint of resignation. Initially, when Meng Jing produced 2 vials, the dragon's blood amounted to only 4 or 5 dozen drops. It could only be a Panlong root aged around 4 to 5,000 years. However, it now appeared to be far more complex. The panlong root you ingested is likely not merely a 1,000-year-old root. It may very well be one that is 10,000 years old, Meng Jing declared, leaving Meng Jing in a state of astonishment. How could this mongrel possibly discern that this is a dragon root of millennial caliber? The content regarding the 10,000-year-old dragon root was conveyed by the system, yet how did Meng Jing come to know of it? Moreover, I have yet to present the dragon root to this fellow. I am aware of your confusion. Do you wish to understand how I discerned that it was indeed a 10,000-year-old dragon root? Noticing the perplexity on Meng Jing's face, Meng Jing smiled. Indeed. How did you come to know? As soon as Meng Jing finished speaking, Meng Jing raised a paw and placed it upon Meng Jing's upper body. Meng Jing glanced down and saw that the paw resting on him suddenly revealed its sharp claws. Before he could utter a word to inquire about Meng Jing's intentions, the latter unexpectedly struck down. Instantly, a sound akin to that of metal being sliced echoed through the air. What the heck, you? Just as Meng Jing was about to scold Jing for his actions and question his motives, the next moment, upon hearing the ripping sound, he was left utterly astonished. The sharp claws of the fierce dog should have left 4 deep gashes upon its own torso. Yet, at present, there is not a single scratch upon its body, let alone any blood flowing forth. When did my upper body become so rigid? Meng Jing, with an expression of realization, spoke. I never expected you to truly ascend to the status of a dragon warrior. Chapter 60, The Ascension of the Blood-Red Dragon Sword. What is the status of a dragon warrior? Meng Jing confessed that he had never heard of such a term. A millennium ago, the status of a dragon warrior represented the connection between the dragon clan and humanity, tasked with facilitating relations between the two. Those who bore this title possessed a lineage of half-dragon blood, yet were not considered true dragons. To become a genuine dragon, one must attain the realm of the true dragon. Noticing Meng Jing's confusion, Meng Jing offered an explanation. After listening, Meng Jing furrowed his brow. He had not realized such a status existed. It seemed he still had much to learn. What, then, is the true dragon realm? Do not concern yourself with that. Meng Jing replied. At the very least, you must gain the recognition of the 15 elders of the dragon clan, after which they will bestow upon you the dragon clan's mark of inheritance, allowing you to transcend your mortal form and flow with dragon blood. Meng Jing recounted this with an air of nonchalance, causing Meng Jing's eyes to widen in astonishment. He had not anticipated the true dragon realm to be so remarkable. To transcend the mortal coil signifies achieving the pinnacle of physical strength. Should dragon blood course through his veins, he would truly be a figure of destiny among humans. Even if he were not a figure of destiny, the formidable power of the dragon clan was revered by many. Regrettably, he was merely a dragon warrior. If given the chance, Meng Jing would desire to enter the true dragon realm. Does the status of dragon warrior still hold any significance? Meng Jing inquired. He had heard that the dragon clan had been extinct for ages. If that were the case, what purpose did the title serve? It is precisely because humanity is too greedy, Meng Jing lamented, his voice laden with sorrow. Having gained the recognition of the dragon clan, you sought even greater power, ultimately joining forces with other races to eradicate the dragons. Meng Jing found it difficult to respond. After all, he was human and could not berate his kind from Meng Jing's perspective, nor could he defend humanity from his own standpoint. However, you are indeed fortunate. The ancient Panlong root has been nourished by the blood of generations of dragons, and its dragon blood is the most refined. This is why you could ascend to the status of a dragon warrior. Meng Jing nodded. Are there any advantages to ascending to the status of a dragon warrior? The dragon clan has long since faced extinction. The name itself holds little significance. What I truly desire are tangible things. Meng Jing looked at Meng Jing with disdain, raising a claw to indicate the intricate scales adorning his upper body. Did you not notice when I just seized you? My previous strike was executed without holding back. That was all at the spirit sovereign level. Spirit sovereign level? Is that for real? Meng Jing's breath quickened. The fact that a being of such formidable strength at the spirit sovereign level had gripped him without inflicting any harm, and he felt not a trace of pain, was utterly astonishing. This is utterly astonishing. Observing Meng Jing's earnest yet disdainful expression, Meng Jing's heart soared with joy. This Meng God egg does not seem to be jesting. The resilience of his physical form is astonishingly capable of withstanding the might of 2 formidable adversaries. This implies that he need not fear the treachery of ambushes in the future. Furthermore, the sword in your possession has acquired a semblance of draconic essence due to the trace of dragon blood coursing through your veins, endowing it with the aura of dragon's roar. In his excitement, Meng God egg paced around the blood-red blade. Dragon's roar? Upon hearing this, Meng Jing gradually emerged from his exhilaration, gazing at the levitating sword with curiosity. Since you have embraced the identity of a dragon master, your bloodline has transcended mere human lineage, now infused with a hint of dragon blood. Although it may not be particularly pure, it certainly holds a nobility far superior to that of others. Meng God egg paused momentarily before continuing. When you nourished this sword, did its rank not elevate? Meng Jing nodded in affirmation. This sword, previously classified as a low-grade mystic weapon, ascended to a mid-grade mystic weapon after I bestowed upon it a single drop of dragon's blood. Meng Jing could instantly discern its remarkable quality. Indeed, This sword has already begun to exhibit nascent spiritual awareness. Following the infusion of dragon blood, it can now be regarded as a spiritual weapon imbued with draconic essence, with the potential to cultivate a sword spirit. Is this truly the case? Upon hearing this, Meng Jing found it somewhat hard to believe. A spiritual weapon that can take on a human form is referred to as a sword spirit, and such manifestations typically arise only from earth-grade spiritual weapons. This is merely a medium-grade mystical artifact. It appears rather challenging, does it not? When have I ever deceived you? Truly, by the way, do you still possess some excess dragon's essence? Indeed, what of it? Produce it. For what purpose? Meng Jing, filled with curiosity, nevertheless opened his system backpack and retrieved a porcelain vial containing 20 to 30 drops of dragon's essence, presenting it forward. Meng Dan did not take it. Instead, he infused the vial with a surge of spiritual energy. As Meng Jing released his grip, the vial began to levitate in the air. In the next instant, with a resounding pop, the cork was ejected, and the dragon's essence within surged forth from the vial, all suspended in the atmosphere. What is the intent behind this? Meng Jing silently mused, refraining from interrupting Meng Dan's subsequent actions. He observed as Meng Dan uttered a soft command, causing the spiritual energy in the air to intensify dramatically, to the point where Meng Jing felt a certain heaviness pressing down upon him. Is this the sense of oppression that comes with the spirit sovereign realm? Meng Jing steadied his breath, continuing to observe Meng Dan's maneuvers. Meng Dan lifted a paw and waved it, conjuring a sudden burst of golden flames in the air. Is this spiritual fire or beast fire? The emergence of the golden flames swiftly enveloped the room. Meng Jing was slightly taken aback. The golden flame was among the rarest phenomena on this continent. It was astonishing that this individual possessed such formidable power. Clearly, a great deal had been concealed during their time in the cave. However, even in the presence of the golden flame, his void-black flame could effortlessly contend with it. Without hesitation, he approached to devour it, regardless of its golden nature. Subsequently, Meng Dan enveloped the droplets of dragon's blood with the golden flame. Faint echoes of dragon roars emanated from each droplet of the dragon's essence. The slumbering essence of the dragon seemed to awaken. Meanwhile, the dragon's song blood-red sword, suspended in the air, began to tremble incessantly due to the ethereal energy emanating from it, its blade becoming increasingly crimson. Place this sword upon my flames, swiftly. I can hardly endure much longer. Meng Dan's expression was grave, sweat beading on his brow. Very well. Meng Jing nodded and positioned the sword above the golden flames. In that fleeting moment, as the dragon's song blood-red sword was set upon the fire, the surrounding dragon essence swiftly enveloped the blade. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Meng Jing's ears. Ding! Congratulations. Host, the dragon's song blood-red sword, a mid-grade spiritual weapon at the pinnacle of the 8th rank in the spirit transformation realm, has ascended in rank. Ding! Congratulations, host. The dragon's song blood-red sword has been elevated to a superior grade spiritual weapon in the Xian rank. Chapter 61, Dragon-Patterned Golden Flame. Another rank elevation? Meng Jing was taken aback. This mischievous mutt pondered that his quest for the dragon's blood was, in fact, to elevate the caliber of his sword. The dragon's roar blood-red sword has ascended from the inferior grade of the Xian tier to the medium grade within merely a day. Astonishingly, it has now further progressed from the medium grade to the superior grade of the Xian tier. If this were to be revealed, how would the elders of the Su family perceive themselves? They have devoted their entire lives to crafting spiritual weapons. Yet the highest grade they have achieved barely reaches the low tier of the profound rank, with the majority residing around the yellow rank. Now, within the span of a single day, Meng Jing has ascended 2 grades consecutively. If the elders of the Su family were to discover this, it would surely put their lives in grave danger. Meng Jing cast a glance at Meng Dan, whose expression was far from pleasant at that moment. Turning his attention to the dragon-chanting blood-red sword, it shimmered brilliantly, appearing as though it had been enveloped in a layer of gold from the forge of golden flames. In the next instant, Meng Dan placed a droplet of dragon's essence blood upon the blade. As the dragon's blood soaked into the sword, a plume of white smoke erupted from the blade, accompanied by a sizzling sound that resonated throughout the entire room. Before long, Meng Dan released his grip and exhaled a breath of hot air. The spiritual energy and golden flames that had been suspended in the air vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the dragon-chanting blood-red sword. In light of your assistance in locating the bloodline elixir for me, this is the only aid I can offer you at present, Meng Dan exclaimed, panting heavily. Beneath the form of this black wolf, his true strength could not be fully manifested, and he found himself utterly fatigued in a brief span of time, indicating the limitations of his current physique. Nevertheless, he had successfully refined the entire vial of dragon's essence blood. Thank you very much. Meng Jing expressed his gratitude, then reached forth, disregarding the heat emanating from the blade, and grasped it directly. A tremendous surge of energy flowed into his body. Is this really that sword? Meng Jing was utterly astonished. This sword is imbued with a ferocious energy. Upon grasping it, one feels an overwhelming surge of strength. an irresistible urge to find a place to practice and witness the sheer ferocity of this power. However, Meng Jing restrained himself. The power of this mid-tier spiritual weapon of the mysterious rank is indeed formidable. Should I unleash its might here, it would likely cause a sensation throughout the entire Su family. After some contemplation, I ultimately dismissed this notion. However, unlike ordinary spiritual weapons, this sword possesses the ability to amplify effects. In other words, it can exert its inherent power without depleting one's own spiritual energy. This has undoubtedly elevated several levels in comparison. As for the extent of the increase, Meng Jing found himself somewhat curious. Thus, he opened the system panel. Similar to when he had previously subdued the void black flame, a new feature emerged on his side. The spiritual artifact submits to its master, which is undoubtedly a given. Contemplating this, the system panel activated, revealing a line of personal information before my eyes. Name, Meng Jing. Age, 18 years. Cultivation level, mid-stage 5th rank of the Great Spiritual Master Realm. Techniques, 9 souls 3000 alchemy method, shadow flash, tiger roar dragon chant. 1000 skills treading the skies, fire movement technique, mysterious spirit turtle shield, thunder wing sky soaring flash. Divine techniques, thunder path method 3000. Constitution, robust. Physical strength, pinnacle of the 7th stage in the 3rd layer of body refinement realm. Such elevated physical strength. While perusing my personal information, I inadvertently caught sight of the newly displayed section on physical strength, which took me by surprise. Previously, my physical strength had only reached the 2nd layer. Now, I had unexpectedly ascended to the 3rd layer, and it had already reached its pinnacle. A breakthrough was merely a matter of time. No wonder. When Meng God Egg's claw struck, I felt no pain whatsoever. Nodding in understanding, I continued to explore further. Seed of Fire, Void Black Flame, Rare. Following this, indeed, 3 new sections appeared. Spiritual Artifact, Dragon Roar Blood Phoenix Sword. Spiritual Artifact Grade, Upper Grade of Mysterious Class. Spiritual Artifact Power, Pinnacle of the 8th stage of Spirit Transformation Realm. Upon seeing this, I instinctively clicked into the Spiritual Artifact section, which prompted another window to pop up. This window provides an introduction to the Dragon's Blood Sword. The Dragon's Blood Sword is forged from the 2nd hardest material on Earth, diamond, ore, rendering it comparable to all refined steel weapons. This sword has been infused with dragon's blood and crafted through the mystical dragon pattern Golden Flame, allowing it to rival those of the 2nd realm. The dragon pattern Golden Flame? It seems that this fire, belonging to Meng Guden, is indeed known as the dragon pattern Golden Flame. Could it possibly be related to the flames of the dragon lineage? Meng Jing could not help but ponder further, and continued to read on. The 2nd realm? Such immense power? As he delved deeper, Meng Jing found himself utterly astonished. A high-grade spiritual weapon of the mysterious tier. Its strength seemingly peaked at the 8th stage of the transformation realm, yet it could contend with beings 2 realms above its own. What is the concept of transcending 2 realms? In other words, the Dragon's Roar Blood Red Sword can unleash its utmost power at the minor spirit master level. Of course, should I continue to elevate the rank of this sword, its potential would become even more formidable. Having already attained the Great Spirit Master level, combined with a weapon of minor spirit master rank, the resultant power would be sufficient to rival the peak of the Spirit Master realm. I have indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Meng Jing, with a smile, turned to observe the effects. Effects: enhancement of host's power by 50. Enabling the manifestation of the dragon's roar energy, which inflicts a stunning effect upon adversaries. The subsequent effects proved to be of little significance. Consequently, Meng Jing promptly deactivated the system. Casting a glance at Meng Dan, he felt a deep sense of gratitude. It was thanks to Meng Dan that he had acquired such a formidable spiritual artifact. Although Meng Dan's loyalty was somewhat lacking, he had consistently assisted Meng Jing from the very beginning. It was evident that he needed to undertake certain actions to enhance their mutual loyalty. If you possess any sense of conscience, why not present a few more spirit stones for this king? The recent expenditure has been quite substantial. Meng Dan declared with a hint of arrogance. All right, I shall grant your request. Meng Jing chuckled, retrieving a high-grade spirit stone from his ring. There are still a few high-grade spirit stones remaining, albeit not in abundance. I have yet to summon the courage to utilize them. Were it not for the diligent efforts of this fellow in assisting me to elevate my rank, I would not have relinquished one of these precious stones. Wait a moment. All these resources are mine. Why am I not the one using them? Meng Jing suddenly sensed that something was amiss. The blood of the dragon is my own. Yet I am now required to expend my own spirit stones as compensation. Throughout this ordeal, it seems that only this fellow's spiritual energy has been depleted, does it not? The summoning of the spiritual flame scarcely depletes one's spiritual energy. Moreover, it appears to merely roast the sword over that peculiar dragon-patterned golden flame. Surely, I could accomplish the same feat. Not only do I possess the void black flame, but I also harbor pure spiritual energy. As long as Meng Godin reveals the method to me, it would be quite feasible. You scoundrel, you previously deceived this king into believing it was unattainable. Upon witnessing the emergence of the high-grade spirit stone, Meng Godin's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he spoke somewhat indignantly. This spiritual stone surpasses all those previously consumed by far. Merely inhaling its essence revitalizes the depleted spiritual energy within me. With a slight leap, I seize the stone from Meng Jing's grasp. Enough of this. I shall not dwell on it any longer and instead focus on my cultivation breakthrough. Chapter 62. Long Ji pays homage to her master. Meng Jing did not attempt to reclaim the stone. Since Meng Dan had already assisted me, there was no further need for discussion. With Xiaoqing having provided me with some elixirs, I resolved to continue advancing my cultivation. Thus, I stored the Longyin Bloodhong sword within my ring and proceeded to display the elixirs before me. The elixirs bestowed upon him by Xiaoqing were all of the second tier, the spiritual energy pills. For Meng Jing, these second-tier pills held little significance, as his current prowess resided within the realm of a grand spiritual master. At the very least, he required pills of the fourth tier to be of any use. Clearly, Xiaoqing was unaware of the extraordinary nature of his strength. Nonetheless, having something was better than having nothing. He laid out all the pills before him and then produced a high-grade spiritual stone, cradling it in his palm. As soon as it emerged, Meng Dan ceased gnawing on the spiritual stone he had just received, regarding Meng Jing with a gleeful expression. You indeed have more. This king shall partake with you. Get lost. Didn't I just give you one? Meng Jing replied, his face contorted with disdain. He intended to savor his precious items at leisure. Moreover, one must understand that dining with this king was a privilege that many desired but few could attain. As he spoke, Meng Dan leapt onto the bed, drawing closer. Seriously, do you even have any shame left? Meng Jing pinched Meng Dan's plump face. This fellow has consumed quite a number of spirit stones in a single day, and his physique has noticeably changed. Furthermore, I have just bestowed upon him a high-grade spirit stone, yet he remains unsatisfied, shamelessly contemplating approaching me to share another spirit stone. How utterly brazen. Meng did not resist. Instead, he opened his mouth wide and began to absorb the spiritual energy that wafted through the air, accompanied by the sound of smacking lips. Meng curiously glanced over. Why don't you take out that sword as well, allowing it to absorb and break through too? Can it absorb? Meng Jing inquired in astonishment. The enhancement of this spiritual weapon cannot be achieved without the meticulous forging of a specialized craftsman, can it? How can it also absorb spiritual energy? Indeed. After my royal touch, this sword has transcended the realm of mere ordinary blades. The method of its elevation must surely be distinct. Meng remarked with a hint of pride. Very well. Meng Jing nodded, and since that is the case, let us also bring forth the Longyin Blood Phoenix sword, so that we may together complete this breakthrough. The higher the level of the Dragon's Roar Blood Phoenix sword, the greater the assistance it provides to oneself. After all, this sword is capable of bestowing upon its wielder the power of two significant realms. Thus, Meng Jing opened his spatial backpack and retrieved the Dragon's Roar Blood Phoenix sword from within. As soon as it was drawn, the Dragon's Roar Blood Red sword trembled incessantly. What could be the reason? Meng Jing furrowed her brow slightly. Hasn't the Dragon Roar Blood Red sword already submitted to me? Why does it continue to tremble incessantly? However, compared to the previous tremors, this time it is relatively mild, lacking any significant resistance. Are you certain it is not merely excited by the abundant spiritual energy? Meng remarked nonchalantly. Meng Jing, with a furrowed brow, thought to himself, what nonsense is this? A sword getting excited over something trivial. Great. Now there's another contender vying for spiritual energy. Having already dealt with the gluttonous Meng I find myself in quite the predicament. Now, I must also cater to this spirit weapon. My own level of cultivation is barely sufficient, and yet I must sustain the both of them. What a challenge. With a resigned sigh, Meng Jing finally released his hold. Once he did, the sword hovered in midair, gently tapping its blade as if seeking his consent. Find a place to absorb it. Meng Jing waved his hand dismissively. After receiving his approval, the sword flickered and positioned itself beside the bed. It remained still in the air, not making a sound. Meng Jing glanced at it before placing the spirit stone in the center of the room. Soon, the gentle spiritual energy contained within the high-grade spirit stone rapidly filled the entire chamber. Almost immediately, 3 distinct streams of spiritual energy coalesced, directing themselves toward one person. One dog and one sword. Meng Jing seized a pill and swallowed it. Goodness, this spiritual energy is far too weak. Meng Jing grumbled, having barely closed his eyes before he opened them again, reluctantly reaching for another pill. The spiritual energy bestowed upon me by this second-grade elixir is truly insubstantial. Not long after, it had already been refined and integrated into the body. The most significant aspect is that such an ordinary second-grade elixir could hardly elevate one's strength by a considerable margin. Observing Meng and the Longyin Xiahong sword, it was evident that these two individuals did not require any elixirs. Merely absorbing the energy from their high-grade spirit stone sufficed. Yet, why was the influx of spiritual energy into these two so much richer compared to his own? Looking at himself, he found he could barely absorb any, the amount pitifully scant. It was not that he could not absorb much, but rather that he simply could not compete with these two, especially Meng who seemed to devour nearly half the spiritual energy in the room with a single breath. For heaven's sake, Who could afford to nurture these two gluttons? Meng Jing lamented inwardly, tears welling in his eyes as he grasped a handful of second-grade elixirs and swallowed them down. As a large quantity of elixirs filled his mouth, a surge of spiritual energy began to unfurl within him. Meng Jing also felt a slight stirring sensation. Soon after, the voice of the system resonated. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully broken through to the upper sixth tier of the great spiritual master realm. Meng Jing nodded, astonished that a single vial of elixirs had finally allowed him to transcend a small realm. Currently, there were still 4 small realms remaining to successfully break through the great spiritual master level. However, there were hardly any items left in his backpack to enhance his cultivation. In terms of high-grade spirit stones, only 2 remained. Suddenly, a resonant hum of a sword echoed. Shortly thereafter, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host. The 8th tier pinnacle Xian class Longyin Xiahong sword has ascended to the 9th tier pinnacle. Ding! Congratulations, host. The 9th tier pinnacle Xian class Longyin Xiahong sword has advanced to the initial stage of the spiritual cultivator realm. 2 small realms elevated in succession? Meng Jing's expression darkened as he cast a glance at the Longyin Xiahong sword lying beside the bed. For goodness sake. A single sword managed to enhance its cultivation more than he did, and it could even elevate 2 small realms at once. This has unexpectedly transcended to the realm of spiritual cultivators. Come forth, sword. Meng Jing felt tears welling up, and with a commanding shout, he extended his hand. In the next moment, the dragon roar blood phoenix sword, which was still resting by the side of the bed, transformed into a beam of sword light and vanished. It then materialized in Meng Jing's grasp. Goodness, this speed is rather extraordinary. Meng Jing marveled. The speed at which it vanished from sight was beyond even his own perception. Truly, such astonishing velocity. Once grasped in his hand, Meng Jing felt an overwhelming surge of power flooding into his palm. With quiet satisfaction, he loosened his grip, preparing to resume his cultivation. Yet, in the very next moment, a delicate, ethereal voice resonated from the blade itself. Long Ji pays homage to her master. Chapter 63, Short-Legged Meng Gudon and the Broken Sword. Long Ji. As the words faded, the hilt in Meng Jing's hand dissolved into a wisp of white mist. When he looked again, his fingers were lightly clasped around a pair of slender, jade-white digits. Raising his gaze, he beheld a woman clad in crimson robes standing before him. The woman floated above the bed, her feet barely touching the air. At that moment, due to Meng Jing holding one of her hands, he bent slightly, revealing a magnificent deep ravine. A sense of danger surged within Meng Jing as he gazed upon her, feeling his blood rush to his head. He sensed something threatening to escape from his nostrils. Touching his nose, he was relieved to find no trace of blood. The woman before him was undeniably captivating, almost overwhelming in her allure. Meng Jing couldn't help but reflect on the provocative nature of her attire. The fiery red, form-fitting gown with its daring slit accentuated her long, elegant legs and exquisite figure, presenting a sight that would surely leave most men utterly spellbound. Fortunately, he considered himself a man of considerable composure. Her ensemble, a striking interplay of red and black, featured crimson borders and golden patterns that gracefully traversed the length of the dress. Though her visage bore a striking resemblance to Su Mu Yao, with an icy demeanor, her skin was as smooth and radiant as jade. Despite her frosty countenance, she regarded Meng Jing with a profound respect. Are you the sword? Meng Jing swallowed hard, finding it difficult to believe the beauty standing before him. The woman offered a slight nod in affirmation. Good heavens, she was breathtaking. Meng Jing couldn't help but admire her from head to toe, overwhelmed by her beauty. This sword was originally forged by the elder of the Su family. Through my own elevation of rank, it ascended 2 minor realms in the span of a single day. Not only has it enhanced its grade, but it has also transformed into an extraordinarily beautiful woman, whose appearance surpasses even that of Su Mu Yao. Exuding a slightly more mature aura, if she were to step outside, it is likely that all the men in Xuanwu town would be utterly enchanted. Ahem. Just as Meng Jing was prepared to observe attentively, his companion Meng Guden coughed with an expression of exasperation. Is it possible that a grown man has never encountered a beauty before? Meng Guden inquired with a hint of disdain. Indeed, I have not. Meng Jing did not refute this, but simply nodded in agreement. For the past 3 years, he had resided in the Su family, where he had not encountered any enchanting beauties. The only companion he had was Xiaoqing. Although Xiaoqing possessed a certain degree of charm, she did not pique his interest. He regarded her more as a younger sister. However, the exquisite beauty before him, known as Long Ji, was an entirely different matter. When he grasped her hand, she did not withdraw it, nor did she express any disdain. Engaging in some mischievous deeds may evoke little opposition or resistance, for after all, one is the master of this sword. Can the master's words be disregarded? Do not fault me for not forewarning you. Should you commit any excessive acts towards this spirit sword that diminish her fondness, her loyalty to her master will undoubtedly wane. Meng Guden offered this caution, then yawned, seemingly indifferent. Is that so? Yet, why do I detect a palpable scent of jealousy? Meng Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, a smile gracing his features. Nonsense. If you doubt my words, simply inquire of her. Upon hearing Meng Jing mention the jealousy in the air, the proud one turned her head away defiantly. Humph, I am not envious at all. Then she muttered softly under her breath. Meng Jing chuckled and turned to Long Ji, asking, Is your current name Long Ji? Originally, this sword was called the Dragon's Roar Blood Red Sword, a name too lengthy for Meng Jing's liking. He intended to bestow a new name, but since one already existed, he saw no need to change it. Besides, the name Long Ji is rather melodious. Long Ji nodded slightly, remaining silent. Am I then your master? Long Ji nodded once more. Meng Jing's smile broadened, and he glanced towards Meng Godin. If the master wishes to partake in some extravagant endeavors, is that permissible? At that moment, Long Ji did not nod, yet her delicate hands intertwined, as if torn by some inner conflict. You see, I told you, exclaimed Meng Jing before Meng Godin could finish. Long Ji's ethereal voice chimed in once more. As long as it pleases my master, Long Ji is willing. Upon uttering this, Long Ji's fair cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Meanwhile, Meng Godin was incensed, leaping up in frustration. Just moments ago, he had stated that should the master engage in any excessive actions, the spirit artifact would recoil in disdain, leading to a decline in affection. Yet, in the next breath, she declared her willingness to comply with anything, as long as it brought joy to him. Isn't this akin to delivering a resounding slap to her face? You little swordsman, I shall have your head. With that, Meng Godin stamped his foot, intent on lunging towards the dragon princess. What do you think you're doing, you little shorty? Upon witnessing Meng Godin's charge, the dragon princess's expression turned grave as she stepped back, treading upon the very air. With a flick of her wrist, an invisible sword aura manifested above her left hand, exuding an icy chill. You little swordsman, who are you calling short? You ought to realize that it is I, the king, who forged you into existence. If you cannot show gratitude, at least do not insult me with such names. If I do not teach you a proper lesson, I shall no longer be called Meng Godin. Flustered, Meng Godin exclaimed, Without me, would you have transformed into a human so early? Absolutely not. The woman not only fails to appreciate herself, but also mocks her own short legs. It is essential to recognize that this body is not her own, and her short legs are not a fault of hers. To claim her legs are short, one might provoke me to the point of exasperation. Enough of this commotion. Observing Meng Godin in a state of frantic distress, Meng Jing could not help but smile as he seized Meng Godin, allowing her little legs to flail wildly in the air. Do not worry, master. I can certainly handle this little one. Meanwhile, Long Ji raised a delicate hand, preparing to strike at Meng Godin. Sword Maiden, cease your actions. You cannot defeat her. Realizing the dire situation, Meng Jing hastily rose to his feet. He grasped Long Ji's frail wrist with one hand while using the other to gently pat Godin's head, soothing her anger. This Meng Godin has been concealing its true strength, which far surpasses the mere realm of the spirit sovereign. Therefore, should a confrontation arise, it would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge for Long Ji. It is not merely a challenge, it is an inevitable struggle. At present, Long Ji's cultivation is limited to that of a spirit practitioner. To contend with someone 2 major realms above, one would at best reach the level of a grand spirit master, rendering it utterly impossible to inflict any harm upon Meng Godin. Originally, Meng Godin was merely jesting. Yet to his surprise, Long Ji genuinely believed that Meng Godin intended to bite her. Consequently, she prepared to draw her sword against him. Master, please believe in Long Ji. I am capable of defeating him, Long Ji asserted earnestly. Meng Jing, somewhat exasperated, thought to himself that this girl was rather naive. Despite her frosty demeanor, she was essentially a simpleton. Do you not heed your master's words? Observing Long Ji's resolute determination to prove her prowess, Meng Jing let out a sharp command. At this, Long Ji swiftly reversed her wrist, and the formless sword energy dissipated into thin air. Long Ji will follow the master's instructions. Meng Jing nodded approvingly and gestured. Very well. Continue your training. Yes, master. With that, Long Ji lightly nodded her head, her figure flickering. Once again, a sword hovered in the air, and after a flash of blue light, the Longyin Xiahong sword reappeared beside the bed, resuming its training. Having seen that Long Ji was occupied, it was now time to attend to Meng Godin. Godin, do not be upset. Meng Jing cheerfully reached out to pat Meng Godin's head. However, Meng Godin scoffed, evading Meng Jing's touch, and haughtily declared, Do not lay a hand on this king. This king holds no grudge against a mere broken sword. I still have much to absorb. Buzzing, who are you calling a broken sword? Upon hearing Meng Godin's insult, the Longyin Xiahong sword flashed and appeared before him, radiating an aura of murderous intent. Witnessing this scene, Meng Jing felt a profound sense of despair. He could not manage the 2 of them. Chapter 64, The assessment approaches as the sun rose. A chill pervaded the air. What began as a tranquil morning in the Su family courtyard was soon filled with resounding shouts. Today marked a significant occasion, as it was the day of assessment for you outer disciples. I need not elaborate on the privileges reserved for inner disciples. Make sure to uphold our honor. If even 10 of you outer disciples manage to enter the inner sect this year, I will treat you all to a night of merriment at the Drunken Laughter Pavilion. Upon the conclusion of that boisterous declaration, the crowd erupted in cheers. "Fear not, Elder, we will not disappoint your expectations. Indeed, Elder, have faith in us. We shall surely gain entry into the inner sect." The chorus of voices soared high. "Damn it, it's far too noisy this early in the morning." Hearing the ruckus outside, Meng Jing slightly opened his eyes, his face marked by fatigue, and could not help but frown. After practicing diligently throughout the night, he was utterly exhausted and had finally prepared to rest for a while before the upcoming assessment. Yet, the outer disciples of the Su family had chosen to gather right outside his room for their final warm-up. How can one possibly sleep under such circumstances? Meng Jing, feeling helpless, could only turn over and leap out of bed. A glance at Meng Gooden left him utterly speechless. The Meng dog egg remains blissfully ensconced in the embrace of sweet slumber, drooling onto the quilt, utterly oblivious to the world. Astonishingly, this fellow even mutters in his sleep. Begging, "I want to eat. Give me spirit stones, give me." Upon hearing Meng dog egg's sleep talk, Meng Jing can only wear a grim expression. How absurd it is to dream of food. Last night, this fellow absorbed a significant portion of spiritual energy, resulting in his inability to advance even a minor realm. The remaining 2 spirit stones left Meng Jing feeling hesitant to take them out. He could only find a moment to secretly absorb them while carrying the dog. As for the Sword Maiden, during her cultivation last night, she unexpectedly broke through to a minor realm. Now, she is suspended in midair, presumably still engrossed in her practice. Meng Jing sighed, envious of their uninterrupted focus, while he himself found it nearly impossible to sleep amidst the commotion outside. He resolved to take a stroll instead, hoping to glimpse what the assessment entailed. He had only heard that the assessment consisted of several stages, the specifics of which remained a mystery to him, as he was not a member of the Su family and thus lacked knowledge of their assessment procedures. Upon stepping outside, he was met with a sea of heads, densely packed together. A rough count revealed that there were about 200 outer disciples of the Su family. The elderly man had mentioned that if 10 of these outer disciples succeeded, they would be invited to the largest local establishment for drinks. Clearly, only 10 out of 200 were expected to qualify, which indicated that entering the inner circle was no easy feat. Elder Su. To take a look at who has decided to show up. Just as Meng Jing intended to wander about, a mocking voice emerged from among the crowd of outer disciples, followed by a flurry of gossip. "It seems we disturbed someone's slumber." One laughed. "Huh, this useless fellow probably can't sleep, knowing he has to be expelled today." Another chimed in. "Indeed, if I were in his position, I would have packed my bags and fled the night before." They erupted into laughter. Meng Jing felt a sense of helplessness. Even a casual stroll drew their attention. Wouldn't it be better to devote that time to furthering his cultivation? However, he merely cast a cursory glance at the crowd and chose to ignore them, moving on. Such a waste. Observing Meng Jing's departing figure, the elder's face contorted with disdain. Having consumed the Su family's resources for 3 years while only achieving the Qi refinement stage was indeed a testament to his ineptitude. After expressing his contempt, the elder's gaze shifted to where Meng Jing had just glanced. "Su Lai, why have you not made any progress? Have you squandered the funds I provided for your cultivation on revelry?" Noticing that Su Lai's aura remained at the pinnacle of the spirit vein realm, he furrowed his brow and inquired. Not long ago, he had given Su Lai a silver coin specifically to encourage him to enhance his cultivation at the spiritual spring. Several days have elapsed, yet why do I remain at the pinnacle of the spirit vein realm, unable to transcend into the spirit heart realm? If not for indulgence and frivolities, what could have transpired? Elder Su, on that day, you graciously bestowed upon me a silver coin, and I dutifully followed your instructions to enhance my cultivation at the spirit spring. However, after an entire day's immersion, my progress remained stagnant. Su Lai lamented, his heart heavy with frustration. That morning at the spirit spring, he accepted the absence of medicinal herbs in the first session under Elder Su Mu's guidance. But during the second, when Elder Su Mu presented the exquisite Panlong root, hope surged within him, believing a breakthrough was within reach. Alas, under the allure of the Panlong root, his companions and he resolved to seize a portion for themselves. To their astonishment, amidst their scramble, the Panlong root vanished without a trace. They scoured the vicinity of the pool multiple times, nearly draining the spirit spring dry, yet the mystical root remained elusive. Though they reconciled with its disappearance, the subsequent day spent in the spirit spring yielded no evidence of medicinal potency. They had witnessed Elder Su Mu adding herbs to the spring, so how could there be no efficacy? They yearned to voice their concerns to Elder Su Mu, yet fear held them back. The persistent troubles caused by Elder Su Mu may lead to a point where mentioning the lack of medicinal power of the spiritual spring could provoke his ire, resulting in their expulsion. Consequently, throughout that entire day, his cultivation saw no advancement. After a lengthy explanation, the elder from the Su family furrowed his brow. Suddenly, he recalled the expression of that so-called waste when he glanced in their direction, seemingly accompanied by a hint of amusement. Was that waste present when you visited the spiritual spring? Inquired the elder from the Su family with curiosity. Su Lai, taken aback, responded, Elder, how could you possibly know? The elder from the Su family then rested his chin in contemplation. Why did that waste cast a smile in their direction? Was it due to Su Lai's lack of breakthrough in cultivation? Yet, that seemed implausible. Why would someone of such meager cultivation, merely at the chi refining stage, mock others? The elder found himself perplexed, standing there in a daze. Meanwhile, Meng Jing observed Su Lai lingering at the pinnacle of the spiritual vein realm and couldn't help but chuckle. Were it not for his clandestine maneuver to acquire the Panlong route, he would not have had the opportunity to exploit the situation. Moreover, the fact that he had taken the Panlong route remained entirely concealed, unbeknownst to anyone. With these thoughts in mind, Meng Jing proceeded to the examination venue. The assessment takes place in the expansive Su Family Square, where a significant area is designated for this purpose. At the heart of Su Family Square stands a stone monument. This stone tablet serves to assess spiritual energy, thereby determining the prowess of the tester. The stone tablet left a profound impression on Meng Jing. 3 years prior, upon marrying into the Su family, his first course of action was to test his strength, utilizing this very tablet. Because of it, he endured ridicule for 3 long years. Because of it, he bore humiliation and burdens for 3 years. Today, he would use it to cleanse the disgrace he had suffered over these years. Su family, the so-called worthless one you look down upon, shall rise to slap your faces today. Chapter 65. The examination commences. The sun hung high in the sky, causing every heart to leap into their throats. Despite the sweltering heat, not a single soul uttered a sound. On the elevated platform, an elder approached slowly. Today marks the day of our Su family's examination. Each of you participating in the assessment must first undergo the strength test at the stone tablet. Anyone whose strength does not reach the spirit vein realm or above shall be disqualified from the subsequent evaluations. Do you understand? The elder stood on the platform and called out to the crowd below. We understand. We understand. The hundreds of outer and inner disciples standing in the square responded in unison, their voices resonating like thunder. Following this, they clenched their fists tightly and raised their eyes, eagerly awaiting the elder to unveil the testing roster. The first assessment serves as a means of selection and elimination. It aims to identify and promote capable outer disciples into the inner sect, thereby granting them access to superior cultivation resources. The inner disciples have generally surpassed the spirit vein realm. However, among them, there are still those who lack diligence and commitment to their cultivation. This presents a perfect opportunity to remove such individuals from the inner sect, allowing new outer disciples to take their place. Hence, today's assessment holds significant importance for them, as it directly impacts their future development. In this regard, Meng Jing remains largely indifferent. After all, once the 3-year agreement concludes, he can move to reside with the Shao family. The cultivation resources and training grounds of the Shao family must surely surpass those of the Su family. Otherwise, how could the Shao family possibly be regarded as the second largest alchemical sect in Xuanwu town? Contemplating this, the elder on the stage had already pronounced the first name, outer sect disciple, Su Yu. Upon hearing his name, the youth named Su Yu leapt onto the platform. After respectfully clasping his fists towards the elder and the audience below, he gradually approached the testing stone tablet. With a measured grace, the young man extended his left hand, channeling his spiritual energy into his palm. As he unleashed a powerful shout, his hand struck the stone tablet directly. Instantly, a blue light flickered forth from the tablet, and lines of text began to materialize upon its surface. It is known that the tablet is categorized by levels. If one's strength hovers around the spirit-gathering realm, the emitted glow is blue. Should one possess the prowess of the spirit vein realm, the radiance would be purple, with increasingly dazzling hues for higher tiers. Conversely, if one is merely at the chi refinement stage, only a faint white light would appear, the most inconspicuous of all. In years past, Meng Jing, upon marrying into the Su family, had been ridiculed by the entire clan when the stone tablet had emitted a white light. Spirit Gathering Realm, 5th Tier Intermediate. A failed assessment. The elder strolled past the stone tablet, casting a cursory glance at the results, and remarked with a tone devoid of any personal sentiment. In assessments, one must be judged strictly. There is no room for deception. A failed evaluation cannot be blamed on others, but solely on oneself for insufficient diligence in cultivation. Hearing the outcome, the youth named Su Yu departed with his head hung low. If his performance ranked among the bottom 20, it was likely that he would be expelled from the outer sect of the Su family. Such individuals, with lackluster cultivation results, were deemed undesirable by the Su family. Next, outer sect disciple Su Lai. Meng Jing lifted his gaze once more to the stage, where Su Lai had already ascended. After similarly clasping his fists, he proceeded toward the stone tablet. Su Lai's cultivation level stood at the pinnacle of the spirit vein realm, merely a minor boundary away from a breakthrough. Yet, it was this seemingly insignificant threshold that could potentially hinder his future assessments. Nevertheless, the outcome of the current evaluation left no room for doubt. Su Lai had undoubtedly passed. Indeed, after rolling up his sleeves, Su Lai delivered a powerful strike to the stone tablet. Following the resounding impact, a flicker of violet light shimmered, gradually fading into the air after a considerable duration. An elder approached, casting a glance at Su Lai, his eyes filled with admiration. Young man, quite impressive. To attain such a level of cultivation as an outer sect disciple is commendable. However, His expression soon shifted to one of concern. Yet, you are merely a minor boundary away. The elder examined the results again, lamenting for Su Lai. A minor boundary could signify a disparity of several ranks. Indeed, elder, Su Lai replied with a wry smile. He was acutely aware of his shortfall, but what could be done? I shall strive earnestly. The elder sighed softly, his fingers flicking with a subtle gesture. Su Lai felt an object shoot towards him, and as he reached out, a perfectly round pill landed in his palm. Upon lowering his gaze, he beheld the elixir, a glimmer of joy illuminating his features. Elder, Su Lai was on the verge of expressing his gratitude when the elder signaled him to remain silent. Instantly, the words of thanks lodged in his throat. Understanding the elder's intent, he nodded slightly in acknowledgement of his appreciation. Very well, you may leave. The elder waved his hand dismissively. Su Lai nodded and made his way down. Meng Jing, witnessing the scene, could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Su Lai would be fortunate enough to encounter such a benevolent elder, who, upon recognizing the young man's proximity to a breakthrough, offered him a pill to aid in his advancement. With this development, Su Lai has subsequently advanced to the pinnacle of the spirit vein realm, thereby ensuring his success in the forthcoming assessments. If this were to spread, many would undoubtedly claim that this elder is unjust. Next, Meng Jing. Upon the elder's utterance of Meng Jing's name, both the inner and outer disciples turned to gaze at the young man behind them, engaging in fervent discussions. It is Meng Jing, who has indulged in the hospitality of the Su family for 3 years. Indeed, over these 3 years, one wonders how he possesses such audacity to persist in living. If it were me, I would have long since cast myself into the river. Listening to the myriad of discussions, Meng Jing remained expressionless, though internally he was slightly astonished at the rapidity of his own arrangement. Descendants of the Meng family, come forth immediately. If you are reluctant to ascend, you may forfeit your assessment and be expelled from the Su family. The elder bellowed, and immediately, a cacophony of ridicule ensued from the crowd. Out with the trash from our Su family. Out with the trash from our Su family. Meng Jing smiled. He had heard such derision countless times before and had grown accustomed to it. How could he be provoked to anger by mere words? Contemplating his approach to the arena, each step he took was marked by unwavering steadiness. Soon, Meng Jing arrived at the platform and, unlike the two who preceded him, did not bow to the audience. They were simply not worth his regard. Thus, he walked directly to the stone tablet. Gazing at the cracked surface of the stone tablet, he took a slow, deep breath. Then, raising his hand, he channeled half of his spiritual energy into his palm. Subsequently, a fierce and roaring fist surged forth, striking the stone tablet with great force. Chapter 66, The Son of Heavenly Tao, Golden Light. Upon impact, the stone tablet instantly radiated a dazzling brilliance. Is this the glow of the chi refining realm? Why does it feel so blinding? What is this useless one up to? The onlookers below, upon witnessing the blinding light, found it difficult to keep their eyes open, their astonishment growing. How could a seemingly inept individual produce such a brilliant glow upon striking the testing stone tablet? This radiance is even more resplendent than that of Su Lai before. The elder, too, was taken aback by this spectacle. If this were the realm of chi refinement, it would indeed be a pure white light. However, how could it possibly be so dazzling? The elder of the Su family narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at the enduring brilliance of the stone tablet. In the next moment, he found himself in a state of astonishment. This may appear to be pure white light. However, within this luminous radiance, he seems to perceive a golden glow enveloped within. Is this the golden light of the heavenly Tao's dragon sun? On this day, the dragon sun radiated a golden light, a phenomenon he had inadvertently encountered in ancient texts, which recorded that only those possessing the bloodline of the dragon clan are worthy of such a golden luminescence. How could such a worthless individual possibly be the progeny of the heavenly Tao, the golden light? It must be an optical illusion, a mere trick of the eye. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a line of characters gradually emerged on the stone tablet. The elderly man also slowly stepped forward, his form swaying precariously as if he might fall. Is this the strength of the spirit transformation realm? He then turned back, looking at Meng Jing in disbelief. How could such a worthless individual possibly attain the realm of spiritual transformation? Is all of this merely a fade? One must recognize that even this young lady is but a formidable presence in the realm of transformation. The cultivation level of this individual is astonishingly equal to that of my esteemed lady, which implies that acquiring the admission letter from the Holy South Academy should pose no significant challenge for him. If the Su family were to produce 2 students from the Holy South Academy, it would indeed be a matter of immense pride for them. How vexing it is that my strength feels somewhat excessive. Meng Jing, with an impassive expression, has already restrained his power considerably. Even with merely half of his strength exerted, he has astonishingly reached the spiritual transformation realm, illustrating the tremendous force behind his strike. However, since he has already attained the spiritual transformation realm, let it be so. It does not matter if they are astonished. Elder Su, what realm does this individual belong to? Indeed, Elder Su, does this individual still merely inhabit the chi refining realm? As the resplendent white light dissipated, the younger members of the Su family below clamored with inquiries. Elder Su's face flushed with embarrassment. How ironic that he had just urged that individual to hasten his ascent and conclude the matter swiftly. Now, It turns out that this individual's cultivation level surpasses that of all the younger Sioux family members present. If this individual is deemed worthless, then the descendants of the Sioux family must be considered even lesser than a mere failure. What substance has this fellow consumed to cultivate at such an extraordinary pace? Elder Sioux, why have you not announced the results? Observing Elder Sioux of the Sioux family frozen in place, Meng Jing cast a glance his way. A faint smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Is this the consequence of your mockery directed at me? How awkward it must be now." Elder Sioux swallowed hard. A bitter smile etched upon his face. His cheeks burned as if he had been struck numerous times. Meng Jing, 5th stage of the spirit transformation realm. Assessment passed. Upon the utterance of these words, the disciples of the Sioux family present in the square were plunged into a profound silence. It was not long before the atmosphere erupted into chaos, voices clamoring incessantly. What on earth? Did I mishear? Elder Sioux just declared that this waste has reached the spirit transformation realm. Indeed, I too heard Elder Sioux mention the spirit transformation realm. How is this possible? I refuse to believe that a mere waste could become so formidable. The crowd struggled to comprehend the situation. How could a mere cultivator of the chi refinement realm achieve a breakthrough to the spirit transformation realm in such a brief span of time? Especially when this realm is only 2 minor stages below that of our young lady. Isn't this utterly astonishing? Elder Sioux, could it be that you have misjudged? Indeed. Could it be possible that the testing stone tablet is malfunctioning? The crowd clamored with inquiries. Either Elder Sioux's vision has faltered, or the testing stone tablet is defective. How could a mere waste surpass their cultivation levels? No, it is absolutely inconceivable. Observing the expressions of the onlookers, Meng Jing couldn't help but smile inwardly. He had yet to unveil his full prowess, and they were already in such a state. If he were to reveal his true strength, would they not be left utterly astounded? With these thoughts, he descended from the arena, making his way to the next assessment location. After Meng Jing departed, the elder from the Sioux family wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and slowly approached, casting a glance at the testing stone tablet. This testing stone tablet had been in use for 3 or 4 years. How could it possibly break so easily? Upon witnessing the elder of the Sioux family shake his head in denial, the crowd below was utterly dismayed. How could they continue when even a seemingly worthless individual possessed strength superior to theirs? Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, as if something had shattered. The stone tablet on the arena abruptly fragmented, disintegrating into a cloud of dust. The members of the Sioux family present in the entire square, along with the elders, were left in shock, their eyes nearly falling from their sockets. How did this perfectly intact test monument become shattered? This test monument is crafted from the precious stones of the Tianshan Mountains, possessing a normal lifespan capable of withstanding 3,000 to 4,000 assaults. After this worthless individual struck with a single punch, it astonishingly shattered. Could it be that this inept person possessed such immense strength? At this moment, amidst the crowd at the Sioux family square, another individual emerged, making his way directly to the Sioux family's council chamber. Reporting to the clan leader, the results concerning that useless one had been revealed. The person knelt on one knee, clasping his fist respectfully. Suchi Shan, who had been seated with his eyes closed in meditation, now opened his gaze, curiosity piqued as he regarded the individual below. What is the outcome? Clan leader. You may find it hard to believe. Why would I not believe it? Has that worthless one perhaps transcended to the chi refinement stage? Observing the hesitation of the person in the council chamber, Su Qingshan sensed something amiss, his demeanor growing considerably more serious. Indeed, clan leader. The individual wiped the sweat from his brow, having been astonished by Meng Jing's prowess. A mere 3 years ago, he had entered the Sioux family as a good-for-nothing. Yet now, after years of residing in a dilapidated abode, he had remarkably advanced to the spirit transformation stage. How on earth did this happen? To what realm has his cultivation ascended? The spirit transformation realm. Upon hearing this, Su Qingshan abruptly stood from his seat. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at the individual below. Suhi, are you jesting? Has that useless one truly ascended to the spirit transformation realm? Indeed, Chief. Suhi has witnessed it with her own eyes. There is not a shred of falsehood in her words. With that said, a frown creased Su Qingshan's brow. Today, in an effort to sever the ties between the descendants of the Ming family and their Sioux clan, he had summoned many renowned figures from Xuanwu town, specifically appointing them as the final evaluators. Yet, that good-for-nothing has actually broken through to the spirit transformation realm, merely 2 minor realms below his own daughter. How has this inept individual managed to cultivate their skills? Suddenly, Su Qingshan recalled the words left by Xiao Qing on that day she visited his residence, advising him to ensure that his granddaughter exercised utmost caution in the examination scheduled for tomorrow. Xiao Qing had long since been aware that the worthless individual had regained his strength. Yet, why had this individual chosen to conceal his abilities until today? When he finally chose to reveal them, lost in thought, she was interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching the council chamber, followed by a voice proclaiming, Patriarch. The esteemed instructor Mu Yao has arrived at the Sioux residence. Chapter 67. Testing swordsmanship what? Instructor Mu Yao is here as well? Su Qingshan exclaimed in astonishment. Where is she now? The presence of a mentor from the prestigious St. South Academy visiting their Sioux residence was an exceptional honor. In response to the patriarch, the instructor expressed a desire to observe the swordsmanship at the second assessment point, and I felt it inappropriate to impede her, reported the guard earnestly. Su Qingshan nodded. acknowledging that it was unreasonable to hinder the mentor from exploring on her own. However, a frown soon creased his brow as he recalled the matter regarding Meng Jing. Now that this seemingly worthless individual had regained his strength, it seemed that Mu Yao might face considerable challenges in the forthcoming evaluations. Su Qingshan murmured to himself. Not long ago, Shao Qing had just taken the blood-swallowing sword from their Su residence. That sword was a cherished treasure for the Su family. Possessing such a spiritual weapon would undoubtedly enhance the capabilities of this seemingly useless individual significantly. The two minor realms that separate this individual from Su Muyao have indeed been bridged, have they not? It is important to note that within the agreement made with the descendants of the Meng family, there is no stipulation prohibiting the use of spiritual artifacts or beast companions in the competition. This implies that if a descendant of the Meng family were to wield the Bloodhong sword against his granddaughter, she would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Where's that good for nothing now? Su Qingshan, regaining his composure, inquired of the young man named Suhi below, reporting to the clan leader. That good for nothing seems to have gone to the location of the second assessment. Very well. Locate that incompetent fool and convey to him that if he ensures Mu Yao's victory this time, the Su family would be more than willing to bestow upon him some generous rewards. Su Qingshan declared with a sweeping gesture, inviting such a multitude of guests. If that good-for-nothing were to triumph over his own granddaughter in front of so many witnesses, what dignity would remain for the Su family? Of course, he harbored no desire for that inept individual to emerge victorious. He merely contemplated the worst possible outcome. Patriarch, what if that good-for-nothing refuses? If he refuses? At this, Su Qingshan let out a chilling smile. If he refuses, let him not blame the Su residents for disregarding past considerations. The descendants of the Meng family have dwindled to but a single individual who remains indifferent to the significance of so-called social connections. After all, the illustrious Meng family has long since faded into oblivion. Moreover, compared to the notion of social ties, the Su family aspires to gain the recognition of the entire Xuanwu town and ascend to greater heights. In this context, social connections appear utterly trivial. Indeed, esteemed clan leader, the young man clasped his fists in respect and withdrew. In the shadows, Su Qingshan gazed at the lights streaming through the doorway, a scornful smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Meng Jing traversed the path, making his way to the second assessment point. The second assessment criterion appears to evaluate the prowess of spiritual weapons. Within the Su clan, both outer and inner disciples possess their own unique spiritual implements. This has been specifically issued by the Su family, intended for the specialized training of both internal and external disciples of the Su lineage. When this was distributed, the spiritual artifact's power was merely at the elementary level of the yellow tier in the Qi refining stage. The enhancement of their prowess would depend entirely on their respective performances over time. Elevating one's tier is a privilege reserved exclusively for inner disciples, a skill beyond the reach of outer disciples. Thus, this assessment solely evaluates the cultivation level of the spiritual artifacts. In light of this, Meng Jing felt prepared to undertake the third examination. After all, the Blood Phoenix sword bestowed upon him by the Su family, no, to be precise, the Dragon's Roar Blood Phoenix sword, was already at the level of the spirit transformation realm. This is undoubtedly a guaranteed success. However, Meng Jing still felt the need to approach, primarily to assess the prowess of his sword. The term sword power refers to the degree of sharpness and refinement of a blade. Generally, a sword with a sharpness value exceeding 1 can effortlessly slice through a stack of 100 sheets of paper. A sharpness value above 10 can easily penetrate the defenses of a first-grade protective spirit artifact. With a sharpness value of 20, it can breach the defenses of a second-grade protective spirit artifact. Given the current capabilities of the Su family, they can produce swords with a maximum sharpness value of 30, meaning they can effortlessly penetrate the defenses of third-grade spirit artifacts. That particular spirit artifact, without a doubt, is the Bloodhong sword. Naturally, after Meng Jing elevated his rank in realm, its power would undoubtedly exceed such low estimates. Thus, he contemplated bringing it for a test. Upon entering the second venue, he found it sparsely populated. Just as Meng Jing approached to register for the second assessment, a faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils, followed by a gentle voice behind him. "Excuse me, is this the place where one can test sword power?" Turning around, Meng Jing beheld a tall woman standing behind him. The woman is adorned in a simple gown, the form fitting gracefully enveloping her voluptuous figure, accentuating her alluring curves. In her hand, she wields a cerulean longsword. The azure longsword possesses a rather unique appearance, its length comparable to that of the dragon's blood sword. The woman, draped in flowing azure, has her hair elegantly styled, adorned with a phoenix hairpin, exuding an air of nobility. Her countenance is serene and tranquil, captivating in its beauty, though her attire is somewhat simple. It does little to conceal her grace and dignity, reminiscent in some aspects of the dragon princess. Meng Jing momentarily lost his train of thought. Although his acquaintances within the Su family are few, it is evident that such a stunning woman is not one of them. Indeed, this is the venue for the Su family sword strength assessment. You make you over there, the elderly gentleman conversing with him politely indicated towards Meng Jing's location. A woman of such poise is undoubtedly no ordinary figure. Furthermore, today marks the Su family's evaluation day, attended by some of the most distinguished individuals from Xuanwu Town. This woman must be one of them. It is only natural to respond with courtesy. Thank you. The woman expressed her gratitude and then approached Meng Jing. Her tall figure advanced towards him, exuding an undeniable pressure that enveloped Meng Jing. Could she possibly be at the level of a spirit master? Noticing that the woman did not conceal her aura, Meng Jing was slightly taken aback upon perceiving her cultivation level. The prowess of this woman is astonishing. Were it not for my advancement into the realm of the Grand Spiritual Master, I might have felt my legs weaken under her formidable aura. Furthermore, the chilling presence she emanates feels oddly familiar, yet I cannot place it at this moment. Before long, the woman positioned herself quietly behind me in the line. Soon, the door to the testing chamber for swordsmanship swung open, and the individual who had previously entered emerged. An elder, who was recording the results, cast a glance at me and icily inquired, "Where is your spiritual weapon?" Alas, I realized I had forgotten to bring it. I was just about to retrieve my spiritual weapon from my spatial backpack when it dawned on me that I had left it behind. A wave of embarrassment washed over me. Given the circumstances, you should hurry back to fetch it. Do not delay the testing of those who follow. The elder shot me an exasperated look, clearly unimpressed by my oversight. What business do you have here without a spiritual weapon? The woman behind me seemed poised to explain that she was not in a hurry, but then I noticed the young man slowly extending an empty hand. How is it that you have condensed sword intent? Upon seeing my empty hand, the elder could only manage a cold smile. This individual possesses nothing, yet extends a hand. What could his intentions possibly be? Does he truly believe he can conjure a sword from thin air? The woman behind him is equally perplexed, questioning the purpose of the young man's gesture. Instead of retrieving his own spirit weapon to participate in the trial, he stands idly by, waiting for someone else to deliver a sword to him. As for the elder's mention of sword intent, the woman dismisses it entirely. Such intent cannot be easily manifested. It requires a profound mastery of the sword, attainable only at a certain level of cultivation. Some individuals dedicate their entire lives to swordsmanship yet may never grasp even a hint of sword intent. How could this young man, barely in his 20s, possibly condense such intent? Nonetheless, what is the purpose of his actions? Suddenly, the woman feels the azure-long sword in her grasp vibrating faintly, the blade trembling ever so slightly. Taken aback, she recalls that her sword, named the Foaming Tiange sword, is a low-grade mystic weapon, possessing strength akin to that of a minor spirit master, not dissimilar to her own prowess. This sword, having already developed a semblance of spirit consciousness, usually remains docile and obedient. Why, then, does it suddenly exhibit signs of resistance? It is not entirely a refusal, rather. It seems to sense something in its surroundings that captivates it, provoking a resonance. This resonance is a phenomenon that can only occur between a pair of twin swords, one male and one female. Typically, when encountering twin swords of identical essence, their union not only enhances their respective powers but also reveals each other's shortcomings. However, such a response may only manifest if one of the swords has taken on a humanoid form. Beyond this, the specifics remain elusive. At present, the sword in my possession, the phoenix song of heavenly melody, is vibrating incessantly, as if yearning to break free from my grasp. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the woman lost her hold, and the sword slipped from her fingers. In a flash, before she could react, the azure longsword transformed into a streak of blue light, soaring away. What is happening? Observing the sword that had vanished from her hand, the woman furrowed her brows in concern. She could not disregard the flight of her sword, for it was a weapon of the spirit master realm. If left unchecked, it could easily cause harm. Thus, she too transformed into a fleeting shadow, disappearing from sight. Witnessing the vanishing figure of the woman behind him, Meng Jing was taken aback. Why did it vanish without a trace? Does the other party no longer intend to continue assessing the sword's power? My actions were merely to summon the dragon princess. The humanoid dragon maiden, condensed from essence, is still able to sense the summoning of Meng Jing. This drop of blood signifies allegiance, and it is not without purpose. You, fellow, will you enter the test or not? Indeed, if you are not entering, then kindly step aside. Let us proceed with the testing first. At this moment, the number of individuals standing behind Meng Jing began to increase. These individuals, having successfully passed the first round of assessments, have now gathered to partake in the second round of testing their swordsmanship. However, noticing that the young man before them has yet to enter, they could not help but voice their concerns. What is taking so long? Why has tea arrived? Hearing the commotion behind him, Meng Jing paid little heed. Yet his curiosity was piqued. Logically, his chamber was not situated far from this second testing venue. The dragon lady should have received her message and rushed over quickly. Why has she not arrived? Meng Jing pondered, and the elder's face also displayed a hint of impatience. You, why are you lingering here like a wooden stick instead of retrieving your spiritual weapon? The elder remarked disdainfully. Do not delay the subsequent evaluations. Meng Jing's expression darkened. It was becoming increasingly unreasonable for him to occupy the position while the dragon lady remained absent. With a sense of helplessness and silence, he exited the second assessment point, intending to return to his room and see what the dragon lady was up to. Not long after stepping outside, Meng Jing heard the distant sounds of weapons clashing. He noticed a dense crowd gathered nearby. Driven by curiosity, he approached. Wow, that beauty is stunning. Her agility is astonishing. Someone exclaimed. Indeed. But why is she in such a serious duel with a sword? Another added. Have you noticed how familiar that sword looks? The onlookers murmured. Meng Jing furrowed his brow upon hearing their comments. What on earth? Intrigued, he gazed forward. There, at the forefront of the crowd. The earlier mentioned woman stood suspended in midair, wielding her sword. Her opponent was a series of invisible blue sword shadows. Yet, even without seeing the sword shadows, Meng Jing immediately recognized the essence of that blue aura. Was he that the dragon lady? How did she end up in a fight? It was perplexing, considering he had waited so long for her arrival. Phoenix Crying Sword. Suddenly, the woman, standing in midair, flipped her wrist and firmly grasped the azure longsword. Then, with a swift motion, a resonant cry erupted from the sword's body. A surge of spiritual energy surged toward the ethereal figure in the distance. Swish, swish, swish. 3 successive streams of azure sword energy whipped through the air like a tempest. The red-gold patterned sword vanished into thin air, transforming into a blade-like shadow that brushed past the opponent's sword energy and lunged straight at her. What is happening? The woman was taken aback as she saw the red-gold patterned sword thrusting towards her. The sword in her hand, the Phoenix Song of Heaven, was unparalleled in both cultivation and strength. However, in comparison to her own Phoenix Song sword, this blade seemed to possess a will of its own. To her astonishment, it instinctively retaliated. Initially, when her Phoenix Song sword soared into the air, as its master, she naturally sought to comprehend its purpose. Before long, it collided with another sword, which was none other than the one before her. Typically, a collision would be inconsequential. After all, one cannot apologize to a mere sword. Yet, upon encountering the crimson gold blade, her sword exhibited extraordinary enthusiasm. Subsequently, her sword attempted to draw closer to the crimson gold blade, only to be met with rejection. Thus, the two swords engaged in battle. Although she was unaware of the identity of the other sword's master, it was remarkable that, devoid of a master, a single sword could contend evenly with hers. If she did not employ her skills, she feared it might be vanquished. As the attacking sword approached, the woman leapt into the air, evading the thrust of the crimson gold blade. Just as she prepared to counterattack, a young man's visage appeared in her line of sight, gripping that very sword. Dare you to bully my sword? Do you seek death? Chapter 69. Do swords experience jealousy? Upon witnessing Meng Jing's arrival, the dragon princess, held tightly in his grip, trembled with excitement, its blade vibrating incessantly. Feng Ge, what troubles you? Meanwhile, in midair, the azure long sword wielded by the woman emitted a resonant hum. Each note of its ringing carried an invisible wave of sword energy towards Meng Jing. By the heavens, can swords truly feel jealousy? Meng Jing thought, dodging while observing the tumultuous behavior of the azure long sword with astonishment. While it is understandable for a person to feel jealousy, one must ponder the absurdity of a sword exhibiting such emotions. Yet, the azure sword clutched in that woman's hand was indeed consumed by jealousy, glaring furiously at the dragon's whispering blood sword held by Meng Jing. This sword, at the very least, possessed the capability of a minor spiritual master, with a rank in the lower tier of the profound grade. In due time, it would ascend to the intermediate tier of the profound grade. At that juncture, given its own cultivation level, transforming into a human form would not pose a significant challenge. Countless maternal swords had sought its proximity, all of which it had turned away. After much effort, it encountered a sword that resonated with its desires, yearning to engage in sword cultivation together. Just as humans partake in dual cultivation, so too do spiritual weapons have their own concept of dual cultivation. This dual cultivation, regardless of whether it pertains to the male or female sword, offers a substantial enhancement to one's skills. However, the rejection from the other party is a bitter pill for the perpetually proud individual to swallow. Consequently, they launch an assault against Meng Jing. I am truly sorry. I am truly sorry. I do not understand what has come over Feng Ge today. The young woman repeatedly apologized, her grip tightening as she prevented Feng Ge from breaking free from her hold. Should such a diminutive spirit master's sword slip from one's grasp, it would undoubtedly cause unnecessary turmoil for the recipient, with consequences that are simply unimaginable. In light of this, it would be prudent for you to keep a vigilant watch over your sword. Upon hearing the woman's apology, Meng Jing felt little anger. After all, it was his own spirit weapon that had become jealous, not the woman herself. It is indeed a pity that such a beautiful lady should find herself in such an awkward predicament due to his sword. Fortunately, though his dragon princess may be aloof, she is remarkably obedient. With that said, Meng Jing prepared to turn away and return to continue his participation in the second round of assessments. However, as he had not ventured far, the woman's voice rang out with urgency. Be careful. Meng Jing turned to see that the woman could no longer maintain her grip. The sword she held shot forth with alarming speed, a streak of azure light hurtling towards him. It was over. A tragedy was imminent. That was a sword of the spirit master level. The onlookers were drenched in cold sweat. Although a spirit master's sword may only possess nascent spiritual awareness and has yet to take form, its power should not be underestimated. Such a sword could effortlessly slay those mere spectators, not to mention that young man. As Meng Jing turned around, a flash of azure light struck, leaving him no time to react. In the next instant, the azure longsword pierced his body, producing a sharp clang of metal on metal. Immediately, a radiant azure glow erupted from the sword's vicinity. Feng Ge, The sight caused the woman to tremble. With a cry, she lost her footing in midair, her form tilting dangerously as she plummeted downward. It was over. The beauty was about to fall. Indeed, the fall of such a lovely maiden would surely be tragic. Just moments ago, the onlookers were concerned for the young man's safety, but now their attention shifted to the descending woman, as she fell directly downwards. The crowd instinctively covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Despite their distance from her, even if they wished to intervene, it was too late. Long G. Strike him for me. Suddenly, amidst the dazzling azure light, a furious shout rang out from the young man. Once the radiance subsided, he appeared unharmed before the astonished crowd. Who exactly is this young man, and how could he emerge unscathed? Could it be that his cultivation is at the minor spirit master level? Impossible. Our town's top prodigy, Zhang Shaokai, is merely at the transformation realm. How could this young man possibly possess minor spirit master abilities? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Yet, none of them recognized Meng Jing. The reasons for their ignorance were twofold. First, due to the lighting, with the sun high in the sky. They could only discern Meng Jing's silhouette, not his features. Even if they could see clearly, most present were unfamiliar with him. After marrying into the Su family, Meng Jing had lived in a secluded courtyard, and apart from a select few who had seen him. The majority were preoccupied with their own cultivation and paid little attention to such matters. Thus, when they saw the young man, they could not help but guess at his identity. How dare he attempt to ambush me? Meng Jing cursed vehemently. He had intended to leave. Yet the azure longsword had struck while he was unawares. Had it not been for the strength of his physique, now refined to the 3rd level, he would surely have perished under such an attack from a minor spirit master. Fortunately, his robust form had saved him. Meanwhile, after his furious outburst, Meng Jing's heart sank as he witnessed the woman plummeting straight down. Such a girl, if she were to fall face down, the sight would be utterly heart-wrenching to behold. Thus, after releasing the dragon princess, she activated the skill 1000 techniques ascending to the skies. Since acquiring this skill, Meng Jing had seldom put it to use. Today, however, it has finally come in handy. This ethereal technique, originally intended to encompass 2 volumes, regrettably has 1 volume still residing in Mingjia town. It was said that a time would be sought to retrieve the remaining volume, yet such a venture has yet to materialize. It appears that I must await the conclusion of this assessment before making my way to Mingjia town. Upon speaking, Meng Jing felt an exhilarating lightness as he tread upon the clouds, gliding effortlessly akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. In a mere moment, as the woman descended within mere meters of the ground, he had already positioned himself before her. With a gentle motion, he extended his hand, effortlessly drawing her into his embrace. The woman, taken aback and disoriented by her own sword aura disrupting her breath, found herself unable to cultivate her internal spiritual energy anew. She could only rely on a feeble thread of spiritual energy to facilitate her gradual descent. Yet, even this was insufficient to alter her embarrassing predicament of facing the ground. Who would have imagined that a savior would come to her aid? Moreover, the speed of her rescuer was undeniably remarkable. Upon catching sight of the young man's visage, the woman was momentarily stunned. Are you human or ghost? She inquired. Her sword was of the spirit master realm, while the young man's aura suggested he was merely at the transformation realm. Even with formidable physical prowess, it seemed implausible that he could withstand a spirit weapon wielded by one several realms above him. Thus, she posed her question. Meng Jing rolled his eyes and, with a tongue-in-cheek expression, retorted, "Do you truly believe I am a ghost?" The woman merely shook her head in response. The specter lacked any discernible warmth. However, she could distinctly sense the temperature emanating from the young man. Was that not evident? Chapter 70. Surely one must provide some benefits. Very well. The woman had not anticipated such a response from the youth and found herself momentarily speechless. By nature, she was aloof and rarely engaged in conversation. Moreover, with the other person holding her close, how could she possibly articulate her thoughts? Before long, they both descended to the ground. Before the woman could utter a word of thanks, Meng Jing released her and prepared to spring into the air to retrieve the azure longsword. However, he was suddenly restrained. Feng Gu has been with me for many years, though I do not comprehend its behavior today. Perhaps I might spare its life, considering its youth? The woman's eyes gleamed with hope as she made her plea to Meng Jing. Upon hearing her words, Meng Jing narrowed his eyes and gazed at the intertwined sword shadows in the sky, silently lamenting. Was it truly still young? While you may be oblivious to the nature of your sword, I am acutely aware. This sword is merely in a frenzy, displaying erratic behavior. Failing to tease the dragon princess, it instead launched an attack upon its wielder. And yet, it is still considered youthful. Were it not for your beauty, I would surely break this sword and cast it into my recycling system for proper disposal. Ahem, I could consider sparing its life. But you must present something of value in exchange. Meng Jing regarded the woman with a smile, pondering his own stagnation at the grand spiritual master level. Having made little progress, at this moment, she was merely a minor spiritual master, a mere half-realm beneath him. Yet, this discrepancy surely implied that she possessed many valuable items. It would be unreasonable not to require her to offer something in return. The gratitude that had briefly graced her expression instantly hardened into a mask of ice. She had hoped he might show leniency towards her Feng Ming Tiangu sword. But it appeared she had misjudged the situation. It seemed that without some form of compensation, her hopes were futile. The woman clenched her silver teeth, her demeanor turning frigid. Very well, here is a high-quality yellow-grade cultivation technique. Do you desire it? As she spoke, she produced a tome from her ring and coldly inquired. Regardless of the young man's identity, many would covet such a yellow-grade technique. No, exchange it for something else. Without even knowing the specifics of the yellow-grade technique, Meng Jing outrightly refused. He already possessed several yellow-grade techniques. What use would another serve him? Suddenly, a resounding clang of swords echoed in the air. The woman looked up, her expression paling dramatically. In the vast expanse of the sky, my own sword, the Phoenix Song, found itself utterly powerless against my opponent's blade. Even in the absence of a master, the adversary's sword seemed to possess a spirit of its own, relentlessly forcing my own sword into retreat. Had it not been for the fact that my Phoenix Song surpassed the Crimson Gold Sword in terms of cultivation level, any other weapon would have surely shattered by now. Very well, this is a second-tier vitality pill. Do you desire it? As she spoke, the woman clenched her teeth, stowed away her yellow-tier cultivation technique, and retrieved a perfectly round red pill from her ring. Upon ingestion, this spirit-enhancing pill swiftly generates a substantial amount of spiritual energy within the human body, thereby exponentially accelerating the cultivation speed of the practitioner. Such a pill, if sold, would undoubtedly fetch no less than a dozen gold coins. Just as the woman anticipated that Meng Jing would accept the pill, a disdainful voice from the young man interrupted. No. Meng Jing shook his head. At his current level of cultivation, he had no need for a vitality-enhancing pill. This spirit-enhancing pill is indeed quite alluring for those below the realm of the spiritual heart. However, for someone who has ascended to the Great Spirit Master realm, it holds no practical value whatsoever. This chi-enhancing pill, if one were to speak candidly, pales in comparison to an ordinary spirit stone of one's own. It is entirely non-toxic and harmless, truly an excellent substance for assured cultivation. Upon witnessing the other's head shake in refusal, a hint of disdain appeared on the woman's visage. The young man was dressed modestly, and in terms of appearance, he did not possess particularly striking handsomeness, falling rather into the category of the ordinary. Thus, the woman immediately mistook Meng Jing for an inner disciple of the Su residents. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, the monthly remuneration for this inner sect disciple amounts to a mere gold coin. She produced a spirit-enhancing pill valued at over 10 gold coins, yet the other party surprisingly declined. This clearly illustrates their insatiable greed. Well then, this is a third-tier pill. The spirit-breaking pill. Are you satisfied? After speaking, the woman waved her hand and retrieved a smooth, round pill from her ring. The moment it was revealed, it sparked a commotion among the onlookers. Goodness, a spirit-breaking pill. Who is this woman with such extravagant means? Indeed, if only I could possess that spirit-breaking pill. Transcending into the spirit heart realm would be effortless. How envious I am. The crowd recognized the pill and expressed their admiration and jealousy. It is important to note that this spirit-breaking pill enables individuals below the transformation realm to break through at least 5 minor realms consecutively. For a young man of such a cultivation level, possessing this spirit-breaking pill would undoubtedly facilitate an easy breakthrough into the transformation realm. This elixir, originally brought from the academy, was intended for her disciple to transcend the spirit transformation realm. Fortunately, she had taken 2 additional pills before her departure, allowing her to offer one to this young man. I refuse. It is utterly worthless. Meng Jing exclaimed with evident disdain. As someone who had already attained the esteemed realm of a grand spirit master, he found no use for a third-grade elixir. At the very least, one should begin with something of the 4th grade or higher. Esteemed young sir, this is a spirit-breaking pill. The woman, upon witnessing the young man's rejection, reiterated the significance of this particular elixir. This particular elixir, if offered for sale, would command a price several times greater than the previously mentioned chi-augmenting pill. Each one would fetch a sum of 1 to 200 gold coins, an exceedingly rare acquisition. If this elixir were to be placed on display, countless individuals would undoubtedly yearn for it. Yet, astonishingly, this young man seems to disdain its worth. Were it not for their proximity, she would genuinely suspect she was experiencing auditory hallucinations. What is it that you truly desire? The woman inquired. He rejects the Huang-tier martial arts and dismisses the elixir as well. What, then, does he seek? Could it be that he is intentionally stalling for time, or perhaps has no intention of sparing her foaming Tianga sword? Meng Jing also furrowed her brow, pondering the unimpressive nature of the items presented by this woman. I hold these items in utter contempt. At the very least, one should present something befitting her prowess and status. For instance, producing a treasure of the minor spiritual master realm would allow for a more substantial return. However, this woman continues to offer nothing but worthless trinkets beneath the transformation realm. To Meng Jing, such matters were utterly beneath his notice. How about this? He suggested with a sly smile. I can tell you are a practitioner of the sword. Surely you possess a wealth of knowledge regarding sword techniques. Why not casually present me with a tome to study, perhaps that one from before? Despite wielding a sword, he found himself lacking in the understanding of its accompanying martial arts. In comparison to others, the disparity is indeed vast. It is not merely a matter of superior realm and prowess that can decisively overwhelm an opponent. Thus, Meng Jing wished to inquire of this woman regarding certain sword techniques. However, within this continent, both sword and spear techniques are meticulously safeguarded by specific families. Those who are not members of these esteemed lineages are fundamentally incapable of acquiring such knowledge. After all, these techniques are the legacies of our forebears, and it is inconceivable that they would be shared with outsiders. Upon hearing this, the woman let out a cold laugh, stating, "Indeed, I possess a volume of sword techniques that I could bestow upon you, but whether you can comprehend it is entirely your concern. What do you say?" Chapter 71, The Formless Sword Technique, 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix. Oh, Meng Jing found himself intrigued. How could there be techniques that one might not understand? Doesn't this technique contain illustrations? Even those who are illiterate should be able to comprehend the images. What does the woman mean by her words? With a graceful gesture, she lightly brushed her ring, and a manual devoid of a title materialized in her hand. This is the formless sword technique of our family. As for its rank, it is of the top tier in the Xian class. After speaking, she extended it towards him. Meng Jing also reached out, taking the manual into his hands. Upon opening it, he found only blank pages. What on earth is this? Meng Jing inquired. It is said to be of the highest grade in the mysterious realm. Yet why does it seem to possess nothing at all? What distinguishes this from my own divine level technique, the Thunder Dao Method 3000? It is merely that. In comparison to the Thunder Dao Method 3000, I, Meng Jing, am still able to discern the quality of this text before me. Indeed, as the other party mentioned, it is a high-grade mystical technique. Very well, I shall take this technique. Since I cannot ascertain its contents, it must undoubtedly be extraordinary. Retaining it would not be a disadvantage. After a slight nod, I stored the technique away, just as it was secured within my spatial backpack. I heard the voice of the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the high-grade mystical technique, the Formless Sword Technique. Meng Jing was momentarily taken aback. I had merely placed it within the system's spatial backpack. How could I have acquired it? However, in the next moment, a realization dawned upon me, and a joyful expression adorned my face. How could I nearly forget? The absence of words is inconsequential, for the system can perceive it. The Thunder Dao Method 3000 was integrated into the system thereafter, which explains its lack of text. I can indeed comprehend this. Before him lay the Formless Sword Technique, evidently shrouded in some arcane method that concealed its script. Were it truly a treatise devoid of characters, how could it have persisted through the ages? Especially at the exalted tier of the Xian rank, it would likely have been discarded as mere refuse long ago. Yet, the absence of visible text serves a singular purpose, to deepen the comprehension of the lady's lineage. The path of cultivation lies not in mere study, but in profound realization. Knowledge acquired through learning belongs to others. Only that which is grasped through insight is truly one's own. After all, the journey toward enlightenment is uniquely personal, with each individual choosing their own path and method of cultivation. Distinct approaches yield varied results in practice. Contemplating this, Meng Jing opened his panel. Indeed, the Formless Sword Technique had manifested within his system interface. As he delved deeper, a line of text emerged before his eyes, igniting an exhilarating sense of triumph within him. It truly works. Just as Meng Jing prepared to explore further, the woman beside him, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, "What works?" Meng Jing, realizing his exuberance had nearly caused him to forget that this sword technique was a gift from her, swiftly replied, "Nothing," and waved his hand dismissively. Then, with a surge of energy from his toes, he leapt once more into the air. At that moment, the two swords continued their fierce entanglement, resonating with distinct, buzzing melodies. "Dragon Ji, come here." Meng Jing called out sharply, and without hesitation, Dragon Ji abandoned her opponent, racing towards him. The foaming Tiange sword trembled with excitement upon Dragon Ji's arrival at Meng Jing's side. A resounding cry, reminiscent of a phoenix's song, echoed through the heavens. Soon after the melodious sound faded, a sudden gust of cool wind swept across the sweltering sky, followed by an ominous gathering of dark clouds. What could this mean? Meng Jing felt a spark of intrigue. How could it suddenly become overcast with dark clouds? This opponent is merely a shattered sword at the level of a minor spiritual master. How could such a celestial art possibly be achieved? This is the third level of my Phoenix Song Sword technique, capable of summoning 100 birds to pay homage to the Phoenix. In the brief moment that Meng Jing was taken aback, a gentle voice resonated in his ears. Phoenix Song? 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix? Naturally, Meng Jing recognized the owner of that voice. However, it was truly astonishing that this sword could perform its techniques autonomously in the absence of its master. Soon, Meng Jing lifted his gaze once more, initially believing the sky to be shrouded in dark clouds. Yet, upon closer inspection, he realized it was not clouds at all, but rather a vast congregation of birds forming an immense dark cloud that obscured the heavens. How many birds and beasts must gather to form such a grand formation? Surely, it would take at least 1,000. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sword hovered vertically in mid-air, emanating a formidable aura that rendered the woman below increasingly pale. Meng Jing understood that this low-grade mystic-tier spiritual weapon, once bound by blood contract to its master, drew its required spiritual energy from the master themselves. This is also the reason why the woman's complexion appeared pallid. The azure longsword, in a bid to restore the dignity of its dragon princess, recklessly jeopardized its master's safety. It was perhaps best to resolve this matter swiftly, Meng Jing declared, tightening his grip on the long Skehong sword as he soared towards the azure blade. The sword hovered motionless in the air, emitting a soft hum. Suddenly, a multitude of birds and beasts appeared, shielding the azure sword. Seeking death, indeed. Meng Jing harbored little compassion and raised Longji to strike at the creatures. Yet, the blade trembled incessantly before coming to a halt. The Longji buzzed, imploring its master to refrain from slaughtering innocent beings. They were blameless. Meng Jing found himself momentarily stunned. At this critical juncture, Longji had faltered. Unless these birds and beasts before us are dealt with, it will be utterly impossible to break through, let alone seize that azure longsword. If this continues, by the time the woman's spiritual energy is nearly depleted, she will be within reach. However, at that moment, her fate will be sealed. The absence of spiritual energy within her is an exceedingly perilous situation. Shut your spiritual gates and cease the flow of energy to your spirit tool. Meng Jing shouted towards the position of the woman below. At present, there exists but one solution, to sever the connection between the master and the spirit tool. In this case, the azure longsword, devoid of its master's spiritual energy, is fundamentally incapable of sustaining such an expansive formation with its own inherent energy. The gathering of 100 birds to pay homage to the phoenix is not merely a straightforward summoning, it necessitates the expenditure of spiritual energy to nourish those avian creatures. Otherwise, what reason would those birds and beasts have to heed the directives of that azure longsword? Merely a single cry of the phoenix? Such a notion is evidently implausible. This is also the reason why the spiritual energy within that woman dissipates so rapidly. Upon hearing Meng Jing's words, the woman furrowed her brow slightly, displaying a look of perplexity on her face. It is easy to speak of closing the spirit gates and ceasing to transfer one's spiritual energy to their artifact. However, once severed, the backlash from the disconnection would swiftly deplete one's internal energy. Thus, she fervently hoped that Meng Jing could expedite the resolution of the battle. Such a scenario would afford her a glimmer of hope. How troublesome, indeed. Suddenly, the young man in the sky expressed his disdain and, without warning, produced an object from seemingly nowhere. Under the dim light, the item shimmered with an icy blue hue. In the next moment, it hurtled towards her. Chapter 72. The Artifact's Betrayal. What? The woman was taken aback upon seeing the object thrown by the young man. She was already exerting all her effort to control the dwindling flow of her internal energy, leaving her with scant reserves to sustain herself. The young man unexpectedly threw an object towards me from above. Is she truly intent on self-destruction? The woman bit her lip with her silver teeth, her gaze radiating an icy intensity, as if she intended to devour Meng Jing whole. Her entire body trembled slightly, struggling to contain the spiritual energy that threatened to be drained from within her. As that object, resembling a bluish stone and not much different from a brick, hurtled toward her, she extended a hand to catch it. Upon grasping it, a wave of warm spiritual energy swiftly filled her being. Is this a spirit stone? The woman, who had moments ago been engulfed in anger, now stood frozen in place, her hand suspended in midair, staring blankly at the ice-blue brick she held. This is no mere brick, it is undeniably a spirit stone. Although there are places within their Xuanwu Empire that offer spirit stones for sale, it must be acknowledged that the quality of those stones is rather inferior. Furthermore, in terms of cost, one spirit stone would require several thousand gold coins to procure. The most significant drawback lies in the excessive impurities contained within, rendering it nearly impossible for one to absorb. Rather than attempting to assimilate such a spirit stone, one might as well draw upon the ethereal energy present in the air or consume medicinal pills to enhance their cultivation. This is also the reason why spirit stones cannot gain popularity in the Xuanwu Empire. However, in more advanced empires, it is said that the inhabitants do not use gold coins as their medium of exchange. Rather, they utilize spirit stones for transactions. Their spirit stones are refined by specialized spirit refiners who can extract the impurities within. She was fortunate enough to obtain a low-grade spirit stone, which, although it contains a considerable amount of impurities, is still far superior to the native spirit stones of their empire. Moreover, absorbing it would lead to a remarkable advancement in her cultivation. Yet, the cost of such a spirit stone is rather steep. One would need 10,000 gold coins to acquire a single one. What kind of household could afford to spend 10,000 gold coins on a low-grade spirit stone? As a mentor at the academy, her monthly salary barely amounts to 30 or 40 gold coins, totaling only a few hundred over the course of a year. How could she possibly afford it? Yet, this young man casually tossed a spirit stone to her. Regardless of its quality, the mere act of throwing it with such nonchalance, without even a furrow of his brow, spoke volumes. Isn't this rather extravagant? Previously, I had my doubts about the identity of the other party, suspecting they might be a servant of the Su family. However, it seems I was gravely mistaken. After her astonishment, the woman began to examine the spirit stone in her hand. Without the need for absorption, merely holding the stone caused its spiritual energy to surge wildly into her body. A long dormant patch of dry earth, as if meeting a refreshing rain, broke forth from the ground. The richness and purity of this spiritual energy are evidently beyond the inferior grade, and it can even be posited that this spirit stone is likely of a superior grade or higher. Such a spiritual stone, even if I were to offer everything I possess, would still be insufficient to compensate this young man, given his temperament. It is certain that he would not wait until he has finished attending to his matters before demanding money from me. Would he? Such coercive behavior was not unfamiliar to her. What on earth are you waiting for? As she stood there in a daze, Meng Jing in the sky could no longer restrain himself and unleashed a torrent of invective towards the woman below. The moment he uttered those words, the expressions of those around transformed into astonishment. Who is this person, daring to speak to a beautiful woman of such a low cultivation realm in such a manner? Indeed, even disregarding her realm, how could one be so callous as to berate such a stunning maiden? Remarkably, she did not seem angered at all. Ignoring the murmurs below, Meng Jing continued to nimbly evade him midair. Curse it, you lack spiritual energy. Allow me to bestow upon you a spirit stone. Why do you remain standing like a wooden puppet instead of sitting down to absorb the energy and respond with spiritual stones? As I speak, a multitude of birds flutters through the sky, soaring towards Meng Jing. These avian and bestial creatures inherently possess considerable cultivation levels, and as they surge forth in vast flocks, the tempestuous winds they generated rivaled the might of a spirit transformation realm cultivator. For Meng Jing, exposing his true cultivation prowess before such a multitude was utterly undesirable. Yet constrained by Long Ji's reluctance to harm these creatures, he found himself unable to intervene directly. His only recourse was to compel the maiden below to seal the spiritual energy gate, thereby depriving that sword of its vital sustenance and rendering it powerless. However, the maiden hesitated, clearly apprehensive about exhausting her own spiritual reserves. Left with no alternative, he tossed her an ordinary spirit stone for her use. The ordinary spiritual stone, while incapable of enhancing her cultivation, was nonetheless effective in sustaining the abundant flow of spiritual energy within her. However, instead of immediately sitting cross-legged to meditate and seal her spiritual gates upon acquiring the stone, the other party stood there in a daze, much to Meng Jing's irritation. As the barrage of insults erupted from her, the woman merely nodded, devoid of any anger, before taking the stone and settling into a meditative position. In that moment, the spiritual energy that had previously surged from her body came to an abrupt halt, as if a dam had been erected to block the torrent of energy from escaping. Buzzing, the azure sword suspended in the air seemed oblivious to her actions. In an instant, the myriad of birds and beasts surrounding the sword scattered, leaving it isolated in the void. Witnessing this, Meng Jing couldn't help but smile slightly. Huh, you thought you could ambush me, didn't you? Now that you're all alone, do you still dare to strike? With that thought, he leaped into the air, advancing toward the azure sword. Buzzing. Suddenly, the azure sword emitted a series of piercing cries, each resonating with an overwhelming fury. Long Ji, what is it saying? Meng Jing inquired telepathically. He was not a sword and thus could not comprehend its utterances. Buzzing back to its master, Long Ji relayed, it seems poised to go berserk. It seeks to slay its master. The dragon spirit, gripped in Meng Jing's hand, communicated in kind. Upon hearing this, Meng Jing furrowed his brow slightly. A spiritual weapon turning against its master? Literally speaking, he could grasp the notion that the weapon intended to kill its owner. However, he was perplexed. Was he there a blood oath binding master and weapon? How could it turn against its master? Buzzing back to its master, Long Ji explained. A weapon can indeed slay its master to absorb their strength and enhance its own power. Yet, once it does so, it risks becoming a demonic artifact. Chapter 73, The Convergence of All Swords, a Demonic Artifact? At this revelation, Meng Jing turned his gaze toward the azure sword suspended in the air. It could no longer be described merely as azure. Its entire form had turned a deep crimson, exuding a terrifying aura. The mention of demonic artifacts sparked a flicker of recognition in Meng Jing's mind. Those that forge a covenant with humans, capable of sharing spiritual energy with their masters, are known as spiritual weapons. However, beyond these spiritual weapons, there exists another category of armament referred to as demonic weapons. The forging of this magical artifact was not accomplished by the master craftsmen of the continent's esteemed professions, but rather by the lesser-known practitioners of the arcane trade. The magical artifact smiths. The distinction between a demon artificer and a blacksmith lies in their divergent paths of cultivation, often veering into the realm of the sinister. Instead of possessing spiritual energy, they are imbued with malevolence. This malevolence symbolizes wicked thoughts. Should an ordinary individual absorb such nefarious notions, they would inevitably succumb to madness and lose their rationality. Typically, spiritual artifacts possess their own consciousness and exhibit minimal resistance towards their contracted masters. Even in cases of reluctance, these artifacts do not resort to confrontation. However, when a spiritual artifact succumbs to fury, it embodies the very essence of madness, although not forged by a demon artificer. Such artifacts have irrevocably transformed into demonic tools. Once an artifact has devolved into a demonic state, it can no longer forge a contract with its original master, thereby severing their bond. Furthermore, a spiritual artifact harboring the intent to usurp its master, when gifted to another, would deter them from entering into a contract, fearing the potential for future discord that could trigger another outburst of violence. Consequently, it is customary for the original master to personally destroy any artifact that has fallen into a demonic state. Otherwise, should it fall into the hands of another, it would undoubtedly become a source of considerable turmoil. What could be the cause of this? Indeed, I sense the emergence of murderous intent. The crowd below has also begun to detect an unsettling shift in the atmosphere, as they gazed up at the sky, captivated by the fierce battle unfolding above. An unexpected aura of malevolence suddenly enveloped them. Strangely enough, this ominous sensation emanated from the very blade of a sword. It was a peculiar realization. Meng Jing gradually came to comprehend the source of the sanguine scent wafting from the azure longsword. The azure longsword itself is not intended for mere admiration. Its prowess lies within the realm of the minor spirit masters, an impressive height indeed. It is improbable that such power was attained through the utilization of spirit stones, for only those on this side possess them. The prices of spirit stones in other regions are exorbitantly high. Who would willingly expend such vast sums to purchase spirit stones solely for their spiritual weapons absorption, if one's own strength remains largely unenhanced? Directing resources towards a weapon's absorption seems a frivolous endeavor. Thus, Meng Jing surmised that this azure longsword must have garnered considerable experience by vanquishing numerous magical beasts. Consequently, a blade that has claimed many lives naturally exudes a formidable aura. As he pondered, a sudden and resounding cry of a sword echoed from the sky, followed by an incessant buzzing sound. Meng Jing glanced downward and observed that the bystanders, with swords strapped to their waists and held in hand, seemed to resonate in harmony, producing a sharp and piercing sword cry. What is this again? Meng Jing grimaced, finding the recent spectacle of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix already burdensome. Now, it seems he must contend with the resurgence of a myriad of swords returning to their origins. There are at least 100 individuals gathered here, and the Su family is currently conducting an assessment. Each person has brought their own spiritual weapon, with nearly everyone possessing one. The combined strength of these 100 swords is hardly inferior to that of a low-tier spirit realm practitioner. Moreover, how exceedingly sharp these blades are. Even if I have cultivated my physical form to the 3rd level, resisting such a multitude of swords at once would undoubtedly prove quite arduous. What is happening? Why does my sword refuse to heed my command? Alas, my sword. The faces of the onlookers changed dramatically as they witnessed an invisible force drawing their swords towards itself, prompting them to grasp their weapons in haste. Yet, the relentless strength of that force rendered their efforts futile. Soon, numerous swords began to rise from below, each gleaming with a cold radiance. Why have these swords not consumed any spiritual energy? Observing the ascending blades, Meng Jing felt a twinge of confusion. Did not the previous display of 100 birds flocking to the phoenix rely on the consumption of spiritual energy to compel the opponent to fight? How then? Was this azure longsword able to summon forth such a multitude of swords to obey its command even after the woman severed the spiritual energy? The spiritual sword as summoning ability, though rudimentary, is a skill that even the dragon princess can execute. It does not require the expenditure of spiritual energy. As long as the sword's level surpasses that of the opponent, it can dominate them. However, at present, the dragon princess's strength does not exceed that of her adversary, thus rendering her unable to command those swords. Perceiving the intrigue upon Meng Jing's face, the dragon princess took the initiative to elucidate. After her explanation, Meng Jing appeared enlightened, nodding in understanding. The invocation of the spiritual sword is entirely contingent upon the relative strengths of the individuals involved. A sword of lesser power lacks its own consciousness, merely succumbing to the overwhelming might of its opponent. It is akin to the relationship between a leader and their subordinates. Those subordinates yield to authority solely due to the leader's formidable power, thus aligning themselves to assist in various endeavors. The same principle applies to these spiritual weapons. Suddenly, with a resounding clash, a multitude of swords surged towards Meng Jing. The azure longsword transformed into a streak of blue light, vanishing midair. By heavens! Once again he must intervene to save that woman. Meng Jing glanced at the figure seated below, the woman still with her eyes closed, recuperating her spiritual energy. With an attack from such a minor spiritual weapon at the level of a spirit master, one would either perish or sustain grave injuries. Long Ji, is this manageable for you? Meng Jing inquired. The power of these spirit swords is not particularly formidable. With adequate caution, there should be no significant issues. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Fear not, my master, for Longji can accomplish this. Upon uttering these words, the sword trembled thrice. A radiant beam of red and gold erupted from the blade, unleashing a formidable force that swept through the surrounding space. Previously, due to the weakness of those beings, she had refrained from allowing her master to harm them. However, these spirit artifacts were different. Until they manifested their own consciousness, they were nothing more than mere scrap metal. There is no need for sympathy when faced with a mere heap of discarded metal. Witnessing Longji's display of power, Meng Jing let out a sigh of relief and relinquished control, allowing Longji to engage with the spirit artifacts alone. He transformed into a mere shadow, advancing towards the location of the woman. Damn it! You, a mere sword, dare to threaten your own master. Your master intended to spare your life. But it seems that was a grave miscalculation. Soon, Meng Jing arrived behind the azure longsword, shouting fiercely. Then, extending a hand, he attempted to seize the sword, but grasped only air. So close. With gritted teeth, Meng Jing made another effort to capture it. This was already the fastest speed he could muster. Yet he was still a mere foot away from seizing that azure longsword, which would allow him to capture his opponent. Alas, he found himself unable to grasp it. The Xianling turtle shield. Just as the azure longsword was about to descend upon the woman's head, Meng Jing hurriedly activated his skill. This skill was originally intended to fend off lightning strikes. Unfortunately, it has the peculiar ability to absorb electricity. Since that time, it has seen little use. To my surprise, today I employed two skills simultaneously on a single sword. The grandeur of this sword is truly extraordinary. With a resounding clash, the azure longsword Upon encountering the shield that had suddenly materialized above the woman's head, exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. It charged forward, its razor-sharp blade piercing through the shield, creating a slender fissure. Moments later, a thunderous explosion ensued as the shield shattered. Seizing this momentary respite, Meng Jing felt an opportunity arise. Gritting his teeth, he sprang forward. The distance, already minimal, was further diminished by the cushion provided by the shattered shield, allowing Meng Jing to reach the side of the azure longsword. He extended his hand and grasped the hilt. Buzzing incessantly, the azure sword trembled violently in response to his grip, emitting a cacophony of sound. Damn it, whatever you are. Stop this. Meng Jing, unable to comprehend the sword's vibrations, clutched it tightly, attempting to drag it away from the woman. Yet, the sword continued its relentless advance. Despite Meng Jing exerting every ounce of strength, his face flushed with exertion, the sword's speed remained unabated. Suddenly, amidst the ongoing tremors, the azure longsword emitted a sharp cry. Following this, Meng Jing heard a multitude of sounds slicing through the air. Buzzing, master, those swords are heading your way. Dragon Princess urgently communicated. As her words resonated, a chill ran down Meng Jing's spine, prompting him to glance back. The swords that had previously been entangled with Dragon Princess were now transforming into streaks of light, swiftly converging upon him. Although the speed of these dozens of swords did not match that of him and the azure longsword, they were now merely a few meters away. Damn it! Meng Jing cursed, yanking the azure longsword backward with fervor, utilizing its momentum to propel himself forward by half a meter. Without pausing, he deftly stepped onto the blade of the azure longsword, leaping once more like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey, heading directly towards the woman. At that precise moment, the woman, who had just absorbed the spirit stone, exhaled a breath of warmth and opened her eyes. Instantly, her brow furrowed as she sensed an overwhelming aura of killing intent directed at her. This menacing presence loomed directly above her. Looking up, she was startled to see a young man's face hovering not far above her head. You? Confusion washed over her. She recognized this young man, for he was the one who had gifted her a spirit stone. However, the source of this killing intent was not emanating from him. Turning her gaze behind him, her pupils dilated in shock. How can this be? Feng Ge, I am your master. Upon identifying the origin of the murderous intent, the woman was left in a state of disbelief. This murderous intent emanates from one's own sword, and the momentum appears to be infused with an overwhelming fury. What on earth has transpired? My own sword dares to turn against its master. Is it truly because I severed the flow of spiritual energy, ceasing to channel it into my beloved weapon? Must my spirit tool rebel against me for such a reason? As the woman stood in astonishment, she became aware that behind her azure longsword, there trailed hundreds of other blades. The target of these hundreds of swords is none other than her. In an instant, she comprehended the situation. Her sword had transformed into a magical weapon. It could only enhance its power by vanquishing its master, thus regaining its freedom. For heaven's sake, why not evade? Upon witnessing the woman had completed her cultivation and opened her eyes, Meng Jing could not help but shout at her. Did the woman not notice the swords behind her? How could she be so foolish as to remain frozen in place? Indeed, she was taken aback. For the sword she had painstakingly nurtured was ultimately destined to bring about her own demise. How could she accept this? Damn it, what a hassle. Seeing the woman remain motionless, Meng Jing could only curse under his breath. Subsequently, he threw the woman to the ground, supporting himself with his hands while leaning against the heavens. With a resounding clang, a vibrant azure light erupted, pulling the woman back from her stupor. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. Why did you take that for me? The woman asked softly, disbelief etched on her face. Behind Meng Jing, her own azure long sword was fiercely embedded in him. Yet, no matter how forcefully it pierced, it could not break through. Although the situation appeared somewhat comical, the fact that he could intercept an attack from a spirit master was enough to stir her heart slightly. However, in the next moment, he nearly spat out blood. I took all those hits for you. Shouldn't I receive some benefit in return? A little gesture of gratitude would not kill you, would it? What is the purpose of such greed? The woman internally scoffed at the words of the other party. Yet, she could not fathom why such thoughts arose within her. Why she had become so impolite. In former times, she would have likely remained indifferent, would she not? Perhaps it was all due to the presence of this young man. Suddenly, the azure longsword, realizing that its strikes had inflicted minimal damage upon the youth, retreated into the air. The dozens of swords aligned behind it also came to a halt, as if awaiting a command. With a resonant hum, the azure longsword emitted a sound of ringing steel. And in an instant, the swords suspended behind it shattered with a crackling noise. They transformed into a myriad of shards, suspended in the air. Was this an act of self-destruction? Observing the fragments resembling small blades, Meng Jing could not help but exclaim. No. This is an ability unique to magical weapons, the 1,000 blades of the demon sword. The woman beneath him clarified, as Meng Jing's curiosity piqued. The 1,000-blade demon sword possesses a unique ability that involves sacrificing certain spiritual artifacts, transforming them into fragments to assemble itself. This skill can significantly enhance the sword's power within a short period. However, the consequences of such an action include excessive consumption and considerable wear on the magical artifact. This is the preparation for a desperate struggle. Upon uttering these words, countless fragments from the sky began to converge towards the azure longsword. Moments later, A long sword emanating a ghostly blue flame materialized before them. Chapter 75, The Strife of Dragons and Phoenixes. This ethereal blue longsword is meticulously assembled from numerous fragments, resulting in an impressive increase in its length. The aura it emanates is formidable, rivaling that of a Grand Spirit Master. The transition from the realm of a Junior Spirit Master to that of a Grand Spirit Master represents a significant leap across a major threshold. Meng Jing, though initially taken aback, could not suppress a joyous expression. One could only wonder what marvels might unfold if such a sword were to be reclaimed by him. After all, previous endeavors and reclamation had yielded substantial rewards. Such a spiritual artifact of the Great Spirit Master realm, if recovered, would undoubtedly be worth at least a dozen high-grade spirit stones, wouldn't it? In such a case, wouldn't a breakthrough in one's own cultivation become a possibility? Contemplating this, she gazed intently at the woman below. This spiritual weapon has already transformed into a demonic artifact, yet do you still intend to spare its life? The woman, observing the demonic blades overhead that continually merged and lengthened, exhibited a hint of hesitation. Her Fenggu had accompanied her for many years and was on the verge of materializing into a human form. Initially, she intended merely to test its swordsmanship. Who could have anticipated that her spiritual weapon would go berserk? Moreover, it was contemplating the slaying of its master. Is it possible for me to redeem it in the end? The woman inquired softly, looking towards Meng Jing. Meng Jing nodded, for after all, this sword did not belong to him. Now, as this woman quietly sought his counsel, it was evident that she felt a sense of guilt towards Meng Jing, realizing that her sword had brought him so much unnecessary trouble. In the end, this youth still sought to protect himself, should his demeanor remain aloof. It would surely be deemed inappropriate. Meng Jing rose, extending a hand towards her. The young woman was momentarily taken aback, but soon reciprocated by offering her own hand. How delicate. Grasping her hand, Meng Jing could not help but murmur softly. Although this woman, like Long Ji and Su Muyao, possessed a rather stoic visage, it must be said that her touch was remarkably pleasing. Let us first speak of Su Muyao, whose prowess lies within the realm of spiritual transformation. In terms of beauty, she is rather enchanting, embodying the essence of a graceful young maiden. Alas, her prideful nature renders her somewhat frigid. Aside from her modest bosom, Meng Jing found little to fault. As for the sensation of her touch, they had not interacted extensively, leaving Meng Jing with a rather vague impression. Next is Long Ji, a manifestation of his Dragon Song Blood Crimson Sword, taking on a human form. Like Su Muyao, she exhibits a cold demeanor, yet beneath her icy exterior, Long Ji is obedient to her master's commands. Moreover, she exudes a youthful aura, lacking the naivety of Su Muyao, while her grip conveys an almost boneless softness. It is undeniably frigid. After all, Long Ji is a relentless killing machine. How could she possibly possess a normal human warmth? In stark contrast, the final young woman is a fascinating amalgamation of the previous two. She embodies Long Ji's chilliness but also carries a hint of Su Muya's youthful innocence. When their hands entwined, a comforting warmth flowed through Meng Jing's body. If one were to inhale deeply, they might detect a faint, alluring fragrance. This is something that Long Ji lacks. Thank you. The woman was lifted from the ground by Meng Jing, who also expressed her gratitude. It's nothing. As Meng Jing emerged from his reverie, he released his grip and looked up at the ominous, ethereal blue aura emanating from the magical thousand blades above him. The blade of demonic paths has now been fully assembled, exuding an icy chill. Suddenly, with a whoosh, before the woman could utter a word, she vanished into thin air. Long Ji, come here. Upon witnessing the disappearance of the blade of demonic paths, Meng Jing's expression turned grave. The prowess of the demon blade, Thousand Blades, resides within the realm of the Grand Spirit Master. Although my physical strength has ascended to the 3rd level, enabling me to endure the damage inflicted by 2 individuals of a higher realm, I find myself at a disadvantage should my adversary seize the opportunity to strike while I am unguarded. After all, the last application of the Dragon-S Bloodscale armor only enveloped my chest, leaving my back and the area below my abdomen relatively untrained. Thus, a momentary lapse in vigilance could result in my opponent piercing my body with ease. At this juncture, I can only summon the Sword Maiden. Fashioned from the world's hardest mineral, diamond, the Sword Maiden's durability surpasses that of any ordinary sword, even if my opponent is a Grand Spirit Master. Subduing the Dragon Maiden presents a significant challenge. Following my commanding call, the crimson-black blade hovering in the sky emitted a resounding hum. In the next instant, it vanished from view, reappearing in my grasp, leaving the woman beside me in a state of astonishment. Just moments ago, it hovered in the air. Yet in the blink of an eye, it had returned to its master's hand. Such terrifying speed is indeed rather alarming, isn't it? You were tasked with awakening the consciousness of your sword. Should you fail in this endeavor, you cannot blame me for its destruction. Meng Jing tightly gripped Long Ji, his eyes warily fixed ahead, speaking without turning his head. Indeed, this is troublesome. The woman nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a surge of intense murderous intent enveloped them. Crash. The 2 swords clashed violently, producing a piercing sound. By the heavens, it has truly become formidable. Sensing the enhancement of his opponent's power, Meng Jing was pushed back several meters, unable to suppress a retort. The demonic sword, Qianren, is indeed worthy of having fused with dozens of spiritual weapons. Despite the impact, it sustained minimal damage. Only the outer layer, which was fused, shattered, resembling shards of glass that scattered upon the ground. The blades gleamed ominously. In an instant, both swords unleashed dozens of streaks of swordlight. Each beam of light carried an extraordinarily potent aura, causing the faces of those present to change dramatically, their breathing growing increasingly tense. Among them, the highest cultivator barely reached the realm of Lingxin, and without delving into the youth's cultivation level, one must acknowledge that the demonic sword, Qianren, itself had attained the Grand Master level. The formidable pressure and intimidation emanating from the Grand Spiritual Master's realm extended to the onlookers, causing their legs to tremble uncontrollably. Some of the weaker individuals even succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing onto the ground. Only those whose cultivation was relatively advanced within the Su residence managed to endure the overwhelming force. For a spectacle of such magnitude was not something one encountered every day. This is also the reason why they do not merely watch the performance, rather, they hope to glean insights from the experience of combat. What astonished them was the young man. Despite his strength being around the transformation realm, he was able to single-handedly confront a formidable artifact of the Grand Spirit Master level. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Even under duress, the notion that someone in the transformation realm could challenge a Grand Spirit Master is simply incredulous. Meanwhile, the woman behind, upon seeing Meng Jing continuously fend off her attacks with Feng Ge, also displayed a flicker of astonishment in her beautiful eyes. When did the Su Manor come to possess such a formidable strength? Why had she never heard of it? The only individual she had known from the Su Manor was a prodigious cultivator named Su Muyao, who happened to be her disciple taken under her wing a year prior. A year ago, while passing by the Su Manor, she encountered Su Muyao, noticing the young girl's exceptional innate abilities and commendable cultivation level, marking her as a true genius in the art of cultivation. She had offered some guidance to Su Muyao, never anticipating that the young girl would swiftly break through to the spirit transformation realm at such a tender age. This was also unexpected for her. However, such a prodigious young lady is precisely what St. Nan Academy requires. Thus, they extended an admission notice to Su Muyao. Subsequently, today, at Su Muyao's invitation, she came to observe her adult annual assessment. The annual adult assessment is an event typically organized by various sects, aimed at encouraging the new generation of youth within the clan. However, I never anticipated that upon arriving at the Su residence today, I would encounter a second prodigious cultivator. Chapter 76, The Woman's Astonishment. And this individual is the young man standing before me. The youth appears quite young, if there are no unforeseen circumstances. He should be of a similar age to my disciple, Su Muyao, likely around 17 or 18. At such a tender age, he has already achieved a breakthrough to the spirit transformation realm. This far surpasses the cultivation level of many ordinary individuals. Enrolling this young man into their sacred Southern Empire poses no significant challenge. However, why has she never heard of him? A youth of such caliber should undoubtedly rank among the notable figures in Xuanwu Town. Furthermore, regarding the physical prowess of this young man, her own Feng Ge was previously at the minor spirit master realm, and the matter of strength has been reiterated numerous times, requiring no further elaboration. With such formidable power, even she would exercise caution. She is a grand spirit master, while the young man is merely at the transformation spirit master realm. Yet, he has endured multiple assaults from those at the minor spirit master level. How formidable must the strength of this corporeal form be to achieve such feats? At the first level of the Qi refinement realm, it is likely that this young man has already transcended that threshold. After all, merely observing the silhouette and outline of the youth suggests the characteristics befitting a breakthrough in corporeal strength at the first level. However, when it comes to the second level, the challenge becomes considerably more daunting. This second realm demands relentless refinement to forge the most formidable physical strength. From my perspective, if I were to categorize this second level into 10 tiers, I find myself having merely ascended to approximately the 5th tier. Advancing further entails enduring a pain associated with the cultivation of one's body that is simply intolerable. Yet, this young man can withstand the onslaught of my Feng Ji's spiritual prowess, which clearly indicates that his physical resilience surpasses mine significantly. It is plausible that he has reached the 6th or even the 7th tier. However, I express hesitation regarding the possibility of the 8th tier and beyond, as those realms resemble trials akin to purgatory, requiring one to confront life and death challenges to undergo a profound transformation. Only those who endure these rigorous trials can attain the pinnacle of corporeal defense. As I ponder, the young man before me, who has been successfully fending off attacks, turns his gaze back. Are you going to awaken that sword or not? Meng Jing inquires, observing the woman who remains stationary, fixated upon him, her expression marred by frustration. If you do not intend to awaken it, I might as well handle this fellow myself. The woman, suddenly recalling something, blushes fervently and nods repeatedly. Akin to a chick pecking at gray, she had indeed been excessively engrossed in contemplating the young man's cultivation and had entirely forgotten her task of awakening Feng Ge. Hastily, she raises a hand, channeling a portion of her spiritual energy into her palm. Instantly, a surge of energy emanates from her hand, infused with the essence of a small spiritual master. Feng Ge, how can you forget that I am your master? We have been companions for years. Why would you turn against me? She frowns, transmitting her thoughts. Soon, the demonic sword across from her trembles, emitting a resonant hum. This is not merely due to that man, This sword has cultivated for over a decade, achieving the realm of a small spiritual master, believing itself unparalleled in the world. Yet, what does the broken sword, Long Ji, have to say? Upon hearing the sword's resonance, Meng Jing cannot help but inquire out of curiosity. Long Ji trembles in response, conveying the words spoken by the sword to Meng Jing. Upon hearing this, Meng Jing's expression stiffens. What the hell? This sword has been corrupted. What does it have to do with me? Doesn't this merely cast the blame upon oneself? The woman behind, upon hearing this, was equally perplexed and inquired once more. Feng Gu, how has this young man offended you? If need be, I can arrange for him to apologize. Buzz buzz buzz, I require no such gestures. I shall prove my worth through strength alone, to become the beloved of that sword. Buzz buzz buzz, should you refuse to assist me? Do not blame me for descending into a cursed state. I must still demonstrate my prowess. After hearing this, the woman was utterly bewildered. What? What do you mean by beloved? What is the situation of my sword? Meanwhile, Long Ji, after conveying this to Meng Jing, wore a similarly speechless expression. Damn it. The notion of beloved spoken by this wretched sword is merely a ploy to win Long Ji's affection. Can this reasoning be further elaborated? The current prowess and cultivation of the Dragon Lady are solely attributed to her master, are they not? Naturally, placing the master at the forefront is utterly justified. How can a mere sword aspire to compete for the Dragon Lady's favor? Is there no way to convince her? Meng Jing turned around and inquired. The woman shook her head, stating that her own Feng Gu was also determined to slay her master in pursuit of enhancing her own cultivation. Very well. Then I shall resolve this for you. With that, a smile graced Meng Jing's lips. In an instant, the woman was taken aback as the golden-red longsword clenched in the young man's grasp erupted with an overwhelming surge of power. Though previously at the level of a spirit transformation, the aura she now sensed was akin to that of a formidable grandmaster. This golden-red longsword possesses such formidable power? If that is indeed the case, how is the young man able to wield it? A myriad of questions surged through the woman's mind. However, she chose not to disturb him with her inquiries. Instead, she retreated a few meters, silently observing him. Noticing her withdrawal and the lack of significant expression on her face, Meng Jing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The reason for Long Ji's sudden surge in power was due to the essence he had secretly infused into her. Otherwise, how could a mere spiritual practitioner like Long Ji contend with a magical artifact of the Grand Spiritual Master realm? Initially, their strengths were independent of one another. Long Ji, being a spiritual practitioner, and he, a Grand Spiritual Master, did not interfere with each other. This was in stark contrast to the bond between that broken sword and the woman. Once they established a blood oath and signed a contract, the spirit weapon would be bound to mutual advancement. If one grew stronger, so would the other. If one weakened, the same would apply. However, Long Ji was an exception. She had the ability to harness her own power, as well as that of her master, or even a combination of both. At this moment, Long Ji was channeling the combined strength of them both. Thus, Meng Jing feared that the woman might uncover the truth about his own cultivation level. He was not keen on having too many people aware of his abilities. Suddenly, he sensed the aura of the sword intensifying, causing the demonic artifact, Thousand Blades, to tremble with an air of trepidation. How could its power escalate so rapidly in such a brief span? If this were the case, why would it need to present itself as a mere magical artifact before others? This is utterly beyond comprehension. The demon blade, Thousand Swords, found itself on the verge of tears as it cast a fleeting glance at the position of the woman. Just as it contemplated surrendering and sought to renegotiate the contract with a blood oath, the young man suddenly appeared before it. In the next instant, the golden flame sword in his hand descended upon it with a fierce slash. Chapter 77. The 3,000 marks. A tempestuous wave of sword energy surged forth. The demon blade, Thousand Swords, swayed slightly, causing the concentrated sword energy to cleave through empty space. However, in the following moment, it struck the plaza of the Su family with a resounding explosion. The ground, paved with bluestone slabs, was instantly upheaved by the scorching wave. At once, the earth trembled, and dust and stones were sent flying. Meng Jing furrowed his brow, taken aback that the demonic artifact had managed to evade the attack. To everyone's astonishment, the strike failed to connect with its intended target. What a pity. By all accounts, the damage dealt was formidable. Indeed. When did our esteemed Su residents ever witness the presence of such an individual? This cannot be delayed. I must immediately inform the elders. At that moment, the onlookers, captivated by the sight of the young man raising his long sword to deliver a blow, felt the very ground beneath their feet tremble uncontrollably, leaving them utterly astonished. What kind of power and realm must one attain to reach such a level? Is this young man truly one of the Su family? How can he be so formidable? Why have they never heard of such an individual existing within the Su household? Meanwhile, the woman who had stepped aside gazed wide-eyed, astonished that this young man was merely at the spirit transformation realm. This hardly resembles the prowess one would expect from the realm of spiritual transformation. This is utterly outrageous. Meanwhile, in the forge of the Su family, an elderly man stood bare-chested, his face contorted with rage. How can I endure this? I have toiled tirelessly to forge these spiritual weapons, only to have that scoundrel from the Shao family label them as ruined swords. This is utterly intolerable. Elder Su Hua, please do not let your anger consume you. It serves no purpose. After all, we have utilized a considerable portion of the bride price from the Xiao family. If we fail to present some form of compensation, it would be most unreasonable. A young man beside him quickly offered his conciliatory remarks. Those elixirs and medicinal materials, how come I have not seen a single one delivered to me by the clan leader? It seems the burden of hardship falls solely upon me while you all revel in comfort. The elderly man scoffed, casting aside the heavy iron hammer in his hand. As he wiped the sweat from his brow, the forge of the Su family is characterized by an extremely high temperature, one that ordinary individuals cannot endure for long. However, as a practitioner of fire attributes, such temperatures are quite commonplace for him. In contrast, the external environment feels overwhelmingly frigid. Observing Elder Su was still brimming with energy. The young man approached with a smile, producing a gleaming piece from his ring. Elder Su, the patriarch has invested significantly in your compensation this time. Feel free to use these indestructible ores, and if you require any additional materials, do not hesitate to ask. The patriarch will certainly accommodate your requests. Elder Su cast a disdainful glance at the ore in the young man's hand. Do you have any idea how much effort I expended to refine that indestructible or just to forge the Bloodhong sword? Are you aware that I even infused it with the bloodline of a magical beast at the spirit heart realm to enhance its vitality? And you dare to refer to such a sword as trash? The young man wore a wry smile. Elder Su, you are well aware that you are the highest-ranked craftsman in our clan. Who would dare to label your crafted spiritual weapons as rubbish? It is merely the folly of the Xiao family father and son. Within the Su residence, only Elder Su possesses the fire attribute, which often renders fire attribute practitioners particularly discerning regarding their surroundings. In such a scorching environment, an ordinary person would soon feel dizzy and overwhelmed. Yet for fire attribute practitioners, this is an unparalleled training ground, yielding results that are far superior with minimal effort. This also elucidates why Elder Su holds the highest rank among the blacksmiths in the Su residence. Darn it, one cannot help but blame that old coot Su Yun. I was merely a step away from completing that spirit tool, and he had to come and snatch it away. The mere thought of this ignited a surge of fury within Elder Su. Crafting a low-grade Xian tier spirit tool is not overly challenging for him. It merely demands considerable spiritual energy and effort. Furthermore, the issue of success rate looms large. Nevertheless, the Blood Red Sword, a low-grade Xian tier creation, stands as his most exquisite work. Not only did it successfully break through the low-grade threshold, but it also teetered on the brink of achieving a mid-grade status. Should he manage to elevate that spirit tool to a mid-grade level, he would have a genuine chance of ascending to the rank of a 4-star blacksmith. Alas, it was just a hair's breadth away, snatched away by Elder Su Yun, dispatched by Su Chi Shan. How could he not be furious at the lost opportunity to elevate to a 4-star blacksmith? Well, Elder Su, I shan't waste more of your time. The clan leader has once again assigned you a task, hoping you can forge a mid-grade Xian tier spirit tool for Miss Mu Yao. After all, her school term is about to commence, and she cannot possibly attend without a suitable spirit tool, can she? The young man exclaimed, drenched in sweat. He feared that continued persistence might lead to his own suffocation, although Elder Su appeared unfazed. The environment was certainly not suitable for someone who does not cultivate fire attributes. He hastily sought to clarify the task at hand. Elder Su furrowed his brow, chuckling. Were it not for the interests of our Su family, I would have long since abandoned this endeavor. The young man managed a strained smile and proceeded to retrieve items from his ring. This is the blueprint for the Ice Spirit Sword prepared by the clan leader. And this here is the core of a 3rd-grade Ice Scorpion Beast, he said as he laid them out, filling the ground with an array of materials. The process of a blacksmith transcends the mere crafting of a weapon. Initially, one must create a prototype based on the blueprint. Subsequently, this prototype is refined and perfected. Once these tasks are completed, a spiritual artifact devoid of any cultivation or power, akin to mere wood, is thus fashioned. However, this is merely the beginning, as a more intricate process lies ahead, such as the infusion of a magic core.